The malevolent Senju clan cursed Senju Tobirama. Within an office of Konoha Hospital, Uchiha Don seethed, cursing inwardly. Every time he reflected on his current predicament, the animosity he bore towards Senju Tobirama became utterly uncontainable. He yearned to unearth Tobirama's grave and obliterate his remains. 7 years prior, he had perished in a car accident and, in a bewildering twist of fate, found himself in the world of Naruto, merging with the soul and memories of a 10-year-old boy from the Uchiha clan, thus becoming Uchiha Don. On the same day, having survived the calamity, Uchiha Don joyfully strolled through the streets of Konoha, encountering Senju Tobirama for the first time. The instant he laid eyes on Tobirama, an alert chimed in his mind. Ding! System activated. Host has acquired all talents of Senju Tobirama upgradable. The sudden notification startled Uchiha Don, swiftly followed by a surge of elation. However, as he raised his gaze, unable to contain his joy, he was met with Tobirama's scrutinizing and wary gaze. The cold, monstrous look in Tobirama's eyes plunged Uchiha Don into an icy abyss. What the hell are you staring at me for? Are you planning to kill me simply for receiving a glance in the crowd? Is there no sense of reason left? Fortunately, at that moment, Tobirama was hastening to meet the second Raikage of the Cloud Village for a peace conference. Thus, he merely cast a frosty warning glance at Uchiha Don before swiftly departing Konoha, flanked by his disciples and guards. Watching Tobirama leave, Uchiha Don let out a profound sigh of relief. He surmised that Tobirama's apprehensive gaze towards him stemmed from a deep-seated vigilance towards the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Don's sudden outburst had evoked a stark familiarity in Tobirama, reminiscent of the intense focus he exhibited during his research. In Tobirama's eyes, such a gaze signified a perilous threat. This child must not be allowed to remain. Tobirama was a ruthless character who would not extend compassion simply because Uchiha Don was but a child of 10. Thus, Uchiha Don shouted in his heart, "Yasir, may you perish." He was aware that Tobirama's visit to the Cloud Village for alliance negotiations would lead to a surprise attack by the rebellious Kin and Jin, resulting in severe injury. In the end, to protect his disciples and divert the enemy, Tobirama would meet his demise. The thought of this brought Uchiha Don a modicum of satisfaction. Letting you glare at me, the glarer shall perish. Indeed, not long after, news of Senju Tobirama's death echoed throughout Konoha. The entire village was enveloped in a somber atmosphere, yet Uchiha Don felt a weight lifting from his shoulders. Just as he believed he could finally breathe easy, misfortune struck once more. Uchiha Don discovered that the newly appointed Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had returned to Konoha only to place him under surveillance. Not only was he being monitored, but he was also inexplicably expelled from the Ninja Academy, losing the opportunity to graduate as a genin. Furthermore, he was forbidden from training in any capacity, prohibited from learning any ninjutsu, and was to live under constant scrutiny as an ordinary person. Was this to ensure that he would not grow strong or escape? Were they intent on rendering him utterly powerless? Having traversed into the world of Naruto, who wouldn't wish for formidable strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tsunade and Meitorumi? Yet, here he was thwarted before he could even begin. His life had been irrevocably altered simply because Senju Tobirama had glanced at him amidst the crowd. He was indeed the most unfortunate of transmigrators. To make matters worse, Uchiha Kagami, an elder of the Uchiha clan, citing Uchiha Don's violation of clan rules, took an unprecedented hardline stance and unilaterally expelled him from the Uchiha clan. For a prolonged period thereafter, any slight movement on Uchiha Don's part would attract a squad of Umbu ninjas to surveil him. The display was nothing short of astounding. It was evident that Senju Tobirama had left instructions for his disciples before his demise. So, Tobirama, what grievance do I hold against you? Why can you not relent even in death? Is it truly necessary for you to haunt me over a mere glance? As Uchiha Don's hatred for Tobirama festered, a profound sense of helplessness crept into his heart. His adoptive parents had perished during the protracted First Shinobi World War when he was but a child. Consequently, Uchiha Don had never received a formal education from the Uchiha clan, acquiring all his knowledge from the Ninja Academy. He had not exhibited particularly high talents at the age of 10, His abilities were merely superior to those of a freshly minted genin. In such circumstances, Uchiha Dan found himself crying out to the heavens, yet receiving no response. Even if he possessed the full talents of Senju Tobirama, what good would it do? Would he dare to study, dare to train? With so many eyes upon him, any deviation from the norm would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. In the years following Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension to Hokage, he had proven to be quite decisive in his actions. Thus, for 7 years, Uchiha Dan was relegated to endless theoretical contemplation within his mind, pondering the principles of various ninjutsu, evaluating the feasibility of improvements, and considering the creation of specialized ninjutsu. Yet, none of these thoughts had materialized into action. Fortunately, the family that had adopted Uchiha Dan was exceptionally kind, having cared for him well, treating him almost as their own son over the course of 7 years. Especially after Uchiha Dan displayed remarkable medical talent, his unaware adoptive father, Wolfing Sharon, took it upon himself to leverage connections to apprentice him at Konoha Hospital, perhaps believing that a doctor, even a medical ninja, posed no threat. Sarutobi Hiruzen overlooked this matter, tacitly permitting it. Thus, Uchiha Dan became a medical practitioner, no, merely a doctor, as he held no ninja title and could never become a medical ninja, despite having mastered a significant number of medical ninjutsu. Dr. Dan, we have a patient requiring surgery. As Uchiha Dan continued to curse Senju Tobirama in his mind, a nurse hurried into his office, urgency palpable in her voice. Is it a ninja or an ordinary person? Dan inquired, adhering to protocol. Everyone at the hospital was aware that Uchiha Dan employed different treatment methods for ninjas and ordinary individuals, making the question entirely reasonable. It's a ninja. The nurse answered promptly, without suspicion. He'll be there shortly. Prepare the operating room. Dan instructed while organizing his medical kit. In the operating room, Uchiha Dan swiftly stitched and bandaged the grievous wound on the patient's hand. How do you feel? Uchiha Dan asked with genuine concern. Dr. Dan, I feel much better. The ninja, having saved his arm, sighed in relief. Next, I will administer some treatments to aid your recovery. Uchiha Dan nodded, retrieving silver needles from his medical kit, and spoke earnestly. Try to perform your most proficient ninjutsu. There's no need to actually execute it. Just simulate the chakra flow within your body. And remember, the slower, the better. Doctor, why is that? The injured ninja queried, puzzled. Don't you want to recover faster? Dan feigned displeasure, frowning as he asked. I understand now. The ninja ceased hesitating. He'll do it immediately. With that, the injured ninja raised his severely wounded arm, joining it with his uninjured hand to slowly form hand seals. Uchiha Dan placed his hand on the injured ninja's abdomen, attentively sensing the chakra flow. Chapter 2. The Vigilance of Hatake Tsukumo and the Indomitable Tsunade. Uchiha Dan, a man endowed with all the talents of Senju Tobirama, possesses an unparalleled level of perceptive ability in the current shinobi world, arguably unmatched by any other. As a gifted and malevolent member of the Senju clan, Uchiha Dan and Appo's sensory capabilities are innate, allowing him to detect the presence of enemies from miles away by sensing their chakra through the ground with remarkable accuracy. Before the era of great upheaval, Senju Tobirama was indeed the foremost sensory ninja in the shinobi realm. Enough, Uchiha Dan called out, halting the proceedings. He then lifted the clothing of the injured ninja, exposing his chest and abdomen, swiftly unwrapped a package of silver needles, and began to administer acupuncture at specific points in a systematic manner. As 12 silver needles were inserted, the wounded ninja immediately felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Simultaneously, the chakra within him began to circulate uncontrollably, gradually converging toward the wound and revitalizing the damaged cells. The injured ninja was astounded as he sensed the acceleration of his wound's healing process. Dr. Dan, thank you, he exclaimed, nearly brought to tears by his gratitude. The treatment significantly expedited his recovery, enhancing the healing speed by at least 30%. A faster healing process meant fewer aftereffects. For a mercenary ninja, strength is paramount. After all, if a ninja is incapacitated due to injury and cannot undertake missions to earn a living, what will become of his family? Hence, Uchiha Dan and Appo's miraculous medical skills were enough to elate any ninja. Onlookers, nurses, and medical ninjas regarded Uchiha Dan with admiration. regardless of the severity of injury or the complexity of ailments. As long as Uchiha Duan was present, there had never been a problem he could not resolve. The citizens of Konoha were well aware that within the Konoha hospital, there resided a Dr. Duan, known for his miraculous healing capabilities. Even Tsunade, renowned as a genius medical ninja, appeared somewhat inferior in comparison to him. "There is no need for thanks. Please settle the treatment fees at the payment desk," Uchiha Duan replied with a calm demeanor. "Do remember to return in 3 days for another session." Upon returning to his office, he closed the door and approached the window. Sensing the presence of the Umbu ninja surveilling him, Uchiha Duan furrowed his brow, despite his efforts to maintain a facade of normalcy. With his chakra signature consistently resembling that of a low-ranking ninja, it seemed excessive to assign an entire squad for surveillance. 2 years prior, Sarutobi Hiruzen had reduced the number of personnel monitoring him. Though the watchful eyes had dwindled to a single individual, this remaining ninja was exceedingly diligent. Uchiha Duan often felt the urge to yell out the window, "Hataki Tsukumo, will you never relent? It was I who saved you when you were injured. Should you find yourself wounded again, do not come begging for my help. If you dare, I will be the one to end you." Yet, ultimately, he could only harbor these thoughts. Feigning a brief rest, he drew the curtains to obscure Hataki Tsukumo's line of sight and swiftly formed hand seals. Sensing the flow of chakra within him, Uchiha Duan nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad," he mused. "A close-range B-rank ninjutsu, water release, water fong bullet." This technique allowed him to compress water into projectiles while applying rapid rotation to enhance lethality, enabling attacks from various angles. It seemed that the injured individual from earlier was no weakling. Based on his chakra level, he appeared to be a special J-nin. Over the years, Uchiha Duan had quietly mastered hundreds of ninjutsu through such means. Each time he reflected on this, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Given his current talents, had he not interrupted his training, he would have likely reached the level of a Hokage by now. 7 years. Such a precious golden period. For an ordinary ninja, missing these years could spell the end of their career, yet Uchiha Duan had not faltered. However, his chakra reserves were now merely above that of a typical elite J-nin. One cannot help but marvel at the astonishing talent of the malevolent Senju Tobirama. Despite not having trained in the open for 7 years, Uchiha Duan had mastered chakra extraction from a young age. 6 years ago, after developing a technique to conceal his chakra signature, he finally dared to resume chakra extraction, even improving upon the method. However, aside from his chakra reserves, all his combat experience and training had only existed in the realm of imagination. Thus, his practical combat abilities were woefully inadequate. This was also the reason he had longed to escape Konoha, yet remained compliant thus far. Fortunately, 5 years ago, he devised a method to stimulate acupuncture points with chakra, allowing it to circulate throughout his body, gradually enhancing his physical strength. He termed this the chakra conditioning technique. For the past 5 years, his physical condition had been steadily improving, complemented by daily mental simulations of taijutsu training and combat scenarios. Once given the opportunity to truly commence training, his prowess would undoubtedly surge within a short span of time, provided he had the chance. Consequently, he had long resolved to leave Konoha the moment an opportunity presented itself. He would flee as far as possible. To hell with Konoha, to hell with Senju Tobirama, to hell with Sarutobi Hiruzen, to hell with Hataki Tsukumo, to hell with many others. Just as Uchiha Duan contemplated feigning sleep to continue practicing the chakra conditioning technique, the office door was flung open with considerable force. "Uchiha Duan, come out here." Tsunade stormed in, her fury palpable as she seized Uchiha Duan by the collar, dragging him outward without hesitation. "You barbaric fiend, release me, or you shall face my wrath." Uchiha Duan struggled, hurling a barrage of insults: brute, savage, baboon, gorilla, monkey, Tarzan, but to no avail. Tsunade's strength was overwhelming, and despite his best efforts, he could not break free, particularly as he feigned weakness at that moment. Tsunade seemed oblivious to Uchiha Duan's furious tirade, dragging him into a patient room and halting before bed. The patient, under Tsunade's fierce gaze, trembled and cautiously inquired, "Tsunade-sama, what are you planning to do?" "Humph, silence." Tsunade brusquely interrupted. "Last time, I lost to this guy in medical skills, and today I shall compete with him once more. Just lie there quietly." Noticing that Uchiha Duan was cautiously shifting his feet in preparation to escape, Tsunade grasped his wrist firmly. "Still thinking of running?" Her grip tightened, inducing immediate discomfort for Uchiha Duan, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. This rough treatment ignited Uchiha Duan's temper. Even as pain coursed through him, he remained silent, merely fixing Tsunade with a cold glare. "Have you not eaten today, you savage?" After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and glared at her, exuding a defiance that suggested he would rather perish than submit. Upon witnessing Uchiha Duan and Appo's unyielding demeanor, Tsunade felt a flicker of unease. Her gaze faltered, and she instinctively loosened her grip, though she attempted to salvage her pride by declaring, "You are not permitted to leave. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." However, the forcefulness of her words had noticeably diminished, taking on a somewhat petulant tone that sent shivers down Uchiha Duan and Appo's spine. Tsunade and Appo's beauty was undeniable at 17. She stood as a graceful lily emerging from the water, though her figure had yet to reach its full potential. Her attire could not conceal the alluring curves that captivated the imagination. Uchiha Duan, not blind, could certainly appreciate her striking form. Her noble lineage, astounding beauty, and perfect physique had undoubtedly enchanted countless peers. In Konoha, those who harbor secret affections for Tsunade could line up from the village entrance to its farthest reaches. Yet, Uchiha Itachi has never shown a willingness to engage in a proper conversation with Tsunade, nor does he even spare her a glance. Chapter 3. The contest of Konoha's premier medical ninja. In the eyes of Uchiha Duan, Tsunade was an embodiment of the malevolent Senju clan, rendering her the nefarious Tsunade. "Had it not been for your great-grandfather, would I have achieved my current stature?" An adversary displaying such frivolity before him was utterly intolerable. However, Tsunade and Appo's demeanor was not genuinely petulant. It merely bore a resemblance, and she was not intentionally putting on airs. A ninja unjustly tormenting an ordinary individual within their own village contravened the ninja code in Konoha. Moreover, Uchiha Duan had never instigated conflict with Tsunade from the outset. It was she who sought trouble, which only amplified her arrogance. In truth, when Tsunade had grasped Uchiha Duan's hand earlier, it was a violation of her own ethical standards. She was not one to bully the weak. Yet, one could hardly blame her for losing control, as Uchiha Duan had provoked her incessantly with a barrage of bizarre insults. Uchiha Duan had risen to prominence 5 years prior. Since then, an increasing number of people had recognized his medical prowess, extolling him as Konoha's foremost medical ninja. This incited a competitive spirit within Tsunade. How could he be Konoha's premier medical ninja while she remained in his shadow? Such an extraordinary figure could not be permitted to exist. Having displayed remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu from a young age, Tsunade was resolute in her ambition to become the greatest medical ninja in the ninja world and would not tolerate anyone surpassing her, especially not a peer. At the tender age of 12, Tsunade was akin to a spoiled princess, enscathed by the realities of war, and she wielded considerable influence in Konoha. Thus, fueled by her indignation, she directly challenged Uchiha Duan to a medical duel. Over the past 5 years, however, Tsunade had never emerged victorious, suffering defeat a staggering 47 times. Each loss was met with Uchiha Duan and Appo's mocking taunts, igniting her fury. With each defeat, she vowed to best him in medical skills openly and honorably. Wincing from the pain in her wrist, Uchiha Duan regarded Tsunade with a dismissive gaze, scoffing. "So, are you certain you wish to compete?" Irritated by his demeanor, Tsunade retorted. "What do you think I and Appo's am here for today?" "Ah, who knows?" Uchiha Duan continued his derision. Bullying a defenseless doctor in the hospital, Tsunade-sama certainly carries a grand presence. If you can't handle losing, perhaps you shouldn't play. "You're insufferable." Tsunade's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth. "Isn't it all your fault for provoking me? You think I provoke you? Fine. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady, and I shan't explain myself." Uchiha Duan replied nonchalantly. "Very well, you brutish fiend." Uchiha Duan feigned seriousness. "Are you prepared to shed tears today? By the way," he added, seemingly struck by a thought, "remember not to weep in the hospital. Save it for home." "How dare you? When have I ever cried?" Tsunade shot back, genuinely feeling wronged. Though she had lost 47 times, she had never shed a tear. She was not one to sulk over defeat. Uchiha Duan, however, publicly accused her, spreading the baseless rumor of her tears, driving her to the brink of madness. All right. I've never cried," Uchiha Duan dismissively proclaimed. "Everyone, make note. Tsunade-sama has never cried after losing to me. Please refrain from spreading any falsehoods once you leave." Yet, his attempt to assuage the situation only served to solidify the notion that Tsunade had indeed wept over her losses. At that moment, Tsunade trembled with rage. On the verge of tears, Seeing her in distress, Uchiha Duan found amusement, laughing heartily. Your great-grandfather has been gone for years, and yet you still torment me. Is it too much to ask for a little interest? Furthermore, he had never sought conflict with her. It was Tsunade herself who had come looking for a fight. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at the wicked Senju Tobirama. Suddenly, a mad thought crossed Uchiha Duan's mind. What if he were to claim Tsunade as his own, and then resurrect Senju Tobirama using the impure world reincarnation? Just imagining how furious Tobirama would be was exhilarating. However, Uchiha Duan dismissed the notion. Marrying a member of the nefarious Senju clan was an unbearable thought. How could he continue to provoke Tsunade for his amusement afterward? After all, this was one of the few sources of entertainment he had. Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to cry, do so at home. Now, tell me how we shall compete. Uchiha Duan, eager to return to his imagined training, sought to conclude this farce. Humph. Tsunade huffed, feeling aggrieved. I will treat the hands, while you treat the feet, and we shall see who achieves better results. The patient Tsunade selected was a construction worker from Konoha, who had suffered a fall while working at a construction site, fracturing one hand and one foot. This patient had already been hospitalized for 3 days following treatment. It was clear that Tsunade had meticulously planned this competition, having selected her target in advance. Brutes first. Uchiha Duan stepped back, gesturing for Tsunade to proceed, while seizing the opportunity to provoke her further. Grinding her teeth, Tsunade took a deep breath and, ignoring Uchiha Duan, stepped forward to swiftly unwrap the bandages from the patient and Appo's hand. Yet, she did not commence treatment immediately. Instead, she gradually removed the bandage from her forehead, revealing a blue diamond-shaped seal. Wow! Uchiha Duan was taken aback. Had she truly gone mad? Or had he pushed her to the edge, prompting her to master the Uzumaki clan and Appo's sealing technique years ahead of time? But that was not all. Tsunade then utilized a summoning technique, conjuring a slug the size of a human head. After completing this, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Upon opening her eyes, she positioned the patient's hand above the slug, channeling chakra with precision, which flowed into the site of the patient's fractured bone. Simultaneously, a small yet potent surge of chakra from her forehead coursed through the diamond seal and merged with the chakra emanating from her palm. Finally, Tsunade employed the mystical palm technique, placing her right hand on the patient's fractured bone and pressing her left hand atop it to better control her chakra. Witnessing Tsunade unleash her full array of techniques, Uchiha Duan was rendered speechless. Was this not cheating? Was she taking advantage of his lack of a summoning beast? Well, even if he had a summoning beast, it would be of no use, as he could not summon a slug. Despite Tsunade employing all her formidable skills, Uchiha Duan could sense the pressure mounting. Yet, it was evident that Tsunade was driven by his provocations. Her competitive spirit ignited, as she poured her heart and soul into the contest. After several exhausting minutes, Tsunade withdrew her chakra, stepping back to nervously inquire of the patient, "Sir, how do you feel?" After carefully assessing his arm, the patient was astonished. Cautiously, he raised his hand, and upon realizing he felt no discomfort, he excitedly waved it about. "Healed? What a medical miracle!" the patient exclaimed, completely free of any pain, and instead feeling quite comfortable. "Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Thank you. I feel as though my hand is completely healed." "Yes, splendid." Tsunade joyfully leaped into the air, casting a challenging glance at Uchiha Duan. "Now, let us see how you intend to defeat me today." "Huh?" Uchiha Duan scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Tsunade. "Do you think you and Appo's the only one who has improved? I've recently developed a new medical ninjutsu, and today, I shall ensure you lose decisively." Chapter 4. The schemes of Uchiha Dan. After Uchiha Dan gently laid the patient back onto the bed, he began to unwrap the bandages from the man's legs. The patient felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. How many individuals could boast such exceptional fortune, being treated simultaneously by the unparalleled prodigies of the Konoha medical world? Countless people envied the previous 47 who had reaped the greatest benefits from the duel between Tsunade and Uchiha Dan. Now, it was his turn to bask in this stroke of luck, and the patient felt as if he were in a dream. "Calm down, sir. I'm about to begin." Uchiha Dan inhaled deeply, retrieving silver needles to commence acupuncture on the patient's leg. Although the patient was not a ninja, and Uchiha Dan could not manipulate the chakra within him, his acupuncture technique could still invigorate cellular activity and accelerate the healing process of the wound. After completing the initial steps, Uchiha Dan extended his palms, with chakra surging. Two distinctly different types of chakra began to coalesce. The chakra emanating from Uchiha Dan's right hand was unmistakably Tsunade's original creation, the palm healing technique. Over the years of competition, Uchiha Dan had mastered this technique thoroughly. When he had once used it in Tsunade's presence and defeated her, it nearly drove her to the brink of exasperation. He had audaciously declared that defeating her with the same ninjutsu constituted a complete victory. As for the chakra in Uchiha Dan's left hand, Tsunade had never encountered its like before. Yet, she could sense the overwhelming vitality it contained, along with a peculiar essence reminiscent of nerve fibers. What technique was this? Why did merely observing it evoke a sensation of healing? Disregarding Tsunade and Appo's inquisitive gaze, Uchiha Dan pressed his palms against the fractured area of the patient's calf. The moment treatment commenced, the patient involuntarily emitted a series of comforting groans. He swore he was not being lewd. It was simply too pleasurable for him to contain himself. However, this comfort did not last long. After merely a minute, Uchiha Dan began to gasp for breath, appearing utterly drained, his body drenched in sweat. Unable to sustain himself, he released his hands, nearly collapsing to the floor. Fortunately caught by a nearby nurse. "What's wrong? You can't be serious that you're done already?" Tsunade, mimicking Uchiha Dan's previous teasing, chided him. A man mustn't oppose. He declare himself incapable. Ignoring Tsunade's taunts, Uchiha Dan focused on regulating his breath, striving to recover his stamina and chakra as swiftly as possible. After 10 minutes, his complexion improved slightly. Chakra surged once more from his palms, and he continued the treatment. This time, however, after just 30 seconds, his face turned deathly pale, devoid of any chakra. Yet, Uchiha Dan still bore an indomitable expression, resolutely endeavoring to restore his strength and chakra. "Dr. Dan, I feel significantly better," the patient exclaimed, witnessing Uchiha Dan's near-death state. "My leg only hurts a little now. Within a week, I shall be fully healed." "Thank you. But I shall forego further treatment." Uchiha Dan, however, stubbornly shook his head, patiently awaiting recovery. After half an hour of continuous treatment, the patient's leg was completely healed. However, compared to Tsunade's mere 10 minutes, it seemed rather inadequate. "Ha ha, how tragic." Uchiha Dan gazed at his hands, laughing bitterly in disappointment. After a moment, he turned to Tsunade, saying, "This time, you have triumphed. Congratulations, and I shall no longer be your rival henceforth." With that, Uchiha Dan mustered the strength to rise, dragging his fatigued body from the ward, leaving behind an immensely desolate silhouette. Uchiha Dan conceded defeat, and he did so with remarkable decisiveness. Yet, Tsunade felt no joy in her supposed victory. Had she truly won? No, this time she felt more thoroughly defeated. In the face of overwhelming medical skill and talent, relying solely on chakra to achieve victory was hardly a true triumph. Such a victory was one Tsunade could not acknowledge. Though the treatment lasted a full 30 minutes, Uchiha Dan had genuinely only performed the healing for less than 3 minutes. The extended duration stemmed from Uchiha Dan being forbidden from training since childhood, resulting in a pitifully low amount of chakra. He had to pause to recuperate midway, had he been allowed to train. Even with the chakra level only matching that of a special jonin, no other medical ninja in the realm would overshadow his reputation. In that moment, Tsunade was puzzled. Why had her great-grandfather issued such a mandate against allowing Uchiha Dan to train, even as he teetered on the brink of death? This command had effectively stifled the potential of a promising medical genius. Tsunade had never deeply contemplated this matter before, assuming that her great-grandfather had his reasons. It was a lamentable truth that, despite possessing unparalleled talent, the restrictions on his chakra rendered him incapable of executing many medical ninjutsu. Upon returning to her office, Uchiha Dan, sensing the shift in Tsunade's emotions, smirked. "As long as I perform convincingly enough, I trust you will feel a pang of sympathy." This scheme had been 3 years in the making, guiding Tsunade to experience the emotions she felt now, having battled for 5 years. Uchiha Dan had come to understand Tsunade's character intimately. She was a person of deep loyalty, rich in compassion. Despite her competitive nature at this age, she was not envious of others' talents like Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the contrary, Tsunade greatly valued gifted individuals. At this juncture, she still felt a strong sense of belonging to Konoha, wishing for more medical ninjas like Uchiha Dan, endowed with such remarkable talent. Thus, she did not wish to witness him squander such gifts. Though they had engaged in a fierce rivalry, it was disingenuous to claim indifference. "Go ahead and sympathize with me unreservedly. My hope for escape lies in your hands. After all, Your great-grandfather was relentless in his attempts to undermine me. It is only reasonable for me to leverage your assistance. Uchiha Dan felt elated, while Tsunade found herself in a somber mood. Upon returning to the Senju clan and Imp, Appo's residence, Tsunade appeared visibly downcast. In the courtyard, the elegant whirlpool of Mizuho, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility while brewing tea, noticed Tsunade's demeanor and inquired, "Little Tsunade, what troubles you? Have you lost to that Uchiha boy again?" Tsunade shook her head, frustratedly replying, "I won, but it feels worse than losing." Huh. Mizuho began to console her, only to suddenly realize, "Then why are you more upset than when you lost?" Having grown accustomed to Tsunade's previous defeats, Mizuho was astonished to hear she had won, yet confused by her distress. "It would have been better to lose," Tsunade lamented. Recounting the events of the day to her grandmother, "Mizuho, are you telling me that boy's self-created medical ninjutsu surpassed your palm healing technique?" Mizuho sat up straight, astonished by the revelation. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be false?" Tsunade replied, her expression one of defeat. "Is it truly possible for someone to possess such talent?" Mizuho pondered, sinking into silence once more. Chapter 5. Uzumaki Mito could no longer bear witness. Uzumaki Mito was well aware of Tsunade's remarkable medical talents. From such a tender age, she had already created numerous medical ninjutsu, each capable of elevating the standard of medical practices across the ninja world by several notches. Mito took great pride in this achievement. To her, this represented the pinnacle of what a medical ninja could attain. However, Uchiha Mito, "Grandma," Tsunade interrupted Mito's reverie, inquiring, "I have always been curious as to why second grandpa is so antagonistic towards Uchiha Mito. Can you enlighten me?" It seemed Uzumaki Mito fell into reminiscence, awkwardly stating it was because that boy smiled at an inopportune moment. "Huh? That can be considered a reason?" Tsunade exclaimed, incredulously staring at Mito. "At that time, your second grandpa was headed to the village hidden in the clouds. I had a nagging sense of foreboding, so I went to see him off." Mito continued her recollection. "Uchiha Mito happened to be on that street, and for some reason, he suddenly smiled at a happy thought he recalled. Your second grandpa immediately took notice of him, and his gaze was far from friendly. Is that it?" Tsunade protested, her voice laced with indignation. "That is utterly unfair. I find it hard to believe as well." Mito sighed. "However, I investigated that child and found no issues, so aside from that explanation, I truly cannot fathom any other reason. Your second grandpa has always had a disdain for the Uchiha clan, as you know." Yet, Mito had not anticipated that a mere inappropriate smile from a 10-year-old child would lead to such intense targeting. After saying this, both Mito and Tsunade fell into a prolonged silence. What more could be said? In truth, Mito was misjudging Senju Tobirama. Tobirama and Appo's animosity towards Uchiha Mito stemmed from the fact that within Mito and Appo's seemingly deranged gaze, he perceived information that only he could decipher. As a fervent ninjutsu scientist, Tobirama occasionally found himself in a similar state to that of Mito at that moment. Seeing someone exhibit the same madness as himself, how could Tobirama not be wary? Had Mito not belonged to the Uchiha clan, Tobirama would have been indifferent. However, a person displaying the same maniacal expression as him could never be an evil Uchiha. The last individual to exhibit such a demeanor was Uchiha Madara. Tobirama had lost count of the forbidden techniques he had created, and he was acutely aware of their potential dangers. If an evil Uchiha were to emerge, mirroring his own madness in creating forbidden jutsu, what would that portend? In Tobirama's mind, there would always be one answer. This child must not be allowed to remain. This was the reason he would go to such lengths to target a mere 10-year-old, even at the cost of his own reputation. Originally, Tobirama had intended to reassess Mito's danger upon returning from negotiations. However, after being ambushed, he had little time left. Adhering to the principle of suppressing rather than allowing any threat to persist, he issued such an order. "Grandma." After a long silence, Tsunade finally spoke. "Can't you think of a way to help Mito? His talent is truly unparalleled. I refuse to accept that it may be wasted for this reason." Uzumaki Mito sighed. "That was your second grandpa's decision before his passing. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to openly defy it? What if he were only permitted to extract chakra?" Tsunade suggested, her eyes lighting up. "If he is not allowed to practice ninjutsu, he could still pursue other forms of training, allowing him to become a better medical ninja, thereby not squandering his talents. That might actually be feasible." Mito hesitated. "War is brutal. Mito had witnessed countless battles in her youth, watching family, clansmen, and comrades perish one by one. Many of these deaths were not caused directly by enemies, but rather due to a lack of timely and effective medical treatment. Thus, exceptional medical ninjas are invaluable in any context, significantly reducing mortality rates during warfare. Given Uchiha Obito and Appo's extraordinary medical talent, the implications for Konoha were profound if he were allowed to thrive. Having reached a decision, Mito suddenly smiled. "Tsunade, are you not afraid of cultivating a rival?" "Humph." Tsunade crossed her arms, confidence radiating from her. "One day, I shall defeat this guy head-on and prove who the true #1 medical ninja of Konoha is." As dusk fell, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived at the Senju clan residence after receiving notification from the Umbu. "Lord Mito." Hiruzen greeted Uzumaki Mito with a respectful bow. "Hiruzen, you've come? Please, take a seat." Mito gestured towards the chair opposite her. At this time, the land of water had not yet fallen. And although Tsunade's parents had tragically perished during a mission, Mito had not yet become disillusioned with the village, nor had she ceased to involve herself in its affairs. On the contrary, she would occasionally offer suggestions to Hiruzen. Possessing great tact and skill, Hiruzen often adopted her recommendations. After all, as the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the sister-in-law of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Mito held immense prestige in Konoha. Had she not been growing older and preferred to avoid meddling in trivial matters, Hiruzen would undoubtedly have found himself in quite the predicament. "You've heard about the situation at the Konoha hospital today, I presume?" Mito queried, bypassing pleasantries. "I have indeed," Hiruzen replied. "What is your perspective on this matter?" The rivalry among children is not necessarily a bad thing. Over the years, Tsunade has shown remarkable diligence, significantly enhancing her abilities and creating various medical ninjutsu that have greatly benefited Konoha, Hiruzen praised. Indeed, the significance of an exceptional medical ninja to the village is self-evident. Mito nodded in agreement. How many lives have been lost due to inadequate medical treatment during times of war? Tsunade's talent in medical ninjutsu is indeed a grand blessing for Konoha. Your words resonate profoundly, Lord Mito. Hiruzen concurred. By the way, Mito suddenly recalled something and inquired. How is the village currently fostering medical ninjas? Well, Hiruzen and Appo's expression grew somber. While there has been ongoing investment in this area, the requirements for medical ninjas are incredibly high, and the results thus far have been minimal. That is not surprising. Mito expressed no reproach towards Hiruzen. Rather, she offered reassurance. However, we must continue to invest. As someone who participated in the First Ninja World War, you understand the importance of medical ninjas. Rest assured, Lord Mito. I can guarantee this. Hiruzen affirmed solemnly, though he added, I just wonder if Tsunade would be willing to teach the healing technique to other medical ninjas in the village. Why would she be unwilling? Upon hearing Hiruzen's direct inquiry, Mito smiled. However, the healing technique is quite challenging to master. Even exceptionally gifted medical ninjas may struggle to see results in less than a year or half a year. Hiruzen paused, taken aback. But I heard that Uchiha Obito only needed to see Tsunade perform it once to grasp the technique. That is indeed true. For the child's talent in medical ninjutsu surpasses even Tsunade's. Mito nodded affirmatively. Then, she presented a cup of tea to Sarutobi Hizashi. Thereafter remaining silent and continuing to brew tea. Chapter 6. The first step to success today, Lord Watergate summoned me. But is there something he wishes to arrange? Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing that Uzumaki Mito had fallen silent, took the initiative to inquire. It concerns that child, Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Mito chuckled softly. This child has not undergone any training during the critical 7 years. He is essentially a lost cause. However, as you have witnessed, his medical talent is remarkable. I have never encountered anyone with such extraordinary aptitude in medical techniques and ninjutsu. Therefore, I intend to have this child trained as a medical ninja to contribute to the village. What are your thoughts? Hiruzen fell into contemplation. He understood Uzumaki Mito well. Though it appeared as if he were seeking advice, he had already formed a decision in his heart. How could he possibly refuse? I harbor no intent to put you in a difficult position. Uzumaki Mito discerned Hiruzen's thoughts and continued. Ultimately, you are the Hokage. The decision lies with you. I merely offer a humble suggestion. Are you aware of the reasons behind Tobirama's stance on Uchiha Obito? Uzumaki Mito pressed on. Yes. Hiruzen nodded, responding with a hint of resignation. Regarding Uchiha Obito, Senju Tobirama never provided an explanation, only issuing orders. Being a meticulous man, Tobirama abhorred deceit. He preferred directness in all matters, and even his dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan was openly expressed. Thus, he could not justify his suspicions based solely on a glance. However, Hiruzen's assessment aligned with Mito's. This is too trivial. Uzumaki Mito expressed his discontent. Tobirama is no longer with us, and I cannot criticize him. If he were here, I would certainly reprimand him. As Hokage, how could one ruin a child's life simply because he smiled? Is it because he is of the Uchiha clan that he is even denied the right to smile? Hiruzen appeared quite awkward, uncertain of how to respond. Speak your mind, Uzumaki Mito urged. With a sigh, Hiruzen explained, Obito has been suppressed for so many years, and it is inevitable he harbors resentment. His lack of strength is inconsequential, but I worry that should he gain power, it may pose a threat to the village. Your concerns are quite valid, Uzumaki Mito nodded. Acknowledging Hiruzen's perspective, I believe Tobirama's words should still hold weight. After a lengthy discourse, Mito finally offered his suggestion. This child has missed the prime of his growth. There is no need for him to undergo ninja training. However, his medical talent must not be squandered. Thus, I propose that he be permitted to harness chakra and become an excellent medical ninja to serve the village. Of course, continued surveillance is necessary, as I know you are the most obedient to Tobirama's directives. Nevertheless, there is no reason to refuse the opportunity to nurture another gifted medical ninja for the village. After all, this child has yet to commit any act detrimental to the village and shows no inclination towards such behavior. Should there be any opposition, attribute it to me. It is not that you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, defy Tobirama's orders. It is I who requested this of you. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet exhibited any signs of foolishness, so Uzumaki Mito granted him ample respect. With the conversation having reached this point, Hiruzen found it impossible to decline and nodded, I agree to this matter. With Hiruzen's assurance, Uzumaki Mito's spirits lifted considerably. Little Tsunade, this is all I can assist you with. The rest is in your hands. Living a long life naturally brings with it a wealth of experience. Although Tsunade often spoke of Uchiha Obito with clenched teeth, as if she wished to devour him whole, the mere fact that a girl of her age mentioned a boy's name daily spoke volumes. In Uzumaki Mito's eyes, Tsunade had long since placed Uchiha Obito in her heart, though she herself remained oblivious to this truth. Of course, that foolish boy, Uchiha Obito, seemed utterly unaware, even finding Tsunade quite bothersome. As for the Uchiha clan, Uzumaki Mito, like Senju Hashirama, bore no prejudice. However, regarding matters between children, he preferred to let them navigate their own affairs. Welcome back, Obito. Upon returning home after work, Uchiha Obito called out to Bluffing Sarutobi. Hey, kid, did you lose today? Bluffing Sarutobi ruffled Uchiha Obito's hair in comfort, asking. The events at the Konoha hospital had quickly spread, and Bluffing Sarutobi was naturally aware. Don't worry, uncle. I'm not bothered at all. Uchiha Obito was genuinely unconcerned. His actions today were merely intended to provoke Tsunade, hoping to see if he could gradually persuade the village to lift the restrictions placed upon him, allowing him the opportunity to escape. Where and Appos, S. Watergate. Uchiha Obito scanned the surroundings, noticing Bluffing Watergate was absent. Perhaps he is still training hard. Bluffing Sarutobi replied, somewhat relieved yet worried. This child is excellent in every way, but he trains too relentlessly. Just as he finished speaking, Bluffing Watergate burst through the door. Dad, big brother, I'm back. Hey, hurry and wash your hands. It's time for dinner. As for why Uchiha Obito ended up at Bluffing Watergate's home and became his brother, it traces back 7 years. The Bluffing couple were not ninjas, but rather civilians of Konoha. Although Uchiha Obito, through years of observation, had concluded that the Bluffing lineage was extraordinary, suggesting they hailed from remarkable ancestry. By the time of Bluffing Sarutobi, only he remained of the Bluffing clan, making it impossible to trace their lineage. Bluffing Sarutobi and his wife had been married for nearly 20 years without any children, causing them considerable distress. The Bluffing clan was on the verge of extinction. Fortunately, at that time, under Uchiha Kagami and Appos' intervention, Uchiha Obito was sent away from the Uchiha clan, severing all ties with them. Desperate, Bluffing Sarutobi felt an immediate connection with the child who had moved in next door and promptly applied for adoption. No biological son, a foster son is also wonderful. Especially after Uchiha Obito arrived, he treated the couple with utmost respect and filial piety, immensely satisfying Bluffing Sarutobi and his wife. Remarkably, just 2 months after Uchiha Obito entered their home, Bluffing Sarutobi's wife discovered she was pregnant. Thankfully, Both bluffing Sarutobi and his wife were exceptionally kind-hearted, and rather than resenting Uchiha Obito, they went out of their way to ensure he felt welcomed and loved. Thus, the family continued to live harmoniously together until now. Brother. At the dinner table, bluffing Watergate glanced at the door and whispered, "Can you stay with me a bit longer today?" "Haha, of course, no problem." Uchiha Obito affectionately ruffled bluffing Watergate's golden hair, unhesitatingly agreeing. This was their brotherly code. From a young age, bluffing Watergate exhibited remarkable talent, officially enrolling in the Ninja Academy a year ago, embarking on his educational journey. Yet, the majority of his ninjutsu knowledge was actually imparted by Uchiha Obito. To outsiders, bluffing Watergate's request to spend time together seemed merely a sign of brotherly affection. However, the underlying meaning was, "I have many questions regarding training. Can you skip your overtime today?" Chapter 7. My brother Minato, unexpectedly new colleague after dinner. Uchiha Dan led Namikazes Minato to a training ground. There, Minato diligently showcased the fruits of his recent training against a wooden post. He would occasionally step back to throw shuriken, and at other times, he would close in to execute a series of close combat techniques. Meanwhile, Uchiha Dan sat nearby, feigning interest while his true focus remained solely on Minato, meticulously observing the nuances of each movement. After half an hour, Minato ceased his demonstration and approached Uchiha Dan, beaming with pride. "Brother, am I impressive, or what?" he exclaimed. "Haha, indeed impressive," Uchiha Dan replied, affectionately ruffling Minato's hair. Observing from a distance, Kakashi Shikaku, who was tasked with monitoring Uchiha Dan, saw this familiar scene unfold without sensing anything amiss. Once back in their bedroom, however, Uchiha Dan and Appo's expression turned serious, causing Minato and Appo's heart to skip a beat. Without hesitation, Uchiha Dan pulled out a piece of paper and began writing. After completing his note, he handed it to Minato, who took it and began to read intently. As he continued, his eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously, using the remaining space to jot down his own thoughts. To the untrained eye, it might seem that Uchiha Dan had never practiced ninjutsu. Yet, his contemplation of it never ceased, even for a moment while awake. Consequently, his theoretical understanding of ninjutsu and its principles was profound, rivaled by few in the entire ninja world. Under his guidance, Minato's innate talent flourished remarkably beyond the expected trajectory. This written communication was Uchiha Dan's unique mentoring method for Minato, the only approach he dared to employ. To safeguard their correspondence, they utilized Chinese characters, a script known only to the two of them. Uchiha Dan was deeply committed to repaying the kindness shown to him by the Namikazes family, while also seeking to validate many of his own ideas through Minato, a dual benefit. After some time spent exchanging thoughts on paper, Minato wrote, "Brother, the chakra body cultivation technique you taught me is presenting some challenges during my practice. Please elaborate." Uchiha Dan prompted. Minato produced an acupoint diagram, indicating 3 specific points, and continued, "The chakra flow seems obstructed at these points. Activate the body cultivation technique immediately. Let me sense it." After a careful observation, Uchiha Dan wrote back with a smile. "The issue lies in your insufficient chakra volume. You cannot break through the acupoints yet. In no more than 6 months, this problem will resolve itself, and your physical capabilities will see significant enhancement." Nodding vigorously with a smile, Minato tore the paper into shreds, set it ablaze, and flushed it down the toilet. Thus, the brothers' exchange for the day came to a close. Uchiha Dan was accustomed to this. Yet each time it pained Minato's heart. His brother had done nothing wrong, possessed immense talent, and understood ninjutsu far better than any of their teachers. Yet, he could not train freely. Why did the Hokage continue to assign someone to monitor him? Uchiha Dan's explanation was that it might be due to his exceptional talent and his lineage as a member of the Uchiha clan. Minato, however, refused to accept this reasoning. He only wished to grow stronger so that his brother could train without worry and live freely. Therefore, he aspired to become Hokage, willing to exert himself tirelessly, for he believed that only by achieving this goal could everything come to fruition. To outsiders, Uchiha Dan and Namikazes Minato did not appear as biological brothers. Yet, from the moment Minato became aware, Uchiha Dan had been his brother, treating him with an affection that surpassed that of a biological sibling. Uchiha Dan remained oblivious to Minato's thoughts, and even if he were to know, he would merely chuckle it off. He did not place his hopes on a child who had yet to turn 7. Aspiring for training and freedom required self-rescue. His only concern was how to escape without affecting the Namikazes family. The next morning, Uchiha Dan arrived at the hospital as usual. However, upon entering the office and spotting a certain individual, he quickly retreated, glancing at the office number. Why are you hiding? Before he could flee, a fair hand grasped his collar, pulling him into the office. Why are you running away from me? Tsunade crossed her arms, her tone irate. Can't I go to the restroom? Uchiha Dan would never admit to fleeing. No. Where's your humanity? Barbaric beast, baboon, gorilla, monkey, primitive man. Silence. Tsunade interrupted, her voice rising. She was astonished at how she had endured this for 5 years. Initially, her competitive spirit had driven her. After losing, she longed to win back her pride. Yet now, she found herself accustomed to this banter. Defeated by circumstance, Uchiha Dan slumped into a chair, displeased. Speak. What do you want? Make it quick. Naturally, I've come to continue our competition, Tsunade declared. Are you ever going to be satisfied? Uchiha Dan snapped. I've already conceded. What more do you want? Tsunade relished the moment, finding a sense of revenge in Uchiha Dan's irritation. Is this how you treat your benefactor? She teased. Benefactor? Uchiha Dan replied dismissively. Yes, yes, from now on, you are my benefactor. I am eternally grateful. So, you should leave. I fear you would not appreciate my gratitude. Just as Uchiha Dan finished speaking, the office door swung open. 2 aides entered, carrying a desk and placing it directly opposite Uchiha Dan's workspace. Following them, the director entered, personally bringing a chair for Tsunade and setting it behind the newly arranged desk. Lady Tsunade, this will be your seat from now on, the director said with utmost courtesy. Tsunade wasted no time, sitting down and casting a challenging glance at Uchiha Dan. He was taken aback. What in the world is happening? I understand now, Uchiha Dan exclaimed, quickly pulling out a sheet of paper and a pen. Director, please wait. I shall write my resignation letter immediately. You scoundrel. Tsunade snatched the paper from him and tore it to shreds. Tsunade, what is your intention? Uchiha Dan was genuinely baffled by her motives. Although he realized that Tsunade was to work at Konoha Hospital and share an office with him, he could not fathom how things had escalated to this point. Sensing the tension, the director hastily exited, closing the door behind him with considerable care. So, the Hokage intends for you to monitor me, does she? Uchiha Dan ventured. Testing the waters. Chapter 8. Whose scheme prevails? The temptation of Tsunade Humph. You should be thinking about how to thank me. With that, Tsunade tossed a scroll to Uchiha Dan. Curiously opening the scroll, Uchiha Dan and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, soon replaced by excitement. At last, the long journey has taken its first step. With this auspicious beginning, the path ahead will be much easier. It hasn't been easy. That Sarutobi Hiruzen actually permitted me to practice the chakra extraction technique. Though I had mastered it long ago, this signals a gradual lifting of restrictions. Once the limitations are eased further, I shall make my escape, free to roam the vast seas and soar high in the sky. How could the third Hokage? Uchiha Dan feigned confusion, then seemingly recalled something. Looking at Tsunade with astonishment, Tsunade, brimming with delight, couldn't help but laugh, for Uchiha Dan's reaction was precisely as she had anticipated. This is how it should be. So, why are you helping me? Because I do not wish to see you squander your talent. Is that reason sufficient? That will suffice. Uchiha Dan sighed. I shall repay this kindness, so I must honor you. Before Tsunade could refuse, Uchiha Dan eagerly began stuffing items into a cardboard box, exclaiming, The first step in my repayment is to grant you this finest office. May it bring you joy. With that, Uchiha Dan picked up the box and dashed away. However, upon reaching the door, he found it would not budge. Frantically, he placed the box aside and attempted to twist the doorknob, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, Tsunade and Appo's sinister voice floated from behind him. Do you need assistance? Sure, it would be splendid if you helped, he began, only to be abruptly thrown back into his chair by Tsunade. Uchiha Dan gazed at her with a look of dejection. Tsunade, on the other hand, was elated. For 5 years, she had been at the mercy of Uchiha Dan, and now it was his turn to face the consequences. This feeling brought her more joy than any celebration. Moreover, Tsunade had discovered a method to manipulate Uchiha Dan. Did you not wish to distance yourself from me? I shall not grant you that wish, and I intend to vex you. How can you bully me in Konoha, while reveling in her triumph? Tsunade felt a twinge of frustration. Many sought to draw near to her, yet Uchiha Dan was the only one she had approached, and he merely wished to escape. Do you truly not wish to see me? Tsunade broke the silence, posing the question first. How can you even ask? Uchiha Dan retorted. It is one thing to encounter you occasionally on the streets. Over the past 5 years, we have met 49 times in the hospital, each time resulting in trouble for me. Thus, seeing you makes my scalp tingle with dread, as I always anticipate something unfavorable. Humph. Then return the scroll to me. Tsunade extended her hand towards Uchiha-dan, feigning anger. Absolutely not. I refuse to return it. Uchiha-dan clutched the scroll tightly, turning away protectively. Why should I give you my belongings? Seeing Uchiha-dan's shameless behavior left Tsunade speechless. How can such a person exist in this world? Had it not been for your remarkable talent and humble origins, I would have longed to end you. Yet Uchiha-dan and Appo's mood was entirely different. Since his decision 3 years prior to utilize Tsunade, he had acquired everything he desired. Thus, he could not help but compose a verse in his heart, successfully passing the examination to become a medical ninja, everything within my grasp, drawing ever closer to Sister Tsunade. My mood is vastly transformed. Of course, there had been some setbacks. To avoid genuinely inciting Tsunade and Appo's resentment while ensuring she grew increasingly agitated, he had to exercise considerable ingenuity. Poor Tsunade, innocent and naive, was thoroughly ensnared by Uchiha-dan, who had been forced to navigate the complexities of human nature for years to survive. Alas, the sins of your great-grandfather must be repaid by you. My hope of escaping Konoha rests entirely upon you. By the way, after a lengthy pause, Uchiha-dan tentatively inquired, are you truly planning to work at Konoha Hospital in the future? Why else would I? Tsunade replied with a smile. Then why do you want to share an office with me? Uchiha-dan asked, a glum expression on his face. Of course, it is to facilitate communication regarding medical ninjutsu. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with intensity. I am quite curious about that technique you demonstrated previously. At last, I have been deceived. Uchiha-dan reflected with profound sentiment. This has been exceedingly challenging. Humph, do not even think about it. That is my ultimate secret technique. Uchiha-dan resolutely declined. I shall not learn for free. Tsunade insisted earnestly. I shall trade with you. And what will you offer in exchange? Uchiha-dan scrutinized Tsunade with a hint of disdain. I can master sage techniques with a single glance. I do not require your instruction. The technique with the blue diamond patterns on your forehead? My chakra is insufficient to learn that yet. As for the summoning technique with the slug, is that not a form of contract ninjutsu? You cannot possibly teach me that. Can you? Even if you were willing, the third Hokage would not dare trouble you, and I would undoubtedly suffer for it. So, the question remains, what will you offer in exchange? Before Tsunade could respond, Uchiha-dan interjected, please do not say anything ludicrous like offering yourself. You may agree. But I doubt you truly would. Go to hell, Tsunade exclaimed, hurling a pen holder at Uchiha-dan, her face flushed. Even if all the men in Konoha perished, I would never look at you. Why did you not say so earlier? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought my life was over. Uchiha-dan dodged the pen holder, patting his chest in relief, and pressed further. Thus, do not harbor any such thoughts. I am not interested in anything else. I could offer you money. Tsunade suddenly proposed, her expression serious. A considerable amount. Are you truly unaware of how much I earn at Konoha Hospital each month? I receive commissions, and countless individuals queue up daily to seek my medical expertise. Do you think I lack money? Uchiha-dan dismissed her offer. Moreover, do you possess any wealth? I have heard that you, Tsunade, often indulge in gambling, and you invariably lose. That was in the past. Tsunade retorted immediately. I have not gambled in 3 years and have saved a significant sum. With the confirmation of the rumors, Uchiha-dan gained further insight. When a person can suppress their desires, it is often indicative of more pressing matters at hand. Tsunade had even given up gambling, which revealed her intense yearning to enhance her medical ninjutsu. This laid a solid foundation for Uchiha-dan and Appo's next plan. Let us change the terms. I do not require money. Uchiha-dan shook his head. Once your chakra is sufficient, I shall teach you the sealing technique. Tsunade responded earnestly, but when will that be? What if you do not remember by then? Do you think I, Tsunade, would be the type to renege on my promises? That, I cannot say. We are not well acquainted. Let us alter the terms again. I could arrange for you to sign a blood contract with the slug sage, discreetly, which would provide an opportunity to learn sage techniques. Tsunade coaxed gently. Chapter 9. Taking a dangerous gamble. The malevolent Tsumugi Komatsu, you think of me as a fool to deceive. Uchiha-dado laughed in anger. After signing the contract, do you think I would dare to use it? If I wooed and Appo's dare, what was the point of learning? Furthermore, if I recall correctly, The sage art of the wet bone forest is reputed to be the most challenging to master, is it not? Uchiha Dato continued. Historically, the only one to master the wet bone forest sage art was your grandfather, Shinja Hashirama. Even your great-uncle could not achieve it. Do you truly believe I possess that caliber? Hence, refrain from making such statements. While Uchiha Dato expressed a keen interest in quietly researching slugs to enhance his medical prowess, he knew that would not suffice. I have not only created the resurrection technique you witnessed previously, several others remain unexhibited due to chakra limitations. The conditions you offer are simply inadequate. Several others? Tsunade's breath quickened. And that technique is called the resurrection technique? Does it imply the ability to bring the dead back to life? Before Tsunade could continue, the office door swung open, and a nurse entered, stating, Dr. Dato. There's a patient requesting your treatment. Understood. With that, Uchiha Dato grabbed his medical kit and hastily departed, leaving Tsunade in a state of frustration. Days passed in this manner. In the evenings, Uchiha Dato instructed Minato Namikazes in his training while validating his own concepts in ninjutsu. During the day, he maintained his regular work schedule, now accompanied by Tsunade in the office. Over time, Uchiha Dato gradually became less averse to her presence. It appeared less a matter of acceptance and more one of resignation, which infuriated Tsunade. During their time as colleagues, they engaged in numerous discussions on medical techniques and medical ninjutsu, becoming engrossed in their shared explorations. As the pinnacle of medical ninjas, Tsunade found herself without a peer to challenge her intellect until Uchiha Dato's arrival. No one could match her pace or offer constructive feedback as she stood unrivaled. Now, with Uchiha Dato by her side, everything had transformed. Tsunade and Appo's occasional insights illuminated Uchiha Dato and Appo's thoughts, while his suggestions and plans captivated her. Time and again, she marveled at how this man could be both exceptionally talented and profoundly irritating. As the number of patients increased, Tsunade and Appo's reputation began to rise. The notion of the unrivaled duo in the medical field of Konoha gained widespread acknowledgement. When interesting cases arose, they collaborated on treatments. 3 months passed in this manner, and Uchiha Dato received a notification to join the pharmaceutical department in developing a new antidote. Uchiha Dato keenly sensed that his opportunity had arrived. To expedite his path to freedom, he resolved to take a perilous risk. 7 years had elapsed. He was weary and no longer wished to delay. After all, how many 7-year spans does one have in life? In a secret chamber of the pharmaceutical department, it had become Uchiha Dato and Appo's personal laboratory. However, the overly cautious Tsumugi Komatsu dispatched someone to monitor him. Uchiha Dato had long since grown accustomed to this lack of freedom. It was a constant in his life. While he was indifferent to many aspects, the critical issue was that he had yet to have the opportunity to experiment with the Flying Thunder God technique. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha and Appo's strength was formidable. For Uchiha Dato, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was essential for a successful escape. The learning of the Flying Thunder God technique was a daunting endeavor for others. Yet, it was an invention of the nefarious Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Dato possessed all of Tobirama's innate talents. Hence, he never doubted his ability to learn the technique. Over these 7 years, Uchiha Dato had comprehended the principles behind the Flying Thunder God technique, but he had refrained from practicing. He feared that he would be ruthlessly eliminated before mastering it. However, the Flying Thunder God technique required extensive practice beyond mere comprehension. Without mastery, Uchiha Dato felt as though he had no place in the vast ninja world. Sighing, Uchiha Dato began to extract and process various medicinal herbs. Approximately 10 minutes passed when Tsumugi Komatsu, the witch, entered. Leave. After instructing the guards to exit, the laboratory was left with only Uchiha Dato and Tsumugi Komatsu. While Uchiha Brat, Tsumugi Komatsu's demeanor was icy as she confronted Uchiha Dato. Before noon today, you must concoct the antidote and provide the formula. Otherwise, your life is forfeit. Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Dato felt a surge of anger. Such confrontations had occurred repeatedly. Furthermore, Tsumugi Komatsu, despite her cowardice, would never dare to utter vile Uchiha Brat in the presence of a third party, unlike the forthright Senju Tobirama. Only in the absence of others would she unleash her vitriol, prompting Uchiha Dato to contemplate eliminating her more than once. Am I not capable of besting the watchful Shikamaru Nara, yet I cannot handle you? Among Senju Tobirama's many disciples, Tsumugi Komatsu was the only female. In her youth, She had been quite attractive, and with Senju Tobirama still alive, she appeared exceptionally docile, earning her the status of a beloved figure. As a medical ninja, her prowess was exceptional, reaching the level of an elite jonin. It was an accepted truth that medical ninjas generally possessed weak combat capabilities, with Tsunade being a notable exception. Thus, Tsumuji Komatsu's achievements as an elite jonin were indeed impressive. However, since Senju Tobirama's death 7 years ago, this witch had aged, and her skills had significantly deteriorated due to prolonged neglect of training. Unbeknownst to anyone during these 7 years, Uchiha Dado had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. Given his current strength, eliminating this, which would be relatively simple, a mere genjutsu could suffice. Yet, dispatching Tsumuji Komatsu would merely provide momentary satisfaction without any tangible benefits, and it would likely cost Uchiha Dado his own life. Exchanging one life for another was not out of the question, but trading his life for Tsumuji Komatsu's? The very thought seemed preposterous. Uchiha Dado understood that Tsumuji Komatsu and Appo's disdain for him was not primarily due to Senju Tobirama. Rather, it stemmed from a sense of inadequacy. As a medical ninja, Uchiha Dado's innate talent far surpassed that of the aging witch. Over time, this disparity made Tsumuji Komatsu feel like a complete failure. Being a proud and spoiled child, her jealousy toward Uchiha Dado had transformed her into someone unrecognizable. Had he not been able to assist her financially, she would have likely sought his demise long ago. Another reason for her animosity toward Uchiha Dado related to Uchiha Kagami. Initially, Tsumuji Komatsu held no strong prejudices against the Uchiha clan. During their collaborations on missions and the First Great Ninja War, she had developed a fondness for the powerful and warm Uchiha Kagami, who had rescued her on multiple occasions. However, Uchiha Kagami maintained a distance from Tsumuji Komatsu. Later, without prior notice, he entered into a romantic relationship, married, and now had children who could run errands. This revelation drove Tsumuji Komatsu nearly to madness. Hiruzen Sarutobi pursued me, and I turned him down. Mito Kazekage pursued me, and I rejected him. Though Danzo Shimura never pursued me, he once showed some interest. Yet, you, Uchiha Kagami, dared to treat me this way? Thus, the old witch developed a profound hatred for the entire Uchiha clan, directing her wrath towards the utterly unrelated Uchiha Dan. Even though Uchiha Kagami had perished 7 years prior, the animosity harbored within Toranai Komatsu's heart remained undiminished. Chapter 10, The Malevolent Uchiha Boy and Tsunade's Resolution. Why are you staring at me? Zangetsu Kamachi, upon noticing Uchiha Dan had ceased his activities, glared fiercely and admonished. You truly are a wicked little Uchiha. Elder Kamachi, since the day I departed from the Uchiha clan, I have severed all ties with them. Uchiha Dan restrained his urge to retaliate against the insolent woman, opting instead to explain. Even if you claim to be estranged from the Uchiha clan, the malevolence embedded in your bloodline cannot be erased. Kamachi retorted sharply. You are destined to be a nefarious little wretch. Elder Kamachi, do you not think you are being excessive? Over the years, how many times have I assisted you? Have you kept count? I have never asked for anything in return. Yet you simultaneously request my help while resorting to a plethora of disparaging remarks to belittle me. Is that truly appropriate? A wicked little boy. Do you dare to show temper? Kamachi's gaze darkened ominously. Do you really think I would hesitate to eliminate you? Someone like you would die in vain. And what if I do have a temper? Even a clay figurine has its limits. Is this how you treat someone who seeks your assistance? You intend to kill me, don't you? Go ahead, make your move. Uchiha Dan spread his arms wide, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was at her mercy. However, in his heart, he mused. I wager that you, old hag, will not dare to act. If you truly do, I shan't show you any mercy and will end you immediately. I have long grown weary of this wretched existence. Of course, killing Zangetsu Kamachi was not part of Uchiha Dan's plans. He was still not equipped to withstand the relentless pursuit from Konoha. Listen well, little boy. Kamachi approached without any intention of striking, her tone venomous. This antidote must be delivered to the front line without delay. If you dare to procrastinate, you will bear the consequences. I will say this for the last time today. If you want my help, you must treat me with some civility. Otherwise, you can figure it out yourself. With that, Kamachi turned on her heel, clearly unwilling to engage further with Uchiha Dan. Yet she was furious, truly furious. You wicked little Uchiha, how dare you show your teeth at me? Just wait. Uchiha Dan was well aware of Kamachi's sentiments, and this was precisely a part of his scheme. The peril he faced stemmed from this old hag. Nevertheless, should this plan succeed, Tsunade would heed his every word, at least for the foreseeable future. Having known Tsunade for many years, coupled with their recent collaboration and the subtle hints and influences he had imparted, he was but a spark away from igniting his plan. He believed it wouldn't be long before he attained true freedom. At Konoha Hospital, Tsunade felt a sense of unease upon not seeing Uchiha Dan throughout the morning. Their bond had strengthened significantly over the past 3 months. Although they often bickered, their understanding of each other was sincere, particularly when discussing medical ninjutsu. As long as there were no patients, their conversations could extend indefinitely. In just 3 months, 3 new medical ninjutsu had taken shape. This guy? Tsunade felt a twinge of discontent at Uchiha Dan's unexplained absence. Why hadn't he even informed her? Did he not regard her as a friend? Lady Tsunade, why aren't you having lunch? A beautiful nurse named Kawakami Nai passed by the office and inquired, noticing Tsunade still seated at her desk. Recently, Tsunade had been insisting on having lunch with Uchiha Dan, which had become a norm for everyone. I'm not hungry, Tsunade replied, suppressing her emotions. Are you waiting for Dr. Dan? Kawakami Nai asked with a smile. You needn't oppose. Wait for him today. He won't arrive at the hospital until quite late. Do you know where he went? Tsunade asked, curiosity piqued, yet her frustration mounted. Why did everyone seem to know, while she remained in the dark? He went to the pharmaceutical department. Kawakami Nai explained. Elder Kamachi often borrows Dr. Dan for assistance, and after so many years, we're all accustomed to it. The pharmaceutical department? What does he do there? Assisting the village in developing new medicines, Kawakami Nai replied candidly. Many effective medications for the village, as well as the antidote needed on the front line, have been developed with Dr. Dan's help. However, Kawakami Nai hesitated for a moment, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering. But every time Dr. Dan returns from the pharmaceutical department, he is in a foul mood. And for the next few days, he tends to be irritable. During such times, we generally avoid him. What could possibly upset him so much? Tsunade pondered, bewildered. We wouldn't dare to speculate. We're merely ordinary nurses and do not pry into higher-ups' affairs. All right, you should go eat. Tsunade dismissed Kawakami Nai, falling into deep thought. She knew that the head of the medical department was Zangetsu Kamachi, and that the pharmaceutical department fell under her jurisdiction. Thus, every time Uchiha Dan visited the pharmaceutical department, he was in contact with Kamachi. It made sense. Developing a new antidote was classified, and Kamachi would certainly not entrust such matters to anyone else. However, Kamachi was notorious for her terrible temper. She was particularly difficult and liked to make life miserable for others. The conclusion was not hard to reach. Uchiha Dan must be enduring Kamachi's torment at the pharmaceutical department, and knowing Tsunade's familiarity with Kamachi, she feared that all manner of insults were flung at him. That would explain his anger upon returning. Suddenly, Tsunade contemplated whether she could take action to assist Uchiha Dan, while Kamachi would undoubtedly harass him with insults. She would not dare to treat Tsunade in the same manner. If provoked, Tsunade could easily retaliate. What if I were to assist in the pharmaceutical department in Uchiha Dan's stead? Perhaps then he would not have to endure such indignities. It was settled. Tsunade resolved to keep this a secret and surprise Uchiha Dan. After all, he had gone missing without a word, so she would withhold this information from him. In the pharmaceutical department's secret chamber, 5 hours later, the latest antidote was successfully developed. Uchiha Dan pulled out a scroll, meticulously documenting the required ingredients, their proportions, and detailed preparation steps. Having completed his tasks, Uchiha Dan departed without a word to anyone, heading straight home. Hopefully, Tsunade will take a stand. Surely, it's not too difficult to inquire about my whereabouts. Once she knows, she can ask me directly, right? Then I can play my little game with her. It's quite reasonable, I assent it. After 3 consecutive days of absence, Uchiha Dan finally returned to the hospital. To his surprise, Tsunade had inquired about his recent whereabouts and seemed genuinely concerned. However, she did not mention his trip to the pharmaceutical department at all. Since she said nothing, Uchiha Dan felt it inappropriate to bring it up himself. Despite Tsunade's often volatile temperament, she was astute and perceptive. Should Uchiha Dan mention it, she might suspect ulterior motives, which could jeopardize his efforts. Fine, if you don't ask, I won't say anything. Next time, let us see how long you can endure. Thus, another month passed. Uchiha Dan continued his daily routine at work, but one day, Tsunade unexpectedly failed to show up. After inquiring, he learned that she had a family matter to attend to and had taken leave the previous evening. Family matters were normal, and Uchiha Dan thought little of it. However, he was unaware that Tsunade was currently concealing a potentially disastrous undertaking from him. Chapter 11. A Twist of Fate. Unveiling the Heart by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tsunade returned to the hospital, her face brimming with an eager anticipation for praise upon encountering Uchiha Dan. What could possibly cause such an expression? Uchiha Dan inquired with curiosity. Where have you been? I visited the pharmaceutical department. Tsunade declared with pride. What? Uchiha Dan exclaimed, rising abruptly, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. What on earth were you doing in the pharmaceutical department? To assist you. Tsunade responded, perplexed by Uchiha Dan's reaction. Why are you so surprised? Wait. Did Nin Kokushin request your help? Uchiha Dan thought he might be on the verge of despair. No, this was a significant deviation from the plan. Perhaps his demise was imminent, and time was slipping away. What a situation this was. He had intended to take a bold risk, but it had spiraled out of control. No, I reached out to her first. Tsunade remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I heard that every time you visit the pharmaceutical department, you nearly explode with frustration, so I wanted to spare you the anguish. You reached out to her. Uchiha Dan and Appo's expression morphed into one of indescribable dismay. Ha. You reached out. Ha. Uchiha Dan suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, unable to contain himself. Even as Tsunade called out to him repeatedly, You've killed me with laughter. Ha. You reached out. Dan, enough. What is wrong with you? Tsunade was taken aback by his outburst, nearly shouting to interrupt his laughter. Tsunade, please do not attend my funeral in the near future, otherwise I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Uchiha Dan's gaze darkened, his tone chilling as he spoke. After uttering this, he appeared as though his very soul had been siphoned away, despondently, yet still laughing as he exited the hospital. Akin to a madman wandering towards a desolate corner of the village. By the riverside, Uchiha Dan picked up stones, casting them one by one into the water, occasionally startling a small fish that would leap momentarily above the surface before plunging back into the depths. He felt akin to that small fish. No matter how fiercely he struggled to escape the water, he would ultimately be consumed by the river's embrace. Tsunade, who had followed him, noticed that Uchiha Dan seemed to regain his composure and cautiously approached him. Dan, are you all right? Tsunade asked with concern. Go away, I do not wish to see you. Uchiha Dan replied coldly, devoid of any emotional warmth. What do you mean by that? Tsunade's frustration mounted. The sudden turn of events left her utterly bewildered, and she could not comprehend Uchiha Dan's erratic behavior. As she pondered, countless thoughts raced through her mind, yet none provided clarity. However, Uchiha Dan was acutely aware of the turmoil that had arisen after she had volunteered her assistance at the pharmaceutical department. Was there an unspeakable secret lurking within this situation? Leave. Uchiha Dan repeated, his voice unwavering. Do you truly wish to avoid seeing me? Ha. Uchiha Dan laughed once more, his tone icy. What do you think of someone striving to bring about my demise? Clarify your words. When have I ever wished you harm? Tsunade's confusion deepened, yet her desire for answers intensified. Do you genuinely wish to know? Uchiha Dan asked, laden with sarcasm. Of course. Tsunade responded, now irate. She was entirely unaware of how the situation had escalated, but Uchiha Dan and Appo's attitude had shattered her heart. If you wish to hear, I shall share. Uchiha Dan spoke grimly. However, once I finish, we shall have no further ties. Is that understood? You must promise not to regret this. Tsunade clenched her clothes tightly, fighting back tears. Her teeth gritted in response. Shikamaru, you better show yourself. Before Tsunade could receive the explanation she sought, Uchiha Dan and Appo's furious outburst reverberated. 3 seconds later, a figure appeared behind Uchiha Dan and Tsunade. Shikamaru, I need to have a private conversation with Tsunade, Uchiha Dan said, his gaze cold as he smiled at Shikamaru. Would you like to listen in? Shikamaru hesitated, glancing at Tsunade, uncertain of how to proceed. Senior, please grant us 10 minutes. Tsunade suppressed her anger and addressed Shikamaru. Understood. Shikamaru nodded and vanished using the body flicker technique. Now, you may speak. Tsunade's expression was predatory as she addressed Uchiha Dan coldly. She vowed that henceforth, no matter how Uchiha Dan pleaded, she would never acknowledge him again. She had done nothing wrong, yet she was subjected to such treatment. Regardless of the reasons, she would not accept it. Uchiha Dan was well aware of Tsunade's sentiments, yet he remained indifferent. To survive, Uchiha Dan sought not love, but rather Tsunade's deep remorse. Only an overwhelming sense of guilt would compel Tsunade to assist him willingly. He had laid the groundwork for this day for far too long. Did he care if he hurt Tsunade and Appo's feelings? Who cared? No one cared about the wounds he had endured for 7 years. Why should he concern himself with Tsunade? Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Dan seemed to drift into recollection. Speaking devoid of emotion, 12 years ago, my parents perished in the war. Suddenly becoming an orphan, I felt lost and adrift. I had no money, no other relatives, and was uncertain about how to live. However, Konoha's welfare was decent. The village provided me with a stipend, though meager. It was sufficient to sustain me until I became a chunin. Gradually, I accepted the harsh reality and learned to survive alone, striving to live in a world devoid of kinship and care. Tsunade furrowed her brow, dissatisfied. What is the purpose of sharing this with me? Well, if you do not wish to hear it, then leave. Uchiha Dan's voice remained flat, as if recounting an unrelated tale. Noticing that Tsunade did not depart, Uchiha Dan continued, as if she were inconsequential. It was not easy for a 5-year-old to endure, but my parents had instilled in me that survival held the promise of hope. Years passed, and I eventually freed myself from the shadow of my parents' deaths. I naively thought, in 2 more years, I will graduate, and then I shall become a ninja, following the path my parents once tread. Yet, instead of graduation, I faced expulsion. I could not comprehend it, but reality offered me no time for understanding. Soon, I was disowned by the Uchiha clan and forcibly removed from their territory. Following that, I was subjected to relentless surveillance by the Umbu ninjas. Naturally, this had nothing to do with you. Consider it my venting. Surveillance was inconsequential. After all, once I entered the hospital, I could rely on my own strength to survive. However, when I turned 12, I began to sense something amiss with the chakra signatures of the Umbu ninjas monitoring me. I neglected to mention that I am not only a medical ninja, but also possess sensory abilities. My perception is remarkably acute, allowing me to detect even the slightest fluctuations in a person and amp, Appos, as chakra when in close proximity. Upon sensing a cold, murderous intent within the chakra of the Umbu ninjas, I realized that their orders had likely changed. Chapter 12. PUA and the change of plans. Uchiha Dan paid no heed to Tsunade's reaction, with a self-deprecating demeanor. He lowered his head and continued. I find myself within the confines of Konoha Hospital, and the ENBU ninjas, being of Konoha themselves, are unlikely to act against me in broad daylight, as Sarutobi Hiruzen would consider the repercussions. Thus, they are likely biding their time for my departure from the hospital, waiting for an opportune moment on my way home to orchestrate an accident. Furthermore, I swiftly grasped why Sarutobi Hiruzen would suddenly choose to strike against me without any forewarning. My demise aligns with the village's interests. Each ANBU ninja is a pinnacle of the village's strength. It would be an egregious waste to have 4 elite ANBU monitoring a mere civilian, rendering such efforts futile. It has already been 2 years since my expulsion from the Uchiha clan, and should I unexpectedly perish now, no one would care. No one would give it a second thought. In my restless state, I resolved to take action. I retrieved a poison previously utilized by Tsunade and, racing against time, spent 4 arduous hours formulating an antidote, which I joyfully shared with everyone around me. I anticipated that those monitoring me would relay the news. Yet I found myself fervently hoping that it would reach the higher-ups with utmost urgency, as I remained oblivious to when the ANBU's blade might descend upon me. That day, instead of returning home after work, I opted to pull an all-nighter, awaiting a turning point, praying that Konoha's leadership would recognize my worth through this endeavor and reconsider their intentions to eliminate me. The following morning, I was abruptly summoned to the pharmaceutical department, where I was received by Tsunade, who presented me with a vial of poison. Her first words pierced through the air. "You wicked little Uchiha. You have 4 hours to concoct the latest antidote, or you shall surely meet your end." I succeeded, and as you can see, I temporarily evaded danger. I naively believed that as long as I continued to showcase my value, I could persist in this world. It was then that you appeared, unexpectedly challenging me. In that fleeting moment of witnessing your astonishing talent, panic seized me, for I envisioned my future. Should you triumph over me, it would signify my obsolescence. Those who already sought my demise would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Would I have any escape then? Countless nights, I toiled in the study of medical techniques, striving to ensure that you would not surpass me, for my survival hinged upon it. Simultaneously, I found myself perplexed. Why were you so insistent on pursuing me? Had I ever wronged you? Why this sudden desire to send me to my doom? Uchiha Dan's emotions escalated to an uncontrollable fervor as he glared intensely at Tsunade. Tsunade, at this juncture, was utterly flustered, having come to an understanding of the situation. Yet, Uchiha Dan continued, throughout the initial year of competition. I bested you time and again, yet you seemed relentless, determined to challenge me further. Thus, I altered my strategy. I thought to myself, if I became increasingly impolite, if I were to insult, belittle, and intentionally provoke you, perhaps you would cease your pursuit. In tandem, I dedicated myself to healing patients, hoping to bolster my reputation and secure an additional layer of protection. Yet, you persisted, returning to challenge me, vowing to defeat me. I truly wondered, Tsunade, what had I done to offend you so deeply that you sought my utter destruction? My victories over you were merely a means of survival. What fault lies within that? For years, I have devoted myself to the study of medical ninjutsu, striving desperately to maintain my lead over you. Did you genuinely believe I was engaged in a contest of superiority? I had no such inclination. The rivalry between us, to you, Tsunade, may have seemed a trivial game. Yet for me, Uchiha Dan, each encounter was a matter of life and death. Losing meant my demise. Do you comprehend that? The final words erupted from Uchiha Dan's mouth. Nearly a scream. Tsunade, in that moment, found herself rendered speechless. The fierce declaration she had previously vowed evaporated into thin air. She had not anticipated this reality. She had simply wished to compete with Uchiha Dan and emerge victorious. Had she known that a loss for him would equate to death, how could she have relentlessly pressed him for 5 years? In truth, since 3 years prior, Uchiha Dan had been attempting to evade these matches, employing various methods. Even conceding defeat before the contests, occasionally infused with a hint of melancholy and helplessness. It was Tsunade who, through every conceivable means, compelled Uchiha Dan to engage. In one particularly outrageous instance, he had secluded himself at home, attempting to evade her, only to have her burst into his dwelling and drag him to the hospital for yet another match. Tsunade, oh Tsunade, as the esteemed princess of Konoha, how could you fathom the depths of my suffering? Sensing the shift in Tsunade and Appo's expression, Uchiha Dan pressed on. Your status has ordained you a position of privilege within the village. I, however, exist solely because of my value to the village. As you gradually unveil your talent, as my ability to cultivate chakra wanes, the disparity between us and medical ninjutsu grows increasingly negligible. The 48th competition saw you triumph over me, marking the first time I was proven to be replaceable. Then you insisted on joining the hospital staff, becoming my equal in renown, thus proving for the second time my lack of irreplaceability. Now, you have ventured into the pharmaceutical department without consulting me, successfully developing new medicines, which serves as the third testament to my redundancy. Tsunade, you have already turned against me, and how many times have you wished for my demise? If it were within your power, you would not grant me a single additional day of life. Now, you audaciously declare to everyone that I, Uchiha Dan, have outlived my usefulness, that my existence is a waste. So, Tsunade, I implore you, do I possess any hope of survival? Uchiha Dan, in a fit of desperation, broke into a hollow laugh, tears welling in his eyes. The most absurd twist of fate is that it was you, Tsunade, who sought out Tsunade, effectively placing the dagger in her hands and pleading for my demise. For these past 4 months, I genuinely believed we had forged a friendship. Each moment spent with you in the study of medical ninjutsu filled me with unparalleled joy. I gradually embraced and acknowledged you. Yet, why would you seek to harm me? Why this relentless pursuit of my ruin? Anyone could betray me, yet why must it be you, Tsunade? Do you harbor such hatred for me that you cannot rest until I am utterly destroyed? Speak to me, why do you remain silent? Uchiha Dan, in a frenzy, cried out. I am asking you a question. Why do you not respond? Is it so difficult to answer? Speak. I am not a ninja. I am merely an ordinary citizen. I wish to have time to honor my adoptive parents, and I must care for my younger brother. I only wish to survive. Must I not have that right? At this moment, Tsunade found herself utterly speechless, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Her body had become paralyzed, as if countless boulders were lodged within her heart, trapping her emotions with nowhere to escape. She had initially believed Uchiha Dan had lost his mind. In the end, Uchiha Dan was not mad. It was she who had lost her sanity, her relentless pressure having ultimately led to Uchiha Dan's current dire predicament. Chapter 13, The Awakening of Hokage Tsukumo. His sister has returned with her boyfriend. It is futile to dwell on these matters any longer. Uchiha Dan spoke with a sorrowful smile. Hokage Tsukumo has surely informed the Hokage about our clandestine discussions, adding fuel to the flames of my impending demise. Tsunade, our bond is severed this day, and we shall have no further ties. Furthermore, Let me reiterate, you are forbidden from attending my funeral, should you dare to defy this. I shall haunt you in the afterlife. Farewell. As Uchiha Dan uttered those 3 words, it seemed as though he had expended every ounce of strength within him. Tears immediately moistening his eyes, his voice trembling to the point of hoarseness. Concurrently, 2 vivid streams of blood and tears cascaded down his cheeks. His irises suddenly transformed uncontrollably into crimson, revealing the 3 tomo within. This scene left Tsunade in a state of shock, yet Uchiha Dan appeared resolute, turning away without hesitation. The atmosphere had reached a poignant climax. Remaining here served no purpose. Initially, Uchiha Dan intended to gradually disclose these matters to Tsunade through the pharmaceutical department. However, Tsunade's unexpected interference forced him to alter his plans on the fly. In retrospect, the outcome may be more favorable, as Tsunade was now overwhelmed with guilt. Yet, conversely, the risks had escalated considerably. Should Tsunade act impulsively once more, he would be on the brink of death. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have provoked that madwoman, Kurinai Yuhi. He had even prepared a discourse to convey to Tsunade, yet she had diverged from the expected course. Now, he found himself gambling on the hope that, considering his substantial contributions to the village over the years, Sarutobi Hiruzen would delay his judgment. He wagered that Tsunade would respond swiftly and seek assistance from Uzumaki Kushina before Hiruzen made the decision to eliminate him. Curse this village, should I survive this crisis. I shall ensure that everyone pays a price. After years of strategizing around Tsunade, it was time for those efforts to yield results. Uchiha Dan could only bitterly smile, realizing how arduous it was to cling to life. His earlier words, aside from the exaggerated accusations aimed at Tsunade to ignite her profound guilt, were fundamentally true. Now, at this critical juncture, his fate hung by a thread. Having walked a mere few hundred meters, Hatake Tsukumo suddenly appeared before Uchiha Dan. Huh, Hatake Tsukumo. Are you here to strike me down? Uchiha Dan felt despair creeping in. This was Hatake Tsukumo, not that inept Kurinai Yuhi. Strike me? Tsukumo replied, utterly perplexed. Why would I want to kill you? Wasn't it the Hokage who ordered you to do so? Uchiha Dan queried again. What Hokage? I haven't even seen him. Tsukumo's words rekindled hope within Uchiha Dan. Why didn't he report what just happened to the Hokage? Uchiha Dan inquired, bewildered. Why should I care? Tsukumo brushed off the question, moving ahead. I still need to keep an eye on you. Uchiha Dan chuckled, genuinely amused. Suddenly, he understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen held such disdain for Hatake Tsukumo. Unlike other Umbu ninjas who obeyed Hiruzen's commands, Tsukumo, hailing from a samurai lineage, possessed his own convictions. While other Umbu followed Hiruzen's orders, Tsukumo acted solely based on his moral compass. He was loyal, but his loyalty lay with Konoha, not an individual. As long as it benefited Konoha, he would act. If it were detrimental, he would refrain, impervious to the will of others. Hiruzen could hardly tolerate this. Consequently, Tsukumo was eventually reassigned from the Umbu, as Hiruzen could no longer bear to witness his defiance. After walking several more hundred meters, Uchiha Dan suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Finally come to your senses? Uchiha Dan thought incredulously. What sort of person would stand still after such a conversation? It nearly cost him his life at the hands of Tsukumo. Although Tsunade was not a match for Tsukumo at this moment, her presence meant that even if Tsukumo received orders, he would refrain from acting in her sight. In Uchiha Dan's long-standing speculation, he believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely not issue a direct kill order against him to the Umbu. The earlier claim about sensing murderous intent within the Umbu's chakra was merely a ruse to manipulate Tsunade. He was not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. How could he discern good from evil within chakra? Since Konoha's inception, no Hokage had ever commanded Umbu ninjas to act against an innocent civilian without cause. Such actions would undermine the very foundation of the village. Once this precedent was set, Konoha could descend into chaos. Such measures were typically reserved for the Root, which had not yet been established at this time. Root was formed on the eve of the Second Shinobi World War. At that time, to prevent enemy infiltration and to urgently acquire intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiesced to Shimura Danzo's proposal to establish the Root. However, even if Root ninjas were to carry out such tasks, they would not do so openly. They must remain concealed and operate in secrecy. Yet, confronted with death, Uchiha Dan dared not entertain even a flicker of hope. As the footsteps grew closer, an inexplicable impulse compelled Uchiha Dan to sidestep. Tsunade, with arms outstretched, passed directly where he had just stood. Missing her embrace, She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, tears welling in her eyes once more. She had resolved to set aside her dignity to seek Uchiha Dan's forgiveness, even willing to expose her long-hidden feelings. Yet, Uchiha Dan had anticipated her anticipation and sidestepped her approach. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Dan would not have minded granting Tsunade a moment of advantage. But now, their lives hung in the balance. At this critical moment, the more guilty Tsunade felt, the more willing she would be to assist him. Should her guilt diminish and sweetness prevail, her thoughts would inevitably wander, potentially jeopardizing everything. Dan. Your eyes. Tsunade's eyes were already red-rimmed as she reached out to wipe away the blood and tears, examining his eyes. Uchiha Dan, however, stepped back, wiping his face with his sleeve, revealing a complex expression of despair mixed with a smile, and said, Tsunade, return home. There is no need to waste your emotions and tears on a dying man. Dan, I'm sorry. Tsunade earnestly apologized. Apologies were the most futile words at this moment. Uchiha Dan simply shook his head, saying, Does a single apology mean I can avoid death? No. Tsunade quickly shook her head. You can survive. There must be a way. Do not forget, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. If he truly wishes to kill me, you cannot stop him, Uchiha Dan reminded her. There will be a way. Come with me. Tsunade grasped Uchiha Dan's hand tightly, leading him towards the Senju clan's territory. Let go. I want to go home. I wish to see my adoptive parents and brother one last time. Uchiha Dan struggled fiercely to break free. I will not let go. Tsunade was resolute in her intention to take Uchiha Dan to meet Uzumaki Kushina. In her mind, her grandmother was always so wise. She would surely know what to do. Thus, hand in hand, they traversed half of Konoha. Countless onlookers were astonished by the sight. Hadn't they always heard that Lady Tsunade and Dr. Dan were at odds? Do young people and Appos' sentiments shift so swiftly? Grandmother. Upon entering the domain of the Senju clan, Tsunade could hardly contain her excitement as she exclaimed, Sister, you've returned. Just as the playful Shoju was about to greet her, he noticed Tsunade rushing in with Uchiha Dan in tow. He quickly dashed toward the backyard, shouting, Grandma, my sister has brought her boyfriend back. Chapter 14. The Trial of Uzumaki Mito. Grandma, my sister has brought her boyfriend back. The sudden shout from Ju caused Tsunade's face to flush crimson, yet she clung to Uchiha Dan's hand, fearing that if she let go, he would flee. She led him to the backyard, finally releasing her grip only when they stood before Uzumaki Mito, her cheeks still burning with embarrassment. It dawned upon her that she had just traversed half of Konoha while holding his hand, and now, how could she face others? Most troubling was that their relationship had yet to be established. If tomorrow they reverted to their previous acquaintance, rumors would undoubtedly circulate, perhaps even declaring their separation the next day. Isn't he Dan? Uzumaki Mito, tending to her flowers, set down the watering can and smiled at Uchiha Dan. In that moment, she appeared as a benevolent elder, much to Dan's surprise. It was hard to reconcile this gentle demeanor with the fiery temperament she had in her youth, which rivaled that of Kushina. It seemed that ferocity was a tradition among the women of the Uzumaki clan. However, time had the power to transform many things, including one's character. Greetings, Lady Mito. I am Uchiha Dan, he said, bowing respectfully. I often hear Tsunade speak of you. Come, sit down, make yourself at home. Once seated, Ju peeked out from beneath the table, curiously inspecting Uchiha Dan. Indeed, Dan was quite handsome and possessed a unique aura. It could be said that the Uchiha clan harbored no unattractive members. One could merely select any individual, and they would be striking. The clan's genes were remarkably potent, and Dan, even among the Uchiha, was exceptionally appealing, though he seldom paid heed to his appearance. What and Appos? The use of being handsome when you and Appos re on the brink of death. Noticing Ju's curious gaze, Dan returned the scrutiny and forced a somewhat awkward smile. At just 4 years old, Ju was adorably plump and lively. One could say Tsunade and Appos' parents were quite relentless. In the shinobi world, a 13-year age gap between siblings was rare, especially since there were no restrictions on reproduction. Regrettably, Tsunade and Ju's parents had perished 2 years prior on a mission. This tragedy intensified Tsunade's determination to master medical ninjutsu, ultimately cornering Dan into a desperate situation. Tsunade, why the sudden urgency in bringing Dan home? Has something happened? Mito inquired directly. Grandma, I implore you to help Dan. He may not have much time left. You two are among the finest medical ninjas. Do you truly require my assistance? Mito asked, puzzled. It's not that he won't survive for long. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Tsunade recounted how the higher-ups had plotted to eliminate Dan, how he had demonstrated his worth to live, and how she had inadvertently driven him to the edge, prompting the higher-ups to consider his removal. After hearing Tsunade's account, Mito was at a loss for words. What a tangled web we weave. Tsunade, take Ju and step outside. I wish to speak with Dan alone. Mito had not yet decided whether to assist Uchiha Dan. She merely sought to gauge him first. As the host of the Nine Tails, Mito possessed a unique ability to discern an individual's intentions. However, her tumultuous relationship with the Nine Tails, characterized by forced sealing and exploitation, meant that gaining its cooperation would come at a significant cost. Yet, for her granddaughter and Appo's happiness, she felt compelled to act. Once Tsunade and Ju had departed, Mito scrutinized Uchiha Dan anew. It was undeniable that Dan exuded an admirable presence. No wonder he had captivated her granddaughter's heart. Unlike Tobirama Senju, Mito was Hashirama Senju's wife and bore no particular animosity towards the Uchiha clan, thus never restricting Tsunade's feelings for Dan. Dan, do you harbor resentment towards Tobirama? After a prolonged silence, she finally received an answer from the Nine Tails. Ignoring the creature's various jibes, Mito pressed on. I do. Dan responded without hesitation. How could I not? My life has been a nightmare, all because of a glance in a crowd. For 7 years, I have lived in fear, constantly treading on eggshells, tormented by that malicious old hag, Karui. Anyone would find it impossible to remain calm under such circumstances. Sighing, Mito continued, what about Konoha? Do you resent it? I do not, Dan replied, gently shaking his head. He had discerned Mito's method of testing him and thus spoke candidly. His feelings towards Konoha were not steeped in hatred. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, who endured daily torment, Dan had been treated well by his foster parents and had generally been respected within the village. Aside from sporadic threats from higher-ups, his situation was not nearly as dire as he portrayed. He had merely acted in such a manner to ensure Tsunade would take action. The grievances lie with a select few individuals, not the entire village, he concluded. Mito continued to pose numerous questions to Dan, mentioning many names while consistently receiving emotional feedback from the Nine Tails. After an hour of dialogue, Mito addressed Dan. Please wait outside for a moment. I need to converse with Tsunade again. I shall summon her. Dan nodded obediently and stepped outside. Soon, Tsunade appeared in the courtyard. A look of anxiety etched across her face. Grandma, what took you so long to talk? Oh, just sharing a bit of wisdom, Mito replied. Tsunade, are you truly determined to assist Uchiha Dan? Why do you ask, Grandma? Tsunade retorted, somewhat displeased. His current plight stems from my great-uncle ruining his life over a mere smile, and from a teacher who deemed him unworthy of continued observation yet sought to eliminate him. Then there's my own relentless meddling, which has pushed him to the brink. We are the ones at fault. He has only been the victim. What reason do I have not to help him? Mito sighed deeply, contemplating the tangled fate they all shared. I used a special method to sense his heart, and the results were mixed. The good news is that he harbors no malice towards you. The bad news is that he holds no goodwill either. Tsunade appeared crestfallen. I had hoped he would not resent me. He told me today that he wishes to sever all ties, and I thought he hated me. Perhaps the absence of goodwill stems from his profound disappointment in you, Mito suggested. I'm glad you understand, Mito replied. But he does seem to possess goodwill towards me and Ju. I suspect it's due to you. Although he currently wishes to distance himself from you, love extends to those connected to you. Grandma, please don't say such things. Tsunade blushed and interjected. She dared not harbor further hopes and merely wished for this matter to resolve swiftly so she could contemplate repairing her relationship with Uchiha Dan. Seeing her granddaughter flustered brought Mito joy. Her innocent nature truly warmed her heart. However, before long, the Vortex Water Master became somewhat anxious. Chapter 15, The Blessings of Descendants. The path to resolution, though their encounter lasted merely an hour, Uchiha Dan was earnest and forthcoming in response to Uzumaki Mito and Appo's inquiries, subtly fostering a closer bond with her. For an ordinary person, the interaction would have felt comfortable, evoking no further thoughts. However, Uzumaki Mito, with her extensive experience and unparalleled ability to discern character, could not overlook Uchiha Dan's underlying intentions. While she placed her trust in the Nine Tails' judgment of Uchiha Dan's moral inclinations, her own rich experiences led her to believe she grasped his thoughts and nature. Nonetheless, she fretted over her naive granddaughter associating with someone so cunning. Was it a blessing or a curse? Grandmother, what are you thinking? Tsunade grumbled, noticing her grandmother's troubled expression. Nothing. Uzumaki Mito replied with a gentle smile. I merely wish to inform you that Uchiha Dan holds the greatest goodwill towards the family of the Wave Wind, particularly his brother, Wave Wind Minato, whom he adores profoundly. Perhaps you can devise a strategy through this connection. Tsunade and Appo's eyes brighten with the prospect. This might indeed be feasible. If I can win over Wave Wind Minato, it would simplify matters considerably. Yet, what took her by surprise was Uchiha Dan's pronounced animosity towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Tsunade's old acquaintance, Tsubaki Komura. His hostility towards Komura was so intense that it bordered on hatred, suggesting that given the chance, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. I am perplexed as to the origin of such deep-seated hatred, she mused. I have some insights, Tsunade quietly explained, recounting the years of relentless exploitation and scorn inflicted upon Uchiha Dan by Tsubaki Komura. Uzumaki Mito was left speechless, astonished by the transformation of the once gentle Komura who had trailed behind Tobirama Senju. It became evident that one must engage deeply to truly assess an individual's character. Without the assistance of the Nine Tails, she would have hesitated to trust Uchiha Dan so readily. Clearly, Tsubaki Komura had left irrevocable scars upon him. However, Tsunade, it is not impossible to assist Dan. He harbors no resentment towards the village or its inhabitants, Uzumaki Mito remarked. Yet, his stance towards the village's higher-ups raises concerns. The possibility of Uchiha Dan becoming our adversary looms. But can we truly blame him? Tsunade countered, her loyalty to Dan growing evident. After all, it was our grandfather's actions that instigated this. By the way, how strong is his animosity towards our grandfather? To her surprise, Uzumaki Mito revealed that it was not particularly strong. It paled in comparison to his feelings for Komura, even less than his disdain for Danzo and Hiruzen. Uzumaki Mito was genuinely astonished. She had presumed that Uchiha Dan's greatest ire was directed at the architect of his suffering, Senju Tobirama, yet he exhibited little animosity towards him. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Dan, since acquiring Tobirama's talents, his hatred had gradually diminished alongside the benefits they conferred. Criticizing Tobirama had become a mere habit, devoid of genuine loathing. Why is that? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Perhaps it is due to you, Uzumaki Mito teased with a smile. How could he despise me, yet be influenced by my presence? Tsunade retorted, bewildered. Perhaps after prolonged interaction with you, his resentment has waned, Uzumaki Mito explained. Thus, Tsunade, I wish to pose one final question. Do you have the confidence to stabilize Dan's emotions? I was confident before today. Our relationship has been improving. Yet now, I cannot be certain. However, Tsunade added, if I work alongside his brother, I should have a chance. But what if, despite our efforts, Hiruzen and Tsubaki Komura are intent on eliminating him and exacerbating conflicts? What then? Tsunade expressed her concerns. Can you persuade them, grandmother? Uzumaki Mito shook her head in self-deprecation. I am but a retired individual. They may respect me, but their actions increasingly reflect mere aids. Power, indeed, is a double-edged sword. After 7 years, I scarcely recognize them anymore. Regardless, since we are on this topic, summon Dan. Upon Uchiha Dan's return to the courtyard, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade engaged in a protracted discussion. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Dan himself who proposed a solution to their predicament. Tsunade was astounded by Uchiha Dan's ingenuity, while Uzumaki Mito remained composed, well aware of the potential a person could unleash when driven by survival instincts. From the results of her observations, she believed in Uchiha Dan's intrinsic goodness. Yet, the fact that he had survived in such an environment for so many years and had previously devised a plan through Tsunade to find resolution suggested he had contingencies in place. Indeed, Uzumaki Mito discerned that Uchiha Dan was leveraging Tsunade to navigate the situation. However, she was not incensed. Her years of experience indicated that Uchiha Dan had developed genuine feelings for Tsunade. Yet, what did this signify? A distorted form of affection? Ultimately, she resolved to let fate unfold, believing that the blessings of descendants will manifest in due time. The following morning, Uzumaki Mito personally visited the Hokage's office, informing Sarutobi Hiruzen about Uchiha Dan's simultaneous development of 3 unprecedented medical ninjutsu. She mentioned that Uchiha Dan intended to share these techniques with Tsunade as part of their medical exchange. Hearing this delighted her, prompting her visit to Hiruzen to clarify the matter. One of the techniques was nearly complete, the one he had previously utilized in his competition against Tsunade. However, the other two required references from older medical ninjutsu, so she sought permission to request less confidential medical techniques on behalf of Uchiha Dan. She assured Hiruzen that once Tsunade mastered these techniques, she would promptly train a cadre of medical ninjas for the village. Naturally, Hiruzen was thrilled. Tsunade was a legitimate heir of the Hokage lineage, his prized disciple. Should Tsunade acquire those techniques, it would be tantamount to Konoha possessing them as well. Such an opportunity was not one Hiruzen would refuse. He even anticipated the effectiveness of the ninjutsu, temporarily setting aside his intentions to eliminate Uchiha Dan. As long as Uchiha Dan could provide value to Konoha, Hiruzen saw no reason to dismiss him. After all, what turmoil could a powerless medical ninja incite? Furthermore, the village had already caught wind of the burgeoning relationship between Uchiha Dan and Tsunade. If they were to unite, perhaps sparing Uchiha Dan would be prudent. With the absence of Shikaku Nara's meddling and a critical piece of information missing, Hiruzen had no reason to dwell on the matter. Meanwhile, Tsunade received another invitation from Tsubaki Komura to visit the pharmacy department at noon. Chapter 16. The success of the plan and Shimura Danzo's ambition this time. Tsunade had only been in the pharmaceutical department for a mere 5 minutes when she was met with a furious outburst from Shizen. Tsunade, this is extortion. You are being utterly irresponsible. How am I extorting anyone? In what way am I irresponsible? Tsunade retorted defiantly, refusing to back down. I have worked diligently in the pharmaceutical field, and all I seek is a modest compensation for my efforts. Is that too much to ask? A modest compensation? Is that what you call it? Shizen trembled with rage. You demand 40% of the profits. This wealth belongs to the village. How can it possibly end up in your personal coffers? When did I ever say I wanted it for myself? Tsunade shot back, visibly irritated. My intention is to use this money to establish a medical ninjutsu research department dedicated to developing various medical techniques. This would benefit the village immensely. Why is that unacceptable? I say it is unacceptable. Shizen snapped. Tsunade smirked. Oh really, Shizen? Don't forget, without me, none of those medicines would come to fruition. I never imagined you could be so arrogant, Tsunade. Shizen was now seething. The pharmaceutical department would still function perfectly well without you. The necessary medicines would be developed, as usual. Tsunade chuckled coldly. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Humph, we shall see, Tsunade. Shizen commanded her guards. Show her out. You'll come to regret this decision. I eagerly await that day. Tsunade strode out of the pharmaceutical department, feeling a sense of clarity. She had not anticipated that Uchiha Dan could indeed present a solution, and it was not as difficult as she had imagined. A brief display of her domineering nature had effectively coerced Shizen into becoming an ally of Uchiha Dan. In fact, it was true that Shizen now held a greater disdain for Tsunade than for Uchiha Dan. Thus, she could not allow this insatiable individual to succeed. In comparison, Shizen still preferred Uchiha Dan. He had assisted her for 5 years without asking for a single coin. At worst, she would have to treat him with a bit more courtesy in the future. It was a trivial matter. Far better than dealing with someone who demanded money, someone who sought her very life. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shizen were not oblivious to the fact that Uzumaki Naruto and Tsunade were intentionally protecting Uchiha Dan. However, their decisions were driven by self-interest. Just as their desire to eliminate Uchiha Dan stemmed from personal gain, their temporary decision to spare him was also motivated by the same principle. While the two of them reached a temporary compromise, there was one who would not acquiesce. At the Hokage's office, the door was abruptly thrust open, and a figure stormed in, visibly furious. Hiruzen, I demand an explanation. Why have you suddenly changed your mind again? Shimura Danzo questioned, clearly displeased. Danzo, what are you referring to? Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned ignorance, his expression puzzled. Don't play coy with me. Danzo retorted coldly. I have warned you countless times. Keeping Uchiha Dan around is a disaster waiting to happen. You promised me I could take him out. Why have you suddenly rescinded that permission? Previously, you opposed my establishment of the route, and now you are backtracking on decisions that had already been made? What do you take me for? Danzo was genuinely infuriated. Did he truly wish for Uchiha Dan's death? Among the higher-ups, Danzo had always been the most vocal advocate for eliminating Uchiha Dan, even more so than Shizen, but in truth, he was the one who least wanted Uchiha Dan to perish. What he truly desired was to possess Uchiha Dan. This was precisely why he sought every means to compel Sarutobi Hiruzen into taking action himself, for only then could he orchestrate Uchiha Dan's disappearance without anyone being the wiser. In reality, what he sought was to make Uchiha Dan his pawn. As an ambitious individual, Danzo had long coveted the position of Hokage. However, as an advisor to the Hokage, his power was tightly constrained by Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving him with scant options. In desperation, he was compelled to pursue alternative avenues, aiming to establish the root while simultaneously building his own faction in secret. If he were to choose anyone in Konoha to serve his interests, it would undoubtedly be the Uchiha clan. Having personally witnessed the prowess of figures like Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi, Danzo had long been envious of their power. He yearned to recruit a genius from the Uchiha clan and cultivate them into his right hand. He even fantasized about a day where, through this genius, he could wield control over the Uchiha clan by utilizing forbidden techniques and methods of manipulation that he had yet to be authorized to develop within the root. However, the Uchiha clan was notoriously proud and had never shown Danzo any respect. The infuriating Uchiha Itachi was one example, and others were no better. Yet, Uchiha Dan, this outcast from the Uchiha clan, was precisely the talent he had been seeking. After much deliberation, Danzo firmly believed that his mentor had issued the order to monitor Uchiha Dan until his dying breath, forbidding him from training. And this must have been due to Dan's exceptional talent, which reminded him of Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, why would such measures be necessary? Moreover, if such a person were to vanish, no one would pay any mind. This was not merely his intention. It aligned perfectly with the desires of Orochimaru, who had already demonstrated exceptional research capabilities and was secretly collaborating with him. Originally, Danzo had intended to wait until the root was established before taking action against Uchiha Dan. After all, he had no suitable place to confine him. Such matters were confidential and could not be divulged to anyone else. However, recent words from Orochimaru prompted a shift in his perspective. He now wished to expedite this goal. Once he brainwashed Uchiha Dan, this individual would become his Uchiha Itachi. No, according to Orochimaru, his capabilities would far exceed those of Itachi. Danzo had been feeling quite pleased with himself, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen had just agreed a day prior to allow him to act soon. Yet, unexpectedly, a wrench was thrown into his plans. Uzumaki Naruto and Tsunade suddenly intervened to protect Uchiha Dan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shizun, these two inept individuals, also reversed their stance. Especially Shizun, who had been adamant just a day prior that Uchiha Dan must die, now proclaimed that he could not be harmed, prompting Danzo to label her as a hindrance. Hiruzen, I am speaking to you. Is it so difficult to respond? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen remain silent, Danzo's anger escalated, and he questioned again. Danzo, you must understand. Everything I do is for the village. My change of heart is a result of careful consideration of the pros and cons previously. Our intention to eliminate Uchiha Dan stemmed from the belief that keeping him would not serve the village's interests. However, now, his continued existence is more beneficial for the village, nothing more. You claim it is for the village? Am I not as well? Danzo could not tolerate Hiruzen's self-righteousness, scoffing derisively. Danzo, I hope you understand that some decisions are final. After all, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression had darkened. Danzo was taken aback, a surge of unquenchable fury igniting within him. Again with this? Is it merely because you are more adept at flattering others? My teacher clearly valued me more. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cannot compare. Yet, all he could do was seethe impotently. Hiruzen, you will regret this. With that, Danzo could no longer restrain his inner rage and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Very well, if you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. I shall act on my own terms. Having long since understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, Danzo knew that if he took action first and presented it as a fait accompli, Hiruzen would only reprimand him. And the most severe consequence would merely be a period of confinement for reflection. In comparison to the gains, this degree of punishment is utterly insignificant. Wasn't the design that led to the demise of Uchiha Kagami precisely along these lines? As long as I refuse to acknowledge it with my death, and you possess no evidence, what can you possibly do to me? Chapter 17. Is there still old 6? Unbeknownst to the people of Konoha, it was not only Shimura Danzo who was keeping an eye on Uchiha Obito, but another individual as well. In a hidden corner of the shinobi world, within a vast underground cavern, a dark figure was reporting to an elderly man. Lord Madara, this is the situation. Vortex Mito and Tsunade seem to have gone mad, insisting on protecting Uchiha Obito. The shadowy figure concluded his report and fell silent, awaiting the judgment of the imposing figure before him, Madara Uchiha. Madara, now with flowing white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, appeared frail, a stark contrast to his former arrogance and overwhelming presence. He sat on a stone chair, eyes closed in contemplation, with numerous black tubes protruding from his back, connecting him to a horrifying, monstrous statue behind him. A careful observer would discern that vibrant chakra flowed through the tubes into Madara's body, sustaining his life signs. Noticing Madara's silence, the dark figure, Kaguya, grew impatient and asked, "Lord Madara, what should we do next?" A faint smile graced Madara's lips as he slowly opened his peculiar eyes. They radiated a pale purple hue, with strange patterns faintly visible, indicating the incomplete evolution of his Rinnegan. Yet, it bore the semblance of the Rinnegan, suggesting that it would soon transform entirely. "Are you saying that Uchiha Obito is romantically involved with Hashirama's granddaughter?" "Indeed, Lord Madara." Kaguya nodded affirmatively. "Based on my observations, that appears to be the case." Kaguya, lacking an understanding of human affection, could nonetheless deduce the nature of their relationship from their constant closeness. "Hehe, don't you see this as a positive development?" Madara queried. "A positive development?" Kaguya responded, puzzled. "If this continues, Obito may never leave Konoha. What of our plan?" Kaguya referred to the Moon Eye plan, originally intended for Madara himself. Under Kaguya's guidance, Madara had successfully fallen into the trap, transplanting Hashirama's cells, and was on the verge of acquiring the Rinnegan. However, neither had anticipated the lengthy duration required for the eternal Meijiki Sharingan to evolve into the Rinnegan, leaving Madara aged and reliant on the Outer Path statue for sustenance, making it challenging to gather tailed beasts and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Consequently, they devised an alternative strategy to find a young Uchiha, manipulate him into a twisted mindset, and ensure his unwavering allegiance to Madara and the Moon Eye plan. Once they identified such an individual and successfully brainwashed him, Madara would detach himself from the tubes. Embracing death, the Chosen One would then act in Madara's name, safeguarding the Rinnegan, and, when the time was ripe, commence the collection of tailed beasts and ultimately undergo the Rinnegan implantation, using the Rinnegan and Appo's innate techniques to resurrect Madara, becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and fulfilling the Moon Eye plan. Over the years, Madara had searched for a suitable candidate, yet found the Uchiha clan to be disappointingly inadequate. The only one he deemed promising was the exiled Uchiha Obito. Although flawed and somewhat inscrutable, he had no better options and resolved to take a chance. "As long as Tsunade is alive, he is unlikely to leave," Madara stated calmly. "But what if Tsunade dies?" "Dies?" Kaguya suddenly comprehended. If Tsunade were to perish, Obito would undoubtedly be devastated. Without her protection, a conflict with Konoha's higher-ups would be inevitable, and that would present us with an opportunity. Madara chuckled softly, but remained silent. His thoughts more intricate than Kaguya imagined. While Obito was indeed imperfect, if his brother and beloved were to die before him, despair would surely lead him to darkness, forcing reality to mold him into the ideal candidate. "What is the status in Kirigakure?" Madara abruptly inquired. "All is well. The third Mizukage remains under control, and Kirigakure is firmly within our grasp," Kaguya reported. "Lord Madara, do you intend to instigate a war between Kirigakure and Konoha?" Madara shook his head. Since the death of the Ghost Lantern, Kirigakure has declined and could never match Konoha. If war were to break out, the outcome would be one-sided. Currently, I cannot afford to expose myself to the world, and you alone cannot accomplish much, so we must plan meticulously. "Understood," Kaguya responded, excitement coursing through him. He cared little for war or the lives of others. His sole concern was the successful execution of the Moon Eye plan. In Konoha, Tsunade had returned to the hospital after a heated argument with teacher Kokushin, her spirits slightly lifted. Obito was present, yet his enthusiasm was notably lacking, devoid of the relief one might expect after a near escape. "Obito, are you all right?" Tsunade inquired cautiously, genuinely fearing that he might truly sever ties with her. The thought of having nearly caused his demise sent chills down her spine. How could she have been so foolish as to hand a weapon to teacher Kokushin, allowing someone she despised to harm someone she cared for? What does it matter? Obito sighed. "I merely dodged one calamity, just like 5 years ago. But while I escaped the first trial, can I evade the second? It's only a matter of time. I will find a way," Tsunade declared resolutely. "What way could there possibly be?" Obito self-deprecatingly chuckled, as if hope for life had drained from him. Tsunade exited the office, ensuring the coast was clear before locking the door and approaching Obito. "What are you doing?" Obito instinctively recoiled, feigning fear. "You." Tsunade, irritated, withdrew a scroll from her pocket and flung it at Obito before returning to her seat. "What is this?" Obito asked, curiosity piqued as he unrolled the scroll, his breath quickening upon recognizing the contents. The superhuman strength technique. It was a skill Tsunade had wielded to dominate the shinobi world, a rarity among opponents. "Tsunade, thank you. But I don't need it," Obito said, rising to return the scroll to her. Tsunade also stood, blocking his attempt to hand it back, and insisted, "Obito, it was I who nearly harmed you, so you must accept it, no matter what." As both stood, leaning toward each other, their distance shrank to mere inches. Tsunade's cheeks flushed as her gaze inadvertently met Obito's lips, stirring an unexpected urge within her. Startled by her own thoughts, she blushed profusely and sat back down, unable to lift her head in embarrassment. How utterly humiliating. Chapter 18I, Uchiha Duan, Never Tell Lies. Entering the wet-bone forest, "Tsunade, you misunderstand." Uchiha Duan shook his head, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot train. As you know, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can replicate others' ninjutsu. I have mastered quite a bit, yet I fear to practice and dare not use it. Thus, these abilities are of no use to me. Since I have provided you with the mighty strength technique, I have a way to help you train," Tsunade declared, retrieving another scroll and handing it to Uchiha Duan. "This is a contract scroll?" Uchiha Duan nearly wept internally, not out of gratitude, but because Tsunade had finally come to her senses. Guilt is indeed a powerful motivator. Uchiha Duan did not wish to manipulate Tsunade into feeling guilty. He bore no ill will towards her. However, for the sake of survival, he had no other choice. Among the influential figures in the village, Tsunade was the only one he could approach and utilize. With everything falling into place, Uchiha Duan was poised for a complete rise to power. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Tsunade, you truly do not need to go to such lengths for me. This is the village's debt to you." Tsunade shook her head, pained, and replied seriously, "My great-grandfather, my teacher, and I all owe you a great deal." Placing the two scrolls side by side, Uchiha Duan suddenly expressed, "Tsunade, I find myself somewhat frightened." "What are you afraid of?" "This is a good thing," Tsunade replied. "I fear that without power, I cannot survive, and I also fear that if I gain power, I might do something terrible." Upon hearing Uchiha Duan's heartfelt confession, Tsunade's last remnants of worry vanished. Although she had resolutely decided to assist him, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Yet now, with Uchiha Duan's sincerity shining through, how could she still harbor doubts? As long as they continued to communicate openly, everything would surely progress in a positive direction. "Duan, you truly need not fear. I will always be by your side," Tsunade promised. "And I will refrain from making foolish decisions. I will consult with you more often in the future." Uchiha Duan nodded heavily, yet his heart soared with joy. Indeed, sincerity is a formidable weapon. I, Uchiha Duan, pride myself on never telling lies, except for that one. Seeing Uchiha Duan no longer resist, Tsunade swiftly pulled him to the scroll, using her chakra scalpel to slice his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the scroll to seal the blood contract. "Duan, follow my hand seals." Tsunade began to form the seals slowly, and Uchiha Duan mimicked her. Once the summoning technique was completed, Uchiha Duan placed his hand on the ground, and with a loud thump, a thumb-sized slug appeared. "Is it a success?" Tsunade exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the summoned small slug. She had initially thought it would be difficult for Uchiha Duan, lacking a foundation, to learn the summoning technique, yet he succeeded on the first attempt. Though currently limited by chakra, only a tiny slug could be summoned. With mastery and increased chakra, Uchiha Duan would eventually master the technique entirely. As for the mighty strength technique, it was a ninjutsu concept proposed by my great-grandfather, based on the innate strength of the Senju clan. Once developed, it would not only empower members of the Senju clan, but could also be learned by others. However, he passed away before he could delve deeper into it, and I ultimately perfected this ninjutsu. Tsunade opened the scroll for the mighty strength technique and began explaining the key points to Uchiha Duan. Before long, a knock at the office door indicated they would soon be busy. Nevertheless, they had agreed to meet in the wet-bone forest that night. Tsunade would arrive first, and then summon the slug sage to bring Uchiha Duan over using reverse summoning technique. With this arrangement, Uchiha Duan felt invigorated throughout the afternoon. It was not merely because they would be alone together, but because he could finally begin training the Flying Thunder God technique. Once that was achieved, all threats would cease to exist for him. This was, after all, the Flying Thunder God. Even a mere genin, upon mastering this technique, could rival elite J-nin. And even a Kaga-level shinobi might fall prey to its power. Some ninjutsu simply defied logic. Around 10 o'clock at night, after telling Minato a story to lull him to sleep, Uchiha Duan lay on the adjacent bed, awaiting the summons of fate Tsunade. He focused intently, anticipating the moment he would be called, ready to experience the spatial fluctuations produced while traversing through time-space ninjutsu. This was, of course, a preparation for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Before long, Uchiha Duan felt a sudden awareness, and then he vanished from the bed in his room. Having maintained the keenest perception, he sensed a strong spatial disturbance from the recent summoning. That brief moment yielded considerable insight. However, upon feeling the numerous soft, sticky sensations surrounding him, Uchiha Duan's skin crawled, and goosebumps erupted across his body. Indeed, humans possess an instinctive aversion to such tactile sensations. Rising, Uchiha Duan looked around. As if standing beneath a verdant dome, where towering trees blocked out the sun, their intertwined branches and leaves forming a dense canopy. The intricate network of branches and clustered leaves obscured the sky, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through. Countless small slugs scattered throughout the dense forest curiously gazed at Uchiha Duan. Amidst the weighty humidity enveloping his body and the faint stinging on his skin, accompanied by a burning sensation in his lungs with each breath, Uchiha Duan felt a profound discomfort. Is this the wet-bone forest? He did not expect the air to be thick with corrosive gas. No wonder it was called the wet-bone forest in such an environment. Ordinary creatures would soon become nothing more than damp bones, and given enough time, even the bones would dissolve. Duan, over here. Tsunade waved to Uchiha Duan from not far away. He hurried over, following her in a certain direction. Tsunade, is the entire wet-bone forest like this? Uchiha Duan asked, frowning. Though he was the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, his body was not endowed with the innate regenerative capabilities that Tsunade possessed. Nor did he have the Ein seal for instantaneous healing. In such an environment, he could endure for a short while, but over time, he would not be able to withstand it. Not exactly. Tsunade shook her head, explaining, in theory, the reverse summoning technique should allow you to appear directly beside the slug sage. However, the slug sage's body is immense, and he has divided himself into countless smaller slugs, which sometimes leads to inaccuracies when he performs the reverse summoning technique. Is that because there are so many of his smaller forms around? Uchiha Duan questioned, somewhat speechless. Tsunade nodded, equally exasperated. In that moment, both of them recognized the unreliability of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. Yet, considering this was the territory of the slug sage, even if he had a good temperament and would not take offense or become angry, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. For basic politeness must still be observed. Chapter 19. The journey of training begins. Uchiha Duan versus Tsunade 5 minutes later. The swift Uchiha Duan and Tsunade arrived at the foot of a mountain and began their ascent towards the summit. Before long, they beheld the immense form of the Toad Sage. Is this the Toad Sage? Uchiha Duan inquired, gazing at the colossal body that sprawled at a height of 500 meters. No, that is merely a portion of the Toad Sage. Tsunade clarified, explaining that the main consciousness of the Toad Sage resides within this fragment. The complete form of the Toad Sage has never been witnessed by anyone. As Uchiha Duan marveled, he cast a peculiar glance at Tsunade. Who was it that claimed they could summon 1/10 of the Toad Sage during a battle? You have yet to summon even 1/10 of this small part. Haven to you? Uchiha Duan found it strange. The Toad Sage is a sage, an entity on par with the White Snake Sage and Gamabunta. How could the likes of Manda and Gamakichi be compared to it? Even 1/10 of the Toad Sage should easily overpower Manda and Gamakichi, yet there was no remarkable display of power, which was truly unworthy of the sage's name. Realizing it was merely a small fragment of a fragment made everything clearer. Fortunately, Uchiha Duan knew the Toad Sage was gentle, otherwise, he might have been intimidated by such a mountain-like presence. After a considerable climb, Uchiha Duan finally breathed a sigh of relief, for the further they ascended, the thinner the corrosive gas became. By the time they reached the summit, the air was no different from that of the outside world. Greetings, Uchiha Duan. The Toad Sage spoke first, his voice soft and comforting. Do you wish to learn sage arts? Hello, Toad Sage. May I learn? Upon hearing the Toad Sage's inquiry, Uchiha Duan suddenly felt invigorated. Without uttering another word, the Toad Sage swallowed Uchiha Duan whole. Uchiha Duan remained unfazed. Once inside the Toad Sage, It felt as though he had entered another realm. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of natural energy enveloped his body, washing over him like a torrent. Closing his eyes to fully absorb the experience, Uchiha Duan was astonished to discover how perfectly these natural energies resonated with him. In an instinctive moment, he summoned a sliver of natural energy into his being. As his physical energy, spiritual energy, and this sliver of natural energy harmonized, a hint of sage chakra began to form within him. Though it was but a minuscule amount, the process felt utterly organic. This was a testament to Uchiha Duan's innate talent, independent of Senju Hashirama's influence. Elated, Uchiha Duan realized he possessed such an extraordinary gift. After expelling Uchiha Duan, the Toad Sage nodded in satisfaction, stating, "I can sense that your talent for sage arts is exceptional, making you well-suited to learn the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest." "You rascal!" Tsunade felt a pang of frustration upon hearing the Toad Sage's words. It was a deep-seated discontent, for she possessed no aptitude for sage arts, a lingering regret throughout her life. Initially, she had been undisturbed, knowing that the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest were the most challenging to master, with only Senju Hashirama being capable of learning them. Yet now, Uchiha Duan could also learn. Why did he deserve such an ability? However, her complaints were only fleeting, for she felt a surge of happiness. After all, it was she who had suggested that Uchiha Duan learn sage arts from the Toad Sage, and thus, she could not truly harbor jealousy. Tsunade was entirely focused on ensuring Uchiha Duan gained enough strength for self-preservation, liberating him from the specter of death. Mastering sage arts meant he would truly possess the means to protect himself, and soon, he could openly reside in Konoha. Tsunade's experiences with Senju Hashirama had taught her that when one possesses sufficient power, they cannot be bound by rules. Such individuals often create the rules for others to follow. When Uchiha Duan reached the point of establishing his own rules, who in Konoha would dare to provoke him? Thus, after 7 years of oppression, Uchiha Duan finally commenced his journey of training, with Tsunade eagerly volunteering to be his mentor. For the following month, Uchiha Duan was summoned nightly to the Wetbone Forest. The method by which he and Tsunade accessed the Wetbone Forest involved Tsunade summoning a small toad, which would then inform the Toad Sage to reverse summon them both. Their return method mirrored that used by Naruto during his battle against Pain, where a shadow clone was left behind to summon the original self back home through a summoning scroll. During this month, Uchiha Duan absorbed Tsunade and Appo's teachings on various ninjutsu principles and combat experiences while simultaneously studying her monstrous strength techniques. He diligently experimented with and familiarized himself with the ninjutsu he had mastered, while also training in the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest, making for a richly fulfilling time. On a peak of the Wetbone Forest, Uchiha Duan swiftly retreated, evading Tsunade's attacks, his hands moving with blinding speed. Si Wei, Shun Hai Wuyin. The 6 paths of hand seals were completed in an instant, almost imperceptible in their execution. With a deep breath, Uchiha Duan's chest expanded as if he were drawing in all the surrounding air. During this process, the chakra within Uchiha Duan surged wildly, countless fire elements rapidly coalescing in his throat. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, swiftly forming a colossal fireball that hurtled towards Tsunade. As the fireball soared, the air warped from the intense heat, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Fire release, great fireball technique. As Uchiha Duan unleashed his technique, Tsunade, ever perceptive, stomped her right foot onto the ground with tremendous force. The ground trembled, and a multitude of rocks were sent soaring into the air. As the fireball approached, Tsunade's right foot, enveloped in blue chakra, struck the largest floating rock with ferocious might. Contrary to expectations, the rock did not shatter, but rather shot towards the fireball propelled by the explosive force. Harnessing the momentum of her kick, Tsunade descended rapidly. Yet, upon touching the ground, she lightly tapped it with her chakra-infused toes, propelling herself upward like a cannonball, trailing closely behind the rock. Remarkably, throughout this maneuver, the ground remained completely undamaged. A testament to her mastery. Monstrous strength technique, ultra-precise mode. This was a technique Tsunade had painstakingly developed over the years, inspired by Uchiha Duan. Under the guidance of her grandfather and great-uncle, it represented an advanced version of the monstrous strength technique, allowing her to exercise precise control over her immense power. In contrast to her previous actions, which caused widespread destruction, Tsunade, upon entering the ultra-precise mode, could fight with her energy nearly contained, exhibiting a mastery of control. With an extraordinary concentration of power, her speed in this mode was nothing short of terrifying, akin to a Pro Max Ultra version of body flicker technique. In ultra-precise mode, Tsunade embodied the pinnacle of rapid movement, explosive power, destructive capability, and exceptional recovery. The intricacies of flashy ninjutsu became irrelevant to her. All of this transpired within the blink of an eye. In the scene, the massive rock forged a path through flames, with Tsunade closely following, narrowly escaping the searing heat. Chapter 20. The inverted gift of destiny and the prejudice of the second grandfather as the rock, propelled by the fiery sphere, came hurtling towards him. Uchiha Duan hastily retreated. While still airborne, he swiftly concentrated chakra into his right fist and unleashed a powerful strike. The moment his fist made contact with the hard rock, it shattered into pieces, and he utilized the recoil to propel himself backward. Almost simultaneously, Tsunade, who had been following closely behind, dashed in front of him and executed a devastating kick, striking him squarely in the chest before he could even brace himself. Boom! Uchiha Duan's form instantly dissolved into a plume of smoke. Shadow clone technique. Meanwhile, a water column, as thick as a wrist, surged towards Tsunade from 10 meters to her side. Seemingly forewarned, she firmly anchored her chakra to the ground with her toes upon landing. Utilizing the immense suction, she swiftly lowered her body, narrowly evading the water column. Just as she dodged the water column, Tsunade leaped to the side, deftly avoiding a second sword-like water jet descending upon her. The hard earth beneath them split apart upon contact with the water column, which continued its relentless pursuit, sweeping horizontally towards Tsunade. Water release, water shark bomb technique. This technique, developed by Tobirama, expelled a high-pressure straight water column that cut through its target with the precision of a sharp blade. Nevertheless, Tsunade evaded the attack once more, diving low to evade the water column, and charged towards Uchiha Duan again. At this moment, the water column ceased its onslaught. Now, let us see how you escape. With a swift utterance, Tsunade materialized directly above Uchiha Duan, delivering a crushing downward kick. Having trained together for an extended period, Tsunade was well acquainted with Uchiha Duan's abilities. Certain lower-tier jutsu could be executed through his shadow clones, such as fire release, great fireball technique. However, for higher-level techniques like water release, water wave slash, Uchiha Duan had to first retract his shadow clone and then perform the technique with his main body. Not everyone possessed the boundless chakra of Naruto Uzumaki, who could freely employ high-consumption techniques like wind release, Raisin Shuriken without restraint. Nor was everyone like Obito Uchiha, capable of manifesting the complete body of Susanoo even through shadow clones. Though Uchiha Duan and Appo's talent was remarkable, his current chakra reserves were merely at a standard shadow level, insufficient for extravagance akin to a Jinchuriki. In a moment of panic, with no time to cast another jutsu, Uchiha Duan could only gather chakra throughout his body and lift his left arm in defense. Boom! As their immense forces collided, the ground beneath Uchiha Duan's feet cracked and splintered outward for dozens of meters. In the wake of the violent clash, Uchiha Duan spun in the air, mitigating the impact with his momentum, and then countered with a kick aimed at the freshly landed Tsunade. However, Tsunade had anticipated this move. She thrust a fist forward, colliding firmly with his descending foot. The impact unleashed a ferocious wave of air, sending shards of the already fractured earth flying and lowering the ground level. Uchiha Duan initially aimed to create distance between them with the rebound, but just as he moved, Tsunade materialized before him, launching a flurry of relentless attacks. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu, their forms shifting in a chaotic dance of pursuit and counter. Despite Uchiha Duan's mastery of the brute force technique being less than 10 days old and his lack of experience in combat, he found himself at a disadvantage in a physical confrontation against Tsunade. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Duan lay on the ground, panting heavily, having once again concluded their practice as the defeated. Before his journey to this world, he had somewhat underestimated Tsunade's strength. After all, not every taijutsu ninja was like Might Guy, who would recklessly unleash the 8 gates at the slightest provocation. However, after facing Tsunade in battle, Uchiha Duan realized the folly of his previous assumptions. It was due to his presence that Tsunade had never slackened in her training over the years. Once regarded as the laziest of the legendary Sannin, she had transformed into the most diligent among them. She had even forsaken gambling, dedicating all her time to training and the study of medical ninjutsu. This relentless pursuit of improvement had propelled Tsunade, already blessed with extraordinary talent, to surpass both Orochimaru and Jiraiya during this period, reaching a level of power firmly within the shadow ranks. The most crucial aspect was that Tsunade continued to progress, her potential astonishingly high, truly a gift from the heavens. In her original trajectory, Tsunade had squandered over 20 years, yet still exhibited formidable strength during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Now, having never faltered, it was unimaginable to consider how far she might ascend in the future. While Uchiha Duan was astonished by Tsunade's prowess, it was Tsunade who was genuinely shocked. Uchiha Duan and Appo's rapid advancement left her speechless. She could only label him a complete anomaly. A month ago, he had been a novice, utterly ignorant of ninjutsu and combat. Yet now, he could trade blows with her even when she was exerting her full strength. This was achieved without the utilization of sage techniques or the Sharingan. If Uchiha Duan were to employ sage techniques, Tsunade would no longer stand a chance. If this trend continued for another month, he might easily overshadow her in their regular encounters. It was not that Uchiha Duan's talent surpassed Tsunade's by such a margin. Over the past 7 years, while he had not trained physically, his mind had never ceased contemplating ninjutsu and combat, simulating countless battles in his imagination. However, the former Uchiha Duan had been a mere theorist, never having executed any technique or engaged in real combat. Thus, despite possessing astonishing talent, he still required time to adapt to practical application. Fortunately, with Tsunade as a patient and meticulous training partner, he managed to integrate all his conceptualizations into combat within just a month. Ultimately, Uchiha Duan had trained for merely 1 month. To be able to contend with Tsunade, who had achieved shadow-level strength and was fully committed to the fight, for 20 minutes without employing sage techniques or the Sharingan was nothing short of a miraculous feat. Uchiha Duan's astounding rate of progress illuminated for Tsunade the reason behind her grandfather's wariness towards him. Was it because he recognized Uchiha Duan's unparalleled talent and sought to extinguish it in its infancy? As for the rationale, simply because he was an Uchiha. This realization unraveled the mystery. However, Tsunade felt even more incensed. Just because he was an Uchiha, did that mean he could not fulfill his potential? Must he be condemned to a life of suppression? Ultimately, it was her grandfather's deep-seated prejudice that was at play. Were Uchiha ninjas not also ninjas of Konoha? Drawing upon her understanding of Senju Tobirama, Tsunade held reason to believe that had Uchiha Duan not belonged to the Uchiha clan, her grandfather would have wholeheartedly nurtured him, cultivating a formidable asset for Konoha. It is indeed rather amusing that such a degree of effort is warranted solely because of the name Uchiha. Chapter 21. The Basics of the Flying Thunder God Technique. Kakashi's Minato Namikazes if the village had properly nurtured Uchiha Duan, providing him with effective training from a young age. How formidable would he be now? Tsunade could hardly fathom it. Even if he couldn't and Appo's reached the level of her great-uncle, he could easily attain that of her second uncle. Couldn't he? Yet, simply because he bore the Uchiha name, he had squandered so many years. As time progressed, Uchiha Duan's mastery of the strange strength technique would inevitably become more refined. Acquiring the strange strength, super precision mode would merely be a matter of time. And augmenting his combat experience was also an eventuality. Once Uchiha Duan entered Sage mode and activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, combined with the Flying Thunder God technique he would soon master, the strength he would wield in the future was almost too terrifying to contemplate. This outcome was nearly predictable. Indeed, alongside his training, Uchiha Duan had undertaken another endeavor, the study of the Flying Thunder God technique. Each time he was summoned back and forth through reverse summoning, he would concentrate all his senses, wholly immersing himself in the nuances of spatial fluctuations. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with spatial nodes and channels, he substantiated his earlier hypotheses about the technique. Thus, under Tsunade and Appo's watchful gaze, Uchiha Duan successfully initiated his journey into the Flying Thunder God technique. It would not be long before he could wield it with proficiency. Contemplating this, Tsunade couldn't help but lament. She should not have taught Uchiha Duan the strange strength technique initially. Had she not done so, she could have restrained him for a longer period. However, she had not anticipated that what took her 2 years to develop would be mastered by Uchiha Duan in less than a month. Uchiha Duan felt no need to explain. In truth, he had been studying the strange strength technique for years, and to claim he had already mastered it would not be an exaggeration. He merely required practice. After all, mastering such a technique in a month was something even Senju Tobirama could not achieve, and neither could Uchiha Duan. Fortunately, Tsunade maintained a clear understanding of her role as a medical ninja, so if she could not defeat him, so be it. Once Uchiha Duan had rested sufficiently, Tsunade reached out and helped him to his feet. "Duan, are you alright?" she inquired, her concern palpable as she assessed him. Uchiha Duan chuckled. "Why do you ask that every time? What could possibly be wrong with me? I just feel that if we continue to practice with such intensity, what if one day something goes awry? But if we don't give our all, how can we improve?" Uchiha Duan countered gently. "And have you forgotten our identities? We are the foremost medical ninjas in the ninja world. As long as we don't kill each other, we can fight to our heart's content without worry. Alright then." Sensing Uchiha Duan and Appo's recent subtle detachment, Tsunade opened her mouth to say more, but ultimately held her tongue. After concluding their training for the day, the two departed the wet bone forest as usual. The following day, Uchiha Duan yawned as he entered the office, his gaze falling upon the empty desk across from him, prompting a swirl of emotions within. Having spent every day in Tsunade's company, constantly feeling her intense gaze, he had thought that a brief separation would bring him some relief. Yet, he found the opposite to be true. Facing Tsunade's unexpected day off left him feeling a sense of loss. "Am I such a fool?" he scolded himself inwardly, forcing his focus onto his work. Having learned from past experiences, Tsunade no longer dared to make unilateral decisions regarding Uchiha Duan. She consulted him on all matters, alleviating any concerns he had about her inadvertently complicating his situation. What he remained unaware of, however, was that Tsunade's day off was not due to any obligation, but rather a deliberate choice to visit home. Her target was none other than Minato Namikazes. Recently, Tsunade had been feeling quite vexed, despite her close proximity to Uchiha Duan. Their relationship had not progressed further. Thus, she decided to approach Minato, hoping to find a turning point. In a desolate training ground, Tsunade observed Minato, who lay on the ground, panting heavily, mirroring Uchiha Duan's exhaustion. Tsunade had initially intended to take advantage of Minato's day off to engage him in some leisure activities. She had even researched popular local attractions for children and their preferred snacks, preparing thoroughly for the outing. To her surprise, Minato expressed no desire to go anywhere. Instead, he looked at Tsunade with eager eyes and asked if she would spar with him. After a brief moment, Minato sat up slowly, a satisfied expression gracing his face. "Sister Tsunade, you have no idea how pent up I felt. For so long, I've been monitored and unable to fully display my strength. The Ninja Academy's peers are too weak, offering no opportunity for a true battle. Plus, my brother forbade me from revealing my abilities. You can't imagine how long I've awaited a chance to fight at full throttle." It was exhilarating. What more could Tsunade say? Her objective today was simply to lift Minato's spirits by any means necessary. Yet, she still inquired, "Minato, how is it that your strength is so formidable? You've reached the level of a nin at such a young age. If it's merely talent, that would suffice. But how do you possess such a variety of jutsu? It's evident that you've received extensive training from renowned masters, which seems quite unreasonable." Minato scratched his head sheepishly, remaining silent. "Is it due to Duan?" Tsunade ventured tentatively. Upon hearing her question, Minato paused momentarily, recalling his brother's words that Tsunade could be trusted, before nodding earnestly. "Though my brother cannot train, his understanding of ninjutsu is unparalleled. He has been guiding my training since I was 2 years old. His understanding of ninjutsu is unparalleled." Tsunade's fist clenched involuntarily at Minato's words. This young man, who appeared utterly clueless before her, had been feigning ignorance all along, as Uchiha Duan had momentarily eluded danger. Tsunade had gradually regained her composure over the past month and began to detect a hint of something amiss. During this time, countless questions had surfaced in her mind, and she found herself reconsidering many of Uchiha Duan's past statements. To put it plainly, Tsunade had begun to realize that Uchiha Duan had seemingly been utilizing her all along, often concealing information and subtly guiding her thoughts. Yet, she had been reluctant to confront this possibility. However, certain matters lodged within her heart had become a persistent thorn. Thus, her true purpose in seeking out Minato was to discern whether she could glean information from him to validate her suspicions. "And your physique?" Tsunade pressed on, suppressing her emotions. "I've met your parents, and they are quite ordinary. How is it that you possess such a robust constitution, akin to a small beast?" Minato chuckled and replied, "Since I was 2 years old, my brother has been administering medicinal baths using various precious herbs and has taught me the chakra body refinement technique." "What is the chakra body refinement technique?" Tsunade's heart raced as she inquired urgently. Minato hesitated for a moment before finally explaining. It's a body refinement ninjutsu of his own creation that guides chakra to stimulate and enhance the body's cells. Didn't my brother mention it to you? At last, Tsunade comprehended everything. With a powerful fist, she shattered a nearby tree and exclaimed furiously, "This fellow claims to possess innate divine strength. It turns out he has been deceiving me. I shall not let him escape unscathed." Chapter 22. Trouble awaits. Tsunade, do you wish to become Hokage? Tsunade's sudden fury startled Minato Namikazes. However, she had no time to spare for him at that moment. A powerful sense of being toyed with surged within her, igniting her rage. The thought of the countless efforts she had expended for Uchiha Dan, bearing the weight of immense guilt, only to discover that it had all been an elaborate act, was unbearable. Her mind was a tempest, spiraling out of control as if Pandora's box had been flung open. This person had been deceiving her all along, tricking her on numerous occasions. Why was he deceiving her? To survive? Tsunade found herself empathizing with Uchiha Dan's struggles over the past 7 years. Even if she belatedly grasped the truth, she could not blame him for his relentless scheming to stay alive, even involving her in his plans to extricate himself from peril. Yet, the crux of her distress did not lie there. She understood certain things clearly. What truly troubled her was the increasing care, acceptance, and shifts in attitude that Uchiha Dan had shown her, along with the moments that quickened her heart. Were they genuine? If all of this were true, and he had indeed overcome danger, why continue to deceive her? If it were all a fabrication, just the fleeting thought sent her mind spiraling into chaos, leaving her unsteady on her feet. Is it all false? Were all of Uchiha Dan's feelings for her merely illusions? Was everything just a ruse for manipulation? Moreover, had she not paid a visit to Minato today and extracted some information from him, she would still be blissfully ignorant of many truths. Some matters had been like a thin veil, and though Tsunade had long suspected them, she had been deceiving herself, seeking solace in her own delusions. But now that the veil had been torn, she could no longer even deceive herself. Her thoughts were in complete disarray. "Tsunade, are you all right?" Minato cautiously inquired. His own mind was in turmoil, suddenly realizing he might have misspoken or inadvertently revealed something his brother had been intent on keeping from Tsunade, leading her to draw unfortunate conclusions. Trouble had indeed arisen. At Konoha Hospital, Uchiha Dan had finally completed his shift. Glancing at the empty desk across from him, he felt an inexplicable unease. What could possibly be amiss? Could it be thoughts of Tsunade? No, that was impossible. He would see her soon. So what was there to be concerned about? After archiving some documents and adjusting his mindset, he left work in high spirits. However, upon returning home, he learned from Shurin Namikazes that Minato would be spending the night at a friend's house. Uchiha Dan couldn't help but chuckle. Had the little rascal gotten into trouble? Was he afraid of facing his wrath? Is that how you perceive your brother? When have I ever truly been angry with you? Uchiha Dan dismissed the boy's antics. Children often had their peculiar moments. As the clock approached 9, Uchiha Dan prepared to be summoned to the wet-boned forest as usual. Yet, he waited and waited. But the call from the slug sage never came. Confused, he furrowed his brow and, upon extending his senses, detected Tsunade's chakra by the small river where they had once shared a private conversation. Not understanding the situation, he hurriedly ventured out and found himself beside Tsunade. Yet before he could utter a word, he was met with her fierce expression and tear-stained eyes. Uchiha Dan, being astute, immediately sensed that she had uncovered something, causing his heart to tighten. But soon, he regained his composure. Why should he panic? Wasn't it inevitable that she would discover the truth eventually? Besides, it would allow him to depart with fewer burdens, wouldn't it? Yet, a sudden pang of anguish gripped him. What was that about? This made no sense. Tsunade, clearly fuming, spoke. "Are you leaving?" Uchiha Dan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes darting as he pondered how to placate her. Simultaneously, he mentally cursed Minato 100 times. At this juncture, he was well aware of who had caused the upheaval. No wonder Minato had suddenly become hesitant to return home. He was genuinely afraid of Tsunade's ire. "You and Appos, we're not getting off the hook this time." 10 seconds later, Uchiha Dan exhaled deeply and nodded. "Could you perhaps be less perceptive? It puts a great deal of pressure on me." Unbeknownst to him, this was a tactic Minato later employed to divert Tsunade's wrath, revealing Uchiha Dan's departure to temporarily shift her focus away from the matter of deception. However, Tsunade, unwilling to betray Minato, pressed on. "Why? Why else?" Uchiha Dan replied with a bitter smile. "Konoha is home and belonging for you, but for me, it's a cage. I have long wished to leave. I didn't depart earlier simply because I lacked the opportunity, but now that the moment has arrived, Why should I hesitate any longer? So, once you master the Flying Thunder God technique, you will leave? Tsunade inquired again. That is indeed the plan, Uchiha Dan admitted without reservation, sighing. At that time, I will fake my death to escape. I am not a ninja. I am merely a doctor. Even if they suspect my death is a ruse, they will only conduct covert investigations and will not make the matter public. So, all you need to do is pretend to be unaware. But now the situation has changed. Tsunade nearly shouted. You possess the means to protect yourself, and I will go to great lengths to safeguard you. Why must you leave? Because I fear that one day I may lose control and harm Tsunade Haru, Hiruzen Sarutobi, or Danzo Shimura. Is that reason sufficient? Uchiha Dan replied with a wry smile. Not enough. You are not such an impulsive person. What could they possibly do to you? Tsunade pressed urgently. Nothing. Uchiha Dan shook his head, exhaling with resignation. Haru still expects me to work for her for free. I have no desire to continue that. Hiruzen wishes to acquire my unique medical ninjutsu. I refuse to part with it. As for that Danzo, he constantly tells Hiruzen that he must eliminate me. The evil Uchiha, at the earliest opportunity. It was he and Haru who persuaded Hiruzen to change his mind 5 years ago. Even Mito, who usually seeks harmony, believes I should not linger, claiming my presence disrupts unity among the village's leadership. Everything seems peaceful now, and I have indeed navigated this immediate crisis. But an explosion of conflict is inevitable. Once tensions escalate, they will undoubtedly turn against me, and I will certainly not remain passive. Why should I leave? If it's because of me? Tsunade interjected suddenly. What? Uchiha Dan asked in surprise. He was genuinely astonished. How had Tsunade become so perceptive? How could she see through all his facades? Is it because of me that you have abandoned your quest for vengeance? Tsunade had conversed at length with Minato that day, piecing together several hints from earlier conversations with Mito, leading her to comprehend many nuances. She realized that while Uchiha Dan was not inherently malevolent, he was not particularly magnanimous either. He had long harbored intentions of eliminating Haru. As long as he possesses strength, he will undoubtedly act accordingly. But why has he suddenly changed his mind? Aside from considering his own feelings, Tsunade could not fathom any other reason, and Minato Namikazes echoed her thoughts. Upon having his intentions exposed by Tsunade, Uchiha Dan fell into a prolonged silence. Indeed, he no longer wished to compromise himself, which would inevitably put him at odds with the higher-ups of Konoha. Yet, he was reluctant to place Tsunade in a difficult position, making the execution of the original plan the most prudent choice. I won't allow you to leave. Having received the answer she sought, Tsunade stepped forward and grasped Uchiha Dan's hand, her tear-filled eyes misty with emotion. You are so intelligent. You must have another way, right? Tell me, what should I do? Uchiha Dan shook his head, replying, why bother? Tell me. Tsunade insisted with unwavering resolve. Although there were indeed methods, they were exceedingly arduous, and it would cause you great suffering. It's truly unnecessary. I want to know. Tsunade reiterated with steadfast determination. Sighing, Uchiha Dan inquired, Tsunade, do you wish to become Hokage? What? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, wondering if she had misheard him. Chapter 23. The utter decay of Konoha's upper echelons and the reasons behind Tsubaki Koharu's intent to eliminate me in an instant. Tsunade grasped the implications. This indeed was a method to resolve matters once and for all. Should she ascend to the position of Hokage, all issues would naturally dissipate. Yet, she had never contemplated this predicament. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the prime of his life, renowned for his prowess as a shinobi, and had not exhibited any signs of decline over the years. To consider replacing him at this juncture? You need not respond immediately. In fact, you may outright refuse if you wish. It matters not. Uchiha Dan reassured her with a smile. Even if you decide after my departure, I shall return to assist you. I have a premonition that, by then, the harsh realities may compel you to entertain the notion of becoming Hokage. Is it possible that the same realities might also force me to contemplate the role? Tsunade questioned, intrigued by Uchiha Dan's certainty. Dan, do you possess knowledge of something? I am currently unable to provide you with any precise intelligence or evidence. Are you certain you wish to hear? Uchiha Dan inquired earnestly. I wish to hear, Tsunade exclaimed, eager to seize any opportunity to retain Uchiha Dan's support. If there indeed existed a valid and appropriate rationale, she might truly be able to make a decision. Very well. After reaching a conclusion, Uchiha Dan began, Tsunade, during my 5 years in the pharmaceutical department, I have not only engaged in the creation of medicines, but have also uncovered certain irregularities. The pharmaceutical department? What irregularities? Tsunade furrowed her brow, pressing for clarity. Haha. A thought just struck me, Uchiha Dan chuckled. Over these 5 years, I have developed numerous new medications, provided accurate formulas, and improved many drugs. However, the pharmaceutical department has reported an ever-increasing rate of resource losses due to failed productions over the years. Furthermore, at least 20% of the new medications I developed have never made their way to Konoha. Though these are not strategic drugs, when combined, the implications should be evident to someone as astute as you. Tsubaki Koharu is engaging in corruption? Tsunade clenched her fists, arriving at her own conclusion. Uchiha Dan nodded in affirmation, adding, in recent years, Tsubaki Koharu has frequently visited the logistics department, even more so than returning home. As a result, despite the stabilization of the logistics department at the borders and a reduction in frontline personnel, the frequency of material transport out of the village has surged. My heavens! Tsunade felt a chill run down her spine. The 2 elder statesmen of the village were clandestinely conspiring to exploit village resources for their personal gain. What on earth is happening? Dan, how did you come to know this? She inquired, genuinely curious. Let us not even discuss Tsubaki Koharu. I couldn't possibly be unaware. As no one understands the success rate of the formulations I adjusted better than I do. This is also a primary reason why Tsubaki Koharu wishes to eliminate me. It is not merely due to her disdain for me. As for Mito Kazan, I would often appear to be absent-mindedly observing the village entrance to escape. Consequently, I meticulously monitored every individual, every vehicle, and every shipment entering and leaving the village for 2 whole years, thus compiling precise data. Mito Kazan likely remains oblivious to the fact that this has been detected, for who would be bored enough to surveil the village entrance daily? Documenting every vehicle for 2 years on end? Even the guards at the entrance, who frequently changed shifts, were unaware of any anomaly. Does Hiruzen-sensei not know? Tsunade voiced her skepticism. He is certainly aware, Uchiha Dan chuckled. After all, Tsubaki Koharu's appetite for resources is insatiable. While I am constantly refining formulas, she is perpetually increasing losses. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a fool. He did nothing? Tsunade found it hard to believe. He must have done something. Uchiha Dan continued to elucidate. Tsubaki Koharu has exhibited extreme frustration towards me on several occasions, and once she let slip, and oppose, as if it weren't and oppose. Enough that Sarutobi Hiruzen treats me with disdain. You wicked little imp, dare to make my life difficult. I was perplexed. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly disdain Tsubaki Koharu? I boldly surmised that her embezzlement was exposed, leading to Hiruzen's displeasure and reprimand. However, he possesses a significant flaw. He is overly protective of his subordinates, striving for perfection in his dealings, unwilling to tarnish his reputation as Hokage. This flaw, rather than being a virtue, blinds him to the insatiable nature of desire. Whether for renown, profit, or power, desire, once indulged, expands without limit. His aversion to any blemish on his reputation has morphed into an obsession, and maintaining such a mindset under constant pressure can lead to 2 outcomes. Firstly, he might become so detached from personal relationships that he disregards any semblance of favoritism, which, if true, I would welcome, as it would indicate his unwavering commitment to the village. However, it is evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not that type of person. Secondly, he may begin to care excessively about the opinions of those around him, treading carefully and anxiously. Do you comprehend the consequence of such behavior? His susceptibility would escalate, rendering him malleable to the influence of every individual around him, especially those old comrades who know him well, who would find ways to manipulate him. Each disappointment he experiences would feel like the sky is collapsing, leading him to unconsciously strive to appease everyone, particularly when those 3 conspire together. Can you envision a Hokage making decisions while desperately attempting to satisfy those around him, not for the sake of balance or stability, but simply out of fear of disappointing others? Is it not absurd? It is precisely this reason that Sarutobi Hiruzen has turned a blind eye to the rampant corruption among the upper echelons. This transpired 2 years ago. Yet Tsubaki Koharu has continued her actions unabated, growing bolder, and to this day, there have been no repercussions for her. Such a colossal offense would surely not be overlooked by the leaders of other villages. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen has chosen to ignore it, turning a blind eye. Hence, I speculate that he not only condones this behavior, but has also become ensnared in it. As the Sarutobi clan has suddenly amassed wealth, relentlessly training their clan ninjas. You see, while I harbor disdain for Tsubaki Koharu, I occasionally find her amusing. Her loose tongue is one of her defining traits. With just a slight provocation, I can elicit a plethora of confidential information from her without even asking. It's quite entertaining, really. This is one of the reasons why Tsubaki Koharu is so intent on my demise. She knows that I possess knowledge of many things she ought not to have divulged, and only my death would ensure these secrets remain forever concealed. Chapter 24. The unfurling of the flag Uchiha Dan continued. From the information I gleaned from T-Rin Koharu, I learned that Shimura Danzo has long harbored ambitions to establish a secretive faction known as Root. Koharu once threatened me, saying that once Danzo's Root is formed, I would find myself oblivious to the manner of my demise at the hands of this malevolent spirit. Since then, I have been vigilant regarding this matter. The so-called Root is a clandestine organization that operates beyond the knowledge of any citizen. Its stated mission appears noble, serving as the village's shadowy protector, safeguarding Konoha from external threats and internal strife at all costs. However, once this faction is realized, it will merely become Danzo's private army, dedicated solely to eliminating those he deems undesirable through covert machinations. Should this organization truly come to fruition, all manner of unscrupulous deeds could be executed under its auspices, with no one the wiser. What do you envision the outcome would be? Hiruzen Sarutobi has long been burdened with trepidation, meticulously guarding his reputation, hesitating to act even when he yearns to. Should Root materialize, Sarutobi would no longer be accountable for his actions, as someone would bear the blame on his behalf. Can you fathom whether he might not then liberate himself entirely? As Uchiha Dan concluded his discourse, Tsunade felt a chill creep down her spine. Was this truly the Konoha leadership she had come to know? What manner of individuals were they, and what deeds were they engaged in? Corruption, nepotism, shielding criminals, and obliterating dissent. Thus, my desire for you to ascend as Hokage is not merely for my own benefit, Uchiha Dan asserted earnestly. If you refuse, I shall take my leave and discreetly train my younger brother. Though he is still young, he will undoubtedly heed my guidance, albeit it may require considerable time. What say you, Kakashi Hitaki? Suddenly, Uchiha Dan called out to a great tree not far away, and Kakashi and Appo's form flickered into existence before Uchiha Dan and Tsunade. Is everything you just claimed true? Kakashi's voice, despite the mask, was tinged with a palpable darkness. Come now, you have been surveilling me for quite some time. How could you not know of my frequent visits to the medical department, or my daily excursions to the hospital rooftop to enjoy the view? Uchiha Dan jested, of course. You may report our conversation to Hiruzen right now. I wonder who will meet their demise first, you or I. Kakashi's expression shifted, his tone laced with murderous intent. Are you deliberately dragging me into this? He was acutely aware of the countless dark secrets that lay within the higher echelons of Konoha. Should he report truthfully, it would likely be he, Kakashi, who would face elimination first, rather than Uchiha Dan. Given Kakashi's loyalty to Konoha and not to Hiruzen, how could he possibly consider such a report? Ha ha ha, brother Kakashi, indeed, I am dragging you down with me. So, will you proceed to eliminate me? Uchiha Dan laughed fearlessly. Tsunade stood nearby, rendering it impossible for Kakashi to act against him. Moreover, he no longer felt intimidated by Kakashi. If it came to a confrontation, he could always flee. Given Kakashi's character, he would likely keep the matter to himself rather than confront Uchiha Dan directly. Uchiha Dan, why would you wish to harm me? Kakashi demanded, visibly agitated. For years, out of sympathy and compassion for you, I have merely monitored you from afar. I have never impinged upon your freedom, nor interfered with your life. I was even cautious not to let my presence affect your mood. And this is how you repay me? I have not harmed you. Uchiha Dan vehemently denied. As long as you keep today's events under wraps, you shall remain unscathed. The decision lies with you. I am assisting you. I am saving you. Humph, you think me easily deceived? Kakashi retorted coldly. You are indeed rather gullible, Uchiha Dan unabashedly acknowledged. You have been watching me for over 4 years now, haven't you? I have played my role convincingly, haven't I? Only recently did you begin to perceive me as anything but ordinary. Did you ever suspect anything before? I often displayed despair and hopelessness before you, only to don a facade of cheerfulness before my foster parents and younger brother, all to elicit your sympathy and concern. You have indeed fallen for my ruse. As long as I did not contravene Hiruzen's orders, you consistently relaxed your oversight to the point that I often forgot you were even there. You little rascal, have you been plotting against me all along? Kakashi seethed with indignation. He had often contemplated how he would feel if he were to have a son who encountered the same fate as Uchiha Dan. Yet here was Uchiha Dan, playing him for a fool all along. How do you speak so? Uchiha Dan interjected fiercely. It was I who rescued you when you sustained grave injuries. And this is how you repay my kindness? Were it not for you, I would have fled long ago. Uchiha Dan continued. Do you truly believe that I could not contend with others simply because I cannot match you? Regaining his composure, Uchiha Dan pressed on. It is not just me. Hiruzen likely perceives you as simple to manipulate, treating you as a fool. Speak clearly, Kakashi demanded, irate. Very well, let us dissect this matter. Uchiha Dan stated earnestly. What is your standing within the Kakashi Ataki? No one is my equal, Kakashi proclaimed with pride. And prior to revealing my true nature, how much of a threat did I pose to the village? Virtually none. Do you think Hiruzen is mad or foolish? Why would he assign someone of your caliber to watch over me for over 4 years? With that time, how many deeds could you have accomplished for the village? How many missions could you have fulfilled? How much wealth could you have amassed? Had it not been for your relentless surveillance of me, you could have been married with children by now. Perhaps your offspring would already be capable of running errands. I had no intention of marrying so soon. Kakashi retorted. Be silent. Uchiha Dan snapped. Am I discussing marriage with you? The very reason you were tasked with monitoring me was due to your completion of 10 S-rank missions and 22 A-rank missions in a single year. Many within the village recognized your rising star, yet you are not one to follow orders blindly. Hiruzen disapproves of you and does not wish to see you gain notoriety. With Danzo whispering in his ear, claiming you pose a danger, are you not akin to me? Are we not both stymied by the village's elite? Unable to be our true selves? Uchiha Dan was uncertain whether Kakashi was aware of these truths, but he did not care. If Kakashi was unaware, he would enlighten him. If he were aware, it would only serve to reinforce the impression. After all, since the last incident where Kakashi failed to report his affair with Tsunade, he had essentially trapped himself in a web of his own making, with no hope of escape. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood in stunned silence. She had recently observed Uchiha Dan's various displays of cunning and was astonished to discover that he had ensnared Kakashi in his schemes, and that he had been doing so for over 4 years. Yet she felt no sympathy for Kakashi, as she too had been a pawn in Uchiha Dan's intricate game. Chapter 25 Look, he is panicking, remarked Namikazes Minato. I'm going to die, what should I do? Uchiha Danzai was well aware of Tsunade's thoughts, but he was being intentionally elusive. As long as his intentions were rooted in self-preservation rather than malice, he believed that the empathetic Tsunade would comprehend. It was unclear when exactly Uchiha Danzai began to feel averse to deceiving Tsunade. Thus, he turned to her and confessed, in the past, I was compelled to deceive you many times. However, from this point forward, I vow to never lie to you again. You have enabled me to continue living, and you have freed me from the need to hide and conceal. Tsunade, caught off guard by his insight, felt her cheeks flush and retorted, who cares about you? Nevertheless, she believed his words. Today, when she inquired, Uchiha Danzai laid bare his intentions to depart, along with the reasons why, and even called out to Kakashi Hatake to engage in conversation in her presence. Regardless of the schemes that Uchiha Danzai may have devised in the past, they were merely in the pursuit of survival. Moreover, over the past month, Uchiha Danzai had genuinely treated her with kindness. So why should she dwell on past grievances? I mean it when I say I will assist and save you. Uchiha Danzai continued to Kakashi. I can't be bothered with you. Kakashi snapped, instantly performing a body flicker technique to reappear on a nearby tree. Brother, remember this. From now on, I will be your steadfast ally. You can come to me with anything, and I will do everything in my power to help you. Uchiha Danzai shouted towards Kakashi, causing him to nearly lose his composure in fear, cold sweat trickling down his back. If anyone were to overhear this, the consequences would be dire. Shut up, Kakashi retorted, his body chilled with apprehension. Tsunade interjected, calm down, Kakashi. You're getting agitated. Once companions who gazed at the moon together, now time had passed, and he dared to call her a fool. Kakashi clenched the tree branch tightly, teeth gritted, fingers turning white. What moon gazing? When did I ever call you a fool? Danzai. Enough. Kakashi has never offended you, Tsunade quickly interjected, hoping to prevent Kakashi from truly losing his temper. Fine. Uchiha Danzai decided to let it go. After all, Kakashi would be an ally in the future. Since Kakashi had spared his life, the leverage he held over him for his past silence was now secure, ensuring he would never side with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It must be said, Kakashi's character was ill-suited for the Umbu. He was too forthright, with too many fixed ideas. Sarutobi Hiruzen had sought to manipulate him in this manner, and assigning him elsewhere would have been even more inappropriate, hence the forced recruitment. Once Kakashi was let loose, with his strength, his reputation would become uncontainable. Despite his anger towards Kakashi for obstructing his escape, he could not overlook the genuine concern Kakashi had shown him in secret. Danzai, I will verify what you have said, Tsunade finally stated after some time, her tone serious. If all this is true, I promise you, but until then, you cannot leave. Tsunade's skepticism was not directed at Danzai, but the significance of the matter required resolute determination to become Hokage, a decision not to be made lightly. Very well, but if you cannot make up your mind, I shall quietly depart. However, do not overthink it. You may discuss this further with Lady Mito. You can relay any of my words to her. She is much clearer-headed than you, and more perceptive of the issues at hand. I understand. Tsunade nodded solemnly. After parting ways, Uchiha Danzai did not return home, but instead headed towards a residence near the Ninja Academy. At that moment, within a bedroom of the residence, Namikazes Minato was curled beneath the blankets, shivering. He was acutely aware of Uchiha Danzai's chakra presence, recognizing that he had gone to seek out Tsunade and was now heading in his direction. Having been steeped in Uchiha Danzai's various schemes since childhood, how could he not deduce that his secrets had been uncovered? He was drenched in cold sweat. Minato, are you all right? A classmate of his inquired, noticing his sudden distress. Rin, I'm going to die, what should I do? Minato exclaimed in panic. Rin Miyaguchi, alarmed, reached out to touch Minato's forehead, puzzled. But you don't have a fever. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the door, startling Minato into a shudder. Who is it? Rin's father asked, his tone laced with annoyance. Uncle Miyaguchi, it's Uchiha Danzai. I'm here for my brother. Danzai's voice resonated from outside. Miyaguchi quickly donned his clothes and rushed to the door. Dr. Danzai, I did not expect your visit. What an honor. Please come in. Miyaguchi owed his life to Uchiha Danzai, and though he might be brusque with others, he could never harbor ill feelings towards Danzai, greeting him with immense warmth. This camaraderie allowed Minato and Rin to maintain a close relationship, often borrowing shelter at his home. Uncle, I apologize for coming so late. However, I want to be staying. I have some matters at home. I've come to take Minato back, Uchiha Danzai explained with a smile. Oh, all right. Minato, your brother is here. Come out quickly. Miyaguchi called out as he moved towards his son's bedroom. Minato was utterly despondent. However, he understood that this confrontation was inevitable, and thus reluctantly emerged. Upon seeing Uchiha Danzai, Minato forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. Brother. Uchiha Danzai merely smiled ominously, causing Minato to instinctively withdraw his neck. After exchanging pleasantries with Miyaguchi, he seized Minato and departed. In the training grounds beneath the night sky, Minato shivered in the gentle breeze. Yet, before he could protest, "No," explained, Uchiha Danzai swiftly pulled him closer and delivered a series of robust smacks to his backside. I told you not to speak carelessly, you little rascal. What were you thinking? Brother, it hurts, stop hitting me. Minato's anguished cries echoed throughout the training ground. Now, tell me, why did you put me in this predicament? After delivering a sound reprimand, Uchiha Danzai's anger subsided slightly as he glared at Minato. Brother, didn't you tell me that Tsunade-sensei could be trusted? Minato replied, feeling wronged. Do you dare to retort? Just because she can be trusted, does that give you the right to speak recklessly? Uchiha Danzai threatened to strike again. No, that is not it. Minato clung to Uchiha Danzai's arm, desperately shielding his rear while pleading earnestly. It's because I can't bear to be apart from you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Danzai's hand froze mid-air, a wave of emotion washing over him. I told you, I will be able to leave once I master the Flying Thunder God technique, and I will return frequently, Uchiha Danzai grumbled, still somewhat irked. But it's not the same. Minato's eyes brimmed with tears. How is it not the same? It just isn't. Minato lamented. Even if I can see you often, I always feel as if you're far away. But if you could stay in Konoha, even if we can't meet every day, I would feel content. Uchiha Danzai felt a pang of sorrow at Minato's words. He set Minato down and adjusted his clothes, playfully scolding him. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You've landed yourself in trouble, and now you're trying to make amends. Hehe. Uchiha Itachi, understanding the temperament of Minato Namikazes, acknowledged that he had successfully navigated this challenge. With a newfound boldness, he remarked, ISN and Apos, at what you taught me, brother. When a conflict cannot be resolved, one should divert attention with a greater contradiction. Little did you know how irate Tsunade was at that moment. The instant I mentioned your departure, her fury dissipated. Uchiha Itachi, amused yet exasperated, vigorously rubbed Minato and Appo's face, scolding. You little rascal, while I have always encouraged you to think critically, I never intended for you to direct all your cunning towards me, your brother. Ouch, brother. Please loosen your grip. Chapter 26. Mastering the Flying Thunder God. The arrival of Kushina Uzumaki, sister-in-law, 5 days later. Is this the Flying Thunder God? Uchiha Duan repeatedly leaped between his office and the bedroom, relishing the exhilarating sensation of traversing through space. It must be said, the thrill was indeed remarkable. Next, he aimed to lay the groundwork for Minato Namikazes, striving to enable the boy to master the Flying Thunder God technique before he turned 10. Upon returning to the office, Tsunade was rendered speechless. Uchiha Duan had become so engrossed that he had vanished from her sight a total of 12 times in a short span. However, from this moment on, Uchiha Duan would be completely safe. No one could threaten him any longer. Tsunade, realizing the urgency of the situation, decided it was time to act. In recent days, she had been frequently conversing with her grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, and her resolve had gradually solidified. Uchiha Duan was right. Mito had a remarkably clear perspective on matters, and when she expressed her discontent with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade understood her stance. Duan, will you accompany me to the village entrance tomorrow to meet someone? Tsunade inquired, noticing Uchiha Duan finally at rest. Me? To the village entrance? Uchiha Duan was taken aback. Is that a place I can go? With me there, what is there to fear? Tsunade declared with confidence. I don't mind, but I'm mainly concerned about causing you trouble, Uchiha Duan explained, shaking his head. Since we are destined to confront those people, we cannot overly concern ourselves with their opinions, Tsunade stated coldly. I have made my decision. So soon? Uchiha Duan was astonished. He knew Tsunade had previously shown no interest in the position of Hokage. Yet now, she had resolved to take action in just 5 days. Tsunade was a person of unwavering conviction. Once she made a decision, it was final and she would not waver. All right, who are you going to meet? My sister. Huh? Uchiha Duan was puzzled. When did you acquire a sister? Not a biological sister, but a distant cousin, a relative from my grandmother's side. She will be living with us from now on. Her name is Kushina Uzumaki. The name sprang to Uchiha Duan's mind. So my sister-in-law is arriving. I must go to welcome her. All right, just let me know when to go. The following morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen received a report stating that Tsunade, accompanied by Uchiha Duan, had appeared at the village entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Humph. At that moment, the ever-vigilant Kurenai Yuhi scoffed. This Tsunade is becoming increasingly audacious. What if that wicked little brat escapes? With Tsunade present, I am not too concerned about him fleeing, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his expression darkening. However, it seems Tsunade has crossed a line. What should we do? Kurenai asked. That child is destined to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Can we simply allow Uchiha Duan to interact with him? With Mito-san still around, and Tsunade and that boy in a romantic phase, we cannot act overtly. However, once Mito is gone, and Kushina becomes the Jinchuriki, some matters must be addressed, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. After all, on the surface, Uchiha Duan was a citizen of the village, free and without any criminal record. He had also earned considerable respect in Konoha for healing many ailments. Most importantly, the order from Senju Tobirama had been to allow him to live as an ordinary person. However, the reasons for targeting Uchiha Duan could not be made public. Otherwise, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the higher-ups in Konoha. A Hokage, who ruined a child's life simply because he smiled, would be a source of embarrassment. Thus, any attempt to deal with Uchiha Duan could not be haphazard. They could only act covertly. Throughout Sarutobi Hiruzen's life, he had not publicly harmed any citizens of the village. His demeanor was humble and gentle, making him a model of morality. For many years, he had diligently served the village. Yet why did he constantly face troubles that could blemish his Hokage career if mishandled? Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself increasingly uncertain about Shimura Danzo's plans to establish the root organization. Humph, let this boy be arrogant for a while longer. Once he reveals those medical ninjutsu techniques, I will personally deal with him, Kurenai stated coldly. Uchiha Duan, however, was unperturbed by the concerns of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kurenai Yuhi. He was even planning to find an opportunity soon to showcase his strength and demonstrate the Flying Thunder God technique. What would Sarutobi Hiruzen do then? Would he be able to resist when Uchiha Duan divulged the entire process of how he had come to master the Flying Thunder God technique? If asked when he practiced, Uchiha Duan would simply say, "I just suddenly knew it. What could you possibly do about it?" As for his strength, "I am inherently powerful." At that moment, he genuinely wished to see the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face when he exhibited physical prowess rivaling Tsunade's, along with the ability to traverse space with the Flying Thunder God. It was highly probable that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not act directly against him. It was not that he did not want to. Rather, he would be utterly helpless in the face of such a technique. After all, the Flying Thunder God was a unique technique, unparalleled since the death of Senju Tobirama. If danger arose, who could possibly stop him? It would be impossible to ensure a guaranteed hit, and that would utterly destroy his reputation. Once Uchiha Duan showcased formidable strength and completely evaded Konoha's control, it would be a scenario Sarutobi Hiruzen dreaded. After all, a Uchiha Duan who mastered the Flying Thunder God could return to Konoha at any moment to cause chaos. The ramifications of him harming members of the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, and the Yuhi clan would be a source of discomfort for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was certainly aware of this, which is why he would seek alternative methods, relying on the essence of an old coin. For instance, he might set a trap to lure Uchiha Duan in and then seal him away. Yet, Uchiha Duan, possessing unparalleled sensory abilities and lacking trust in Konoha's higher-ups, would not easily fall for such schemes. If both overt and covert attempts to eliminate him proved futile, Sarutobi Hiruzen would ultimately have to adopt a softer approach. However, this would lead him into the realm where Uchiha Duan excelled, and the outcome would depend on their respective strategies. Uchiha Duan's goal in such actions was to secure the maximum degree of autonomy within Konoha. After all, those unencumbered by shoes fear nothing. Uchiha Duan genuinely did not mind severing ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus he was unafraid of making a misstep. At worst, he would simply walk away. Although he had promised Tsunade not to leave, his reluctance stemmed solely from not wanting to see her sad, rather than a true desire to stay. Being forced to leave could hardly be considered a breach of promise, could it? Having repressed his ambitions for 7 years, Uchiha Duan's desire for research surged within him, his mind brimming with countless ideas awaiting validation and realization. He felt the fiery passion within him ready to explode. As for Minato Namikaze's family, with him serving as a deterrent outside and Tsunade negotiating within the village, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's penchant for maintaining appearances, there would be no significant issues. Lost in thought, a group of individuals soon came into view for Uchiha Duan and Tsunade. Immediately, Tsunade grasped Uchiha Duan's arm and moved toward them. Uchiha Duan felt a sense of resistance at Tsunade's instinctive touch, and she was aware of this. She had discerned that Uchiha Duan had not entirely relinquished thoughts of leaving Konoha. Thus, despite her discomfort at wanting to maintain some distance, she could only proceed gradually. In truth, Uchiha Duan was equally troubled. He felt fear. His previous declarations of fearing death and merely wishing to survive had been for Tsunade's ears. He did not wish to die, yet he had never truly feared death and had long been prepared for a desperate fight. He simply did not want to die in such a pitiful manner. Now, however, this fear was genuine. Ever since Tsunade had laid bare her heart to him without reservation, he found it increasingly difficult to deny any of her requests and grew ever more concerned about her feelings. If this continued, he would inevitably become a second Tsunade. Love can sway a person's stance. Guilt can also cause one to waver in their convictions. When love intertwines with guilt, it may lead an individual to completely lose their grounding. Uchiha Danzo once believed himself to be as unyielding as stone, viewing Tsunade merely as a means to an end. Yet, in the end, he overestimated his own fortitude. After all, one is not devoid of emotion. Who among us can claim to be entirely unfeeling? Chapter 27. The ominous signs of the fall of the land of whirlpools. Rest assured, my brother is exceptionally strong. Tsunade and Uchiha Dan swiftly approached the crowd that came into view. There were quite a few people present, among them a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, who was none other than the young Kushina, Uzumaki. Kushina was remarkably adorable, particularly with her striking long red hair. Behind her were 2 ninjas from the Uzumaki clan, accompanied by several Leaf Village ninjas. The Uzumaki clan bore many similarities to the Uchiha clan. They were gifted, a tad proud, and possessed striking appearances. Both clans, unfortunately, shared the misfortune of being envied for their talents, ultimately leading to their extermination. Of course, none of this had transpired yet. However, The signs of the impending destruction of the land of whirlpools had begun to emerge. For the past year, rumors had circulated within the ninja world about the Uzumaki clan mastering a variety of formidable sealing techniques, even possessing the ability to seal-tailed beasts without risk. The source of these rumors remained a mystery, yet they quickly swept across the entire ninja community. Soon after, whispers suggested that the Uzumaki clan might possess sage bodies, which would grant them longevity and an innate abundance of chakra. Moreover, this clan was known for its fiery temperament and difficulty in dealings. The conclusion was clear. Should the Uzumaki clan continue to grow, they would become unassailable and pose a threat to the safety of the entire ninja world. Anyone with a modicum of sense recognized that this was a calculated effort to incite fear, the motives of which were all too apparent. Yet, astonishingly, nearly every ninja village chose to believe these rumors, joining in the fervor of the Uzumaki clan threat narrative. Despite their arrogance, the members of the Uzumaki clan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety in the face of such an ominous storm brewing. They had attempted to explain their situation to the outside world, yet no one seemed to care. Those who wronged them understood their plight better than they did themselves. Reluctantly, the Uzumaki clan decided to send Kushina to the Leaf Village and arrange for senior clan members to meet with Mito Uzumaki and Hiruzen Sarutobi, hoping that should the land of whirlpools truly face danger, the Leaf Village would lend a helping hand in light of their long-standing alliance. "Sister Tsunade," Kushina exclaimed, rushing forward to greet the approaching Tsunade. The two were not well acquainted, having met only once before, leading Kushina to feel quite shy. "Kushina, it's been a while," Tsunade replied, bending down to embrace Kushina, her warm smile instantly easing the girl and Appo's nervousness. "Hello, Kushina," Uchiha Dan chimed in, his enthusiasm palpable. "I'm Uchiha Dan, big brother." "Hello, are you Tsunade's boyfriend?" Kushina asked, her big, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. Tsunade shot Dan a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushing as she feigned composure. "We are just good friends." "Such good friends," Dan added with a grin. "Oh." Kushina's innocent demeanor brought laughter to both Dan and Tsunade as they made their way toward the Leaf Village. Throughout the journey, Dan continually regaled Kushina with tales of the village's culinary delights, amusements, and even shared jokes to alleviate her tension, leaving Tsunade with little opportunity to interject. Observing Dan's gentle patience with Kushina stirred a complex mix of emotions within Tsunade. Dan displayed respect for Mito Uzumaki, kindness towards Shinsuke, and warmth for the newly introduced Kushina. Even his feelings towards his great-grandfather, Hashirama Senju, seemed to have softened. Yet, when it came to Tsunade, he remained indifferent, maintaining only a superficial connection. Upon returning to the Leaf Village, Tsunade promptly led Kushina and two other Uzumaki clan members to meet Mito Uzumaki. Dan did not accompany them, but instead returned home to wait for Minato Namikazes, preparing to discuss certain matters. He was uncertain whether the incident involving the Cloud Village kidnapping Kushina would resurface, but one thing was clear: he could not allow this sister-in-law to escape. In the ninja world, one must seize the opportunity for love early. Having acclimatized to her new environment over 3 days, Tsunade personally escorted Kushina to a spot just 100 meters from the school entrance on the 4th morning. She took this action to alleviate any pressure Kushina might feel interacting with her classmates, instructing her to conceal her true identity. Dan, arriving with Minato, found the situation absurd. Would it cause a catastrophe to escort her directly to the entrance? The Ninja Academy was not merely a place for academic learning. It was a crucible for training cold-hearted warriors. The students here were vibrant and combative, making it all too easy for a transfer student to become a target. A show of strength was necessary to establish a foothold for future interactions. Dan had foreseen this predicament. "Tsunade, Kushina, good morning," he called, leading Minato toward the sisters who were about to part ways. I recall you rarely accompany Minato to school. What is different today?" Tsunade inquired, puzzled. "This little guy gets along with everyone, so I usually don't bother. But today is an exception," Dan replied, affectionately ruffling Minato and Appo's hair. "Minato," Dan crouched down, asking earnestly, "do you remember everything I told you over the past few days?" "Of course," Minato replied earnestly. He then approached Kushina, greeting her. "Hello, Kushina. I'm Minato Namikazes. My brother said you might need help adjusting to school, so if you need anything, just ask. Don't hesitate. If anyone bullies you, I'll be right there to stand up for you." He raised his little fist, attempting to appear fierce. However, with his innocent appearance and small stature, His fierce demeanor only evoked laughter from Tsunade and Dan. Kushina's eyes brightened as she looked at Minato, then at Dan, finally nodding vigorously at Minato. She suddenly realized that the initially unappealing boy seemed different than she had imagined. Tsunade and Mito had treated Kushina kindly, yet the short time spent together had not allowed them to truly connect. Being thrust into the ninja academy left Kushina feeling anxious. Dan's arrangements and Minato's assurances were precisely what she needed at that moment. Their simple words instilled a sense of calm within her, filling her with a flicker of anticipation. She wondered if Minato would indeed stand by his word should anyone dare to bully her. Wait, Tsunade, somewhat bewildered, stepped forward to inquire, Dan, what is the purpose of this? I'm helping Kushina adjust to her new environment. Dan replied nonchalantly. Are you certain this isn't a scheme? Tsunade pressed, her concern evident. Please, I'm not about to cause trouble with a bunch of children. Just trust me on this. Once inside the school, Minato and Kushina parted ways. Minato headed to his classroom, while Kushina proceeded to the teacher's office, as instructed by Tsunade. Outside the school, Tsunade turned to Dan, her anxiety palpable. Dan, are you sure your plan is foolproof? I have a feeling something might go awry. Fear not. My brother is extraordinarily capable. Tsunade was left speechless. Are we even discussing the same matter? Chapter 28. Opening the door for my brother, the dominant Minato Namikazes Tsunade. If you truly wish for Kushina to integrate into Konoha this morning, you must be more protective. Do not tease Tsunade any longer, Uchiha Daidoku stated earnestly. What does that mean? Tsunade appeared somewhat perplexed. When a person feels anxious and uneasy within, they instinctively seek solace. If they cannot find it, despair ensues. Uchiha Daidoku elucidated. At such a moment, if someone can alleviate her anxiety and discomfort, she will instantly develop a fondness for them. Therefore, you cannot merely be kind to Kushina in daily life. You must also pay attention to her school affairs. Protect her wherever possible to ensure she truly integrates into Konoha swiftly. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, I understand. However, Tsunade still harbored some concerns. Will there really be no fights? If they do fight, we can handle it later, Uchiha Daidoku replied nonchalantly. But will this not teach the children the wrong lesson? If they are bullied and retaliate, how is that teaching them poorly? Uchiha Daidoku scoffed. They are destined to become ninjas, hence there are things that cannot be tolerated. It is the parents who allow their children to bully others that truly misguide them, nurturing scoundrels. Besides, did you not say that you have no expectations of Kushina for now, only wishing for her to grow up happily? If she is bullied daily at school, do you think she can remain happy? Moreover, what exactly are you worried about? When it comes to fighting at school, who can rival you? What could possibly happen? That does seem true. After hearing the last remark, Tsunade immediately felt reassured. During her own school days, she had fought her way through. Who had not felt her wrath? Thus, occasional scuffles did not seem to be a significant issue. However, if such a situation arises, can Minato handle it? Tsunade inquired. Humph. Even the entire school combined would be no challenge. My methods of educating my brother are far from gentle, Uchiha Daidoku asserted confidently. Well, that was pointless. Tsunade was left speechless, wondering why he always thought about letting his brother loose. She was not concerned about Minato's strength. After all, she had witnessed it firsthand. Her worry lay in whether this innocent, naive child could maintain control. Yet Uchiha Daidoku was oblivious to Tsunade's thoughts and was genuinely a bit excited. Just kidding. When Minato was 2 years old, Uchiha Daidoku had secretly withheld a significant amount of precious medicinal herbs provided by Nara Shikaku to prepare medicated baths for him. As he grew older, the variety of medicinal baths continually evolved, enhancing Minato's potential comprehensively. Of course, he also benefited from it. While not as effective as Minato's bath since childhood, his own improvement was substantial. Moreover, Minato mastered the improved chakra extraction technique and chakra body technique developed by Uchiha Daidoku by the age of 3. Periodically, Uchiha Daidoku would also use acupuncture to unblock Minato's meridians. Coupled with his scientific and effective guidance over the years, Uchiha Daidoku firmly believed no one at the Ninja Academy could rival Minato. If it came to a fight, even an average Chunin teacher would be overwhelmed, despite Minato being only 7 years old. As Tsunade and Uchiha Daidoku made their way toward the hospital, Kushina, under the guidance of her teacher, entered the classroom. All the students fell silent upon seeing Kushina, their gazes drawn to her involuntarily. Suddenly overwhelmed by so many unfamiliar eyes, Kushina felt an intense wave of nervousness, but gradually calmed down upon spotting Minato. Hello everyone. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. Wow, look at the color of her hair. It and Appo's. So strange. A boy's obnoxious voice rang out as he loudly addressed another boy behind him, showing no regard for Kushina's feelings. The familiar and cliché scenario unfolded once more. Indeed. I and Appo's. Never seen red hair before. The boy behind chimed in loudly. Ha ha ha, her hair looks like a tomato. It and Appo's. So ugly. The first boy, Tanaka Jinji, mocked again. And she looks so weak. Can someone like her really become a ninja? Tanaka Jinji was a bully in school, often using his ninja brother to back him up when he faced consequences, although he had been taught a lesson by Minato several times. His despicable nature was hard to change, and he could not contain himself at this moment. Embarrassed by the public ridicule, Kushina's face flushed crimson, and she immediately wanted to retort. I've got it. Uzumaki Kushina thought quickly and was about to declare her ambition to become the first female Hokage of the village, intending to shock them. Just then, Minato slammed his hand on the desk, standing up to shout, Teacher, this guy Tanaka Jinji is publicly humiliating our new classmate. Arin and Appo's. Are you going to do something about it? Suddenly facing moral pressure, the homeroom teacher was momentarily taken aback. The Ninja Academy was not a place to cultivate delicate flowers, but to train ninjas. As long as it was not excessive, the environment actually encouraged competition. The teacher smiled nonchalantly, believing the new classmate would not mind, but emphasized the need for everyone to get along moving forward. Who wants to get along with this guy? Tanaka Jinji's irritating voice continued to mock, and Minato, you meddler, shut up. We still have unresolved issues between us. Remembering how he had been taught a lesson by Minato in the past for bullying others, the boy seethed with anger. However, before he could finish, darkness enveloped him as a shoe sole smacked against his face, sending him flying from his seat to land at the teacher's feet. Kushina quickly covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. This far more thrilling than my earlier attempt to declare my ambition? Furthermore, how did I even come up with such a cliché line? If I had shouted it out, I would have been ridiculed for a long time. Thankfully, Minato intervened. But wait, did he just strike in front of the teacher? No, more accurately, he kicked. Listen up, Kushina is my friend. If you mess with her, you mess with me. Minato declared with hands on his hips, exuding confidence. Having been taught by Uchiha Daidoku since childhood, Minato's personality had vastly diverged from what it once was. Though his inherent kindness remained, he now adopted a stance of standing up against bullies. He had heard his brother say that the third Hokage and Appo's weakness and indecisiveness were leading the village to ruin. His brother also mentioned that such a personality was unsuitable for the Hokage role. Otherwise, the villagers would suffer while the Hokage merely watched. To become Hokage, one must display dominance and step up in such moments. Moreover, the one being bullied was the future sister-in-law's sister. Minato, I will kill you. Tanaka Jinji shouted while covering his face, vowing that his brother would not let Minato off easily. The homeroom teacher felt a throbbing headache. How did a fight break out right before his eyes? Yet, Tanaka Jinji's parents were notoriously hard to deal with. If he mishandled the situation, he would not enjoy peace for a long time. On the contrary, Minato was generally easygoing and friendly. With that thought in mind, the homeroom teacher reprimanded Minato Namikazes. How could you bully your classmate? Chapter 29. I hope you can endure it when I call for help. Just don't kill him. Kakashi was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Teacher, you ignored this guy when he bullied the new student, yet when I assisted him, you suddenly became proactive? Furthermore, he just threatened to kill me, claiming his brother would not let me off the hook. Why didn't you intervene? Regardless of the circumstances, your actions were unjust. Especially in front of the teacher, the instructor retorted. I understand now. Kakashi nodded pensively. You were right, teacher. Internally, Kakashi scoffed, recalling his brother's words. Good people are often taken advantage of, gentle horses are ridden. People, more often than not, are unreasonable, disregarding right and wrong, focusing solely on self-interest and avoidance of harm. When faced with the audacious, they compromise and submit. When confronted with the amiable, they press their advantage. With that, Kakashi activated his body flicker technique, appearing before Yamato, looking down at him. You trash, if you dare to speak disrespectfully or bully classmates again. I will be waiting for you at the school gate every day. But rest assured, my brother is the best doctor in Konoha. As long as I don't kill you, he will ensure you receive treatment free of charge. After returning to his seat, Kakashi declared, Teacher. I did not lay a finger on him. Why the teacher felt his authority severely challenged, his chest rising and falling in anger. Kakashi, you have gone too far. Gone too far? Huh. He humiliated the new student in front of you. I humiliated him in front of you. He threatened me in front of you. And I threatened him before you. What is the difference? Kakashi queried, puzzled. So he is not overstepping, but I am? You seem overly protective of him. Did his parents give you some sort of bribe? How much did they offer you? I can have my brother give you tenfold. He is quite wealthy. Seeing the teacher speechless with rage, Kakashi continued, tenfold isn't enough? How about 100-fold? I guarantee you will be satisfied. Shut your mouth. The teacher's anger surged. Veins bulging, clearly on the verge of punishing Kakashi. However, as a teacher, he could not strike a student, and ultimately restrained himself, growling. Bring your parents to the school immediately. Kakashi burst into laughter, sprinting toward the Konoha hospital. I hope you can endure it when I call for help. His brother had assured him that if anything involved Kushina, he would also bring Tsunade along. Thus, Kakashi was encouraged not to fear escalating the situation. His brother's exact words were, if no one bullies Kushina, that's ideal. However, should anyone dare to, everyone will witness that she is not someone to be trifled with. Witnessing the teacher's evident bias towards the strong and his fear of the overbearing Yamato, Kakashi further comprehended Uchiha Dan's teachings. The teacher, being weak-willed, would compromise due to Yamato's family's unreasonable behavior while favoring Kakashi's family, allowing him to suffer injustice. What about the Hokage? Would they also compromise due to the unreasonable behavior of other villages, allowing Konoha's citizens to suffer unwarranted grievances? Kakashi had heard that both the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, were incredibly domineering on crucial matters, never yielding. Under their leadership, Konoha became the most formidable ninja village of its time. The raikage throughout the ages was synonymous with dominance, never compromising externally, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, akin to madness. As a result, the Cloud Village emerged as the most formidable ninja village, one that no one dared to offend. Indeed, the one who must represent the Hokage must exude authority. Compromise? What is that? Half an hour later, Uchiha Dan and Tsunade arrived at the Ninja Academy. Upon seeing Tsunade, the homeroom teacher was astonished. I heard that Kakashi comes from a commoner background. How could Lady Tsunade be here? To his surprise, Tsunade spoke first, her demeanor resembling that of a stern instructor. I heard my sister was bullied, and you, as the teacher, turned a blind eye because you accepted bribes. Kakashi stood up for my sister, yet you reprimanded him? The homeroom teacher felt a chill creep up his spine. That new student is Lady Tsunade's sister? Damn, moreover, I never accepted any bribes. I merely sought to ease the situation, knowing that Yamato's family was not one to be trifled with, always causing trouble. Now, a true figure of significance has arrived. Bring my sister and that bully here, Tsunade commanded without hesitation. I want to see who has the audacity to bully my sister. Before long, Kushina and Yamato arrived at the office. The latter, having been kicked by Kakashi, intended to accuse him, but upon entering, he was met with Tsunade's icy glare. The child did not know Tsunade, yet her formidable presence rendered him speechless. So, you are the one who bullied my sister? After a long scrutiny, Tsunade's cold voice resonated. What if I am? Yamato retorted defiantly. Very well. Tsunade laughed in anger, turning to Kakashi. Kakashi, he is now your responsibility. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade. Kakashi grinned. In the coming month, he will frequently visit the Konoha hospital. Tsunade was taken aback. Coughing for a while. That one TB necessary, a week will suffice. Let us see if he learns his lesson. A month you're planning to torment him to the brink of death. You bullies. Yamato cried out immediately. I will tell my parents, and my brother is a genin. He won't let you off. A genin? Kakashi thought he must have misheard. He had always believed Yamato's brother to be formidable. Yet this was what he chose to boast about. Graduating from the Ninja Academy naturally leads one to become a genin. Kakashi knew his brother had been secretly training with Lady Tsunade at her base, surpassing her strength in just over a month. Furthermore, Uchiha Dan had demonstrated the Flying Thunder God technique to him, imparting the theoretical knowledge for the past 2 months. In Uchiha Dan's own words, no one in the village posed a one-on-one threat to him. Having never deceived Kakashi, he believed in his brother's words wholeheartedly. And yet, a mere genin, if you were the legendary genin, I might tolerate it, but you're just an ordinary one. Do you really think you have a brother? Brother. If he comes, can I beat him to a pulp? Kakashi exclaimed excitedly. Uchiha Dan, looking down with a smile, patted Kakashi's head. As a ninja of the village, Attacking a student of the Ninja Academy is permissible as long as you don't kill him. If his brother truly arrives, it will also be his brother's fault. Uchiha Dan gave Kakashi a look of encouragement, igniting his enthusiasm. I will definitely tell my parents. Yamato began to cry, feeling utterly wronged. Tsunade, however, paid him no mind and crouched down to Kushina, speaking gently. Kushina, listen well. I do not wish to see you bullying classmates. However, if someone dares to bully you, you must fight back fiercely. In that case, you will handle the fighting while Dan and I will take care of the healing. As long as you don't truly kill them. Chapter 30. Innocent Playmates. Hospital disturbance. At that moment, you will be responsible for the beating, while I and Dan will take care of the treatment, as long as no one truly dies. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Kushina trembled with excitement. Suddenly finding herself in an unfamiliar environment, nothing could be more reassuring to her than this. Especially after being ridiculed right after an introduction. Her already short temper was on the verge of boiling over. And you? Tsunade's expression turned icy as she glared at the teacher from the Ninja Academy, causing him to shudder in fear. Be cautious. Tsunade huffed, saying no more, as she took Dan's hand and left. Little did she expect Dan's ominous prediction would come true. Kushina indeed faced bullying. At this point, neither Kushina nor her mother, Mito Uzumaki, had built a sense of trust, and it was unlikely that Kushina would voice her grievances upon returning home. However, if she remained silent about such matters, her parents would struggle to understand, and it was possible that Kushina would endure bullying for a prolonged period. Dan, thank you. Once they exited the Ninja Academy, Tsunade expressed her gratitude. It was merely a small favor, but you must take extra care of Kushina. Children at this age are particularly sensitive. I understand. Tsunade was once again persuaded by Dan. As the days of work and training passed, 2 months swiftly flew by. Kushina and Minato Namikazes quickly became the best of friends. Childhood friendships tend to blossom rapidly. By now, the two attended classes, trained, and spent time together daily, growing exceedingly close. No one dared to trouble Kushina any longer. However, during practical training sessions, the still youthful Kushina, lacking control over her strength and chakra, accidentally injured a few classmates. Many began to refer to her privately as Red Blood Pepper, treating her with caution. It was simply a consequence of the Uzumaki clan's exceptional talent. Kushina's strength and chakra levels far surpassed what one would expect from a 7-year-old. This caused her considerable distress. Yet, she soon found a practice partner who neither despised her nor feared her, Minato Namikazes. No one knew how Minato trained, but his power was hardly inferior to that of the truly gifted Kushina. While his chakra volume was lesser than hers, he excelled in all other aspects. His amiable demeanor was deceptively disarming, and coupled with his excellent control over chakra and force, he had never harmed a classmate. Moreover, Minato was known for his kindness, often helping those who were bullied, which earned him a good reputation. Influenced by Minato's parents, the Namikaze couple, he possessed an innate kindness. However, he was more profoundly influenced by Dan, showing a penchant for strategy, understanding human nature, and assessing situations even at such a young age. He was clear about debts and grievances, never playing the role of a fool, and when action was required, he acted decisively. For instance, 2 months ago, when Yamada Haru bullied Kushina, Minato confronted him after school, resulting in Haru suffering 2 broken legs and never returning. Following a week of relentless beating from Minato, Haru developed a deep-seated psychological trauma and became docile ever since. While these 2 young ones reveled in their joyful days, Dan and Tsunade diligently worked at Konoha Hospital. As a ninja, Tsunade was expected to undertake missions. However, apart from those assigned directly by the Hokage to Umbu ninjas, other ninjas could choose to accept missions voluntarily unless in exceptional circumstances. Tsunade, wishing to remain by Dan's side, was unwilling to go anywhere. Yet her earnings at the hospital were hardly less than those from undertaking missions. Naturally, such a scenario was unique to Tsunade, given her unparalleled medical prowess in the ninja world. In the largest office of Konoha Hospital, Tsunade languidly rested her chin on her desk, occasionally blowing at a small wind chime ornament, producing a melodious sound. However, her gaze remained fixed on Dan. How could this man be so handsome? No matter how she looked, her fondness only grew. Dan had long since become accustomed to her attention, engrossed in reviewing medical records while allowing Tsunade to gaze at him. Tsunade's boldness grew increasingly unabashed, her intentions more pronounced, yet Dan seemed to adapt to her behavior. What was this? Was he truly not going to leave? It seemed. Perhaps, possibly, It might not be impossible. Suddenly, the office was interrupted by a loud commotion from outside, accompanied by shouts. Disturbed by the ruckus, Tsunade's annoyance flared, and she was ready to confront the noisy intruders. After all, this was a hospital, not a marketplace. Sit down. Dan gently yet firmly instructed Tsunade. You need not concern yourself with this. I will handle it. You just rest. While speaking, Dan draped a blanket over Tsunade's shoulders. Fine. Tsunade returned to her position, her heart swelling with sweetness. Since Tsunade began training with Dan every evening, for the past 3 months, he had insisted she rest every morning, forbidding her from attending to any matters. Initially, Dan even hoped Tsunade would sleep at home in the mornings, avoiding the hospital altogether, yet she was resolute in her refusal. Reluctantly, Dan had to add a single bed to the office. Nevertheless, Tsunade rarely laid down, preferring to watch Dan from across the desk. Humph, you scoundrel. I shall watch you and see how long you can endure. Over these 3 months, Dan had consistently shown concern for Tsunade in his actions, prompting her to contemplate how to deepen their relationship. Being cared for by someone one cherishes is sweet, yet the lack of acknowledgement of their relationship was quite distressing. Closing the office door behind him, Dan followed the sound to the source and soon arrived at the surgical room. What is going on? Upon seeing a crowd gathered at the surgical room, Dan stepped forward and inquired sharply. Do you all truly think this is a marketplace? A nurse hurriedly pushed through the crowd and approached him, saying, Dr. Dan, we just received a critically injured patient. However, his companions are extremely agitated and refuse to leave the surgical room, insisting on staying. How is the patient? Dan furrowed his brow and asked. It appears he may not survive. The nurse whispered back. Humph. Dan strode into the surgical room, seizing 2 individuals by their necks and tossing them out. What are you doing? An angry voice cried out as someone charged toward Dan, only to halt in shock upon recognizing him. You? Dan Uchiha? Dan coldly responded, Oh, it is you. Uchiha-an, take your people and leave at once. If you delay the treatment, can you bear the responsibility? What does a useless person like you have to say? Uchiha-en retorted with malice. Where is Lady Tsunade? The legendary Dr. Dan? Bring her to me. Fool. Dan crossed his arms and stood aside, watching coldly. Fine. If you enjoy causing trouble, then take your time. After all, it is your people who will suffer. I have no sympathy for them. Chapter 31. She has died. Are you satisfied now? What a sense of DJVU. The matter of medical ethics has no bearing on Uchiha Dan. After all, he initially took a position at the hospital to affirm his own worth and to sustain his existence. This does not imply that he enjoys or is willing to do so. Were it not for Tsunade, he would have already resigned from the hospital. With his abilities, who would willingly endure such indignities? After Uchiha called out, he found that no one moved. All the medical personnel gaped at him as if he were a fool. What are you dawdling for? Go call someone. Uchiha shouted in fury. A nearby nurse, unable to bear the scene any longer, stepped forward to Uchiha Dan and said, Dr. Dan, if we delay any longer, the patient will truly die. It is his refusal to allow treatment. If she dies, it will be his responsibility. You need not concern yourself with it. Uchiha Dan replied, wearing an expression of amusement as if he were watching a play. What? Uchiha-on's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Dr. Dan? How can that be? Huh? Does it not resemble me? Uchiha Dan snickered derisively. Then hurry and treat her. Uchiha fumed. Are you mocking me? Uchiha Dan. Uchiha-on. The nurse, fearing the situation would escalate, retorted sharply. You and your companions crowding the operating room. How can Dr. Dan perform the surgery? Did you not hear him tell you to leave? Uchiha-on's chest heaved with rage, his fist clenched, glaring at the nurse with a menacing expression. Uchiha Dan pulled the young nurse behind him and said with a smile, Do not rush. Let them continue to delay. In 5 minutes, that fellow will be dead. And then this matter will no longer concern us. Let it be. 5 minutes? Uchiha-on's voice trembled. Yes, initially there were 10 minutes. After all, the sooner we treat, the more advantageous it is. However, Uchiha Dan glanced at the clock in the operating room and mockingly remarked, You have already squandered 5 minutes with your incompetence. I cannot fathom the grudge you harbor against your teammate that you would let her die. You. Uchiha was about to explode, but his teammates could no longer stand by. One stepped forward and urged, Captain, we must leave at once. Otherwise, Ling will truly perish. At that moment, not only the onlookers but even Uchiha's comrades expressed their discontent. With Ling on the brink of death, why insist on causing a scene and delaying treatment? What is your intention, to save a life or to take one? It is baffling how this captain is still in charge. After that, A ninja from the Uchiha clan and another forcibly pulled Uchiha out of the room. Dr. Dan, I apologize for the trouble, one individual said sincerely as they passed by Uchiha Dan. Finally, a sensible remark. Uchiha Dan then moved forward, employing his medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding, while commanding, "Fetch my medical kit and prepare the blood plasma and surgical instruments." Yes, everyone immediately resumed their tasks with urgency. True to his reputation as the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, Uchiha Dan swiftly completed the surgery. For the subsequent hour, Uchiha Dan administered acupuncture to the ninja named Uchiha Ling, utilizing his medical techniques to stabilize her wounds and expedite healing. 2 hours later, Uchiha Dan exited the operating room and took a large gulp of water from the nurse who handed it to him. "How is she?" Before he could finish drinking, a figure rushed towards him, asking, "What of Ling? How is she?" "She has died. Are you satisfied now?" Uchiha Dan replied coldly. "It is precisely because of your delay that you have caused your teammate's demise." "Impossible. Impossible. Ling cannot be dead." Uchiha-un's voice trembled. "Dr. Dan, Ling." Another ninja named Uchiha Sure stepped forward, struggling to conceal his grief as he confirmed with a trembling voice. "She is fine. The surgery was successful," Uchiha Dan stated calmly. However, the delay in her arrival and the excessive blood loss, coupled with the time wasted by someone, will prolong her recovery. You are mocking me?" Uchiha snapped, seizing Uchiha Dan by the collar. "You disgrace of the Uchiha clan. How dare you play games with me? Captain, release him." Uchiha Sure was completely enraged, gripping Uchiha-un's wrist. "I command you to let go." Other ninjas from the Uchiha clan also stepped forward, yet, without exception, they stood by Uchiha Dan. After all, he was Ling's savior. When has the Uchiha clan ever treated their benefactor in such a manner? Uchiha was taken aback. These were his comrades from the police department. Uchiha Dan was merely a discarded member of the clan. How could they oppose him for the sake of such a worthless individual? Uchiha was on the verge of exploding, shouting, "Are you rebelling? Assisting an outsider against me? He saved Ling." Uchiha Sure retorted coldly. "Humph. He did not properly treat her." Uchiha pointed at Uchiha Dan. "What do you mean by a prolonged recovery? I have heard you possess miraculous medical ninjutsu. Even someone with a severed leg can heal in no time. You only wish for Ling to die. Uchiha, you have gone too far." The director, who had just arrived, shouted angrily upon hearing Uchiha's words. Last time, Dr. Dan merely used a few revival techniques. It took 3 whole days for the patient to recover. That is a ninjutsu reserved for critical moments. Ling's life has been preserved. Had Dr. Dan recklessly employed revival techniques, it would have been an extreme dereliction of duty towards other patients. Our hospital adheres to standardized treatment protocols, and as the director, I cannot consent to your demands. I care not for your consent. Uchiha coldly glared at Uchiha Dan. "Will you treat her or not?" "I have already treated her." Uchiha Dan replied icily. "Uchiha Dan, do not speak nonsense. Do not forget that you bear the Uchiha name." "Ha ha." Uchiha Dan suddenly burst into laughter. "Did you not just say I am an outsider? Did you not just call me the disgrace of the Uchiha clan? Did you not just declare me worthless? Now, I am once again Uchiha? Can you not retain an ounce of dignity? 7 years ago, I was unjustly expelled from the Uchiha clan by Uchiha Kagami, and my name was removed from the family registry. I have no further ties with you. The Uchiha I bear is my father's Uchiha, not the Uchiha clans." "Very well." Uchiha gritted his teeth. "You worthless fool, await your reckoning." With that, Uchiha could no longer contain himself, storming out of the hospital in a fit of rage. Uchiha Dan paid no heed to Uchiha's threats. Rather, he perceived an opportunity. He had long desired to showcase his prowess and engage in a conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, trouble had conveniently come to his doorstep. He simply needed to wait. Upon returning to the office, he discovered Tsunade was still sound asleep. Uchiha Dan was bewildered. This individual is remarkably oblivious. The entire hospital was in an uproar, yet she remained undisturbed. However, it also demonstrated her trust in Uchiha Dan, believing he could resolve matters smoothly. Yet, just as Uchiha Dan settled down, Tsunade, sensing something, suddenly awakened. "Dan, you have returned?" Uchiha Dan was speechless. This phrase evoked a sense of déjà vu. It was as though a wife awaited her husband to return home from work, only to doze off while waiting. Chapter 32. The Terrifying Resurrection Technique. Stimulating Uchiha is everything resolved? Tsunade inquired lazily, resting her chin on her hand. "Just a trivial matter." Uchiha Dan responded dismissively. then suddenly asked, "How is your study of the resurrection technique progressing?" Upon hearing the term resurrection technique, Tsunade and Appo's expression immediately soured. "Humph, how on earth did you create such a ninjutsu?" She complained. "It's exceedingly difficult. I've been studying it for 3 months and have only just grasped a bit of it." The resurrection technique, while it may sound like a medical ninjutsu, is actually a complex nerve technique that Uchiha Dan devoted significant time and energy to research for future studies. This ninjutsu allows one to control a specially altered chakra, navigating through every nerve in the body to conduct a comprehensive diagnosis and repair of the nervous system. Once mastered to a certain degree, it can temporarily replace a person's neural network using numerous invisible chakra threads, facilitating the transmission of neural signals. Even if a person's head is severed, as long as it is not too far from the body, timely application of this nerve technique can prevent death, and even allow for the control of the body under such circumstances. If surgery is performed promptly, it is possible to reattach the head without leaving any lasting effects. This technique possesses epic-making strategic significance for the entire ninja world, being a true resurrection ninjutsu. However, mastering it is as challenging as the Flying Thunder God technique. To practice the resurrection technique, one must possess an extraordinary understanding of the human body, comprehending every meridian and nerve along with their transmission methods. Such stringent conditions are merely the most basic requirements for learning the resurrection technique. Furthermore, one must have an exceptionally high medical talent, providing abundant vitality, making them a rare gem among medical ninjas. Lastly, one must be capable of accurately simulating neurons with chakra. This is the realm of the divine, far beyond human capability. Since neurons are not visible to the naked eye and cannot be perceived even with keen senses, without understanding their structure, simulation is impossible. Were it not for the advancements in scientific knowledge from a previous life and the diligent research of many biologists that have deciphered the structure of neurons and the transmission of neural signals, even Uchiha Dan would be left in despair. The fact that Tsunade has made any progress in 3 months astonishes Uchiha Dan. "Don't be discouraged," he encouraged her. "I spent 4 years developing this technique. Achieving any understanding in just 3 months is quite impressive." "You spent 4 years?" Tsunade exclaimed, surprised, as Uchiha Dan had not mentioned this before. "Did you think it was easy?" Uchiha Dan laughed. "This ninjutsu can bring the dead back to life. So if you can master it within 4 years, that would already be considered remarkably quick. Besides me, you are likely the only one in the entire ninja world who can learn this technique. Others wouldn't be able to grasp it even if I try to teach them." "Humph, I will master it in 3 years," Tsunade declared, her confidence rekindled. "All right, 3 years it is." Uchiha Dan chuckled, amused by her determination. After finishing their meal, Uchiha Dan allowed Tsunade to rest while he proceeded to conduct his routine rounds in the hospital wards. In a private room for critically ill patients, upon Uchiha Dan's entrance, several pairs of eyes immediately turned to him. "Dr. Dan." Everyone greeted him, except for Uchiha Rin, who lay in bed, and the brooding Uchiha In. "It's nothing. I'm just here to check on you all, so please remain seated," Uchiha Dan said as he approached Uchiha Rin. He carefully observed her complexion, nodded, and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Dan, thank you." Seeing Uchiha Dan's handsome and charming face once again stirred long-suppressed emotions within Uchiha Rin, causing her to speak with an unusual tone. Uchiha Rin had once been neighbors with Uchiha Dan, and they could even be considered childhood sweethearts. However, when Uchiha Dan was expelled from the Uchiha clan, she was ordered to cease all contact with him. Though she felt heartbroken, she chose to obey. Over the years, she had caught glimpses of Uchiha Dan during police patrols, but had never dared to approach him. Now, having awakened and learned that Uchiha Dan had saved her life, memories of their past flooded back, and seeing him so closely stirred her heart. "I am a doctor. It is my duty to save lives," Uchiha Dan replied formally, extending his hand. "Huh." Uchiha Rin appeared somewhat flustered. Uchiha Dan, slightly exasperated, reiterated, "I need you to present your hand. I must examine you." "Oh." Uchiha Rin obediently extended her right hand. Uchiha Dan took her hand, checked her pulse, and sent a thread of chakra through her body to assess the healing of her wounds. "Not bad." Uchiha Dan released her hand, nodding. "In the coming days, I will provide you with some treatments to aid your recovery. You should be able to transfer to a regular ward in 3 days and be discharged within 10 days. By the way," suddenly recalling something, Uchiha Dan asked, "I heard you were injured during training?" As soon as he spoke, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Indeed, Uchiha Rin had not sustained her injury during a mission, but had been accidentally hurt by Uchiha In during training, nearly losing her life as a result. Be more careful in the future. After giving a nod to everyone, Uchiha Dan turned and exited the ward. However, one person's face remained contorted with rage, the one and only Uchiha. Though he was known for his foul temperament, he was far from foolish. He understood all too well the way Uchiha Rin looked at Uchiha Dan. What infuriated him most was that Uchiha Dan acknowledged everyone else with a nod, yet completely ignored him, treating him as if he were invisible. Moreover, he thought, as a doctor, you should focus on healing. What Uchiha Rin's injury has to do with you is none of your business. Why must you bring it up? Just a discarded waste expelled from the family. What is there to be proud of? Uchiha's simmering anger could no longer be contained, and he swore to make Uchiha Dan realize the consequences of crossing the Uchiha clan. 2 hours later, Uchiha Dan left the hospital, heading home after being informed that there had been an issue with his family's shop. Hearing this, Uchiha Dan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. He had not anticipated that Uchiha's retaliation would come so swiftly. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Dan arrived outside the general store run by the Wave Wind couple. Stop. Police patrol, all unauthorized personnel, clear the area. Uchiha In, seeing Uchiha Dan's arrival, glared at him menacingly, yet feigned a professional demeanor as he spoke. Chapter 33. Do you enjoy this? Rubbish, just rubbish. At this moment, the street outside the grocery store was patrolled by 8 members of the police department, each bearing a fierce demeanor that made passers-by instinctively take a detour. Among the 8, only Uchiha Dan was familiar to the onlookers, the others were strangers, as it was unlikely that his teammates would accompany him on such a task. The couple, Kazekage Shurin and his wife, stood anxiously at the counter of the grocery store, casting worried glances at Uchiha Dan. Dan, you should head back. They are merely on a routine patrol. Your aunt and I are fine, Kazekage Shurin urged, fully aware of the boy's filial piety and protective nature. He feared that if Dan believed they were being wronged, a confrontation with the police department could ensue. After all, one day without business would not have a significant impact on them. However, Uchiha Dan seemed oblivious to their concerns, striding boldly toward the entrance. As he passed by Uchiha Yin, he shot him a cold glance and said, "Get lost. This is my family's shop, and I intend to enter." Impudent. Uchiha Yin feigned outrage, masking his inner delight. Interfering with the police's duties and confronting law enforcement. Uchiha Dan, you possess quite the audacity. It seems necessary to take you into custody for a few days. As he uttered the last sentence, Uchiha Yin flashed a cruel smile, the threat unmistakable. Are you feeling bold? Uchiha Dan retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're the head of the police department. No wonder the people of Konoha are increasingly disdainful of the Uchiha clan. It's because of garbage like you. What did you say? Uchiha Yin clenched his fists, his expression darkening ominously. Oh, do you enjoy this? Uchiha Dan feigned realization, repeating, I said you are rubbish, you are rubbish, you are rubbish. Did you comprehend that? With a roar of frustration, Uchiha Yin lunged for Uchiha Dan's face, clearly aiming to inflict harm. Yet, before his hand could reach its target, Uchiha Dan vanished from sight. The next instant, he reappeared beside Uchiha Yin, swinging his arm with great force. The resounding slap echoed through the street, momentarily silencing all who bore witness. Passers-by, patrolling shinobi, and the Kazekage couple alike, all stood frozen in astonishment, unable to evade that. Truly rubbish, Uchiha Dan remarked coolly, shattering the silence. Do you even deserve the Uchiha name? You dare to strike me? Uchiha Yin stammered, incredulity etched across his swollen face, his mind struggling to process the humiliation of being slapped in public. This single blow had crushed his pride entirely. After a moment of stunned silence, Uchiha Yin's fury erupted as he unleashed his chakra, delivering a powerful punch toward Uchiha Dan's chest. Yet, Uchiha Dan again vanished, only to reappear on Uchiha Yin's opposite side, delivering another resounding slap to his left cheek. Ah, I will kill you, Uchiha Yin hollered. No longer dazed but consumed by rage, he swiftly drew a short blade from his back, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, and charged at Uchiha Dan with lethal intent. In that moment, he forsook all else, fixated solely on the thought that Uchiha Dan must die. As the blade neared Uchiha Dan's chest, he grasped Uchiha Yin's wrist, halting its advance. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Dan's right hand landed forcefully on Uchiha Dan-'s right cheek. The impact was far greater than before, propelling Uchiha Yen into the air. Yet, before he could fall, Uchiha Dan yanked him back, delivering another slap that sent him soaring again. Uchiha Yen, are you not hailed as the genius of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Dan's voice dripped with disdain. Is this all you amount to? You cannot even best a waste like me who hasn't trained in over 7 years. How pitiful. It seems the Uchiha clan has truly fallen. Uchiha Yen felt madness creeping in. He had just cast a Jinjutsu on Uchiha Dan, yet it had no effect whatsoever. What in the world was happening? How could this individual possess such terrifying strength and reflexes? You. Cough, cough. Uchiha Yen attempted to retaliate, but a powerful punch struck his abdomen, forcing the words from his mouth into violent coughs, his body curling in pain. Rubbish, just rubbish. Uchiha Dan continued unabated, delivering a relentless flurry of attacks. Techniques such as Gale Mountain, Earth Reversal, and others flowed from him in a chaotic rhythm, evoking no particular strategy, but rather an instinctive response to the situation. While unleashing his onslaught, he also evaded Uchiha Yen's attempts to strike back. The other 7 members of the police department had rushed in, launching their own assaults. Yet, despite the apparent disorder of Uchiha Dan's fighting style, his speed and agility were unmatched. When he finally concluded his barrage, he discarded Uchiha Yen like a discarded rag, leaving the other 7 unable to land even a single blow on him. Due to the proximity to Uchiha Yen, they could only resort to taijutsu, refraining from using ninjutsu, which left them feeling utterly frustrated. Upon witnessing Uchiha Yen tossed aside, the 7 moved once more, but one among them was swifter. Uchiha Dan, propelled by his physical prowess, left a deep crater in the ground as he vanished from sight, diving into the fray of 7 opponents. The chaos ensued, or rather, an overwhelming massacre began. 1 minute later, all 7 lay sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their bodies convulsing in defeat. Despite their youth, with Uchiha Yen being the oldest and relatively strong, they had been utterly outmatched. Uchiha Dan had pummeled them into unconsciousness without allowing them to set foot on the ground or utilize their ninjutsu. The onlookers, drawn by the commotion, converged upon the scene, members of the police department and Uchiha clan alike. Upon seeing the Uchiha clan's shinobi scattered across the ground and Uchiha Dan standing calmly at the center, their fury ignited, igniting a fire in their hearts. Chapter 34. Uchiha Dan's Arrest and Their Playful Torment. What on earth are you doing, Uchiha Dan? An elder of the Uchiha clan, who also served as the deputy head of the Konoha police department, questioned angrily. Uchiha Dan incredulously retorted, "How dare you ask me that? Your department's duty is to maintain order in Konoha, yet your officers have the audacity to attack a mere civilian. Is there no law left? They attacked you?" The elder asked in disbelief. "Do you even hear what you're saying? The ones lying on the ground are our people. Indeed, Uchiha initiated the assault on me, and many witnessed it. I had no choice but to retaliate. That is the truth of the matter. What trickery did you employ for them to lose consciousness?" The elder demanded. "I owe you no explanations," Uchiha Dan replied coldly. The deputy clan head gritted his teeth and declared, "Then I shall take you to the police department's prison for a thorough inquiry." "Wonderful." Uchiha Dan suddenly became animated, urging, "Hurry up, lead the way. And remember, if I'm not locked up for at least 10 days, do not even think of releasing me. Otherwise, I will turn against your clan." The elder, taken aback, glanced at the villagers who had gathered around, suppressing his emotions, and simply growled, "Take him away." In the Hokage's office, Hatake Tsukumo was reporting the details of the skirmish to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The incident stemmed from Uchiha Dan rescuing Uchiha Rin at the Konoha hospital. However, Uchiha N continuously sought trouble with Uchiha Dan. After being bested, Uchiha N returned to the police department and surrounded the grocery store run by the Wave Wind couple. Upon Uchiha Dan's arrival, Uchiha N used the pretext of obstructing official duties and attacked him. Uchiha Dan was compelled to defend himself, incapacitating 8 individuals, including Uchiha N, without sustaining any injuries. Is it true that Uchiha Dan is that formidable? Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted and inquired. "I witnessed it with my own eyes." Tsukumo responded. "You mentioned that you felt no chakra emanating from him, and his fighting style was exceedingly rudimentary, relying solely on physical strength and the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan." Indeed, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to grasp something significant. He finally understood why Senju Tobirama had felt wary upon merely glancing at Uchiha Dan on the street. He also realized why his mentor had implored him, even on his deathbed, to ensure that Uchiha Dan remained an ordinary person, refraining from training. It was not that he, as Hokage, lacked the capacity to tolerate others or wished to oppose a child. Rather, his keen insight discerned Uchiha Dan's extraordinary innate talent. Was he fearful that another Uchiha Madara might emerge from the Uchiha clan? Where was Uchiha Dan now? He had already been taken to the police department and was confined within its prison. The police department. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. Do you wish to see him? Tsukumo asked. Not yet. The time is not right. You return and keep watch, he instructed. Once left alone in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved his pipe, tapped out the ash, refilled it with tobacco, and lit it, taking a few puffs. Exhaling the smoke, he felt a headache coming on. How should he handle Uchiha Dan? By all accounts, Uchiha Dan had strictly adhered to his orders, not practicing for 7 years, yet he possessed such strength purely due to his innate talent. Furthermore, he was an exceptionally gifted medical ninja, having developed a resurrection technique of epic-making significance. This ninjutsu had even given Tsunade a headache, as it took her 3 months to barely grasp the basics. Crucially, Uchiha Dan felt no sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan, as evidenced by their conflicts. Such a person, if treated with kindness from the outset, could potentially become a second Uchiha Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of regret over Uchiha Kagami's untimely demise. Though Kagami later committed numerous misdeeds, hinting at Danzo's involvement in harming many, his death was genuinely unrelated to Hiruzen, who would not appreciate a fiercely loyal and powerful subordinate. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored grievances against Shimura Danzo. Although Danzo insisted he had no ties to Kagami's death, Hiruzen understood him too well, knowing he was behind it. Yet, without evidence, and with Kagami already gone, he could do nothing to Danzo. Sighing in regret, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, at this point, it is too late to say anything. It is no longer possible to extend kindness, as the rift between us has become irreparable. Although he had not directly wronged Uchiha Dan, he had heard of the mistreatment. Tsunade had relentlessly pressured Uchiha Dan, while employing the most scathing and cutting words to humiliate him for 5 years. Danzo had even suggested eliminating Uchiha Dan from time to time. Was it truly necessary to eliminate him? But was it still possible at this juncture? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into contemplation. In the police department's prison, Uchiha Dan reclined leisurely on the floor, ignoring the inquiries from the interrogators. Uchiha Dan, one of the interrogators shouted furiously, are you determined to resist stubbornly? Confess at once. Hearing this, Uchiha Dan perked up. Your police department wields quite the power. Hastily condemning people without discernment? You better first address the crime of your clan's ninjas attacking a fellow villager. As he spoke, Uchiha Dan activated his Sharingan. The interrogating ninja felt a momentary daze, but when he regained his senses, nothing had transpired. Uchiha Dan merely stared at him coldly, sending a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Uchiha Dan had already arrived beside Tsunade. Moments ago, he had cast an illusion on the interrogating ninja, leaving only a shadow clone in the cell. Dan, you truly came. Tsunade exclaimed with surprise. She had merely attempted to invoke the Flying Thunder God technique left on Uchiha Dan with her chakra, and within 5 seconds, he had appeared by her side. Are you all right? She asked. Given that I can appear here, what do you think? Uchiha Dan replied with a smile. Why are you so impulsive? Tsunade expressed her concern. I don't mind their targeting me. It's not the first time in all these years. But targeting my adoptive parents? They wouldn't know how to write the word death. I understand. Tsunade said without a hint of reproach. But why did you take matters into your own hands? I could have assisted. I know you would help. Uchiha Dan reassured her with a smile. However, I do not wish for you to offend the Uchiha clan. Let me handle this. By the way, I came to tell you that when I'm captured, don't treat those 8 individuals in response to your displeasure. I employed some methods during the altercation to ensure that only you and I can address their injuries. I'm quite curious to see how they will react. Should I hide? Tsunade asked with excitement. It was evident that Dan was plotting something, though the feeling of being manipulated was unpleasant. Witnessing Uchiha Dan's scheme against others brought a sense of thrill. Uchiha Dan's reaction amused Tsunade, who chuckled. No need for that. A straightforward refusal will suffice. It is just perfect to spend more time playing with them. In the office of the Minister of the Police Department, Uchiha Fushan, the head of the Uchiha clan, found himself in a state of great distress. Upon witnessing Uchiha and his companions unconscious and gravely injured, Fushan immediately ordered their transport to the Konoha hospital. However, The messenger who had gone to the hospital relayed that Lady Tsunade, upon learning of Uchiha Dan's capture, was in a foul mood and had outright refused to provide treatment for Uchiha In and the others. After the medical ninjas examined the 8 individuals, they collectively expressed their inability to assist. It is crucial to understand that these 8 had sustained serious injuries. Without prompt medical attention, they would likely suffer permanent disabilities, effectively terminating their careers as ninjas. All of them were quite young, the eldest being Uchiha In at merely 17 years old, and the youngest just 12. Representing the hopes of the Uchiha clan. To incapacitate all 8 at once would be a blow that even the Uchiha clan could scarcely endure. In truth, this predicament was not without a potential resolution. By releasing Uchiha Dan and uttering a few conciliatory words, everything could be amicably resolved. Yet, Fashan was unwilling to concede. This individual had brought disgrace upon the Uchiha clan, and to simply let him go would be an affront to his dignity. Chapter 35. Am I giving you face? Establishing authority as a member of the Uchiha clan father. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku entered the minister's office. You called for me. In your capacity as the young clan leader, go and see Uchiha Dan. Inquire about his intentions, Uchiha Fuyama stated casually. Remember, be polite. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku acknowledged. Proceeding directly to the police department's prison. Ah, is that not the young clan leader? Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Dan scoffed. Have you come to execute me? At this time, Uchiha Fugaku had just turned 12, yet he bore no semblance of a child. Rather, he appeared older than his years, more mature than his own father. He always wore a grave expression, burdened by unspoken worries. Brother Dan, you jest. Uchiha Fugaku attempted to establish rapport. Uchiha Dan quickly interjected. Do not. I cannot bear such a title. You are the young clan leader, elevated above me, while I am merely a name expelled from the family tree. Henceforth, simply call me by my name. Brother Dan, you jest. Uchiha Fugaku replied calmly. Am I giving you face? Who said I was jesting? Uchiha Dan's demeanor shifted abruptly, his tone turning cold. And who do you think you are to call me brother? If you dare utter that again, I will kill you. Faced with Uchiha Dan's icy glare, brimming with murderous intent, Uchiha Fugaku felt a shiver run down his spine. This individual was unpredictable, shifting moods with alarming swiftness, displaying none of the composure expected of a 17-year-old. Very well, Dan, silence. Uchiha Dan interrupted forcefully. State plainly what your father sent you for. I have no time to waste on your trifles. Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming discomfort. His usual cleverness and composure were rendered ineffective against this individual's erratic behavior. After a moment of regaining his poise, Uchiha Fugaku spoke. My father sent me to inquire how this matter can be resolved. The Uchiha clan is willing to show sincerity. I cannot comprehend that. Uchiha Dan replied with a frown. During my time in the hospital, I saved Uchiha Rin, and I thought that, if not a debt of gratitude, at least it warranted a semblance of goodwill, no? Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply, nodding earnestly. Indeed, it is a matter of gratitude, one that our Uchiha clan shall not forget. Huh, but what was the outcome? Uchiha Dan retorted scornfully. Uchiha In actually threatened to retaliate against me, even sending people to besiege my family's shop. You ought to ask him what he truly desires. It seems that your clan members are nothing but ungrateful wolves. If injured, I should not tend to them, for it only invites endless trouble. Dan, I believe there is a misunderstanding here, Uchiha Fugaku attempted to clarify. Uchiha Dan waved his hand dismissively. There is no misunderstanding. You may inquire with those from your clan who visited the hospital. I speak only the truth. I saved one, yet they besieged my family's shop, intimidating my adoptive parents. If I had healed 9, would they have annihilated my entire family? I am a timid person, always wishing to avoid trouble. Alas, I could not escape it. Who would have thought that Uchiha In would directly assault me? In the end, he remained unharmed, while I was captured. Fugaku, tell me, where can I seek justice? Uncle. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback by Uchiha Dan's audacity. Oh dear, how polite of you. Uchiha Dan feigned courtesy. But if you wish to call me uncle, it brings me great joy. Uchiha Fugaku suppressed his urge to curse, biting back his words. My patience is wearing thin. Uchiha Fugaku asserted. Dan, there must be a solution to this. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I apologize. Once Uchiha In and the others recover, I will insist they come to apologize to you as well. What do you think? An apology? Uchiha Dan's disappointment was palpable. Just a moment ago, you called me uncle, and now you reveal your true intentions. Very well, You may leave. I shall pretend you are not my nephew. Uchiha Dan. Uchiha Fugaku could no longer contain his fury, shouting, "Do you truly wish to become an enemy of the Uchiha clan? Have you considered the consequences?" Haha. Consequences? Uchiha Dan laughed heartily. Do you truly believe I fear the Uchiha clan? Let me be frank. The money I have given to my adoptive parents is sufficient for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. They simply saved it for me, claiming it was for my future wife. Thus, you may seal my fate or destroy my family's shop. It holds little value to me. As for your threats, they bear no weight. Uchiha Dan chuckled. Do you think I am trapped here? With you as the hunter, and I as the prey? As his words fell, Uchiha Dan suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing before Uchiha Fugaku, startling him greatly. Listen closely. You little wretch, there is no prison that can hold me, Uchiha Dan stated coldly. You managed to capture me only because I chose to come. Now that I no longer wish to remain, return to your father and tell him to perish. With that, Uchiha Dan vanished once more, reappearing in his family's shop. Dan, Bluffing Shiran, witnessing Uchiha Dan's sudden appearance, was both astonished and delighted. You have been released? Indeed, uncle, all is well now. Although he regarded Bluffing Shiran as a father, Uchiha Dan had called him uncle from the very first day, and he had not changed his address in all these years. Wait, how did you appear so suddenly? Bluffing Shiran inquired, coming to his senses. Do not concern yourself with such details. Let us return home. Very well. Since we cannot conduct business today, there is not a soul in the shop. I shall go home and call your aunt from the back. Meanwhile, after receiving Uchiha Fugaku's report, Uchiha Fyama was left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by shock. The Flying Thunder God technique? At this moment, Uchiha Fyama could scarcely contemplate Uchiha Dan's escape. His mind was consumed by turbulent thoughts. That was the Flying Thunder God technique. Countless individuals aspired to learn it, yet few could even grasp its threshold. Not to mention Uchiha Dan's beast-like physical prowess and his 3-tomo Sharingan. With such a mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, it was evident that they could do nothing against Uchiha Dan. He had witnessed firsthand Senju Tobirama employing the Flying Thunder God technique in battle. That scene was one he would never forget. Given Uchiha Dan's displayed strength, coupled with his 3-tomo Sharingan and mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, should matters escalate to a life-or-death struggle, even the Uchiha clan would face severe consequences. Was it truly worth it? Allowing a mere squabble between children to escalate into a deadly confrontation? Moreover, Uchiha Fyama was no stranger to the ways of the world. Why would Uchiha Dan, who had remained unperturbed while being berated as a waste, suddenly act out today? Had he lost his sanity? No, he was asserting his authority. The only conclusion Uchiha Fyama could draw was that Uchiha Dan had likely matured and no longer felt the need to endure. If this speculation held true, it implied that Uchiha Dan and Appo's displayed strength was merely the tip of the iceberg. The reality was that he no longer needed to regard anyone with caution. Chapter 36, The Damned Uchiha. The adaptable clan leader since Uchiha Madara's departure, although the average strength of the Uchiha clan's ninjas remains formidable, they can no longer produce a sufficiently intimidating figure. Moreover, being within the village confines, they cannot overly act against Uchiha Dan if they wish to avoid rebellion. However, the individual possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, making it impossible to covertly strike without being detected. Should a deadly feud arise, it would be the Uchiha clan that suffers, as the price for Uchiha Dan's life cannot be measured in mere numbers. Additionally, Shimura Danzo has been closely monitoring the Uchiha clan, ever ready to exploit any misstep. If a significant incident were to occur, he would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation to elevate his own standing. Furthermore, due to the relationship between Uchiha Dan and Tsunade, Uchiha Fukuzen dares not confront him. Compounding the issue, there are currently 8 members of the Uchiha clan lying in the hospital, unattended. All this turmoil stems from that scoundrel, Uchiha. Naturally, Uchiha Fukuzen refuses to acknowledge his own capitulation, directing all his ire towards the instigator of these troubles. Why would Uchiha Dan provoke and humiliate others when he had just rescued the dying Uchiha? What possible benefit could this bring to Uchiha? Furthermore, he audaciously mobilized the police department to besiege Uchiha Dan's family and intimidate his adoptive parents, even going so far as to directly assault Uchiha Dan. This scoundrel is truly insufferable. Uchiha Dan's actions are clearly a show of force aimed at the higher-ups of Konoha. The Uchiha clan has become nothing more than a pawn in Uchiha Dan's game of intimidation. How utterly infuriating. At that moment, a figure hurriedly pushed the door open and exclaimed, The family members of the 8 clan members in the hospital have arrived to visit. Seeing that they have yet to receive any medical attention, they are now furious and are heading toward the police department to demand an explanation. Damn Uchiha-en. Uchiha Fukuzen could not help but curse again. Prepare a generous gift immediately. Take 30 million, and I will visit Uchiha-dan. You keep the family members calm. I will provide them with an explanation as soon as possible. Uchiha Fukuzen is a decisively resolute individual. Since it seems futile to confront Uchiha-dan and recognizing his intent to intimidate, he resolves to see if he can foster goodwill instead. To some, one is either a friend or an enemy, but to Uchiha Fukuzen, as long as one is not an enemy, they may be considered a friend. Although he feels humiliated and threatened, Uchiha-dan is still of the same clan, and Fukuzen has the wisdom to see the bigger picture. In the evening, Uchiha Fukuzen, accompanied by his son Uchiha Fugaku, arrived at the door of the Nara household bearing gifts. When Nara Shikaku opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Fukuzen, the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan, was not someone ordinary citizens could typically encounter. Yet here he stood, smiling and laden with gifts at Nara's doorstep. A surreal sight indeed. Is Uchiha-dan home? Uchiha Fukuzen inquired amiably. Why yes, Nara stammered, quickly ushering Uchiha Fukuzen and his son inside. Moments before, Nara had been anxiously listening to Uchiha-dan recount the day's events, fearing that Dan had been released, unaware that he had escaped. As an ordinary citizen, he had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Uchiha-dan had reassured him, mentioning that the Uchiha clan leader would come to express gratitude. Nara could hardly believe it. When the door had been knocked upon, he feared it was someone come to arrest him. Yet, it turned out to be Uchiha Fukuzen himself paying a visit. Perhaps it was best to continue running his humble grocery store, Nara thought to himself, feeling out of his depth amidst the intricacies of high society. Dan, we meet again. Upon seeing Uchiha-dan resting on the sofa, Uchiha Fukuzen greeted him with a broad smile. I would rather not see you. Uchiha-dan replied curtly. I didn't expect you, Uchiha Fukuzen, to personally come to arrest me. I must admit I am somewhat taken aback. Such words are unwarranted. Uchiha Fukuzen quickly clarified. We have ascertained the facts. You have been a victim throughout this ordeal, all thanks to that scoundrel Uchiha. Very well, Uchiha-dan's expression softened slightly. Now that the matter has been clarified, I feel reassured. Noticing that Uchiha Fukuzen and Uchiha Fugaku had no intention of leaving, Uchiha-dan frowned and asked, Do you have further business? I am here to express my gratitude. Uchiha Fukuzen stated earnestly, Thank you for saving Uchiha-rin. She is my niece, and we have shared a close bond since childhood. Naturally, I must thank you. As he spoke, Uchiha Fukuzen placed the gifts on the table. By the way, she often played with you when she was younger. I wonder if you remember her. I do not recall, Uchiha-dan replied decisively, shaking his head. He was truly forgetful. Rather, he intended to convey his stance. Did he think that a few words could mend their relationship? How naive. It is no wonder. Considering it has been over a decade, Uchiha Fukuzen remarked, unfazed, as he sought to lighten the mood. Sighing, Uchiha Fukuzen suddenly lamented, Dan, how unfortunate for our families. I truly did not foresee Uchiha-in's treachery and ingratitude. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Fukuzen continued, Initially, I was unaware of his wrongdoing and was quite vexed with you. However, having uncovered the full situation, I am now inclined to wish I could eliminate that wretch myself. Thus, I can only express my remorse towards you. You did well indeed. Old fox, Uchiha-dan thought, speechless. Although he understood Uchiha Fukuzen's words were mere pleasantries, they still brought a sense of comfort. However, I must ask for your assistance with one matter, Uchiha Fukuzen began, a hint of difficulty in his tone. Uchiha brought this upon himself. Yet, the 7 individuals who accompanied him were unaware of his intentions. They merely intervened after witnessing him suffer defeat. Would you consider not holding their actions against them? What do you mean? Uchiha-dan feigned confusion. Their families are understandably distraught, given that their sons and daughters lie in the hospital. As parents, how could they not be heartbroken? Thus, I humbly request your aid in treating their injuries. Rest assured, without waiting for Uchiha-dan to decline, Uchiha Fukuzen placed a briefcase on the table, stating, They have offended you, so the medical expenses cannot be trivial. Here is 30 million. Let me know if it's insufficient, and I shall retrieve more. Nara and Minato were utterly astounded. This display of goodwill was beyond their comprehension. And 30 million. Even if Uchiha-dan possessed phenomenal medical skills, he had never received such a lavish treatment fee in one go. Clearly, This was not merely for medical expenses. It was an apology. Uchiha Dan was equally surprised, pondering how Uchiha Fukuzen, with such a diplomatic demeanor, could have raised Uchiha Fugaku, who was as cold as ice. No wonder that with the activation of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, his enhanced prowess could not maintain control over the situation, ultimately leading the Uchiha clan towards its demise. After all, who relishes the sight of a perpetually stern visage? Had Uchiha Fukuyama still been alive, his astute and adaptable nature would likely have prevented such a tragic outcome. Chapter 37. The future of the Uchiha clan rests upon him. I have no interest in money. Uncle Fiamma, I am currently in need of funds, so I shall not hold back. At this moment, Uchiha Dan's expression had shifted from overcast to clear, and he replied earnestly, "This is considered a favor. I shall remember it." He was indeed in dire need of money, as his research project was about to commence, and without funds, progress would be impossible. However, his change in demeanor also conveyed to Uchiha Fiamma that he had accepted his apology and was extending an olive branch, expressing a willingness to reconcile. "What about those injured?" Uchiha Fiamma inquired tentatively. "To be honest, I am quite anxious about it," he confessed. "I understand. It is only human. Do not worry. I will head to the hospital and ensure that all 7 of them return to the Uchiha clan in good health. I am truly grateful for that. In that case, I shall not impose any further." Uchiha Fiamma finally felt relieved as he departed with Uchiha Fugaku. Once outside, after walking a short distance, Uchiha Fiamma's expression instantly turned cold. This was his true self. The supposed smoothness was merely a facade, displayed for others when necessary. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku had only learned the cold and composed side of his father, missing the nuance of his adaptability. "Father," Uchiha Fugaku remarked, puzzled by the swift change in his father's demeanor. "Speak," Uchiha Fiamma commanded. "In my eyes, you have always been a proud man, yet today, I am quite disappointed." Uchiha Fiamma queried. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, yet his expression spoke volumes. Witnessing his son's reaction, Uchiha Fiamma too felt a sense of disappointment. His son appeared intelligent and mature at first glance, yet it seemed that his wisdom and maturity were merely superficial. "Fugaku, remember this. Dan carries the Uchiha surname," Uchiha Fiamma said earnestly. "It is not shameful to humble oneself in front of the younger generation of our clan, but he no longer belongs to the Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku argued. "Fugaku, you must alter your perspective," Uchiha Fiamma advised. "Let me ask you, why was Dan expelled from the Uchiha clan? Did he commit a grave error? Or did his parents err in some manner? Was it not said that he violated clan rules? Which rule was that?" This matter was shrouded in secrecy, and Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a loss for words. "I can assure you, there is no such offense," Uchiha Fiamma stated bluntly. "Dan has committed no wrongdoing. His parents sacrificed themselves for Konoha, leaving behind a legacy of great achievements. Then why was he expelled from the Uchiha clan in the first place?" Uchiha Fugaku queried, bewildered. "It was not my decision to expel him. Uchiha Kagami insisted he had witnessed Dan violating clan rules and was adamant about his expulsion, even to the point of severing ties with me. You have seen the rift within our clan. At that time, the faction led by Uchiha Kagami was quite powerful, and under pressure for the stability of our clan, I ultimately had to expel Dan. Yet in my heart, he has always been a part of our family. Of course, while Uchiha Kagami took it upon himself, I suspect it was the consensus of the 2nd and 3rd Hokage, as well as the higher-ups of Konoha. The reason is simple. Dan's potential instilled fear in them. Can you imagine? A boy who had not trained for 7 years could effortlessly defeat 8 clan ninjas and even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Once he gains renown, Uchiha Kagami would be forever marked in our clan's history as a disgrace. From today's events, I have come to understand that the future of the Uchiha clan likely rests on Uchiha Dan." "Father, what do you mean by that?" Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of discontent. "If the future of the clan lies with him, what does that make me? There are matters you need to comprehend." Uchiha Fiamma sighed. "When we return home today, we must have an open and honest discussion, and I trust that you will understand after hearing me out. However, Fugaku, remember this. As the leader of our clan, achieving your goals sometimes outweighs the importance of face. You have always been overly concerned with appearances, fearing that a smile might undermine your authority as the young clan leader. This is not a good thing. Those who seek to obtain everything often end up with nothing. Take today's events as an example. If I had prioritized my pride while trying to resolve the situation, it would have been impossible. Dan is not an ordinary person. The words he spoke to you in prison were laden with intent. Do you truly believe he wished to sever ties with us recklessly? Uchiha Fyama pointed out. He was merely expressing his stance while flexing his power, seeking maximum benefit. Yet you have failed to grasp his words from the beginning, allowing him to lead you around by the nose, only to later deem him unstable and irrational. So, who is truly unstable? Fugaku. Remember this. Feigned composure is not true stability. Genuine steadiness lies within. Your performance today has left me quite disappointed. It is essential for you to reflect on this. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement, though whether he absorbed the lesson remained uncertain. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's reaction, Uchiha Fyama shook his head inwardly. This child is so obstinate. I can only hope he undergoes a transformation upon realizing the crisis our clan currently faces. Brother, you are truly amazing. I admire you so much. At home, Minato's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Uchiha Dan. After expressing his desire to become Hokage, Uchiha Dan explained to him that a leader must possess skill. One cannot solely rely on passion to become Hokage. He also promised Minato an opportunity for a lesson. And how much time has passed? He indeed received a thorough lesson, complete with on-site instruction. All right. Uchiha Dan ruffled Minato's hair and smiled. Review today's events, write a reflection. And I will check it when you return tonight. I will ensure the task is completed. Minato declared loudly. You little rascal. Uchiha Dan chuckled. Feel free to open these gifts. If you find something you like, take it for yourself. However, Uchiha Fyama will undoubtedly cater to his preferences. There are items inside that should be suitable for girls, so save those for me to give away. Hee. Minato wore a knowing grin, happily unwrapping the gifts. Uchiha Dan shook his head with a smile and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing in his office at the Konoha hospital. Why are you still here? Uchiha Dan asked as he noticed Tsunade yawning and stretching languidly. I was waiting for you. Tsunade perked up at once, grinning, and I thought I would lend a hand. How did you know I would come? This time, Uchiha Dan was taken aback. Just a guess. Tsunade replied smugly. During dinner. I saw Uchiha Fyama and his son bringing gifts to find you, so I figured you would reconcile. You rascal, tell me, what benefits did you reap in the end? Tsunade inquired curiously. Not much, just a heap of gifts and 30 million ryo in cash. How much? Tsunade exclaimed, standing in shock. Not much, why the surprise? Uchiha Dan replied nonchalantly, and for this, Uchiha Fyama even thanked me. You sly one. Tsunade bestowed upon Uchiha Dan a gaze akin to the Byakugan, and I have long been intrigued by the question of how much wealth he has accumulated over the years. Not much, combined with this 30 million. It amounts to approximately 300 million, Uchiha Dan replied with a smile. I've saved it all for my uncle and aunt, as I have little interest in money. 300 million? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief once more. Chapter 38. This is all my money. Orochimaru, I wish to meet Uchiha Dan. Goodness. Tsunade regretted not coming to work at the Konoha hospital sooner. A skilled medical ninja is akin to a walking printing press. After all, a dying patient would willingly part with their entire fortune if one could genuinely heal them. My uncle and aunt informed me that this money is meant for my future marriage and will eventually be entrusted to my wife. Uchiha Dan playfully teased Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes suddenly sparkled, invigorated by the thought. All of this would soon be her money. However, recalling something, Tsunade anxiously inquired, what do you think your teacher will react to today's events? The fact that he did not seek me out today indicates that he has yet to decide how to address my situation. Initially, I considered asking Uchiha Fyama to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen about my mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. But it seems he will remain silent on the matter and will instead conceal it for me. Therefore, I shall wait for an opportunity to demonstrate the Flying Thunder God and engage him in conversation. Will he? Tsunade asked with concern. Rest assured, Sarutobi Hiruzen has become increasingly indecisive over the past 2 years and is unlikely to take decisive action. Moreover, by that time, he should realize that he cannot easily deal with me. 5 hours later, with the collaborative efforts of Uchiha Dan and Tsunade, the treatment of 7 Uchiha ninjas was fully concluded. Only one, Uchiha N, had been rendered utterly incapacitated for life. His condition would have no bearing on Uchiha Dan or Uchiha Fyama, as he was merely a scapegoat selected by Uchiha Fyama for the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Uchiha N had yet to awaken. Once he did, he would immediately be taken back to the Uchiha clan to face the wrath and accusations of all. Forever unable to hold his head high, there are always numerous ways to resolve problems. Some matters require minimizing the situation, while others necessitate amplifying minor issues. one must also learn how to leverage circumstances. However, ultimately, the most critical factor remains strength. For instance, the one being bullied is not Uchiha Dan, but a mere ordinary doctor at the Konoha hospital. Even if his intellect rivals that of Uchiha Dan, what could he possibly do against Uchiha? Similarly, if Uchiha Dan lacked mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique and was subjected to such treatment by Uchiha, what would his response be? Most likely, Uchiha Dan would refrain from provoking his adversary and would be compelled to seek a peaceful resolution. Any scheme or trick, when faced with absolute power, is rendered futile. Senju Hashirama serves as the prime example. Over the years, many have attempted to undermine him with cunning tactics. Do you not recall how even Kakuzu hurled a shuriken from 800 miles away, nearly ending the life of this god of ninjas? Of course, that is but a jest. Throughout the years, the only individual to successfully outmaneuver Senju Hashirama has been Uchiha Madara, and even his success was fundamentally rooted in raw strength. Were Uchiha Madara unable to approach Senju Hashirama or utilize Tsunade, all his schemes would be mere empty talk. Each time he reflects on this, Uchiha Dan's yearning for strength intensifies. The following day, Tsunade departed her home as usual, preparing to head to the Konoha hospital. As she contemplated what to eat with Uchiha Dan, a figure suddenly blocked her path. "Tsunade, long time no see." "Orochimaru?" Tsunade replied, puzzled. "What a rare visitor. You actually came to find me." Although they had known each other for many years and had once trained closely together, Tsunade felt surprised at Orochimaru's unexpected visit since they seldom interacted, each preoccupied with their own affairs. "I came to see you for an important matter," Orochimaru stated with a calm smile. Pointing to a nearby establishment, he continued, "I have reserved a private room at that tea house. Shall we discuss it there?" "Humph. Your sudden appearance surely bodes ill. I am eager to discover what schemes you are concocting." In the private room, Orochimaru fiddled with the tea set, showcasing his tea artistry. "Speak plainly. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Tsunade expressed her aversion to pretentiousness, much like Uchiha Dan, and directly inquired. "You remain as impatient as ever," Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly, continuing to prepare the tea. "My patience is reserved for specific individuals. For instance, you exhibit remarkable patience towards Dan." Orochimaru flashed a slight smile. Upon hearing Dan's name, Tsunade's expression hardened. "What exactly do you wish to convey? Be clear." "Truthfully, I also harbor a dislike for tea preparation as it can be rather time-consuming," Orochimaru continued with his calm demeanor. "However, our discussion today will be lengthy, so I kindly ask for your patience." 3 minutes later, Orochimaru presented a cup of tea to Tsunade and poured himself a cup to sip leisurely. In the face of Tsunade's bad temper, Orochimaru remained unperturbed. Over the years, he had come to understand her character well. Tsunade never concealed her emotions. Everything was evident on her face, and she was always forthright. However, Orochimaru believed that if they were on the battlefield, he could confidently entrust his back to Tsunade. That was sufficient for him. As for anything else, would Orochimaru truly care? "I wish to become acquainted with Uchiha Dan, and I hope you will facilitate the introduction." After patiently waiting for Tsunade's temperament to settle, Orochimaru finally revealed his intention. "You need not seek my permission to meet Dan. He has the right to make friends on his own. Why must you involve me?" Since Orochimaru mentioned Uchiha Dan, Tsunade remained vigilant. "By telling you, it indicates that I harbor no ill intentions towards Dan," Orochimaru explained. "I wish for everything to be transparent, and I merely hope that our first meeting can be pleasant." "Is this at the behest of the teacher?" Tsunade furrowed her brows and asked. "Certainly not. Do you think he would wish to see me interacting with Dan?" "Indeed." Tsunade pondered for a moment before adding, "Is it the intention of Shimura Danzo?" Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade in surprise. He truly did not anticipate that she would be aware of such a clandestine matter. His meetings with Shimura Danzo were always discreet, known only to the two of them. "No, it is Uchiha Dan," Orochimaru quickly realized. Moreover, Uchiha Dan likely only speculated without concrete evidence. Upon reaching this conclusion, Orochimaru shook his head again, stating, "My relationship with Shimura Danzo is merely one of collaboration. He does not influence my decisions, so this is entirely my own idea. Of course, in return, I shall assist you in some manner." "I do not believe I require your assistance," Tsunade replied coldly. "On the contrary, you do," Orochimaru asserted confidently, "as you have recently encountered troubles, and that trouble is also related to Dan." "You are spying on me?" Tsunade's eyes turned icy as she questioned with an unfriendly tone. Chapter 39. Orochimaru's speculation. Uchiha's miscalculation. "Are you monitoring me?" Tsunade inquired with a piercing gaze and a tone laced with displeasure. I have no such leisure, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. It was Jiraiya who recently asked me if you were truly happy with Dan. After all, why do you always appear so melancholic when alone? That foolish man would never fathom the truth. However, I immediately discerned the reason. Dan has yet to fully accept you, hasn't he? Tsunade fell silent, realizing her emotions were laid bare. Moreover, what exactly was that scoundrel Orochimaru plotting? Can I trust you, Orochimaru? Tsunade cautiously probed. To each their own perspective. I have never sought anyone's trust, Orochimaru replied with a slight smile. If you wish to speak, I shall listen earnestly. If not, I shall not pry. Your speculation is accurate, Tsunade sighed in resignation. Although the entire village buzzes with rumors of my relationship with Dan, and he indeed treats me well, our status remains unconfirmed. But how did you come to know this? Just a guess. Orochimaru maintained his serene smile. My conjecture stems from a fundamental understanding of you and Dan. For instance, even after you held Dan's hand and traversed half of Konoha, I did not observe a smile of happiness upon your face in the following days. As for Dan, he still spends the majority of his time at home, even amidst his work. So, you are not monitoring me. You are monitoring him? Tsunade's tone grew increasingly hostile. Her gaze fixed on Orochimaru. To be candid, that is indeed the case, Orochimaru admitted without hesitation. You know, there are 3 individuals in this village who are most concerned about Dan. The first is you, for obvious reasons. The second is his brother, Minato Namikazes, who idolizes him immensely. The third is me. My concern for him surpasses even that of his teacher and Danzo Shimura. Tsunade's eyes flickered as she pressed. What is your purpose in observing Dan? It seems you have yet to fully comprehend Dan's talents. Orochimaru continued to brew tea, unaffected by Tsunade's emotions, maintaining his own rhythm. What do you mean? Tsunade inquired, her impatience evident. My interest in Dan stems from a pharmaceutical study he conducted 3 years ago, Orochimaru elucidated. Though we both engage in drug development, his audacity and innovation have fundamentally altered my perceptions. Upon seeing his formula, I briefly thought I was mistaken. The resurrection technique he developed left me utterly astounded. Thus, I have long believed that Dan and I are of the same ilk. Preposterous. Tsunade immediately refuted. How could Dan possibly be akin to you? It appears I misspoke, Orochimaru clarified with a smile. I meant to say that in the realm of research, he is akin to me. In truth, Dan has long been aware of my occasional observations and tracking, yet he remains exceedingly wary of me. Of course, who wouldn't be cautious of a man monitoring them for no apparent reason? It's terrifying to even contemplate. Tsunade retorted, left speechless. Ah, Tsunade, you misunderstand. He does not perceive me as a pervert. I sense he merely keeps his guard up against me. However, through this process, I have gradually come to understand his character. As a rational third party, I can present to you a different perspective on Dan, perhaps yielding unexpected insights. Orochimaru coaxed. Clarify yourself. Tsunade urged, her urgency palpable, though her tone had softened. Haha. Orochimaru laughed heartily. Dan is a man deeply devoted to his relationships. You must know this. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging the truth of his statement. He treated his adoptive parents exceptionally well, and his kindness towards his brother was enviable. But, Tsunade, aside from the Namikazes family, have you seen Dan show kindness to anyone else? Orochimaru inquired. Tsunade faltered. Certainly, you could mention yourself, Kushina, and Shinsuke, but those are recent matters. Reflect on a year ago. Did Uchiha Dan show kindness to anyone outside his family? No. Tsunade sighed, shaking her head. But why is that? His experiences have rendered him overly guarded, reluctant to trust anyone easily. In a world where danger lurks at every corner, he must ensure he can think with absolute clarity. Thus, emotions have always been superfluous to him. At that time, he found it difficult to love anyone. In his heart, he has always calculated everything he could, utilizing all that could be leveraged. Hearing Orochimaru's analysis, Tsunade yearned to counter. Yet as she interacted more with Uchiha, she discovered that Orochimaru's words rang true. What was this? A tacit understanding among men? Whether leveraging the work at Konoha Hospital to enhance his influence, or exploiting Koharu's greedy nature to offer unreciprocated aid while enduring her prolonged humiliation, or showcasing his value to his teacher to avoid fatal consequences, or occasionally presenting himself as a victim before his senior, Kakashi. All these actions were laden with calculation and manipulation. Often, she found herself admiring him, how he managed to grasp the personalities of those he could not even approach or gather information about so thoroughly, and how he deftly maneuvered among them. It was these interconnected designs that allowed him to survive in such dire circumstances, ultimately parting the clouds to see the sun. Of course, the pivotal factor in all this is you. Me? Tsunade realized the implication of Orochimaru's words, as they echoed her own recent realizations. Yet she immediately grew wary. Was Orochimaru attempting to sow discord today? Indeed, he has calculated you the most deeply, Orochimaru scoffed. You know nothing. Be silent. Tsunade's anger flared, her voice rising. What do you know, you scoundrel? I know plenty. Orochimaru maintained an unwavering demeanor in response to Tsunade's fury. However, the one miscalculation Dan made was perhaps never dreaming he would truly fall in love with you. The moment Orochimaru's words escaped his lips, all of Tsunade's rage evaporated, leaving her momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she felt an unprecedented sense of calm, a grounding sensation enveloping her. In that instant, her breaths became more even. What did you just say? Tsunade's voice quivered as she questioned him. Chapter 40. Speak more often in the future. Drunken women can be quite troublesome. What are you saying? Tsunade asked, her voice trembling slightly. Did you not hear me clearly? Orochimaru chuckled. I said, the only miscalculation he made was genuinely falling in love with you. Is that clear enough? Are you serious? Tsunade's restlessness was palpable. Although she had always desired such a reality, she had never received any affirmative response from anyone. As for Uchiha Dan, that man was a master of deception. She found it hard to believe. Hearing Orochimaru's words, however, every cell in her body felt enlightened. To be human is to feel. Who can be without emotions? Orochimaru nodded affirmatively. It is precisely because his circumstances are perilous, filled with schemes and manipulation, that Dan's yearning for sincerity surpasses that of ordinary people. He is not inherently a calculating individual. He longs for someone who can wholeheartedly reciprocate his feelings. Your character, Tsunade, is one of honesty and openness, and it has repeatedly moved him. Everything fell into place for Tsunade. She believed Orochimaru's insights were accurate, as they resonated with reason and even unraveled many of her inner doubts. Unexpectedly, it was Orochimaru who articulated the answers that Uchiha Dan had never provided. You mentioned helping me, Tsunade inquired, a sense of urgency in her voice. Haha, Tsunade, had it not been for this conversation, I would never have realized how deeply entangled you are. Speak plainly. Enough with the riddles. Tsunade, frustrated, demanded, her temper flaring once more. She despised Orochimaru's penchant for cryptic speech. He had a tendency to dance around the subject when a simple statement would suffice. Very well. Orochimaru maintained his inscrutable demeanor. It is likely that Dan himself is unaware of how profoundly his feelings for you exceed his expectations. The reason he cannot yet accept you is perhaps more about his inability to accept himself. Ah, you scoundrel, clarify your words, Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table in exasperation. Can you not just speak plainly? Haha. Orochimaru laughed heartily. His reluctance to acknowledge you stems from his guilt. He has been using you, yet he fears being honest with you, worried that you might resent him or harbor ill feelings. It is hard to imagine that a rational man like Dan would experience such inner turmoil. That is why I often say that love can drive a person to irrationality. Dan is a perfect testament to this, and it is one of the reasons I find love to be an unnecessary complication. This man, Tsunade regained her composure, her anger simmering. How could I ever truly blame him? Wouldn't it be simpler to discuss matters openly? I've suffered for so long. Because you care, you fear, Orochimaru concluded, his words striking a chord deep within Tsunade. This conversation made Tsunade view Orochimaru in an entirely new light. You should speak more often. And what about the help you mentioned? Tsunade pressed again. Orochimaru, still with a slight smile, remained enigmatic. What are you smiling about? Just tell me. If not for Orochimaru's pleasing eloquence, she would have long since acted on her frustration. Have you heard that drunken women are the most troublesome? Orochimaru remarked casually, sipping his tea with a smile. Dan doesn't like me drinking, so I haven't indulged in a long time, Tsunade said, a hint of regret in her tone. Tsunade, I never thought you could be so reasonable. This is quite unlike you, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. I believe what Dan meant by disliking your drinking was that he doesn't want you to indulge as you used to. A casual drink wouldn't bother him at all. The distinction is significant. Tsunade felt her cheeks flush at his words. In the past, she often drank to excess. What she called a couple of drinks usually meant being thoroughly intoxicated. Though ninjas are prohibited from drinking underage, who would dare to reprimand Tsunade in the sensuous state? Normally, if you suggested drinking with Dan, He would surely decline, Orochimaru continued, playing the role of advisor. But what if you were to face something truly distressing and felt compelled to drink? Truly distressing? What could possibly distress me? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, bemused. Tsunade was rarely this oblivious. It seemed she was genuinely flustered, unable to think clearly. Indeed, a woman in love often finds her intellect diminished. I heard that Lady Mito's health has been deteriorating, Orochimaru reminded her. Tsunade's expression darkened. How could I use my grandmother's health as an excuse? How could that not be an excuse? Orochimaru countered, shaking his head. Are you not saddened by Lady Mito's declining health? Saddened. Tsunade replied without hesitation. Does wanting to drink once to alleviate my inner turmoil seem excessive? Not at all. Is it unreasonable for Dan to accompany you while you drink? Reasonable. Very reasonable. With Orochimaru and Appo's guidance, Tsunade and Appo's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, I am not being willful. I am genuinely saddened. Thank you. Tsunade finally grasped what she needed to do and expressed her gratitude to Orochimaru, who nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad to be of assistance. Orochimaru smiled, content that he had flattered Tsunade with words she wished to hear, finally reaping the rewards. When the time comes, if Tsunade whispers sweetly in his ear, Uchiha Dan is likely to acquiesce to his requests. About helping me with the introduction, Orochimaru prompted. First, tell me why you are so determined to meet Dan. Despite her newfound perspective on Orochimaru, Tsunade remained wary when it came to Uchiha Dan. I wish to invite Dan to participate in my research, Orochimaru stated candidly. What kind of research? Tsunade pressed. Genetic research. It requires extensive medical knowledge, and there is no one more suitable than Dan. Are you just going to cast me aside? Tsunade protested. I want to participate too. If you can join, that would be splendid, but can you remain patient? Orochimaru hesitated. Who said I lack patience? Tsunade firmly denied. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, bemused. You clearly do not wish to part with Uchiha Dan. Should I expose this? Orochimaru, I will inform Dan of this matter and persuade him. But I have two requests. Once the main points were settled, Tsunade spoke again. Go ahead. My first request is that you do your utmost to keep him in Konoha. Tsunade stated earnestly. Chapter 41. Fortunately, no blunders. This shift is becoming increasingly unbearable. I hope you will do your utmost to keep him in Konoha, Tsunade said solemnly. Orochimaru maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he reveled in delight. It appeared that concern truly leads to confusion. After all I have said today, how can you, Tsunade, still not comprehend? Once your plans come to fruition and the two truly establish a connection, even if you attempt to sever the bond, he will not leave. Those embroiled in the situation are often blinded by it. For Orochimaru, this was hardly a challenge. I agree. He feigned contemplation, nodding earnestly. The second request was to ensure his safety. Does the teacher still wish to eliminate him? Orochimaru inquired, puzzled. Such talent worth discarding? Does Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind consist solely of nonsense? Some individuals have never intended to allow him peace, Tsunade retorted angrily. Very well, I shall agree to that as well. The assurances provided by the still untainted Orochimaru were indeed credible. However, he perceived both of Tsunade's demands as rather trivial. Surviving under the scrutiny of Konoha's upper echelons is a testament to one's mental fortitude. With Tsunade's protection, his covert support, and Uchiha Itachi's formidable strength, safety was not a concern. Seeing Tsunade's determination to facilitate this matter, Orochimaru felt an exhilarating thrill, brimming with anticipation for his encounter with Uchiha Itachi. At Konoha Hospital, in Tsunade's private office, upon her tardy arrival, Uchiha Itachi lifted his gaze, meeting hers with concern. Has Mito's condition worsened? Before Tsunade could respond, Itachi had already anticipated her thoughts, igniting a wave of joy within her. Sighing, she sank into a seat, suppressing her excitement. I fear my grandmother may not have much time left. It was no wonder he posed such a question, since sharing an office with him, she had rarely been late, consistently embodying the model employee. Any instances of tardiness were due to Mito's health issues. We must devise a solution. Itachi furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Mito's deterioration was not due to her lifespan nearing its end. On the contrary, the Uzumaki clan is known for their longevity, under normal circumstances. Mito could live for several more decades without issue. However, as the host of the Nine Tails, she had relied on sheer strength to suppress it. In her youth, her formidable power had posed no problems. Now, with age diminishing her bodily functions and chakra reserves, her strength was waning, and the seal began to weaken. The Nine Tails. Sensing this, incessantly sought to break free, compelling Mito to constantly channel vast amounts of chakra to maintain control, which accelerated her life force's depletion and visibly deteriorated her health. Itachi. Tsunade suddenly interrupted his thoughts, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Would you accompany me for a drink after work? As soon as the question escaped her lips, she nervously clutched her clothing, her foot nervously scratching the floor. All right, Itachi responded with a resigned nod. While he was not fond of Tsunade's drinking habits, a casual drink now and then was permissible, and he would not refuse her request at such a time. Tsunade nearly leaped with excitement, but restrained herself. I shall check on the patients first. With a pained expression, she rose and hurriedly left, disregarding Itachi's reaction. Upon reaching the hospital rooftop, Tsunade could no longer contain herself. Covering her mouth, she trembled with joy, bouncing about the rooftop, unable to stop. Finally, her long-held wish was about to be realized. Meanwhile, Itachi nearly leapt from his chair in the office. He had been so worried about Tsunade that he expanded his perception to check on her. Has she lost her sanity? Yet, Itachi quickly deduced the reason behind her exuberance. Having traversed this realm, how could he be unaware of Tsunade's intentions? Let it be, Itachi sighed internally, allowing her to proceed. For reasons unknown, he too began to feel a flicker of anticipation. After 5 minutes of exuberance and another 10 minutes of calming down, Tsunade finally regained her composure and returned to the office. Noticing Itachi's composed demeanor, she exhaled a sigh of relief. In her moment of excitement, she had forgotten about his acute perceptual abilities. Thankfully, she had not given herself away. By the way, I just remembered Orochimaru's instructions, Tsunade began. You are acquainted with that fellow, right? Upon hearing that name, Itachi chuckled. Has he finally reached his limit? You were aware of this? Tsunade asked, astonished. This fellow is an obsessive researcher. He has intermittently fixated on me for 3 years. What else could he be thinking? Well, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words. She had lost count of how many times she had been astonished by Itachi's insight. Will you agree to meet him? Tsunade inquired, regaining her focus. That depends on the nature of his research. If it piques my interest, I shall agree. If not, I will simply decline. You agreed to meet him? It is merely a meeting. It is of no consequence. At this point, Itachi's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he felt a chill. Orochimaru, how dare you scheme against me through Tsunade? He had cleverly exploited Tsunade's vulnerabilities, manipulating her into advocating for him. Very well. It seemed he would need to address this matter thoroughly. Otherwise, if he tasted success, who knows what else he might say in the future. One must guard against fires, theft, and treacherous friends. Here, the friend in question being Orochimaru. The sky was a serene blue, the sun radiated warmth, and Konoha basked in harmony beneath its glow. However, the workday felt interminably torturous. Both Itachi and Tsunade had never before experienced such a lengthy day, driving them to the brink of madness. They both longed to suggest leaving work early, yet feared that a critically injured patient might arrive, only to be interrupted by someone oblivious to their plight. So they remained silent in tacit understanding. Today, there must be no unforeseen incidents. Finally, as the end of the workday approached, both Itachi and Tsunade felt as if they might weep. This shift was becoming increasingly unbearable. Then, everyone observed the seemingly elated Itachi and Tsunade. One feigned indifference while the other wore an unshakable frown, both walking side by side towards a modest tavern in silence. Uninformed observers might assume they were embroiled in conflict. Please, let there be no mishaps. Let there be no mishaps. After seating themselves in the tavern, Tsunade silently prayed. My happiness hinges on today. Anyone who dares to interrupt will become my lifelong adversary. Chapter 42. The intent to harm cannot be concealed in one's gaze. As they settled into their booth at the tavern, Uchiha Dan and Tsunade ordered several bottles of wine and a selection of dishes, gradually feeling the weight of their worries lift. Just then, a small figure rushed into the tavern, spotting Tsunade at the table. Sister, Ju exclaimed as he hurried over, having barely taken a sip of his drink. The sound of his voice jolted Tsunade, who turned with an expression filled with unprecedented ferocity, fixing her fierce gaze upon him. Ju felt a chill run down his spine, utterly intimidated by her glare. The intent to harm cannot be concealed in one's gaze. In that moment, Ju swore his sister truly looked like she wanted to end his life. How terrifying. Grandma, I want to go home. He stammered. Grandma? Finally regaining his composure, he lowered his head and trembled as he continued. Sister, Grandma. Upon hearing the mention of their grandmother, Tsunade's anger dissipated, replaced by a deep concern. What happened to Grandma? She asked, her voice laced with urgency. She is feeling a bit unwell. Ju replied, still looking down. Little brat. Tsunade snapped, anger flaring once more. She is just unwell. Why do you look so mournful? I swear I'll make you regret this. All right. Uchiha Dan quickly intervened, placing a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. Is it my fault? Who wouldn't he be confused by that look? You terrified the child. I'll accompany you home to check on her. He reassured Tsunade before heading to the bar to settle the bill. Upon arriving home, Tsunade wasted no time and rushed to the backyard. There, she found Uzumaki Kushina pale and fragile, causing her heart to ache. Little Tsunade. Kushina opened her eyes and smiled weakly upon seeing Tsunade. Don't worry, Grandma is fine. Is it the Ninetales causing trouble again? Tsunade clenched her teeth, her voice filled with anger. You need not despise the Ninetales, Kushina replied, shaking her head. It's quite pitiful, truly. It possesses an independent consciousness, yet remains trapped and controlled. Unfortunately, by the time I realized this, it was too late, and our conflict had become irreconcilable. Otherwise, perhaps we could have been friends. Hearing her grandmother still trying to offer comfort in such a moment made Tsunade's tears overflow. She had been raised by her grandparents, and after losing her grandfather and great-uncle, her bond with Kushina had deepened immensely. The moral integrity and forthrightness she possessed were largely influenced by her grandmother's teachings. Thus, witnessing her grandmother's frailty was unbearable. She could hardly fathom how to cope if she were to lose her. Dan, come here. Kushina beckoned Uchiha Dan, who had been quietly supporting Tsunade from the sidelines. Dan stepped forward and respectfully knelt, saying, Lady Kushina, you should choose a better time to call her Grandma. Kushina chided gently. Grandma. Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully pouted at Dan. Haha, seeing you two makes me reminisce about my youth. Kushina laughed heartily. Every time I see you, I think of the times with Hashirama. But alas, those are old tales. People grow nostalgic as they age. Suddenly, Kushina's expression turned serious as she grasped Dan's hand, as if imparting a final wish. Promise me, no matter what, you will treat Tsunade well. Lady Kushina, though your health is deteriorating, you are far from being at your end. There is no need for such pessimism, Dan reassured her hastily. When I leave is unimportant. But I hope you will agree to this today, Kushina insisted, her expression unwavering. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to make Tsunade happy, Dan promised earnestly. If anyone dares to harm Tsunade, they will be my sworn enemy. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not protect them, mark my words. Haha, excellent. Kushina nodded vigorously. Her spirits lifted. What nonsense are you spouting, Grandma? Tsunade felt a mix of sweetness and embarrassment. Ah, this is what you said. If you dare to go back on your word, you cannot go back on it. You little rascal. Kushina feigned anger, her eyes narrowing playfully at Tsunade. Tsunade felt tears welling up. Could it be that I had a chance today? Alas, enough of that. Too many words only bring tears. Lady Kushina. Witnessing the deep bond between Kushina and Tsunade, Dan interjected, I might have a way to allow you to enjoy a few more years of family happiness. Kushina nodded in satisfaction, but soon waved her hand dismissively, chuckling. What is the point of living longer when those I care about are gone? My parents, my brother, even Hashirama. After all these years, with little Tsunade and Ju by my side, I am already content. There is nothing I cannot let go of. Grandma. Both Tsunade and Ju lamented simultaneously. Do not worry, I won't do anything foolish. How could I bear to leave my granddaughter and grandson? Kushina smiled. I will reinforce the seals soon. Dan, you will come help me then. Without hesitation, Dan nodded in agreement. This was not merely a request for assistance. It was a transmission of knowledge. After examining Kushina's health and chatting for a while longer, Dan finally rose to take his leave. Tsunade, catching a knowing glance from Kushina, immediately stood to see him off. At that moment, Tsunade felt utterly foolish for her emotional naivety. Lacking any experience in matters of the heart, she was unsure how to proceed without external guidance, especially after Dan had previously seemed somewhat distant. Fearing that her persistent advances might drive him away, she had always treaded cautiously. Strolling through the streets of Konoha, both Dan and Tsunade remained silent, enjoying each other's company, occasionally exchanging glances that would inevitably result in shared laughter. After half an hour, they had traversed several streets without feeling fatigued. Instead, both wished for the moment to continue indefinitely. Are we not going to drink anymore? Dan finally broke the silence, glancing at Tsunade's exquisitely crafted visage, unable to suppress a smile. This was the first time Dan openly gazed at Tsunade, unable to divert his eyes. The events of the day had allowed him to confront his feelings and truly see her. At this moment, Tsunade resembled a goddess descended from the heavens. Her golden hair cascading naturally, adorned in a green dress complemented by a blue waist cinture, which perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. Her figure was both ample and elegant, with a slender waist that seemed to beckon. Her flawless features were complemented by porcelain-like skin and eyes that sparkled like a clear spring, inviting one to lose themselves in their depths. Her lips, vibrant and full, were irresistible to Dan, who yearned to taste them. Is this truly my woman? How beautiful! You fool! Tsunade blushed fiercely under Dan's adoring gaze, biting her lip before daring to ask, did you know all along? Ha! Dan suddenly burst into laughter. I know nothing. Humph. Tsunade turned her head in a huff, feigning indifference towards Uchiha Itachi. Yet, her body involuntarily gravitated towards him, until they were pressed closely together. Chapter 43. The Agony of the Single Dog, and the Stirring Heart of Kakashi Hatake. For a prolonged moment, Tsunade could no longer contain herself and turned to embrace Uchiha Obito tightly. Obito was momentarily taken aback, but he reciprocated the gesture. This moment was one they had long awaited. Over the past 5 years, they had etched the most profound impressions upon each other's souls. Tsunade often boasted of wanting to spar with Obito and defeat him, persistently seeking him out. In truth, was this not a veil for her desire to simply be in his presence? A young girl's thoughts are often too shy to articulate. As for Obito, initially, he had indeed harbored intentions of utilizing Tsunade, yet as time passed, he too found himself yearning for her company. However, he was apprehensive of the overwhelming guilt that would accompany such feelings and thus remained reluctant to acknowledge it. At that moment, any words seemed superfluous. Both simply wished to hold one another, embracing until eternity. A few moments later, a light cough interrupted their tender moment. It was Kakashi Hatake, unable to bear the sight any longer. Have you two been hugging for an hour? How much longer will this continue? Don't forget that I'm still a single dog. Is this how you treat your friends? Kakashi thought to himself, feeling a mix of irritation and envy. The sweetness of the moment was abruptly shattered, igniting Obito's fury as he prepared to confront Kakashi, eager to demonstrate the wrath of his iron fist. Hold on. Tsunade quickly grasped Obito's arm, shaking her head gently. We must consider his feelings. I've heard that Kakashi has been single for quite some time. Kakashi's cough came again, this time involuntarily, as he struggled to stifle his irritation. Are you two done yet? What is wrong with being single? Isn't it all because of you, Obito? 5 years wasted because of this guy. It's utterly infuriating. Obito, we need to share some secrets now. Would you like to listen, Kakashi? Obito, calming down slightly, addressed Kakashi. Just wait. One day, you will regret this. Kakashi gritted his teeth in frustration. How many times had this happened? When had he ever seen someone being watched so brazenly? It was utterly outrageous. Forget it. I've wasted enough time. I can't let these two fools be delayed any longer. As Kakashi walked away, Obito took a deep breath and said to Tsunade, actually. Tsunade placed a finger over Obito's lips, interrupting him. Obito, I know you once intended to use me, but I have never held it against you. Obito was momentarily stunned by her words and wished to explain, but nothing came forth. He had vowed never to deceive Tsunade again, rendering any explanation futile and unnecessary. Exhaling deeply, he took her hands in his and earnestly said, Tsunade, I'm sorry. Tsunade shook her head vigorously, replying earnestly, there's no need for apologies. You were left with no choice back then. I only regret not realizing it sooner, allowing you to suffer for so many years. Fool. Obito gently tapped Tsunade's nose, reassuring her, even if you had known, what could you have done at that time? I could have stood by you. Tsunade lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Obito's captivating ones, as the atmosphere turned increasingly intimate. Beneath the streetlight, the shadows of their heads drew nearer, uncontrollably merging. The chirping of insects and the songs of birds around them seemed to resonate with the symphony of their entwined souls. Couples in love often find it hard to part. On a park bench, they conversed for 4 hours. It was only when Tsunade yawned, weariness overtaking her, that Obito realized how late it had become. I'll walk you home, he offered, though reluctant to let her go. He did not wish for her to tire herself. I don't want to go home. Tsunade clung to Obito, playfully pouting. Fool, You'll see me tomorrow, and we'll be together all day. He kissed her forehead, smiling. Besides, Lady Mito needs someone to take care of her. All right. At the mention of her grandmother, Tsunade finally acquiesced. As Obito walked home after escorting Tsunade, he felt as though he were floating in a blissful haze. Such a depth of happiness was something he had never before experienced, not even in his dreams. Halfway home, a thought crossed Obito's mind, and his expression turned cold. Orochimaru, you clever schemer. How could someone as astute as Obito not realize that the drinking plan had originated from Orochimaru? His Tsunade was too naive and innocent to have concocted such a scheme. Yet, he would not be fooled into thinking that his gratitude for this assistance would carry any weight. Today, he might benefit from it, but tomorrow, it could just as easily be a source of harm. This matter required resolution, and similar occurrences must be prevented in the future. Having caught up, Kakashi found an opportunity to confront Obito, suddenly appearing before him in a dimly lit, secluded corner. Kid, how will you thank me? Kakashi asked, removing his mask with an air of irritation. Senior, my gratitude is beyond words. Obito laughed. When I get married, you must be my best man. Oh, didn't you say you were going to kill me today? Kakashi replied coldly. Come now, how could I take angry words seriously? Obito retorted without a hint of remorse. You interrupted my moment with Tsunade just as I was embracing her. Don't you think you've gone too far? Little brat, Kakashi's chest heaved with indignation. You've been hugging for an hour. I was worried you might faint. You're just now getting started? Obito's words were indeed as sharp as Tsunade had claimed, effortlessly piercing the heart. All right, you're my senior. I want to hold it against you, he said, employing a tactic of moral persuasion while shifting the topic. Did you have something to discuss when you suddenly appeared? Kid, I no longer wish to monitor you. You need to help me. I know you have a way. Kakashi stated, his frustration evident. Senior, has the emotional bond between us faded? Obito asked, astonished and incredulous. Enough. Kakashi nearly shouted, I'm not your watchman. I'm treated like your servant. I've had enough of this life. Senior, you're not considering romance, are you? Suddenly, a thought struck Obito, and he quickly inquired. Who's the lucky girl? Let me help you strategize. Kakashi's face flushed, his gaze evasive. After a brief cough, he asked earnestly, Are you serious? Chapter 44. The first encounter with the Nine Tails and Orochimaru. You should flee. Is there any doubt about that? Uchiha Dan assured with unwavering conviction. It's just that nurse from your hospital, Kawaki-nai, Kakashi stammered, wishing he could vanish from embarrassment. However, this was indeed a matter where Uchiha Dan could lend a hand. Goodness! Are you monitoring me or admiring the young lady? Uchiha Dan exclaimed, astonished. That seems rather irresponsible. Cough, cough. Kakashi cleared his throat. His face flushed as he attempted to explain. It's pointless for me to keep tabs on you. Am I not allowed to steal a glance at a girl I fancy? After all, it is only human nature to appreciate beauty. Haha. Uchiha Dan erupted into laughter. He couldn't help but chuckle at Kakashi's bashfulness after removing his mask. However, seeing Kakashi's increasingly distressed expression, he quickly reassured him, Leave this matter to me, my senior. Rest assured, I will ensure that Kawaki-nai doesn't escape. Upon hearing Uchiha Dan's promise, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. And what about your surveillance? My watch will be lifted within 7 days. Uchiha Dan continued to reassure him. Moreover, you will face minor repercussions for inadequate monitoring, though nothing severe. When the time is right, simply resign from your umbu duties, and you will be entirely free. Can you truly accomplish that? Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief. Do you think it's particularly difficult? Uchiha Dan retorted. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return home for some rest. Await my good news. He waved his hand nonchalantly as he departed, humming a cheerful tune. Unlike the torment he felt about returning to work the previous day, Uchiha Dan and Tsunade rose early on this new day. The pair enjoyed a bowl of ramen together before arriving at the hospital office an hour ahead of schedule. Newly bonded, they had endless conversations, sharing their hearts, discussing innovative medical ninjutsu, and even deliberating on lunch options, interspersed with moments of intimacy. Ultimately, they both remarked that work was indeed a delightful endeavor. After 3 days of indulgence, Uchiha Dan visited Tsunade's residence once more. Today marked the day of Uzumaki Mito reinforcing the seal on the Nine Tails, and Uchiha Dan had been specially summoned. Lady Mito. Uchiha Dan greeted respectfully upon their meeting. His respect for her stemmed not only from Tsunade, but also from the intrinsic worthiness of the elder herself. Still calling me Lady Mito? Uzumaki Mito feigned displeasure. Grandmother. Uchiha Dan quickly corrected himself. Haha, very well. Uzumaki Mito's mood instantly brightened as she glanced between Uchiha Dan and Tsunade, clearly pleased with the transformation in Tsunade. The overflowing happiness radiating from her was unmistakable. Eventually, upon her inquiry, Tsunade blushed and nodded in acknowledgement of her relationship with Uchiha Dan. Dan, have you studied sealing techniques? Uzumaki Mito inquired, her demeanor softening. I have not. However, I have created some sealing techniques of my own, though they are far from satisfactory, Uchiha Dan replied. What? Uzumaki Mito's eyes widened. You mean to say you developed sealing techniques without any prior exposure to them? Indeed, Uchiha Dan affirmed with a nod. Uzumaki Mito was astounded. Is that truly possible? Without reference to other sealing techniques, one cannot grasp their principles, making self-creation virtually impossible, a consensus in the ninja world. She herself had created sealing techniques. But that was due to her extensive exposure to numerous seals from a young age, coupled with her innate talent from the Uzumaki clan. Though she had always acknowledged Uchiha Dan as a prodigy, such remarkable talent seemed extraordinary. Could you share your methods with me? Uzumaki Mito inquired. Of course, Uchiha Dan replied, reaching into his pocket to retrieve 3 scrolls, handing them to Uzumaki Mito. These scrolls were not something he usually carried. But having comprehended the potential significance of Uzumaki Mito's request, he had taken them with him today. Examining the scrolls filled with sealing techniques, Uzumaki Mito nodded in approval. Exquisite, simply exquisite, she praised, noting that while the techniques lacked perfection due to the absence of references, the concepts themselves were remarkably ingenious. With the right guidance and corrections, these could become legendary sealing techniques. Then I need not say more. Enter my consciousness, and I will guide you step by step on how to enhance the seal. Very well, grandmother. As Uzumaki Mito opened her consciousness, Uchiha Dan activated his Sharingan. Soon, his vision followed Uzumaki Mito's guidance to the sealing location, where he manifested a Genjutsu projection, finding himself before a sealing cage. One could not deny the divine favor bestowed upon the Uchiha clan. The power of his eyes was truly uncanny. Inside the cage, the massive form of the Nine-Tails writhed, bound by countless iron chains, struggling in vain. Quite spirited, aren't you? Uchiha Dan remarked, unable to contain himself. Who are you, little brat? Why are you here? The Nine-Tails roared upon noticing Uchiha Dan. Wait, your eyes. It narrowed its pupils, coldly stating, your eyes remind me of someone. Uchiha Madara. Bah, just a collection of memories I wish to forget. The Nine-Tails complained irritably. You're quite talkative. Uchiha Dan retorted. Little brat, it's only because I'm sealed that you dare speak to me like this. Otherwise, I would show you what true fear is. Yes. I'm petrified. Perhaps you should speak less. Little brat. Dan, ignore it and follow my instructions, Uzumaki Mito interjected, appearing in the realm of consciousness. Following her guidance, Uchiha Dan gradually reinforced the seal on the Nine-Tails, rendering its furious roars futile. Ultimately, as the chains tightened further, the Nine-Tails became utterly immobilized. Phew. Having completed the task, Uchiha Dan finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Uzumaki Mito's expertise in sealing techniques had proven invaluable. He would have struggled on his own. Dan, have you grasped the technique? I have. Excellent. From now on, the safety of Kushina will depend on you. Should any issues arise with the Nine-Tails, use this method to reinforce the seal. Furthermore, I will impart the entirety of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques to you. With your talent, I believe you will master them in no time. Thank you, grandmother. We are family, no need for thanks. Upon exiting the realm of consciousness, Uzumaki Mito invited Uchiha Dan to dine at her home daily after work, where he would learn sealing techniques. Naturally, Uchiha Dan accepted with delight. Thus, his encounter with Orochimaru was scheduled for the daytime. The following day, under Tsunade's guidance, Uchiha Dan sought out Orochimaru. Upon seeing Uchiha Dan, the usually composed Orochimaru displayed unprecedented excitement, his tongue instinctively licking his lips as if beholding a rare treasure. Dan-kun, I have long admired you from afar, Orochimaru exclaimed, stepping forward eagerly to grasp Uchiha Dan's hand, much to Tsunade's discomfort. She was aware that Uchiha Dan was quite popular at the Konoha hospital, with numerous girls harboring affections for him. Yet, how was it possible that even Orochimaru was vying for her man? I have long wished to converse with you. However, Uchiha Dan and Appo's tone was somewhat unfriendly, lacking the warmth exhibited by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you should flee. Uchiha Dan suddenly uttered a statement that left both Orochimaru and Tsunade utterly bewildered. Chapter 45. The Violent Beating of Orochimaru and the Principle of Flying Thunder God. Dan, what are you talking about? Orochimaru was bewildered, genuinely unable to keep pace with Uchiha Dan's rhythm. You assisted me and Tsunade, which brings me joy, but your manipulation of her displeases me. In an instant, Uchiha Dan activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, a palpable aura of killing intent enveloping him. Dan, please remain calm. We must discuss the research. Orochimaru hastily explained. We shall address the matters of research after I vent my anger. Flee. Let us escape to a crowded place where I might be struck less severely. With that, Uchiha Dan delivered a punch to Orochimaru's face, launching him across the room. Orochimaru collided with the wall and, propelled by inertia, landed on the road. Before Orochimaru could regain his bearings, Uchiha Dan appeared once more, delivering another blow to the opposite side of his face, sending him flying again. The commotion caused by their battle immediately drew the attention of onlookers. Being in a bustling area, a crowd quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. Throughout the ordeal, Orochimaru did not retaliate, allowing Uchiha Dan to unleash his fury. If appeasing Dan meant he could join the research team, Orochimaru was more than willing to endure a thorough beating. After all, Uchiha Dan could not possibly kill him, and any injuries sustained would surely be healed. At this moment, Orochimaru had not yet succumbed to darkness, his unwavering pursuit of research remaining pure and steadfast. Furthermore, he had indeed manipulated Tsunade to scheme against Uchiha Dan, rendering the situation inconsequential. Once more sending Orochimaru sprawling, Uchiha Dan suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing in the direction Orochimaru had been flung. A swift kick sent Orochimaru hurtling back, and Uchiha Dan reappeared before him. This scene left countless passers-by, including several ninjas, utterly dumbfounded. Stop! A minute later, a group of ninjas rushed over, shouting for them to cease. Uchiha Dan executed a teleportation, appearing beside Tsunade, while Orochimaru, feeling no severe injuries, stood up. In that moment, Orochimaru began to comprehend Uchiha Dan's intentions. Despite the ferocity of Dan's attacks, it had become evident that he was holding back. Thus, he had been creating a scenario to provide himself an opportunity to demonstrate the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps Uchiha Dan was about to confront the higher-ups of Konoha. No, perhaps it was inappropriate to refer to it merely as the Flying Thunder God technique, for it represented true teleportation, independent of any jutsu. Nevertheless, Uchiha Dan still called it the Flying Thunder God, too apathetic to devise a new name. A month prior, while contemplating the fusion of a certain concept with the Flying Thunder God technique, a moment of inspiration struck, and his body materialized 1 meter away from its original position. At that moment, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, detected that the host's proficiency in Flying Thunder God exceeds that of Senju Tobirama, awarded 1,000 research points. Upon receiving the system, Uchiha Dan realized that the talent he had acquired from Senju Tobirama was indeed subject to enhancement. However, upgrading required 10,000 research points, which could only be attained by surpassing Tobirama's abilities. The advancement of the Flying Thunder God represented his first acquisition of research points, an event that had exhilarated him for quite some time. Uchiha Dan was unwavering in his belief that he would surpass Senju Tobirama in numerous aspects in the future. It was noteworthy that Tobirama had conducted his research amidst a busy schedule, devoting only brief moments each day primarily to ninjutsu, while being constrained by his brother, Senju Hashirama. In contrast, Uchiha Dan had far more time at his disposal, and his research spanned far beyond just ninjutsu, without any restraints. With the same talent, if he could not outperform under more favorable conditions, it would render Uchiha Dan a mere failure. As for the progression of the Flying Thunder God, it was not as intricate as it might seem. Many recognized the prowess of the Flying Thunder God, but were utterly oblivious to its underlying principles. Uchiha Dan was likely the only living individual aware of the fundamental workings of the Flying Thunder God technique. Before it was conceived by the nefarious Senju Tobirama, there existed only one ninjutsu capable of traversing space for transportation, summoning techniques. Yet, many focused solely on the might of the summoned beasts, rarely pondering the mechanics behind their instantaneous arrival across time and space. Perhaps some had contemplated this question, but they could not arrive at a coherent explanation. The only one who had grasped this truth was Senju Tobirama, and now, it included Uchiha Dan as well. The origins of summoning techniques remained a mystery, but Uchiha Dan held a deep admiration for their creator, regarding them as extraordinary. The legendary space-time ninjutsu had been simplified to the extent that any ninja could learn it. However, the excessive simplification meant that one could hardly glean any knowledge related to space-time ninjutsu from summoning techniques. Of course, this was true for others. But geniuses like Senju Tobirama were exceptions. Long ago, the malevolent Senju Tobirama had posited that since summoning techniques allowed for spatial transportation with summoned beasts, a thorough reverse analysis might unravel the principles of spatial traversal. It was on this foundation that Tobirama discerned some of the mysteries of space-time transportation, ultimately creating the Flying Thunder God technique. When a ninja employed summoning techniques, they established two spatial nodes, one for themselves and one for the summoned beast. They would then utilize a contract scroll to open a temporary time-space passage between these two nodes for instantaneous transportation. In a moment of inspiration, the enigmatic Senju Tobirama pondered whether combining summoning with reverse summoning could allow him to summon himself, thus permitting unfettered traversal through space. This notion, while seemingly simple, was inherently paradoxical. For one, a person could not enter into a summoning contract with themselves to become their own summoned beast. Furthermore, even if such a rule were non-existent, summoning oneself from one's own space would lead to spatial collapse and annihilation due to overlapping time nodes within the same space. To think of summoning oneself would mean the summoner would be immediately consumed by the collapsing space, resulting in their demise. However, Senju Tobirama was not one to yield easily. He meticulously dissected both summoning and reverse summoning techniques, investing considerable time in unraveling the basic principles behind the transportation of two spatial nodes. In doing so, Tobirama bypassed traditional summoning techniques, instead inventing a method to establish a transportation passage between two spatial nodes based on his research. During this process, he conducted numerous experiments with various objects. Initially, he selected small, solid items, such as kunai and shuriken. Once he successfully transported these, he gradually progressed to larger and softer objects, eventually experimenting with small animals. Finally, he turned his attention to humans, culminating in his own self-experimentation. This lengthy journey spanned several years, but through relentless experimentation and refinement, Senju Tobirama ultimately birthed the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, the Flying Thunder God technique. It must be acknowledged, the prodigy truly lived up to his title, while others struggled to grasp even the fundamentals of the Flying Thunder God. Tobirama created it from scratch within a few years. Chapter 46. To Hell with the Flying Thunder God. The emotionally intelligent Orochimaru. The technique of the Flying Thunder God is, in essence, quite simple. Much like the hand seals of ninjutsu, its execution is straightforward. However, if one cannot effectively channel their chakra while performing the seals, no amount of speed will suffice. It is akin to how Uchiha Obito, prior to his crossing into another realm, possessed a myriad of hand seals for various ninjutsu. Yet to what avail? Thus, the distinction between learning the technique of the Flying Thunder God and actually being able to utilize it is vast. To embark on the journey of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, one must possess an extraordinarily keen spatial perception. This sensitivity allows one to discern the existence of spatial gateways. Furthermore, at one spatial node, it is imperative to perceive the presence of another node through the passage and to navigate through the spatial gateway, controlling the Flying Thunder God technique at the alternate node. Once these two prerequisites are met, one can invoke the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling instantaneous travel across space. However, any miscalculation during this process could lead to severe injuries or even death. Thus, the foremost prerequisite for learning the Flying Thunder God technique is the possession of exceptional sensory talent, enabling a ninja to perceive spatial phenomena through diligent training. Senju Tobirama and Namikazes Minato exemplify this criterion. Otherwise, after years of training, failing to perceive the very essence of space renders the endeavor futile. The phrase "to hell with the Flying Thunder God" once resonated widely, as many aspired to learn this technique. Before the tragic demise of numerous prodigies during their attempts to master the Flying Thunder God, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama had imposed relatively few restrictions on the ninjas of Konoha studying it. However, after some time, nearly everyone found themselves cursing in frustration, for the initial requirement alone was daunting, indeed. Claiming that the ability to perceive is akin to finding a needle in a haystack among sensory ninjas is no exaggeration. It is indeed a considerable challenge. The number of ninjas in the entirety of the shinobi world meeting this singular criterion scarcely exceeds 10. making it a rarity of epic proportions. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Alongside acute perception, mastering the Flying Thunder God necessitates an exceptionally precise control over chakra, which is an unwavering requirement of talent and skill. The ability to perform ninjutsu hinges fundamentally on one and Appo's control over chakra, and the same holds true for the Flying Thunder God technique. The finer the control over chakra, the more formidable the same ninjutsu becomes, with diminished chakra expenditure. Throughout the annals of shinobi history, any individual capable of precise chakra control invariably possesses extraordinary talent and skill. Do you think that is sufficient? Not by a long shot. Even if one satisfies the previous two conditions, there remains a rigid requirement: unparalleled reflex speed. This serves as a filtering criterion. Place 10,000 ninjas together, and the one with the swiftest reflexes is most likely to meet the requirements for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. The risks inherent in spatial transmission are omnipresent, and those lacking sufficient reflexes may not even realize how they met their demise. With perceptual ability being exceptionally rare, talent and skill being scarce, and reflex speed being equally so, how many individuals can truly meet these standards? Some may question whether this is not an unreasonable expectation. Indeed, it is a considerable burden. Otherwise, how could it be that only 2 individuals have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique throughout the decades of the shinobi world? It is noteworthy that many have witnessed Konoha's Flying Thunder God technique, and it has been leaked to some extent. After all, many have envied Senju Tobirama's prowess, and the later dazzling display of the yellow flash, Namikazes Minato, captivated the shinobi world. Many villages sought to obtain this technique through various means, yet after decades of research, Kimobikure produced no successes, merely a watered-down version of the heavenly transfer technique. Remarkably, this was the only village to yield any results, while others achieved nothing. Of course, aside from the formidable Senju Tobirama and the charming Namikazes Minato, there exists another who meets and even surpasses the criteria: Uchiha Obito. Over 7 years, Uchiha Obito thoroughly comprehended the principles behind the Flying Thunder God and even devised its technique. He merely lacked the opportunity to practice. However, he consistently engaged in simulated training within his mind. Thus, when the chance to practice genuinely arose, his progress was meteoric. He grasped the technique within a month, achieved the second stage within 2 months, and the third stage within 3 months. The malevolent talent of Senju Tobirama is no jest, and 7 years of research is not merely talk. This is precisely why Uchiha Obito felt such exhilaration upon forming a contract with the Wetbone Forest. Not only could he commence his training, but he could also personally experience spatial fluctuations and transmissions. 3 years prior, after unraveling the principles of the Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Obito contemplated whether it was possible to open another spatial node directly without relying on the Flying Thunder God technique as a medium. Over the years, he entertained numerous ideas on this matter, and after mastering the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, he made an attempt and unexpectedly succeeded. However, the unfortunate reality is that forcibly opening a second spatial node is exceedingly challenging. It can only be achieved at a very close distance. Currently, Uchiha Obito's limit for instantaneous movement stands at 100 meters. Beyond that, he finds himself unable to proceed. In practical terms, this translates to a technique akin to a faster, less detectable body flicker technique. In Uchiha Obito's view, this may seem somewhat superficial, merely a means to dazzle others. Naturally, this is his personal opinion. Should others overhear his musings, they would undoubtedly feel compelled to seize him by the neck and demand he repeat himself. In truth, even if his instantaneous movement is limited to a mere 100 meters, it proves far more practical in combat. Traditional Flying Thunder God techniques necessitate directional transmission through the technique itself. In contrast, Uchiha Obito's innovative version of the Flying Thunder God allows for arbitrary teleportation to any location within a certain range. Once applied in battle, its potency is simply unimaginable. Uchiha Obito, do you know what you are doing? Questioned the approaching ninjas as they surrounded him, anger evident in their voices, ready to take action. Everyone, at that moment, Orochimaru stepped forward and clarified, "It is my fault. I should not have provoked Lord Obito. He acted in self-defense after reaching his limit. Moreover, I have sustained no injuries, and I shall compensate for the village's losses. I kindly ask you to exercise restraint." The previously vocal ninja found himself at a loss for words. What more could he say? The individual who had been struck had personally come forth to plead, acknowledging his own fault and expressing a willingness to make amends. To persist in their grievances would be unreasonable, especially given that the one interceding was Orochimaru, the favored disciple of the third Hokage. Ahem. The leading ninja cleared his throat and addressed Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, are you truly unscathed? What could possibly be wrong with me? Replied Orochimaru, then turned sincerely to Uchiha Obito. Lord Obito, I must apologize for my earlier offense. However, the crowd has grown quite large. We should discuss this matter privately to avoid any unintended harm to bystanders. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution. Chapter 47. The frightened higher UPS of Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but commend Orochimaru in his heart. The intellect, the quick reflexes, and the relentless spirit dedicated to research. Truly, he lived up to his reputation. Dealing with intelligent individuals is undeniably comfortable. Had it been Jiraiya, he would have immediately risen to question, why on earth did you strike me? Uchiha Dan felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, a private discussion would have sufficed. I apologize, everyone. I deeply regret the disturbance, he expressed, taking Tsunade's hand as he departed, with Orochimaru promptly following suit, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. In the Hokage's office. Could you repeat that? Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Shikamaru Nara, his voice trembling with intensity. Are you certain it was the Flying Thunder God technique? It was not the Flying Thunder God, Shikamaru insisted. How dare you misreport information? Sarutobi seethed, his face flushed with rage. At such a critical moment. You dare to deceive me? Do you think I won't take action against you? No, Hokage-sama. I mentioned it resembled a technique similar to the Flying Thunder God. Shikamaru quickly clarified. Sarutobi was momentarily at a loss for words, as Shikamaru had indeed reported it that way. In his haste, he assumed Shikamaru was unfamiliar with the Flying Thunder God technique, thus using such ambiguous phrasing. He had not anticipated this misunderstanding. It merely resembled it. Explain how it resembles it, and what distinguishes it. Sarutobi inquired, his composure slightly restored. To be precise, it should be termed instantaneous movement. Shikamaru elucidated. Uchiha Dan executed the movement without employing the Flying Thunder God technique or utilizing the kanai inscribed with its seals, akin to the second Hokage. In essence, it is the Flying Thunder God technique that does not require a seal. Sarutobi murmured, visibly unsettled. Someone. He called out toward the door. As an Umbu shinobi entered, Sarutobi commanded, summon Shimura Danzo, Haruno Sakura, Mito Gate, and Akimichi, Choza to see me. Yes. Meanwhile, Dan, this is my latest research proposal. What are your thoughts? After presenting his idea, Orochimaru gazed intently at Uchiha Dan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Tsunade was taken aback. She had not expected Orochimaru to harbor such grand ambitions. Should this research, dubbed genetic engineering by Orochimaru, succeed, Konoha could indeed elevate its citizens to greatness. However, the process of this research. Dan, do you not think this research may be excessively cruel? Tsunade hesitated, subtly indicating her reservations. She had promised to advocate for Orochimaru, yet this venture appeared excessively inhumane. Although Orochimaru claimed to utilize death row inmates, rogue ninjas, and wanted criminals as subjects. What if there were an insufficient number of test subjects? Would Orochimaru take desperate measures and breach taboos? Oh, come now. Uchiha Dan playfully pinched Tsunade's nose, chuckling. The genetic composition of humans and animals is not vastly different. In the initial stages of our experiments, we can utilize animals entirely. Only upon successful trials will we proceed to final validation. Animals. Tsunade felt some reluctance, but found it somewhat acceptable. Tsunade. None can predict when the next war may arise, Uchiha Dan asserted earnestly. Konoha frequently receives missions to aid villagers in hunting beasts, does it not? Since they must perish anyway, why not allow these creatures to contribute? You are a ninja. You need not feel sympathy for animals, he added. Tsunade nodded in silent agreement, refraining from further objections. However, her concern was not born from compassion for animals. As a ninja, particularly a medical ninja, she had become accustomed to death and injury. Her empathy did not extend to the lives of animals. She was more worried about Uchiha Dan's fervent ambition, fearing that once he immersed himself in the research, he would neglect everything else. Taboos. Such matters were of no concern to Uchiha Dan. Tsunade. Noticing her anxiety, Uchiha Dan took her hand reassuringly. I have promised you that I will not deceive you. I stand by my word. With Uchiha Dan's assurance, Tsunade finally exhaled in relief. As long as she remained informed about the research's progress and its true nature, there was no cause for alarm. Dan. Orochimaru's face lit up with a radiant smile, distinctly unlike his usual demeanor. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Do not celebrate too soon. Orochimaru. Uchiha Dan's tone suddenly grew icy, issuing a warning. Your manipulation of Tsunade this time was merely a gentle reminder. Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to take severe measures. Even if I cannot terminate you, I shall immediately cease all collaboration. Rest assured, Dan, there will not be a next time. Orochimaru earnestly promised. His intentions were sincere, for his objectives had been met, and he had no desire to squander time on trivial matters. After their discussion concluded, Shikamaru reappeared. Senpai, did Sarutobi summon me? Uchiha Dan asked, perceiving Shikamaru's hesitance. How do you know everything? Shikamaru, despite his formidable abilities, appeared somewhat naive, perplexed. Isn't it obvious? That was my objective all along. If he did not summon me, why would I create such a scene? Uchiha Dan replied dismissively. I'll accompany you. Tsunade quickly interjected. I shall join as well. Orochimaru added. He cherished this rare partnership with Uchiha Dan and shared Tsunade's sentiments of concern. Very well. Your presence may stabilize those individuals and afford me some leeway in discussions, Uchiha Dan acquiesced. Hokage-sama. It was meant for you to go alone. Shikamaru reminded. When you came to notify me, those two were already with me. What could I do? What could you do? Uchiha Dan retorted, exasperated. Senpai, lead the way. Wait, Dan, is it truly wise to openly defy the ninja regulations? Such actions are taken seriously by the higher-ups, Shikamaru cautioned. But the reality was, they were intent on targeting him, and they would seize any opportunity to undermine him. Shikamaru longed to voice this concern, but ultimately refrained. After nearly 5 years, he understood Uchiha Dan well. Once he set his mind to something, mere words would hold little sway. Soon, the quartet arrived at the Hokage building. As Shikamaru knocked on the door, they entered the Hokage's office together. Upon seeing the four of them arrive, the 5 Konoha higher-ups present were momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly turning grim. Chapter 48. I'm not a ninja. Orochimaru's divine assistance recently, the ever-displeased T.K. Rin abruptly stood up, exclaiming in anger. We allowed you to come alone. What do you mean by this? Why are Tsunade and Orochimaru accompanying you? Shin TZ responded coldly, Uchiha Dan. You dare to openly defy the ninja regulations and disregard the orders of the Hokage. Have we been too lenient, allowing you to develop some misunderstanding? As expected of Lord Shin TZ, his words struck at the heart of the matter, carrying more weight than the outbursts of certain individuals who could only shout. Uchiha Dan responded fearlessly. Indeed, your words hit the nail on the head. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also on the verge of losing his temper. Yet upon seeing Tsunade and Orochimaru present, he suppressed his fury and inquired, Uchiha Dan, why do you refuse to follow orders? Are you aware that you are violating ninja regulations? The Hokage is indeed correct. It appears I have violated the ninja regulations, Uchiha Dan openly admitted. However, the next moment, he broke into a grin and declared, but I am not a ninja. What do the ninja regulations have to do with me? Is my name listed on the roster of registered ninjas in Konoha? Upon hearing this, the attendees were initially enraged, yet they soon found themselves utterly bewildered. Once they regained their composure, the high-ranking officials of Konoha felt as though they had swallowed a fly. Despite Uchiha Dan's mastery of various medical ninjutsu and his development of the resurrection technique, which allowed him to easily defeat 8 elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan, and despite his ability to hold his own against Orochimaru, the undeniable truth remained. He was not a ninja, and the ninja regulations did not apply to him. Uchiha Dan's identity was merely that of an ordinary civilian in Konoha. Even the hospital had registered him as a doctor rather than a medical ninja. Over time, this fact had been subconsciously overlooked by everyone, leading to a rather humorous predicament. Tsunade and Orochimaru nearly burst into laughter, while Kakashi Hitaki let out a sigh of relief. With the violation of the ninja regulations rendered moot, the notion of defying the Hokage's orders became irrelevant. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always promoted the will of fire, asserting that the Hokage served the village's common people. As a civilian, Uchiha Dan was the very subject of that service. Even if he openly expressed dissent regarding the Hokage's decisions and disregarded Hiruzen's commands, what could Hiruzen do to him? Uchiha D and could have chosen not to come. Yet he still did. How touching. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly to remind the Konoha officials to compose themselves. Dian, they meant no harm. They simply forgot for a moment. After all, we in Konoha have strict regulations concerning the conduct of ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with a friendly demeanor directed at the civilians. You are correct. You are not a ninja, so you are not bound by the ninja regulations. However, may I inquire why the Hokage summoned me? Uchiha D and swiftly cut to the chase. Please wait a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his gentle smile and turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, we need to have a private conversation with Dian. I must leave immediately. Tsunade interjected, but Dian and I are about to be married. And my grandmother has been eagerly awaiting this day. If I cannot marry on schedule due to unforeseen circumstances, I cannot guarantee what I might do. As she spoke, her tone turned icy, casting a glare at everyone present. You are getting married? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression brightened. This is wonderful news. As your teacher, I am genuinely happy for you. Rest assured, we merely wish to have a chat with Dian. Nothing unexpected will occur. Unexpected? This fellow possesses the ability to teleport. We have not adequately prepared for today's sudden turn of events. What can we do? Moreover, the charges that were initially intended to be levied against him had been rendered invalid by Uchiha D's declaration of not being a ninja. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his strategy, genuinely wishing to engage in a discussion. Even if he had intentions to eliminate Uchiha Dian, it would not be at this time. Orochimaru, what about you? After congratulating Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Orochimaru. Teacher, I have a new research project that requires Dian's assistance. Please take a look. Orochimaru stepped forward, presenting a research proposal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since you summoned Dian, I couldn't wait to share this exciting news. With the original plan disrupted, Sarutobi Hiruzen needed time to gather his thoughts, and he began to examine the proposal page by page. As he reached the end, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Orochimaru, you truly believe that this pill, which can rapidly restore chakra without any side effects, can be developed? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in astonishment. Orochimaru nodded. To be honest, I have longed to improve the military food pills for years. With my ideas and Dian's ability to concoct potions, I believe it can be realized. Additionally, the potion for swiftly recovering stamina and the affordable, long-term use potion that can continuously enhance a ninja's physical condition can also be developed. My preliminary discussions with D and suggest we have a 60% chance of success. Orochimaru was confident that the so-called proposal could indeed be realized. However, it was merely a facade presented by Uchiha Dian to disguise their true research. This is a special gift from Dian and me to you, teacher. I believe that under your leadership, Konoha will thrive. Orochimaru's words struck a chord in Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul, filling him with exhilaration. Excellent, excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt elated. Yet he emphasized that this matter should remain confidential. They should conduct their research discreetly and not speak of it outside this office. Understood. Wait. Tkk Rin could no longer contain herself and exclaimed angrily, Uchiha Dian, have you been capable of developing these medicines all along? Why have you not mentioned this to me all these years? Tkk Rin felt betrayed and was furious. Elder K Rin, Orochimaru interjected. These ideas were mine and have nothing to do with Dian. I only sought Dian today to discuss this matter. I must say, Dian is truly a unique genius in pharmacology, providing numerous constructive suggestions. It was his insights that gave me the confidence to meet with you. Teacher, you. Tkk Rin's temperament was not one to easily accept another's words. Chapter 49. After all, you will never learn. Can Uchiha Dato be of use to me? Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and declared, Koharu, it is settled then. The development of the medication is of utmost importance. Once the drug is developed, we will rely on your pharmaceutical department for production. Koharu fell silent, yet her mood did not brighten. The research and development of medicine is an exceedingly time-consuming and resource-intensive endeavor, rife with opportunities for manipulation. If it merely involved production after development, her potential gains would diminish significantly. How could she not feel vexed? Moreover, if this individual were to exhibit greater value, would it not imply that she could no longer act against him with impunity? This was untenable. After all, she had spoken recklessly in the past. And if Uchiha Dato were to exploit that, how could she fare well? Enough. Tsunade, Orochimaru, you two may leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured to his two disciples. Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded, exchanging a glance with Uchiha Dato before exiting the office. The atmosphere shifted dramatically once Shikamaru departed with them. Dato, did I not command you to refrain from training? Hiruzen inquired, his tone slightly frosty. Indeed, you did issue such a command, and I have adhered to it strictly. Uchiha Dato affirmed. Over the years, have you not trained in secret? Hiruzen pressed further. Whether I trained secretly is known to others, but certainly not to you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Dato retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. First, a squad monitored me in turns, and after they withdrew, that scoundrel Shikamaru kept a relentless watch. How could I train? Yet your strength is formidable, Hiruzen continued. Not particularly strong, Uchiha Dato sighed, and my combat relies on innate brute strength, as I lack mastery of those flashy jutsu. And what of your teleportation? Hiruzen asked, voicing his primary concern. Ah, that is even simpler. Every location in this world is filled with a rich spatial energy. Uchiha Dato explained. With a bit of perception, one can accurately sense it. I cannot speak for others, but I have been able to feel it since childhood. For the next half hour, Uchiha Dato spoke eloquently, recounting how he had developed a clear perception of space from a young age and how this had troubled him. It was only after hearing about the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who could traverse through space, that he became consumed by the idea. Not only did he share his experiences, but Uchiha Dato also dissected the principles of teleportation, elucidating how he gradually discovered his ability to communicate with space and conceive a method of teleportation. He cared not for sharing this knowledge, for he believed they could never replicate it. After all, Tobirama had taught it countless times. Had they been capable of learning, they would have done so long ago. Yet, in narrating his story, the entire matter felt profoundly authentic. To demonstrate, Uchiha Dato picked up a small ornament from the desk. Releasing it with his right hand, it instantaneously appeared in his left. Such was the marvel of it. And then, 2 years ago, you suddenly could teleport? Hiruzen asked. Incredulity etched upon his face. Indeed, it came upon me all at once. Then why did you not come to report this to me? Hiruzen questioned. I did intend to approach you. Uchiha Dato replied defensively. 2 years ago, while in the pharmaceutical department, I asked Elder Koharu to arrange a meeting with you. However, I do not know whether she failed to relay the message to you or if you disregarded it, but in the end, the matter was left unresolved. Hiruzen nearly choked on his words, recalling that there had indeed been such an occurrence. He had found it peculiar when Uchiha Dato insisted on meeting him. At that time, Hiruzen merely scoffed when Koharu mentioned it, dismissing it entirely. How absurd. Of course, Uchiha Dato's desire to meet Hiruzen was not solely due to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. He had ulterior motives. However, since Hiruzen did not meet him, his plans fell through, and he refrained from disclosing the reason for seeking an audience with the Hokage. Now, he used this situation as an excuse. I wished to inform you, yet you disregarded it. Who can be blamed for that? You sought to meet me 2 years ago solely for this reason? Hiruzen sought confirmation once more. Is there any other reason? Uchiha Dato shrugged. Surely, I would not trouble the Hokage for trivial matters. Then why not clarify your intentions? Did you require clarification? Uchiha Dato asked, perplexed. I had never met you before, so I was unfamiliar with the protocol. Moreover, could such matters be casually discussed? And you could not explain it to Elder Koharu? Hiruzen inquired. She was belittling me daily. I had no desire to converse with her, Uchiha Dato retorted, his frustration evident as he complained. The villagers tell me that you, Hokage-sama, genuinely care for everyone, which is why I wish to inform you alone. Alas, you were unavailable then. Humph. A mouthful of lies, Izumi Danzo interjected coldly. I do not believe you. If you had mastered teleportation long ago, why did you not flee? Why would I flee? Uchiha Dato questioned, bewildered. Hokage's assistant, your words are peculiar. I am a resident of Konoha, my home is here. Though I cannot become a ninja, my life is quite satisfactory. Why would I run? To escape surveillance? What do you take me for? Why would the Hokage's assistant choose to insult me in such a manner? By the end of his statement, Uchiha Dato's tone had grown increasingly agitated. Why should you flee? Because we intend to kill you. Yet, could such words be uttered in Uchiha Dato's presence? Hiruzen suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be that Uchiha Dato truly remained unaware of their intentions to eliminate him? With this thought, Hiruzen found it entirely plausible. Indeed, for the past 7 years, they had only monitored him, never once taking action against him. It was only natural that he would be oblivious. While they had discussed this matter in secret, it remained confined to the upper echelons, never disclosed to others nor acted upon. Thus, Uchiha Dato could not possibly know. Ultimately, the irreconcilable conflict I perceived was merely a figment of my long-held desire to eliminate him. Perhaps, in Uchiha Dato's eyes, I, the Hokage, am quite commendable. If that were not the case, why would he have sought to inform me 2 years ago upon mastering teleportation? Was this not a sign of trust? Therefore, could Uchiha Dato truly be of use to me? Chapter 50. The Light of Righteousness. The relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Obito has always been fraught with inner conflict. Senju Tobirama and Appo's command was to prevent Uchiha Obito from training, allowing him to lead a mundane life as a commoner. However, he overlooked a crucial aspect. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just ascended to his position, suddenly taking over after an unexpected death, with little prestige and an unstable status. To stabilize the situation, the most prudent course of action was to resolutely support and implement all of Senju Tobirama's orders. This inevitably led to instances of overcorrection. It is likely that Senju Tobirama never anticipated that his disciple would expel Uchiha Obito from the ninja academy in the Uchiha clan, even dispatching a covert team to monitor him around the clock. This realization prompted Sarutobi Hiruzen to deem the surveillance of Uchiha Obito unworthy, leading him to contemplate eliminating him. As Uchiha Obito's value became increasingly apparent, Hiruzen found himself reluctant to take his life. Presently, with Uchiha Obito demonstrating even greater potential, Hiruzen perceived him as an escalating threat. Yet, all of this was predicated on the irreconcilable discord between Uchiha Obito and themselves. If Uchiha Obito remained oblivious, what threat could he possibly pose? Had he still been part of the Uchiha clan, perhaps Hiruzen would have harbored concerns. However, Uchiha Obito had long been cast out from the clan, leaving only mutual enmity between them. Moreover, with Tsunade in the mix, being Hiruzen's disciple, how could he not manipulate Uchiha Obito? Even if Uchiha Obito discovered the truth, it would merely implicate his teacher, Senju Tobirama. Conversely, Hiruzen could assert unequivocally to Uchiha Obito that he had never entertained thoughts of eliminating him and had, in fact, always covertly protected him. For this was indeed the truth. There was, however, one matter that weighed on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's mind: the recent intervention of Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade to safeguard Uchiha Obito. Yet, it appeared that Mito had discerned something, acting for the sake of her granddaughter's happiness. He believed that Uzumaki Mito possessed the ability to perceive certain truths. Nevertheless, they would not disclose these to Uchiha Obito, fearing that revealing the truth might frighten him away, leaving Tsunade without a husband. Aside from this, Uchiha Obito was a person of profound gratitude, as evidenced by his kindness toward his adoptive parents and younger brother. Furthermore, analyses indicated that Uchiha Obito was not one to harbor grudges. Had he truly been such a person, with his strength and teleportation capabilities, given the years of mistreatment from Tsukin could he have survived? Yet he endured, refraining from retaliating or taking action against Tsukin, merely harboring discontent. Thus, as long as kindness is bestowed appropriately, what is there to fear in winning him over? As these thoughts coursed through Hiruzen's mind, his perspective began to clarify. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Obito suddenly inquired, "May I know why you have been sending people to monitor me?" Upon witnessing Uchiha Obito's sincere, yet somewhat aggrieved expression, Hiruzen immediately formulated a plan. Alas, he sighed, this matter pertains to a chapter of Konoha's past. Uchiha Obito was taken aback. Does this past have anything to do with me? Have you ever heard of Uchiha Madara? Hiruzen did not respond directly, but posed another question. Hiruzen, enough. Shimura Danzo interjected immediately. Let the past remain in the past. I simply wish for this child to know the truth, Hiruzen replied earnestly. It has been over 7 years. It is time for change. You are defying the master's orders. Danzo accused angrily. In my lifetime, I have never once disobeyed the master's commands, Hiruzen declared with resolve. But if it is for the village, I am willing to bear the stigma of defying my teacher's orders. What a ridiculous stigma, Danzo seethed inwardly. To prioritize the village's well-being at the expense of my teacher's commands? That will only elevate your standing. If this information were to spread, the only one to be blamed would be Senju Tobirama. Hiruzen, I truly did not expect you to drag the teacher into this to absolve yourself. Your audacity is truly remarkable, Danzo remarked. Moreover, Uchiha Obito is someone I have taken a liking to. The evidence speaks volumes of his extraordinary talent. Are you attempting to undermine my efforts? Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo bellowed in frustration. I have never regretted my actions, and I am the Hokage. Hiruzen declared, seeking to enhance Uchiha Obito's esteem for him while firmly admonishing Danzo. Danzo was once again rendered speechless by Hiruzen's unwavering stance and, with a dramatic flourish, stormed out, slamming the door behind him. This place is intolerable. Hokage-sama, you need not go to such lengths on my behalf, Uchiha Obito said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Child, you misunderstand. My actions are not for you. Hiruzen shook his head and replied, everything I do is for Konoha. Uchiha Obito was taken aback by Hiruzen's words and actions, as if a stirring orchestral score had suddenly filled his mind. A radiant light illuminated Hiruzen from behind, casting him in a resplendent glow, rendering him almost divine and blinding to behold. Is this what it means to be virtuous and righteous? How utterly delightful. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Obito's voice trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. Enough, child, you need not feel this way. Hiruzen was quite pleased with both his performance and Uchiha Obito's reaction. It is time for you to learn the truth. Hiruzen's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, reaching back into the past. Uchiha Madara was the first clan leader of the Uchiha clan after their integration into Konoha, as well as a close friend of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. At that time, the village was newly established, bustling with activity, yet through everyone's collective efforts, it was flourishing, becoming increasingly prosperous and powerful. I was but a child then. Much younger than you are now, Hiruzen recalled with a smile. I thought to myself, how wonderful it would be if the village continued to thrive like this. Yet, there are always those who cannot abide by peace and stability. They insist on stirring up trouble. Is this person Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito eagerly engaged in the unfolding narrative. Indeed, Hiruzen continued. While the village prospered and everyone rejoiced, Uchiha Madara felt discontent for not becoming the Hokage. Hence, he incited the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha, establishing a new village where he could take the mantle of leader. Were there any who followed him? Uchiha Obito, fully engrossed in the tale, inquired curiously. Hiruzen shook his head with a sense of satisfaction. No one, not a single soul, for the Uchiha clan, too, wished to live in peace. Who would want to continue fighting and struggling? And then he departed alone. Hiruzen replied angrily. But after his departure, he remained unsatisfied. 8 years later, he returned to Konoha alone, vowing to destroy it. How could he do such a thing? Uchiha Obito exclaimed, visibly upset. Indeed, how could he? Hiruzen echoed, equally incensed. Many have pondered this question. Yet, such events transpired with undeniable reality. Chapter 51, Side Story. The Matchmaking Chronicles of Hatake Tsukumo. Today, an additional chapter has been added. Those interested may indulge, while those uninterested may skip it, for it bears no impact on the main plot. At the Hatake residence. Ever since resigning from his position in the Umbu, Tsukumo felt an unprecedented sense of ease. No longer did he have to keep a watchful eye on that insufferable brat. After nearly 5 years of relentless surveillance, he found himself utterly drained, prompting the decision to grant himself an extended reprieve. On the first day, Tsukumo relished hot pot while singing, savoring the pinnacle of life. On the second day, he enjoyed soothing melodies and exquisite tea, feeling this was the essence of living. By the third day, he strolled through Konoha, his curiosity piqued by everything around him. Upon reaching a certain district, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly entered a bookstore and skillfully made his way to a secluded corner. After surveying his surroundings and confirming his solitude, he cautiously picked up a book titled The Secrets of Female Ninjas and began to read with great delight. Truly, the author had retained their original flair. The plot and vivid descriptions were utterly captivating. Time slipped away as the sun began to set, and only when the shopkeeper turned on the lights did Tsukumo snap back to reality. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I am Hatake Tsukumo, a ninja of the Konoha Umbu, codename Aoi. I must surveil Uchiha Dan. Oh no, how could I forget such an important task? Quickly returning the book to its shelf, he turned to dash outside. Yet just a few steps away, he halted, his expression one of consternation. Bah, who wants to monitor that despicable brat? I am free now. Startling me. Even if the king of heaven himself were to arrive today, I must return home to rest. After a few more steps, he paused again, glancing around to ensure he was alone, then turned back to the bookshelf. The Secrets of Female Ninjas. How vexing. Why does it feel like a cat's paw is scratching at my heart? Am I being lewd? No, the allure of this book is simply irresistible. Besides, isn't literature meant for reading? I merely wish to appreciate the beauty of late-night literature. What is wrong with that? Noticing that no one was watching, Tsukumo pulled his high collar up, concealing his face completely before confidently returning to the bookshelf to retrieve the quarter-read tome. He scanned the other titles on the shelf, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, there was no shortage of new publications these past years. It seems there are still talented individuals in the ninja world, and many authors are working diligently. No rush. I shall conquer them one by one in due time. Humming a little tune, he approached the checkout counter, handing the book to the cashier. Upon seeing the title, her face flushed instantly, and she glanced at Tsukumo. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. That familiar high collar obscuring his face, the silver-white hair, and the furtive demeanor, all unmistakably identified him as the bookstore's frequent patron, Lord Tsukumo. It had been so long since he had last been seen, and there had been no news of him. I thought he had met with misfortune. To think I would see him again. Are you? I am not. Tsukumo quickly denied, cold sweat forming on his brow. How could you still recognize me in this state? The cashier replied, confirmed, it is indeed you. Apologetically, she added, I mistook you for someone else. Once outside the bookstore, Tsukumo exhaled deeply. Fortunately, she did not recognize me. That is a relief. On the fourth day, Tsukumo lay in bed, luxuriating in the sea of literature, chuckling lewdly at particularly thrilling passages. Days flowed into weeks. By the 15th day, what had once been a blissful existence began to wear on him. That insufferable brat had promised to introduce him to the flower of Konoha Hospital. Nurse Kawakami now. Yet, after waiting an entire half-month, the boy had seemingly evaporated from existence. Outwardly, the two were quite at odds. Uchiha Dan had specifically cautioned Tsukumo against seeking him out, assuring him that once the time was ripe, he would come to solidify Tsukumo's future happiness. Could it be that this boy had been preoccupied with some matter? Never mind, I shall trust him once more. Days continued to pass. On the 30th day, Tsukumo was on the brink of madness. 30 days. Do you have any idea how I have endured this time? I must confront that brat and teach him a lesson, so he understands the consequences of crossing Hatake Tsukumo. Surely, after such a lengthy interval, he must have resolved whatever pressing matters he had. This fellow clearly has no regard for me. Yes, I shall seek him out. But what if he truly is occupied? What if I provoke him and he refuses to assist me? What am I thinking? If this drags on, Kawakami now will be swept away by that shameless rogue. I must find him, immediately. The following day at Konoha Hospital. What? A critically injured patient? Hearing the urgent report from the nurse, Tsunade rushed into the operating room with her medical kit. Upon seeing Tsukumo's left hand twisted almost beyond recognition, Tsunade was taken aback. She understood her predecessor's prowess all too well. How could he sustain such injuries within the village? Who could have done this? Yet now was not the time to dwell on such matters. As she directed the nurses to hand her the necessary tools, she began treating Tsukumo. Fortunately, though the injuries were grave, timely intervention meant that with proper care, he could fully recover after some rest. Who did this to you? Tsunade inquired, relieved yet curious. Noticing Tsukumo's hesitance, she instructed the remaining personnel to leave. Once the last nurse exited and closed the door, Tsukumo immediately sat up, his expression a mixture of desperation and indignation. Tsunade, you must advocate for me. Why do you say that? Truth be told, I inflicted this injury upon myself. Tsunade was momentarily speechless. However, I truly had no other choice. By the way, has Kawakami now been seeing anyone this past month? Tsunade and Appo's expression turned peculiarly bemused. But seeing Tsukumo's anxious demeanor, she shook her head. No, I've appointed her as my assistant. She has been quite busy and hasn't had time for romance. That's good. A heavy weight lifted from Tsukumo's heart, and his demeanor brightened considerably. Predecessor, Tsunade, confused, was about to continue when Tsukumo abruptly interrupted her. Tsunade, before you speak, where is that scoundrel Uchiha Dan? With his anxiety dissipated and anger bubbling to the surface, Tsukumo's gaze sharpened, as if he were ready to devour someone. He recalled that the relationship between Uchiha Dan and Hatake Tsukumo seemed rather amicable, yet now, he bore an expression that suggested he would not rest until he had slain him. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that Uchiha Dan was once again scheming something regarding Hatake Tsukumo, only to be discovered? However, that didn't seem plausible, after all. He had rushed in to inquire about Kawaji Nai just moments ago. Senior, you mentioned Kawaji Nai earlier. Tsunade did not directly respond to Hatake Tsukumo's inquiry. Instead, she cautiously ventured, indeed, Kawaji Nai? Hatake Tsukumo instantly adopted a different demeanor, expressing his frustration with Uchiha Dan. That scoundrel promised me a month ago that he would introduce me to Kawaji Nai. Yet, after waiting for an entire month, he has yet to make an appearance. Where is he? I shall not let him off the hook. Tsunade sighed in exasperation. Senior, your current demeanor is hardly conducive to earning respect. Senior, Dan has been preoccupied this month, but whatever he promised is as good as my promise. I shall handle it for him. Really? Hatake Tsukumo's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, as if he wished to immediately employ the Flying Thunder God technique to be at Kawaji Nai's side. Kawaji Nai, your brother Tsukumo has arrived. No, he must remain composed, calm. The Secrets of Female Ninjas states that when a girl discovers she is liked, she may feel joy and pride. Yet this does not necessarily mean she has accepted the suitor. She will continue to assess his character, integrity, and capabilities. Chronicles of the Bath also notes that while pursuing a girl, one must not impose excessive pressure or burden upon her. Otherwise, what is intended as kindness may lead her to distance herself. Therefore, I shall display my charm, ensuring that she is captivated at first sight. Then, I will weave through clouds and rain, leaving her yearning for more. Following this, I shall employ a strategy of feigned indifference, inducing a sense of longing and uncertainty within her. Ultimately, I shall vow eternal love, making her deeply infatuated. In a relatively upscale tea house in Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo and Kawaji Nai sat opposite each other. At this moment, Hatake Tsukumo's face was flushed, his hands tightly clasped beneath the table, and his head bowed low, unable to meet Kawaji Nai's gaze. Occasionally, when he dared to glance up and behold her ethereal beauty, his heart would tremble, only for him to hurriedly lower his head again, as if he had committed some grave error. Kawaji Nai's gentle voice suddenly broke the silence, like a spring breeze caressing his ears. Senior, are you not going to drink your tea? Why, yes, Hatake Tsukumo stammered, hastily reaching for his cup, but in his flustered state, he inadvertently knocked it over, spilling the contents towards Kawaji Nai. As a mere nurse, Kawaji Nai lacked the reflexes of a ninja, and soon, her pristine white dress was marred with water stains, causing her to frown. This was a dress she had saved up for a long time to purchase, and she had only just decided to wear it today because Tsunade-sama had promised to introduce her to a potential match. Upon first seeing Hatake Tsukumo, Kawaji Nai had a favorable impression of him. He appeared clean and quite handsome, with a commendable background. However, as their interaction continued, Hatake Tsukumo utterly botched everything, remaining so tense that he trembled and could hardly articulate a coherent sentence. Am I truly that intimidating? Kawaji Nai felt a pang of injustice. Little did she know that Hatake Tsukumo had been observing her since she entered Konoha Hospital, harboring admiration for her from afar, and now, with the opportunity to sit face to face, he was utterly beside himself. After enduring another half-hour of this awkwardness, Kawaji Nai could no longer bear it, and politely stated, Senior Tsukumo, it is quite late. I must return home. She referred to him as senior simply because Tsunade had instructed her to do so, believing it would foster closeness. Yet, Kawaji Nai felt their relationship had grown even more distant. Our return home, Hatake Tsukumo finally lifted his head, his voice trembling with apprehension. In that moment, he realized with dismay that everything seemed to be crumbling. It was over. It was all over. Hatake Tsukumo, what are you even doing? Where's the calmness you exhibit during missions? What happened to the fierceness you wield against foes? It's finished. I'll walk you home, he stuttered. No need. To Kawaji Nai, his nervousness appeared as reluctance, and being gentle by nature, she did not wish to impose upon him, so she declined without a second thought. After offering a polite smile, she turned to leave, leaving Hatake Tsukumo standing there, despondent. No, I must see her off. What if she encounters some duel on the way? I could protect her. After a considerable moment, Hatake Tsukumo finally snapped back to reality, conjuring an excuse for himself, and hurried after Kawaji Nai. The wind howled fiercely that night, causing the awning of the shop to flutter ominously, as if mocking Hatake Tsukumo mercilessly. Gazing at the radiant figure 20 meters ahead, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. What in the world was happening? It was all Uchiha Den's fault. Had he not delayed me, I would not be this anxious. Yes, I shall blame him. If Kawaji Nai and I are meant to have a future, then so be it. If not, he shall face my wrath. Suddenly, Hatake Tsukumo noticed something and immediately became alert. A weather distribution box swayed violently on a telephone pole just 7 or 8 meters ahead of Kawaji Nai, appearing as though it might fall at any moment. As she took a few more steps, the box abruptly detached with a loud clunk, plummeting directly towards her. Hatake Tsukumo's heart raced with terror, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. The next moment, Kawaji Nai found herself 5 meters away from her original position, cradled in Hatake Tsukumo's arms. Realizing what had just transpired, Kawaji Nai was incensed and prepared to push away this impudent individual. However, the sound of the heavy object hitting the ground nearby startled her. She quickly turned her head to see the 1-meter-high metal distribution box where she had just been standing. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, a wave of fear washed over her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. With her slight frame, had she been struck, she might not have survived to tell the tale. Kawaji Nai, noticing that Hatake Tsukumo was still holding her, felt her cheeks flush and whispered in a tone only she could hear, "Could you let me down?" Huh? Oh. Hatake Tsukumo, finally comprehending his earlier excitement, quickly set Kawaji Nai down. The fierce wind scattered the clouds, revealing a starry night. The two of them stood beneath the telephone pole, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, it was nighttime, the light was dim, and the street was largely deserted, allowing them both a moment of relief. After a while, Kawaji Nai bit her lip, as if making a decision. "Senior, I find the wind tonight quite pleasant. I do not wish to return home just yet. Could you tell me more about yourself?" Chapter 52. The Flag of Konoha. As I observed the situation concerning Danzo, I found myself unable to part with Orochimaru. Uchiha Dan, completely captivated by my words, continued to listen as Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted. The final outcome was that the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara battled for 3 days and nights at the Valley of the End. Ultimately, for the sake of the village, he bore the tears and, with a heavy heart, was compelled to slay his once beloved friend. Seeing the shock on Uchiha Dan's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded inwardly, realizing that the will of fire could indeed influence him. I aspire to achieve unparalleled accomplishments, to become the most remarkable Hokage in history. Hokage-sama. But this matter has no bearing on me, does it? Am I perhaps a descendant of Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Dan queried, scratching his head in confusion. With a pained sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "You are not a descendant of Uchiha Madara. In truth, the grievances you have suffered over the years stem from the second Hokage believing your talents rivaled those of Uchiha Madara. He feared you would become a second Madara." Enough of this, Hiruzen. Mitarashi Anko interjected vehemently, rising to her feet. "How dare you speak ill of our teacher? I merely speak the truth." Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. "Do you not recall that after the announcement of my succession as Hokage, he conversed with me for 5 minutes in private? It was the teacher himself." The fervor in Mitarashi Anko's stance began to wane. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, fully aware that he was fabricating. Senju Tobirama had only advised the disciples collectively on how to handle Uchiha Dan and had never privately addressed him. However, who could ascertain what Tobirama had or had not said? Regardless, the teacher was no longer present. Utilizing his name to stabilize a talent for the village could hardly be seen as defying his will, right? I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have always adhered to the teacher's instructions and dared not defy them, he continued solemnly. Thus, I have monitored Uchiha Dan for 7 long years. For 7 years, I have understood this child's character thoroughly. He will certainly not become a second Uchiha Madara. Therefore, why must we continue to burden a child? The teacher was a person I revered throughout my life, but he was not omniscient. There were indeed matters he could not foresee. It is time for this child to be informed of everything and to live freely. Should the teacher watch over us from beyond, let me bear his reproach. What a splendid performance. Uchiha Dan thought to himself, fully impressed. Were it anyone else, they would undoubtedly feel gratitude towards this man. It was no wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his position for so long, even as subsequent Hokages made numerous missteps, leading Konoha into a state of decline. Yet he continued to garner widespread support. His ability to win hearts was indeed admirable. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Dan continued to match Sarutobi Hiruzen's acting prowess. You truly. Child, no need for further words. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily waved his hand. I have merely done what a Hokage ought to do. I believe anyone in my position would act similarly. From this point forward, I shall revoke your surveillance, and you may commence your training. Are you saying I can learn ninjutsu? Uchiha Dan exclaimed with excitement. I speak with conviction. Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed. Since he intended to bestow kindness upon Uchiha Dan, he would ensure it was genuine. After all, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, monitoring him was rendered pointless, so he chose to offer him ample grace. Observing Uchiha Dan's deeply moved expression filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with great satisfaction. Remember, Konoha is my home and yours. We share the responsibility of making it better, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded, placing a hand on Uchiha Dan's shoulder. You may now take your leave. That is. Uchiha Dan hesitated, suddenly recalling something. Unsure whether to voice it. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Child, do you have something to say? Speak freely. Then I shall. Uchiha Dan began, Hokage-sama. Please do not hold it against Kakashi Hatake. Although he occasionally dozed off while monitoring me, I am certain it was due to exhaustion. Please do not blame him. Seeing Uchiha Dan feigning concern, while seizing the opportunity to voice a complaint, amused Sarutobi Hiruzen. Was he expressing discontent over the prolonged surveillance, seeking to settle a personal score? Yet, the tactic seemed rather clumsy. Nevertheless, the simplicity of Uchiha Dan's intentions reassured Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such earnestness posed little threat. Perhaps Uchiha Dan might be akin to the second Uchiha Kagami. Uncertain if Uchiha Dan's words held truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen nonetheless felt it was the perfect opportunity to reprimand Kakashi while also granting Uchiha Dan a favor. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Dan couldn't help but smirk. What a cunning old fox. The entire conversation was a charade. Thankfully, Uchiha Dan had developed an understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen's character over the years, analyzing each of his actions and synthesizing them into a coherent understanding of his mindset and style. He had thus anticipated Hiruzen's predictions, confirming that all unfolded according to his expectations. Dan, Tsunade called out as Uchiha Dan exited, rushing to meet him. What transpired? We'll discuss it at home. Uchiha Dan took Tsunade and Appo's hand, stepping lightly towards their abode. After walking 100 meters, Tsunade glanced back curiously, sensing their solitude, and momentarily felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Dan, you are free now? She asked with delight. Yes, completely free. Uchiha Dan sighed with relief, having endured the discomfort of being under constant scrutiny for far too long. For many years, he had suppressed his insatiable desire for research. Now, he could finally transform the flood of inspiration in his mind into reality. Gratefully, he brushed his fingers across Tsunade's beautiful face, causing her to blush and promptly swat his hand away. This is the street. You are crossing the line. After calming down, Tsunade suddenly turned serious. Dan, thank you. Why the sudden gratitude? Uchiha Dan inquired, perplexed. I know that you have been enduring hardships for my sake. It was I who expressed a desire for Konoha to remain peaceful, yet you bore the burden. Unlike the guilt she had felt previously, Tsunade's remorse now emanated from the heart. Uchiha Dan, astonished, responded, What are you saying? I am reluctant to part with Orochimaru. Die? Though aware, Uchiha Dan jested. Tsunade genuinely felt anger, playfully ruffling his hair. Fortunately, amidst their playful banter, both managed to dispel some negative emotions, while Uchiha Dan and Tsunade reveled in their lightheartedness. Kakashi Hatake felt a surge of anxiety. He had just received the unexpected news that he would no longer be required to monitor Uchiha Dan. Presently, he sat with his head bowed in the Hokage's office, feeling both anticipation and trepidation. Hiruzen, I wish to confirm something with you. He finally spoke after a prolonged silence. I have heard that you occasionally dozed off while monitoring Uchiha Dan. Is there any truth to this? Caught off guard by Hiruzen's inquiry, Kakashi hesitated. While it was indeed true that he had dozed off, he had been the sole observer of Uchiha Dan, with no one to relieve him. After all, he had to eat, sleep, and use the restroom, did he not? This task is utterly burdensome. It is also one of the reasons why Kakashi Hatake could no longer endure. However, he quickly realized that this was the scheme of that insufferable brat. Chapter 53. Hatake Tsukumo regains freedom. Dan, I see your determination. Is this your attitude when facing a task? I require an explanation. Upon noticing that Hatake Tsukumo remained silent, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that he had tacitly acknowledged the accusation and pressed on. Hatake Tsukumo took a deep breath and explained, Lord Hokage, I sincerely apologize. Monitoring alone round the clock has proven to be quite arduous. Initially, I did not slack off. However, it has been nearly 5 years, and Uchiha Dan has shown no signs of abnormalities, which led me to, I will not entertain excuses from those who fail to complete their tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected coldly, adopting a demeanor of unwavering authority. My shortcomings are my own, and I accept any punishment you deem fit. Lord Hokage, Hatake Tsukumo knelt. Sincerity etched across his face. Tsukumo, you are a person of merit, a lone scion of a prestigious clan. Your transgressions are not egregious. How do you believe I should punish you? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, a hint of difficulty in his tone. Feigning despair, Hatake Tsukumo bit his lip and stated, Given my dereliction of duty, I should be removed from the Umbu as a cautionary measure. Such a decision would tarnish your reputation as a ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned concern. I understand, yet I willingly accept the consequences. Hatake Tsukumo declared resolutely. This strategy of retreating to advance was suggested by Uchiha Dan. With no turning back, he chose to continue placing his faith in Uchiha Dan's judgment. Very well, I do not wish to make this difficult for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded. Having assessed that he had sufficiently reprimanded Hatake Tsukumo, who had reaffirmed his resolve, it would be unwise to truly ruin him. You may resign voluntarily. Hatake Tsukumo's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Dan, you truly are a mastermind, having calculated every aspect flawlessly. Everything unfolded precisely as he had predicted. Henceforth, you shall be my brother. I shall be your best man at your wedding. Kawaguchi-nai, your brother Tsukumo has returned. That day, Hatake Tsukumo resigned from the Umbu and returned home, intending to rest for a while before accepting new missions. Although the Hatake clan had dwindled to a single heir, their financial standing was robust. Prior to monitoring Uchiha Dan, Hatake Tsukumo had undertaken numerous missions, accumulating considerable wealth. Even if he chose to remain at home indefinitely, his life would still be quite comfortable. His current focus was on resolving his lifelong matters. Watching Uchiha Dan and Tsunade display their affection was too much for the 24-year-old Hatake Tsukumo to bear. However, he dared not approach Uchiha Dan directly, as the two were ostensibly at odds. Now, he awaited the moment when Uchiha Dan would come to him. At that point, all would be settled. Upon returning to Tsunade's residence, Uchiha Dan recounted the events that transpired in the Hokage's office to Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. Upon hearing that Uchiha Dan had finally gained his freedom, both were particularly delighted. However, Uzumaki Mito still felt the need to caution Uchiha Dan. Dan, although you are no longer under surveillance and can train openly, you must remain discreet in certain matters. If those individuals realize they have been deceived, it could lead to significant complications. Grandma, I understand. Uchiha Dan nodded earnestly. His primary focus now was research. He had no time to deal with that group. He was eager to discover the sparks that would fly from his collaboration with Orochimaru. 3 days later, to the east of Konoha, in a secluded forest far from residential areas, stood a rather unremarkable two-story dilapidated building. While the exterior appeared rundown, the interior was even more so, resembling a place long neglected. Orochimaru, is this truly the new research facility you mentioned? Uchiha Dan surveyed the surroundings with skepticism. Is there something more hidden beneath? Stop dawdling. Take me to see it. There is nothing hidden. This is all there is, Orochimaru replied, equally taken aback and speechless. When Sarutobi Hiruzen had allocated the land to him, he was initially thrilled and hurried to show Uchiha Dan the new research facility. The result. But the teacher said. Orochimaru quickly added, this area and the surrounding 3 miles will now be ours to modify as we see fit. What about your previous research facility? Uchiha Dan inquired curiously. My mentor disapproved of my research pursuits, believing I was neglecting my duties, Orochimaru explained calmly. He still held certain expectations for me and often reprimanded me for it. Thus, I had been conducting my experiments secretly in the basement of my home. Eventually, realizing I was unyielding, he allowed me to proceed, yet I remained reluctant to relocate, merely expanding the basement. Having not yet delved into various forbidden studies before turning 18, Orochimaru did not feel the need to establish multiple secret bases as a precaution. However, after Uchiha Dan's arrival, his home basement was evidently insufficient, prompting him to request a special allocation of land, only to be met with disappointment. Well, this isn't so bad. Uchiha Dan found satisfaction in the location. It was remote, spacious, and allowed for redesign according to his vision. However, this would inevitably delay their research. In that case, let us begin. After moving a rickety table, Uchiha Dan laid out a sheet of white paper, multitasking as he engaged Orochimaru in discussions about their future research directions while sketching a blueprint of the research facility. As their discussions deepened, the outline of the research facility began to take shape on paper. Dan, Orochimaru gazed at the impressive design and licked his lips. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Why? Are you lacking in confidence? Not at all. Orochimaru shook his head. I have complete faith in both you and myself. It's just that I lack confidence in the finances. According to your plans, how much funding will be required? Uchiha Dan chuckled. That depends on your capabilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently backing you. As long as we can deliver tangible results, he will undoubtedly support our research funding. but we have yet to see any results," Orochimaru remarked, feeling a bit disheartened by the ambitious plans. In response, Uchiha Dan reluctantly pulled a storage scroll from his pocket and handed it to Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Orochimaru opened it and began extracting boxes one by one. Upon opening the boxes, a radiant smile spread across Orochimaru's face as he licked his lips again. "Dan, I see your determination." Each box contained 50 million ryo, totaling 300 million. "This is all of my savings," Uchiha Dan stated solemnly. "I have two requests. First, expedite the process. Second, do not skimp and prioritize the items I require. Rest assured, give me half a month, and I will ensure everything is ready." With funding secured, Orochimaru regained his confidence instantly. Chapter 54. Will Orochimaru ever become a sage? My brother is exceptional in every way. For researchers, there are two insurmountable challenges. The first being funding. The procurement of equipment, the gathering of materials, and the establishment and maintenance of research facilities all require substantial financial resources. Therefore, it is no surprise that no researcher would be pleased to encounter financial constraints. Orochimaru once found himself in a dire predicament, juggling research while desperately undertaking perilous missions to earn a living. Without such income, his research would have been unsustainable. However, even an S-rank mission could only yield a mere million, while lower-tier missions provided even less, all the while consuming precious time that could have been devoted to research. This disjunction was enough to drive Orochimaru to the brink of insanity. All he desired was to pursue his research in peace. Why was it so difficult? Then, Uchiha Dayton casually revealed an amount of money that surpassed Orochimaru's earnings over the years by threefold, leaving him utterly exhilarated. Furthermore, Uchiha Dayton stated that the funds earned by Tsunade at the Konoha hospital would continue to be reinvested into their research endeavors. In recent days, Tsunade and Uchiha Dayton had engaged in numerous discussions. Ultimately, Tsunade decided against collaborating with Uchiha Dayton on research. Initially, she wished to remain by his side, hence her proposal to join the research team. However, witnessing Uchiha Dayton's enthusiastic agreement made her regain her composure. She had promised Uchiha Dayton that she would become Hokage and was prepared to take action. The first step was to elevate her prestige in order to prepare for her involvement in the Konoha medical department. If she devoted all her time to research, the position of Hokage would only drift further away from her grasp. Moreover, she was indeed not the patient type suited for research, as Orochimaru had aptly noted. Little did Tsunade know that her future salary had already been meticulously planned by Uchiha Dayton. With the initial funding secured and Tsunade's ongoing contributions, it would merely take a fraction of time to produce the results that Saratobi Hiruzen desired. Thus, he would undoubtedly amplify his investment in their research. In this manner, a virtuous cycle of funding would emerge, granting them ample time to pursue their mutual interests in research. They could even persuade figures like Shimura Danzo and Nara Shikaku to contribute. After all, research was a lucrative endeavor, should these methods still yield insufficient funds. Uchiha Dayton contemplated utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to borrow money from various sources. The second dilemma plaguing researchers is the scarcity of talent and the limitations imposed by technical bottlenecks. However, after days of intense collaboration with Uchiha Dayton, Orochimaru found himself irresistibly captivated by Uchiha Dayton's astonishing research aptitude, completely disregarding Tsunade's complaints. Uchiha Dayton feigned reluctance, attributing the responsibility to Orochimaru, claiming it was Orochimaru who clung to him. Yet, in moments spent solely with Orochimaru, he was even more animated than Orochimaru himself, constantly proposing ideas and validating them against Orochimaru's insights. Their discussions oscillated between fervent debate and mutual listening, at times leading to heated arguments, while at other moments, they feverishly documented their findings, reveling in their mutual discoveries. Even before their research commenced, both individuals had become utterly engrossed. Orochimaru excitedly proclaimed that the field of science in the ninja world would reach unprecedented heights through their collaboration, turning all his dreams into reality. However, at this juncture, Orochimaru's expertise in research paled in comparison to Uchiha Dayton's. Consequently, Uchiha Dayton naturally delineated their roles with clarity. He would solely oversee theoretical concepts, experimental direction, and the execution of specific experiments. All tasks involving experimental design, data documentation and organization, equipment procurement, and routine fundraising would fall squarely on Orochimaru's shoulders. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nearly wept. Aside from experimental design, were not all these tasks merely those of an assistant? What happened to their promised collaboration? Why were all the tedious tasks thrust upon him? As a core researcher, why was he relegated to the role of an assistant? This predicament prompted Orochimaru to contemplate recruiting a few reliable aides. As for the ethical dilemmas that had once troubled Orochimaru, upon realizing Uchiha Dayton's complete disregard for ethical boundaries in research, he swiftly cast aside all moral constraints. Was it possible that Orochimaru still had a chance to become a sage? Such outdated habits were intolerable. Regarding certain taboo experimental materials or other rare substances not available for sale in the ninja villages, Uchiha Dayton assured him that he would handle everything, simply borrowing whatever was needed. Coupled with Uchiha Dayton's generous provision of 300 million in research funding, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming desire to support Uchiha Dayton. The anticipation of waiting was unpleasant. After entrusting the preliminary preparations to Orochimaru, Uchiha Dayton decided to take a break, seizing the opportunity to spend quality time with his family. After all, he would likely be quite busy for an extended period thereafter. His first order of business was to resign from the hospital. Upon hearing Uchiha Dayton's decision to leave, the director of Konoha Hospital was reduced to tears. Fortunately, as Tsunade had no intentions of resigning, he was spared utter despair, though the sense of loss weighed heavily on him. Little did he know how much income Uchiha Dayton had brought to Konoha Hospital. How could he bear to let him go? Yet, witnessing Uchiha Dayton's steadfast resolve, he had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce, assuring Uchiha Dayton that the hospital's doors would always be open to him whenever he wished to return. As for Tsunade, Uchiha Dayton agreed to leave work early 2 days each week, dedicating the remaining time to her. After all, researchers are human too. Occasional relaxation can invigorate their minds. With Tsunade possessing the privilege to visit the research facility at any time and summon Uchiha Dayton using the Flying Thunder God technique, she, though reluctant, agreed. After all, she too would soon be very busy. Brother, I've got a bite. At an uninhabited area downstream of the South Konoha River, upon noticing movement in the fishing bobber, Namikazes Minato shouted excitedly from the shore. Uchiha Dayton, standing beside him, could only shake his head in exasperation but refrained from scolding him. Ruffling Minato's hair, he chuckled. You silly boy, the bobber merely wobbled. It has tea sunk yet. Look, you've scared the fish away. What? I thought I had a catch. Minato replied. Disappointment etched on his face. Not to worry, you'll soon have one. Uchiha Dayton reassured him, nodding vigorously. Minato rested his chin on his hands and resumed his intense gaze upon the bobber. After spending 2 days with Tsunade, Uchiha Dayton, at Minato's request, had taken him out fishing during his break. Uchiha Dayton felt compelled to fulfill his younger brother's request. Over the years, despite their close bond, various external factors had limited their opportunities for shared leisure, making Minato exceedingly joyous. After casting a few more lines, the bobber began to move once more. This time, Minato held his breath, unable to utter a sound. At the instant the bobber submerged, Uchiha Dayton swiftly raised the rod, immediately sensing the weight of a catch. With a powerful tug, he pulled a fish weighing around 7 to 8 pounds from the water, reeling it toward the shore. Overcome with excitement, Minato quickly grabbed the net and deftly scooped up the fish, his joy palpable. Haha, we're having fish for dinner tonight. After placing the fish in the catch bag, they resumed their quiet vigil, waiting for more fish to bite. As time passed with no further catches, Minato's little eyes darted toward Uchiha Dayton, his expression conveying a mix of hesitation and inquiry. Silly boy, is there anything you can't say to your brother? Uchiha Dayton remarked with a smile. Brother, are you really not leaving? Minato asked cautiously. Uchiha Duan felt a sudden pang in his heart, and his nose inexplicably tinged with a hint of sorrow. His younger brother was admirable in every way, yet at times, his overwhelming maturity evoked an instinctive desire to protect and cherish him. Chapter 55. Bound by restraints, the words of Namikazes Minato acted as a shackle, firmly binding Uchiha Obito. Coupled with the lock that Tsunade had placed upon him, he felt utterly confined. Is this what they refer to as a bond? Indeed, he was truly ensnared. Obito remained oblivious to the conversation that transpired between Tsunade and Minato that fateful night, but it was surely more than mere small talk. He never anticipated that after all his plotting, he would ultimately be outmaneuvered by his own brother, who sought to prevent his departure by any means necessary. Where could he seek justice for that? His brother, whom he had instructed not to display his remarkable intelligence before outsiders, had managed to deceive everyone with his sunny and earnest demeanor. Consequently, all the scrutiny fell upon Obito as the elder brother. Ironically, this sibling of his was particularly adept at being endearing in his presence. When he had been spanked, a single phrase from his brother had rendered Obito unable to act, showcasing a mastery of manipulation that left him powerless. Perhaps this was what Orochimaru meant when he remarked on Obito's shortcomings. Yet, was Orochimaru truly devoid of compassion? The genesis of his research ambitions stemmed from the anguish of losing his parents and cherished friends, did it not? Ultimately, his descent into darkness and emotional detachment was precipitated by the death of his disciple, Jinchuriki. Did he not, too? Recoil from the agony of witnessing loved ones perish one by one, perceiving life as fragile and opting to shield himself from pain by closing off his heart. So, does one truly speak too much? Certainly, Orochimaru's words from days prior held significant weight when they discussed the establishment of a research facility outside the village. Orochimaru had grinned and posed a question. Why must we be the ones to leave, rather than them? His sole desire was to conduct his research undisturbed. Location was inconsequential to him. If the villagers supported him, he would find ways to secure funding. If they opposed him, he and Obito would unite and drive them away. Obito understood that Orochimaru's remarks were influenced by Tsunade's request to keep him there. However, he could not deny the sound reasoning behind Orochimaru's statements. Thus, confronted by Minato's eager gaze, Obito nodded and declared, "I shall not depart." Really? Indeed. Wonderful. Minato leaped with excitement, his joy manifesting in exuberant gestures. Observing his brother's elation, Obito was at a loss for words. What was this all about? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Orochimaru was right. Location was irrelevant. Moreover, where else could one find a colleague as exceptional as Orochimaru? If anyone dared to disturb his research, Obito would not shy away from gathering additional materials. For the moment, research had yet to commence. Thus, these materials would remain untouched for now. Minato, having somewhat calmed his excitement, boasted, "Brother, from now on, I shall protect you. Anyone who dares to bully you will face my wrath." Huh, you will need to work hard for that. Obito chuckled, for he was indeed formidable. Those who could bully him were not ordinary opponents, and Minato's current strength was somewhat lacking. Just watch. Minato, undeterred, earnestly assured him. Despite his youth, he was exceptionally clever and, under Obito's guidance, had grown remarkably perceptive. Obito had always nurtured him, and Minato, too, cherished his brother deeply. Thus, from a young age, Minato had silently vowed to ensure that his brother could lead a normal life filled with joy. Initially, he had intended to become powerful and defend Obito through sheer strength, preventing anyone from bullying him. Now that Obito had extricated himself from his predicament, Minato was overjoyed yet felt overwhelming guilt for not having aided his brother at all, nearly complicating matters further. Hence, he pledged to strive harder, to become exceptionally strong, and to genuinely possess the capability to protect Obito. Furthermore, he aspired to become Hokage and construct a grand research facility for his brother, safeguarding his endeavors. That evening, after feasting on a sumptuous fish banquet, Minato unusually refrained from clinging to Obito, who was also dining at home. Instead, he hastily departed under the pretext of training. Upon seeing his brother's peculiar behavior, Obito could not help but tease, "Uncle, has Minato gone off on a date?" Minato's caretaker paused, scratching his head in bewilderment. "Surely not? A child just over 7 years old. What does he know? Never mind him. I must go on my own outing," Obito mused. As the preliminary preparations for the research facility continued, he felt anxious yet recognized that some matters were beyond his control. Thus, he decided to grant himself a reprieve. Meanwhile, Minato stealthily made his way to a secluded spot. This way, Uzumaki Kushina waved eagerly from her waiting position. Upon their meeting, both children wore expressions of palpable tension. Cautiously surveying their surroundings, Kushina anxiously inquired, "Minato, are we truly going to do this?" "Kushina, do not fret. It will be quick. But you are still so young." "I am not small," Minato declared, tilting his head with the poise of an adult. "However, enough with the buts, come on." After a moment of internal conflict, Kushina finally sighed in resignation. "Very well." Ultimately, Kushina acquiesced, shedding her outer garment. From her pocket, she produced a stack of sealing papers and began to arrange a barrier around Minato. Although still young, Kushina had already made significant strides in sealing techniques under the guidance of Uzumaki Erasure and Uzumaki Mito, recognizing the substantial correlation between barriers and sealing arts. Those endowed with talent in sealing arts naturally excelled in barrier techniques, and vice versa. With the aid of the sealing papers, a small barrier measuring 10 feet in each dimension was successfully established. Unlike Kushina, who appeared anxious, Minato inside the barrier radiated delight. I can truly sense it. The sealing papers used by Kushina were specially crafted by Obito to enhance Minato's spatial awareness during his training in the Flying Thunder God technique. By applying one during training, it would significantly elevate his spatial perception. Kushina, please place the kunai I gave you further away, Minato urged, bursting with excitement. Kushina hesitated, her heart racing. Minato, Obito said your foundation isn't solid yet. Perhaps we should reconsider? No. Minato firmly rejected. Brother will soon be preoccupied and may not have time for me in the future. Yet he told me that once I master the Flying Thunder God, I will be able to see him whenever I wish. I vowed to protect him. And I cannot falter now. But Kushina felt increasingly anxious. She believed in Minato's talent but trusted Obito's judgment even more. After all, Obito was the only one in the ninja world currently capable of wielding the Flying Thunder God technique, making his words authoritative. Kushina, just let me try once, please. Minato coaxed gently. I can perceive clear spatial fluctuations and sense the spatial passage. I can discern all the elements that my brother mentioned. It will be absolutely fine. Was it truly just once? After all, Kushina was merely a little over 7 years old, far too naive to resist the persuasive charms of Minato Namikazes. At this moment, she found herself wavering. It really is just once. Minato affirmed with a serious nod. Well, very well then, Kushina replied, stepping 10 meters away and placing her kunai on the ground, her gaze fixed anxiously on Minato. She possessed little understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, only aware that it allowed one to traverse the skies and evade the earth, oblivious to the difficulties and dangers inherent in mastering such a jutsu. Coupled with her trust in Minato, she chose to lend her support. However, Kushina could not have anticipated that this would become the most regrettable decision of her life. Chapter 56. The incident of Minato Namikazes and the Uchiha clan. Unlike the unwavering confidence that Uzumaki Kushina had while persuading him, Minato Namikazes was gripped by a profound anxiety. His actions today were entirely impulsive, and should they result in failure, he could easily envision the fury that his brother would unleash upon him. Yet, hadn't his brother remarked that he was inherently gifted in learning the Flying Thunder God technique? He had laid a solid foundation over time, so today would surely be the day of success. Clenching his fists, Minato felt the perspiration pooling in his palms. However, as he sensed the intensified spatial fluctuations around him, his confidence swelled slightly. Dan, what's wrong? On the other side, Tsunade gently touched Uchiha Dan's forehead, her voice laced with concern. I'm not quite sure, Uchiha Dan replied, his brow furrowing as an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Could it be that I've overexerted my mind recently? Tsunade lamented, her frustration directed at Orochimaru. Her resentment towards Orochimaru, who had usurped her partner, was palpable. Had she ever witnessed someone snatching another's boyfriend right in front of his girlfriend? If they were to wed in the future, would Orochimaru dare to crash the ceremony? Uchiha Dan, however, was excessively reluctant, offering incessant apologies while running faster than anyone else. This situation felt eerily reminiscent of her grandmother's grievances about her grandfather and Uchiha Madara. No, Uchiha Dan was compelled. It was all Orochimaru's fault. Yet, Uchiha Dan shook his head. This level of mental exertion couldn't possibly be excessive, so it was undoubtedly unrelated to Orochimaru. Still, with Tsunade before him, he felt secure. Was it that insufferable brat? Suddenly, Uchiha Dan sprang to his feet, terror etched across his face as he gazed in a particular direction before vanishing in a flash. 1 minute earlier, as he continuously activated the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on the kunai from a distance of several meters, Minato's perception sharpened. Previously, he could only sense their spatial connection while holding the marked kunai. Yet now, an invisible yet palpable channel fluctuated between him and the kunai. Adjusting his breathing, Minato meticulously calibrated his chakra, heightening his perception to unprecedented levels. Suddenly, the technique was successfully activated, and before Minato could react, he vanished from his spot. Kushina, covering her mouth in disbelief, stared at the scene unfolding before her. Did it really work? However, her excitement quickly turned to panic as 3 seconds elapsed without Minato reappearing. Having witnessed Uchiha Dan demonstrating the Flying Thunder God technique before Minato, she knew that such a delay was unusual. A terrible premonition rose from the depths of her heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. "Minato, where are you?" Kushina cried out frantically. "Don't scare me like this. Please come back." As if her words summoned him, Minato suddenly materialized in the upper right corner, but something felt amiss. He did not respond to her. Instead, his body plummeted towards the ground. Kushina's heart raced as she dashed forward, desperate to catch him. Just as she was about to reach him, Uchiha Dan appeared before Minato, catching him securely and gently lowering him to the ground. "Dan," Kushina called out, but Dan seemed oblivious to her cries. His entire being was engulfed in icy dread, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, Minato lay in a pitiful state, his complexion ashen and devoid of color. His clothes were tattered, soaked in blood, and his exposed skin was riddled with gruesome wounds, a horrific sight. Though he still clung to life, his essence flickered like a candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. No, this can't be. Uchiha Dan's mind went blank, spiraling into chaos as he was at a loss for what to do. Stay calm. Stay calm. Those two words echoed in his mind. He knew he had to act swiftly to save Minato. Yet the scene before him rendered his body unresponsive, as if all strength had drained from him, leaving only trembling. Fortunately, another figure rushed in, Tsunade, who had bolted towards them the moment Uchiha Dan had left. She arrived just in time. Quickly scanning the situation to grasp the extent of the crisis, Tsunade executed a body flicker technique to position herself before Minato. As she unsealed the Yin seal, she pressed her palm against Minato's chest, employing the healing jutsu while simultaneously protecting his heart and lungs. She hastily assessed his condition, realizing that while Minato was gravely injured, his skull had shielded his brain from harm. Tsunade exhaled a sigh of relief and intensified her healing efforts. "Dan, snap out of it. Minato will be fine. Hurry and help me," Tsunade urged as she noticed a flicker of awareness returning to Uchiha Dan's eyes. He seemed to awaken, as if struck by lightning, and immediately crouched down, trembling hands pressed against Minato's abdomen. With his left hand channeling the healing jutsu and his right hand performing the revitalization technique, the powerful life force generated by the merging chakra coursed into Minato's body, revitalizing every corner of his being. Kushina stood helplessly by, unsure of what to do. Who did this? Uchiha Dan's eyes blazed with fury, his voice trembling with rage. It was Minato experimenting with the Flying Thunder God technique, Kushina sobbed, her voice choked with tears. "He said he wanted to protect you, Dan, and that once he mastered the Flying Thunder God, he wouldn't have to be apart from you anymore." Kushina's words struck Uchiha Dan like a hammer, reverberating deep within his soul, plunging him into a state of despair. Looking at Minato's battered form, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of regret. "It's my fault. I am the one who caused all of this." He laughed bitterly, believing at first that someone had attacked his brother, intending to eliminate all suspects once Minato was healed, even if it meant appending the entire ninja world. Yet the true cause of this calamity was himself. "It's me. It's my fault that all of this happened. I have pressured Minato since he was young, urging him to grow stronger. I told him that only by becoming powerful could he protect me, that mastering the Flying Thunder God would allow us to be together." The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Minato had endured all this suffering for his sake. What have I done? As the agony within Minato's body tore at him, it felt as if Uchiha Dan's heart was being shredded. "Minato has always said he wanted to protect me, but I am the elder brother. It should be my duty to protect him." In the throes of intense emotion, Uchiha Dan's mental state spiraled into chaos, teetering on the brink of collapse. Sensing his brother's mental unraveling, Tsunade urged him, "Dan, you need to pull yourself together." However, Uchiha Dan had become impervious to all external influences. His hands mechanically continued their treatment, while he spiraled into utter chaos. Vivid memories flooded his mind, replaying past scenes relentlessly. "I should have been damned. He is my brother. Is it truly so difficult to allow him to grow up happily?" A sense of inadequacy washed over him, realizing that he could not even protect his only sibling. He felt like a failure. If only he had been a little stronger, perhaps none of this would have transpired. The near-fatal incident involving Minato Namikazes, Kushina's words, and an overwhelming tide of remorse and self-reproach coalesced with an insatiable yearning for power, forming an intense psychological stimulus for Uchiha Dan. In the next moment, an excruciating pain pierced his eyes, as blood mingled with tears erupting from his eye sockets. His eyes uncontrollably manifested the three tomo, yet this was merely the beginning. as the patterns of the three tomo gradually began to transform. Chapter 57, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Scientific Training Plan. Crimson eyes encircled a dark pupil as irregular black tomo patterns gradually formed, adorned with small concentric circles. The intricate design resembled a pinwheel, showcasing an unmistakable identity. Upon witnessing the sudden transformation in Uchiha Duan's eyes, Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. Is this the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? My goodness. This was Tsunade's first encounter with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and it was hard to fathom that such a beautifully patterned pair of eyes could possess the terrifying power described by her grandfather and great-grandfather. Nonetheless, the overwhelming aura emanating from these eyes indeed instilled a sense of dread. With these eyes, Uchiha Duan could genuinely reign supreme in the ninja world, unburdened by any concerns. However, her grandfather had mentioned that prolonged use of these eyes could lead to blindness, so she felt it necessary to caution him. Yet, before she could utter a word, Minato Namikaze's body suddenly trembled slightly, jolting Uchiha Duan back to reality, causing his eyes to retreat from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan state. In the next moment, Minato slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Uchiha Duan appear as though his soul had been drained, Minato's eyes instantly filled with tears. He grasped Uchiha Duan's clothing tightly, overwhelmed with guilt, exclaiming, "Brother, I'm sorry." Uchiha Duan's tears surged forth once more as he embraced Minato tightly, feeling a pain that made it nearly impossible to breathe. What right do I have to make Minato apologize? I was the one who erred, yet he is apologizing to me. I truly am a scoundrel. The one who should apologize is me. Minato, it's my fault. From now on, I will protect you and will no longer place any pressure on you. Please don't speak. Let me hold you for a while. You are not allowed to apologize anymore. Ahem. Brother, you're squeezing me too tightly. Uchiha Duan quickly released his grip, anxiously assessing Minato's condition. Brother, I'm still feeling a bit unwell. How about you and sister-in-law continue to treat me? Minato, relieved that his brother bore him no ill will and even comforted him, joked lightly. Little rascal. Uchiha Duan felt a pang of emotion, but upon hearing Minato's playful tone, his anxious heart finally eased. After nearly an hour of treatment, Minato's body had fully recovered. The swift recovery was due not only to the non-exhaustive treatment provided by Uchiha Duan and Tsunade, but also because, despite Minato's severe injuries, they were more akin to a series of violent impacts rather than the loss of limbs or significant parts. With timely treatment, he would likely suffer no lasting effects. At long last, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere lightened significantly. Brother, little rascal, it seems you won't rest until you scare me to death. Uchiha Duan lightly flicked Minato's forehead, feeling a mixture of fear and lingering annoyance. Brother, I was wrong. Minato shook Uchiha Duan's hand back and forth pitifully. All right. I truly have no way to deal with you. Sigh, it is my fault. I will devise a training plan for you. You must follow it diligently and refrain from any reckless behavior. Moreover, I will make time to guide you once a week. Training requires a gradual approach. We cannot rush it. Do you understand? Yes. Minato nodded obediently, then curiously stared into Uchiha Duan's eyes, asking, Brother, why were your eyes bleeding just now? You mean this? Uchiha Duan activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, gently ruffling Minato's hair. It is a new power I have just acquired, enabling me to protect you better. While the acquisition of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan's power was inherently positive, no member of the Uchiha clan ever felt joy upon awakening their eyes. Thus, in contrast to the current happiness shared by Minato and Tsunade, Uchiha Duan's emotions were exceedingly complex. Countless ninjas in the shinobi world suffered injuries due to training. Yet this individual must not be his brother. In the following days, Uchiha Duan sought out Orochimaru, and after conducting meticulous and comprehensive health examinations for Tsunade, Minato, Kushina, and Shoju, he collaborated with him to formulate several highly professional training programs. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru, who typically exuded an air of aloofness except in Uchiha Duan's presence, took an immediate liking to the young Shoju. It must be said that sometimes, chemistry between individuals is indeed crucial. Uchiha Duan was unsure what it was about Shoju that caught Orochimaru's eye, but the look in Orochimaru's gaze when he regarded Shoju was markedly different, as if he were reminded of someone. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Duan suggested that Orochimaru take Shoju as his disciple, to which Orochimaru surprisingly agreed. From that moment forth, the three youngsters were not only required to undergo scientific training, but also to partake in a weekly medicinal bath tailored to their age and physical condition. Uchiha Duan would dedicate time each week to mentor Minato and Kushina, while Shoji would train alongside them, receiving personal guidance from Orochimaru for half a day each week. Not just the trio, Tsunade was also included in the arrangements. The scroll Uchiha Duan provided Tsunade contained not only the training plan, but also the latest version of the chakra conditioning technique, akin to what Minato and the others were set to practice. Additionally, it featured the 8 gates technique, which Uchiha Duan deduced based on years of studying his own chakra pathways, having validated its feasibility multiple times. Uchiha Duan also combined these 2 ninjutsu techniques with Tsunade's unique physique to create a highly stimulating medicinal bath specifically designed for her. This bath would be torturous for anyone else, as it could significantly unleash physical potential while also posing considerable risks to the body. However, Tsunade's resilience and recovery capabilities were far beyond those of ordinary individuals. By adhering to Uchiha Duan's method, she could absorb the medicinal properties swiftly while simultaneously strengthening her body through the chakra conditioning technique, allowing her to fully recover afterward, reaping benefits without harm. Her unique physique, combined with the Ein seal, enabled her to undergo the medicinal bath while simultaneously healing, rendering the experience less painful. If she were to engage in such medicinal baths long-term, coupled with a training regimen tailored to her specific needs and the 8 gates technique, Tsunade's strength would see a terrifying enhancement. Especially upon learning that Uchiha Duan had envisioned this arrangement 2 years prior and spent 3 months perfecting the most suitable medicinal bath for her, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Over the past 5 years, Uchiha Duan had never taken more than 5 hours to concoct any potion or medicine. It was a testament to his talent. What others found exceedingly difficult, Uchiha Duan seemed to accomplish effortlessly. The fact that he had envisioned, formulated, and refined the training plan over 2 years indicated his deep regard for her, even if he had never expressed it outwardly. Contemplating this made Tsunade's heart swell with happiness. This was, without a doubt, the most extraordinary gift she had ever received in her life. Clutching the scroll tightly, her determination to grow stronger surged to unprecedented heights. She resolved to become Hokage, using her strength to protect Uchiha Duan, allowing him to live freely and joyfully in Konoha forever. As time passed, this aspiration solidified into her life's goal. With all these arrangements in place, the scholarly journey of Uchiha Obito has finally commenced in earnest. Chapter 58, A Moment's Lapse. The power of the kaleidoscope time, fleeting as it is, has elapsed swiftly, spanning 6 months. In the farthest corner to the east of the village lies the research base of Orochimaru and Uchiha Dan. Constructed underground, this facility consists of 2 levels, each covering approximately 3,000 square meters. It focuses on various herbs, chakra metals, studies related to vitality, enhancements of ninjutsu, and even delves into the puppet and system techniques of Tsunade. Within a room, entirely sealed and accessible only via a secret passage, there exists a hidden elevator. Beneath this elevator, 100 meters down, lies a vast space measuring 10,000 square meters, also divided into 2 levels, each segmented into 4 distinct areas, corresponding to various research topics. Herein lies the true secret. Aside from Uchiha Dan, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, no one else is privy to this knowledge. The 8 areas correspond to 8 research endeavors: the evolution of the Sharingan, the study of Senju Hashirama's cells, genetic modification, forbidden ninjutsu research, sage particle research, bloodline limit studies, soul enhancement, and immortality research. Each of these investigations transcends the conventional understanding of the ninja world, yielding substantial results. In the Sharingan Evolution Laboratory, Uchiha Dan reclines upon an operation table. Tsunade meticulously repositions his 2 kaleidoscopic Sharingan, as she employs her mastery of the healing arts and the still nascent rebirth technique. She thoroughly repairs every severed nerve within him, prompting Uchiha Dan to sit upright. Still unable to see, Tsunade inquires, her fists clenched in anxiousness. "Fool, it's been nearly a month. How can you not have adapted yet?" Uchiha Dan, eyes closed, accurately touches the smooth, fair skin of Tsunade's face. "Rest assured, our research has a clear direction. Within a year at most, my vision will be restored, and I shall never again have to worry about blindness." He adds wistfully, "The only regret is that I cannot behold your enchanting visage for a long while. Do you still find time for jest?" Tsunade chides playfully, her eyes welling with tears once more. She has long since lost count of how many times she has wept over the past month. Do not cry. I truly am fine. Uchiha Dan comforts her, embracing her gently. Had I known the frequent use of my kaleidoscopic Sharingan would cause you such distress, I would have refrained. My apologies. Yet his claim of eventual recovery is genuine. Were he not wholly confident, he would not be so reckless. Can your eyesight truly be restored? Tsunade asks earnestly. Having posed this question for the 72nd time, an average of 3 inquiries a day. It can indeed. Uchiha Dan responds, his tone gentle, devoid of impatience. With renewed reassurance. Tsunade's heart finds solace as she delicately wraps a satin ribbon around his eyes. You promised me you wouldn't harm yourself. Reflecting on past events, Tsunade's expression dims once more. I meant I would be careful. Uchiha Dan corrects. What choice do I have when my eyes contribute so significantly to our research? Half a year prior, Uchiha Dan had undergone a profound shock during training with Minato Namikazes, unlocking the potential of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This revelation was not a source of joy for him. Rather, it initially brought him anguish. However, upon realizing the capabilities of his ocular technique, Uchiha Dan was elated. The powers inherent in the kaleidoscopic Sharingan are intimately tied to one's spirit and will. In essence, these abilities reflect the culmination of long-held desires. Uchiha Obito's incessant yearning to escape a world filled with pain and enter a perfect existence birthed his ability to traverse dimensions and create an independent space. In contrast, Uchiha Shisui, witnessing the internal strife within his clan, fervently hoped for unity among his kin and reconciliation with the leadership of Konoha, thus awakening the formidable Genjutsu, Kodoamatsukami, which alters the will of others. Uchiha Itachi's character is complex. Having observed familial discord and the village's conflicts, he harbored a desire to eradicate their roots, granting rise to the destructive Amaterasu. Yet, influenced by Shisui, he fantasized about wielding power to guide his clan's future, leading to the awakening of Tsukuyomi, which grants him control over time and space within a Genjutsu. Uchiha Dan, upon unlocking his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, acquired 2 distinct abilities. He named the power of his left eye analysis, enabling him to replicate any observed object or being into a realm of analysis, where he can scrutinize the replicated entity indefinitely. In simpler terms, as long as he wishes, he can achieve a complete replication of any individual or object he has gazed upon, subsequently gleaning every detail about them. This analytical ocular technique inflicts no tangible harm upon its targets. It merely replicates and deciphers. Nonetheless, Uchiha Dan has grown fond of his left eye, for it embodies the very ability he has long desired. The past 6 months have witnessed the simultaneous initiation of 8 research projects, all bearing fruitful outcomes, largely due to the contributions of Uchiha Dan's left eye. Should Uchiha Dan desire, he can effortlessly unveil the secrets and essence of any individual or object. If he finds himself at a loss, repeated analysis within his space will ultimately yield understanding, thanks to his extraordinary talent. For instance, if he wishes to master the lightning release chakra mode, he need only apply his analytical technique upon the 3rd Raikage, executing that very form, replicating it into his analytical space for exhaustive study. The inherent limitations of the Sharingan's replication capabilities must be acknowledged. This replication relates more to the imitation of actions and chakra flow patterns than to the ninjutsu itself. Thus, one can never replicate techniques beyond their own capabilities. No amount of copying will yield a qualitative leap in strength. For instance, even if Kakashi possesses knowledge of over 1,000 jutsu, acquiring another 1,000 will not significantly enhance his prowess, for a ninja's strength is not merely a tally of techniques. This elucidates why the Uchiha clan seldom relies on replication. They prefer to explore advanced methodologies for wielding the Sharingan. Such evolution represents true strength. Analysis, in contrast, is an insightful perception of essence. Naturally, there exists a distinction between analysis and mastery. It's akin to comprehending every facet of a machine. Crafting it from scratch remains a formidable challenge, demanding considerable time and effort. For the analysis ability to reach perfection, the analyst must possess unparalleled talent. Unfortunately, in terms of talent, Uchiha Dan considers himself a singular entity in the current ninja world. While Orochimaru progresses, so does he, and with the aid of his eye, he advances at an even swifter pace. The capability of Uchiha Dan's right eye bears resemblance to Izanagi. Chapter 59, Illusions and Reflections, Research Achievements. The wedding of Hatake Tsukumo. The ability of Izanagi is to transform unfavorable occurrences within a certain time frame into mere illusions, while rendering advantageous events into reality. This is an exceptionally formidable ocular technique capable of resurrection. However, it must be noted that Izanagi is not merely a technique awakened from the Sharingan. Rather, it is a unique ocular ninjutsu developed by a genius of the Uchiha clan, utilizing the Sharingan as a vessel and sacrificing one's sight as the price. Conversely, the ocular technique of Uchiha Obito's right eye belongs to the realm of altering reality, a modification that is not limited to beneficial or detrimental outcomes, but encompasses all aspects of reality. Moreover, this technique can be applied to oneself, others, or even objects. This innovative ocular technique was aptly named Kagura Suigetsu by Uchiha Obito, signifying that what one perceives or believes to have happened may not truly be the case. Only what I deem to be reality is the genuine truth. Of course, the extent of reality modification correlates with the consumption of ocular power. To achieve the magnitude of Izanagi, one might inevitably need to sacrifice their sight again. This nearly invincible ocular technique was, however, employed by Uchiha Obito for research purposes. For instance, during an experiment that resulted in the destruction of a rare specimen. Uchiha Obito could immediately invoke his ocular technique to revert the specimen to its prior state. This is not manipulation of time, but merely a modification of reality. Uchiha Obito conjectured that his awakening of the Kagura Suigetsu ability is intricately linked to his desire to alter his own circumstances. Yet, both of his powerful eyes had been rendered blind by his own actions. Despite this, Uchiha Obito felt no sorrow. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. For in the brief span of 5 months prior to losing his sight, his various research endeavors had achieved unparalleled breakthroughs. Throughout this process, he had conducted numerous analyses on Hashirama cells, uncovering their secrets and saving considerable time and effort in experimentation. To further his experiments, Uchiha Obito had ingeniously captured a white Zetsu dispatched by Uchiha Madara to gather intelligence, discovering that white Zetsu was indeed an invaluable research resource, with every cell being a treasure. Thus, Uchiha Obito's assertion that he would completely regain his sight within a year, without the fear of becoming blind again, was no jest. He possessed absolute confidence in his ability to do so, without transforming into a monster like Uchiha Obito. Contemplating future plans, Uchiha Obito and Tsunade departed from the underground laboratory, preparing to attend the wedding of Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo, who had been silently observing Uchiha Obito for nearly 5 years, had also been fixated on the nurse Kawaji Nami for 3 years. As a man who appeared serious yet harbored a shy disposition, Tsukumo had, over the course of 4 years, not uttered a single word to his crush, merely watching from the shadows. Fortunately, 6 months prior, with Uchiha Obito's intervention, Tsukumo successfully left the Umbu, gaining complete freedom. At that time, Uchiha Obito had promised Tsukumo that he would introduce him to Kawaji Nami and speak favorably on his behalf. No longer surveilling Uchiha Obito, Tsukumo returned home, feeling as though the world was suffused with the essence of romance. However, after waiting for an entire month without a single sight of Uchiha Obito, his anticipation turned to frustration. Unable to endure this any longer, Tsukumo approached Tsunade and expressed his plight. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Uchiha Obito, lamenting that while he had found happiness, he had been left to suffer in silence. Tsunade was taken aback by Tsukumo's account. She was aware of the peculiar and profound bond between Uchiha Obito and Tsukumo, but had not anticipated such an agreement between them. That evening, upon confirming the matter with Uchiha Obito, he slapped his thigh in regret, realizing he had completely forgotten about Tsukumo amid his passionate research. No wonder he felt something was amiss during that period. It was the absence of someone watching over him. However, he also found a strange sense of freedom in Tsukumo's absence. Ultimately, though, a promise made must be kept. Uchiha Obito could not intervene directly, as their rivalry was known publicly. Under Tsunade's matchmaking, Tsukumo and Kawaji Nami finally met. Through a heroic act, combined with his handsome appearance, warm-hearted nature, and remarkable culinary skills that even Uchiha Obito admired, along with Tsunade's commendations, Tsukumo captured Kawaji Nami's heart within 2 months, leading to their marriage. Uchiha Obito reflected that he, too, needed to step up his efforts with Tsunade. Yet, he resolved to wait a little longer. Although Tsunade would likely not mind, he did not wish for others to say she married a blind man. Once his sight was restored, he would promptly propose. as they entered Tsukumo's courtyard. The banquet was already in progress, with several guests seated. Upon their arrival, many were momentarily taken aback, having nearly forgotten of Uchiha Obito's existence, as he had seemingly vanished from public view over the past 6 months and had not appeared publicly with Tsunade. Their presence together sparked curiosity. Some speculated they had parted ways or that Uchiha Obito had perished, only to find that not only was he alive, but that the two still appeared affectionate. Yet, the question lingered, how had he lost his sight? Spotting Uchiha Obito from afar, Tsukumo's heart raced with excitement. Since Uchiha Obito had repeatedly displayed extraordinary abilities and helped him fulfill his life's aspirations, Tsukumo held a profound respect for him. However, he feigned annoyance as he approached with Kawaji Nami. Lady Tsunade. Kawaji Nami greeted respectfully. Dr. Obito. She turned to Uchiha Obito, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Despite the time apart, she still held him in high regard as a former colleague and idol. Yet, in the next moment, Tsukumo cast a displeased glance at Uchiha Obito. I never expected to see you here. Why shouldn't I come to bask in the joy? Uchiha Obito retorted, waving the gift in his hand. Do you think a mere gift will placate me? Tsukumo replied, feigning anger. I still have yet to settle the score for your previous scheming against me. What is it? Do you intend to argue with me on such a joyous occasion? Though their voices were low, the unusual tension between them captured the attention of many. Uchiha Obito felt exasperated. While they had agreed to feign discord in public, it seemed unnecessary to choose such a significant day for their ruse. Was this not a display of foolishness? Chapter 60. The anxious Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen ensured that the wedding festivities would not be disrupted. Such days, a mere polite exchange of pleasantries would hardly raise any eyebrows. Surely, no one would suspect an illicit connection between us, would they? Must one feel uncomfortable even in the act of marriage? Just wait until Kakashi is born. You shall witness how I shall torment him. As Hatake Tsukumo contemplated continuing his retort, a faint voice from Uchiha Itachi broke through his musings. That's enough. Your marriage is of utmost importance. Taken aback, Hatake Tsukumo pondered. Have I overdone it? Today is my wedding day. I shall not dwell on this. With that, he swiftly departed, leading the somewhat bewildered Kawaki Nai away. Kawaki Nai was indeed perplexed, as Hatake Tsukumo had always spoken highly of Uchiha Itachi. Their acquaintance was facilitated by Tsunade. But the true puppeteer behind the scenes was Itachi himself. Could it be? Recalling Itachi's previous predicament, she quickly understood their charade and felt a wave of relief wash over her. In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen, eager to win the hearts of the people and portray an approachable image, observed this scene with a subtle nod of approval. Excellent. I do enjoy witnessing such displays. Hatake Tsukumo had become a veritable outcast in Konoha. Having not undertaken a mission in over 5 years, his original team had long since disbanded. His former renown had faded into obscurity with the passage of time. As for Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing from Orochimaru that Itachi had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Hiruzen found himself sleepless, contemplating the implications. He had considered recruiting Itachi, yet he desired a version of Itachi that he could fully control. The Manjiki Sharingan was a power possessed only by Uchiha Madara. How could he exert control over it? Fortunately, Itachi appeared to have relegated his extraordinary eyes to research, avoiding any reckless behavior, and had effectively vanished from public view. Eventually, Itachi's excessive use of the Manjiki Sharingan left him unable to see, forcing him to devote himself entirely to his research with Orochimaru, much to Hiruzen's delight, allowing him to sleep soundly. Thus, Hiruzen perceived both Tsukumo and Itachi as minimal threats. However, upon encountering Tsunade, Hiruzen felt a twinge of discomfort. Over the past 6 months, Tsunade's reputation had soared. She had seamlessly taken over Itachi's responsibilities at the hospital, healing countless patients, and had made significant breakthroughs in pharmaceutical technology while under pressure at the Konoha Medical Department. Recently, she had proposed several reforms aimed at enhancing the training of medical ninjas and improving survival rates on the battlefield. Coupled with her lineage and the acclaim she had amassed, Hiruzen began to feel a sense of unease. As the tenure of his role as Hokage extended, Hiruzen's mindset gradually shifted. Initially, he had approached the position with trepidation, fearing comparisons to the first and second Hokage, and he had worked tirelessly. Yet, after years of relishing the privileges that came with power, he had become somewhat enamored with the role. Consequently, he instinctively harbored hostility towards anyone who posed a threat to his status. Previously, Tsunade had not concerned him, but in recent years, her commitment had intensified, She had eschewed gambling and drinking, focusing solely on her work. She was no longer the Tsunade he once knew. Although she currently showed no inclination towards becoming Hokage, Hiruzen believed this unsettling trend must be curtailed. Thus, he began to contemplate strategies to undermine Tsunade. Coincidentally, he shared these thoughts with Shimura Danzo, who had not attended the gathering. Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position had dominated his life. He was calculating how to expedite Hiruzen's resignation to claim the title for himself. However, Tsunade had emerged as a formidable obstacle in his path. If this continued, even if Hiruzen stepped down, the Hokage position would not fall to Danzo. Thus, both men simultaneously set their sights on Nara Shikamaru. She was a valuable asset. Over the past 6 months, her discord with Tsunade had grown. It was time to assign her a task that would create further complications for Tsunade. The first step would be to reject all of Tsunade and Appo's proposed reforms. Without tangible results, how could Tsunade continue to build her reputation? As guests began to arrive in droves, the wedding of Hitaki Tsukumo and Kawaki Nai commenced. With the Hitaki clan diminished, Tsukumo stood as the sole heir, and his 5 years of isolation left him with few connections. Conversely, Kawaki Nai, having become Tsunade's assistant, had many acquaintances from her dual roles at the hospital. Therefore, the gathering was lively, filled predominantly with Kawaki's family and colleagues. Throughout the event, Tsukumo wore a constant smile, accepting drinks with good humor. After the festivities concluded and guests departed, a profound sense of surreal happiness enveloped him. As the sun set, a figure suddenly appeared in the now empty courtyard. The figure sat at a stone table, producing a flask of wine and 2 cups, pouring the contents. "What are you dawdling for? Do you not wish to share a drink with me?" Uchiha Itachi remarked, observing the somewhat anxious Tsukumo. "What brings you here?" Tsukumo hurriedly approached. "Let us go inside to drink. It would be unseemly if someone were to see us." "Fear not," Itachi confidently replied. "I have taken precautions around your home. We shall remain undetected." "Sister-in-law." Upon sensing movement from within, Kawaki Nai emerged, and Itachi waved in greeting. "Dr. Itachi, what brings you here?" "I require half an hour of Tsukumo's time. I hope you understand, but I assure you, it will not interfere with your wedding night." "Not at all. Take your time." Kawaki Nai smiled warmly, devoid of reproach, casting a sweet glance at Tsukumo. "You rascal." Tsukumo blushed at Itachi's words, offering an apologetic smile to Kawaki Nai before taking a seat beside Itachi. As Kawaki Nai returned to the villa, Tsukumo inquired, "Is there something urgent you wish to discuss?" "Tsukumo, why were you so on edge just now?" Itachi countered, not addressing the main topic directly. "Do not even mention it." Tsukumo sighed. "The Hokage has not trusted me for some time. While not outright surveillance, there are occasionally NBU lurking outside my home. Could it be that your earlier covert investigation into the Konoha higher-ups was discovered?" Itachi furrowed his brow, questioning. "Absolutely not." Tsukumo shook his head vehemently. "You know my skills well. Besides, I merely verified your claims without delving deeply. There was no chance of detection. Furthermore, when I conducted my investigation, they weren't sending anyone to watch me, and I have since completed my inquiries. Why would they send anyone now? Perhaps it is simply because you have reformed your team and are preparing for missions," Itachi deduced. "Ugh," Tsukumo lamented. "Why does he persist in making things difficult for me?" Chapter 61. Urging Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down on this momentous day of my wedding, it is rather disheartening to hear such remarks. Our esteemed Hokage is indeed isolated at the pinnacle of power. Uchiha Dan chuckled. He is exceptionally cautious with those he does not trust. Anyone who raises even the slightest doubt in his mind is destined to be sidelined. For instance, despite being fully aware of your capabilities, he chooses to overlook you entirely. However, his approach to trust is deeply flawed. He constantly worries that his subordinates may harbor ulterior motives. Thus, he tests their loyalty even as he promotes them. He fears that they might not apply themselves diligently, yet simultaneously fears their diligence might overshadow his own brilliance as Hokage. As Kakashi pondered this, he realized the truth in Dan's words. But it is not just you who faces this scrutiny. Now, Tsunade is also in the crosshairs, Uchiha Dan remarked, sipping his drink. "Have you heard of the reforms Tsunade proposed? Even though you've been idle at home, I am sure you have caught wind of it. Now has informed me that the doctors and personnel at the Konoha hospital are abuzz with discussions regarding this matter." Kakashi replied, "If implemented, these reforms would undoubtedly benefit Konoha immensely. The initiative to cultivate medical ninjas proposed by Tsunade is highly feasible. Should every team include a medical ninja, the survival rate of our shinobi would surely increase. Ah, but alas, these proposals will be summarily dismissed. Uchiha Dan coldly laughed. Why? Kakashi asked in astonishment. Isn't this in the best interest of Konoha? Indeed, Dan replied. Anyone with a modicum of sense recognizes that Tsunade's proposals are wholly beneficial. However, their acceptance would significantly elevate Tsunade's standing. And that is precisely the issue. Kakashi could hardly believe it. So, to prevent Tsunade from gaining prestige, they would forsake the village's interests and diminish the survival rates of our ninjas? What do you think? Dan inquired. Soon enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen will convene a meeting to discuss this matter, and I assure you, the proposals will be openly rejected. How can he do such a thing? Kakashi exclaimed, his anger flaring. Is he not afraid of inciting public outrage? Why should he care? Dan scoffed. Those who oppose will not be him. He may even feign support. There will be others to do his bidding. Is it Tsunade? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Given the escalating conflict between Tsunade and the head of the medical department, it was clear who might arise to challenge her proposals. You are not as dim-witted as I initially thought. Dan jested. You never have a kind word to say. Kakashi retorted, feigning annoyance. All right, I shall refrain from teasing you further. Dan replied, regaining some composure. What is your current view of our Hokage? Kakashi, observing Dan's somewhat unkempt appearance, asked, Are you plotting something? You know me well. I have long intended to support Tsunade's ascent. For the past 6 months, my focus has been on research. However, with Sarutobi poised to act, I shan't hold back. Once he is removed, I can devote myself to my studies uninterrupted, Dan declared with fervor. What? Kakashi sprang to his feet, incredulous. You intend to oust him simply because he disagrees with Tsunade's reforms? Essentially, yes. Primarily, Tsunade cannot bear to witness Konoha's decline, and it aligns with my brother's lifelong aspirations. Consider it a way to entertain Tsunade and my brother. Dan's primary focus had indeed been his research. He had little time to engage with others unless their actions impeded his work. If their interference began to hinder his progress, he would have no choice but to divert his attention to them, especially given Orochimaru's recent complaints about a lack of resources. Kakashi, you must admit that your assertion about Konoha's decline is rather alarmist. Kakashi frowned. Konoha is currently developing quite well. Developing? Dan was incredulous. Where do you see this development? The foundation of Konoha was laid by the first and second Hokage. Sarutobi is merely a custodian of the status quo. Konoha's solid base has kept things from deteriorating. But what happens if this continues for another decade or two? Are you aware of Konoha's current fiscal situation? How could I possibly know such details? Kakashi muttered. Under the guise of Konoha's growth, Sarutobi has increased funding requests from the daimyo over the past 3 years. Meanwhile, the medical department has expanded its pharmaceutical business, yielding significant profits. Yet, despite a steady increase in income, expenditures have remained stagnant, leading to a diminishing financial surplus for Konoha. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Kakashi gaped, astonished at Dan's revelations. A chill ran down his spine as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Is it truly this dire? Are you certain? Absolutely, Dan affirmed. Orochimaru has personally investigated the matter, seeking to uncover any remaining resources to exploit. His capabilities are beyond reproach. Surely it cannot be that severe. Kakashi hesitantly conceded, though he found himself half convinced. Is it not obvious? Dan countered. You have seen the state of the Sarutobi, Tsunade, Shimura, and Mito clans. None of them possess substantial industries, yet they are currently engaged in extensive construction and expansion of their territories. Their investment in cultivating shinobi has surged, resulting in an increase in their numbers, albeit unregistered. The evidence is clear. Why do you remain so naive? Kakashi struggled to breathe steadily, fighting to maintain his composure. The more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became. Those scoundrels. Kakashi's unwavering loyalty to Konoha was unparalleled. No one desired its prosperity more than he did. This revelation was unbearable. You, suddenly struck by a thought, Kakashi exclaimed, Did you have to bring this up on my wedding day? I wish it were not so. Dan replied, exasperated. But today is the only day I am free, and I needed to ensure that my words left a lasting impression on you. Curse you. Kakashi seethed, feeling overwhelmed by a dual surge of anger. Of course, I have another purpose for visiting today, Dan said with a smirk. And what might that be? Kakashi asked, frowning. To save your life, of course. Dan replied bluntly. After all, we are brothers. Chapter 62. Why need a blade to kill you? The utterly panic-stricken Tsukumo Hatake, additional chapter, Thank you all for your support. Thus I offer an additional chapter. There will be another one later. I am giving it my all today. Curse you, you ravenous mouth. Take back your words. Tsukumo Hatake hurriedly covered Uchiha Dan's mouth. You dare to utter such things on my wedding day? Why are you covering both my mouth and nose? Are you trying to silence me? It seems the warmth of our bond has truly faded. After a struggle, Uchiha Dan pried Tsukumo's hand away, maintaining a look of concern for his well-being. It is precisely because you are getting married today that I worry my sister-in-law might be left a widow at such a young age, which is why I felt compelled to speak. Uchiha Dan thought to himself that he usually had no time to spare, consumed by his research, and would likely forget the moment he turned away. However, he knew better than to say this in front of Tsukumo, lest it provoke a rift between them. You're being alarmist. How could I possibly die on such a fine day? Tsukumo asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. After your honeymoon, you will undoubtedly resume your missions, correct? Of course. With your prowess, will you not once again garner widespread acclaim? Perhaps. I suppose so. Remember, you completed 10 S-rank missions in just a year, while Hiruzen Sarutobi did what? He recruited you into the Umbu under the guise of giving you prominence, yet in reality, he has sidelined you. Tsukumo felt a chill run down his spine, but he mused, it cannot be that dire, can it? Naive. Uchiha Dan retorted. Let me be frank with you. Among the 3 recruits you sought, one was arranged by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. What? Tsukumo's eyes widened. Where did you get this information? That's for you to worry about. Uchiha Dan took a sip of his drink and continued. In any case, danger could be lurking at any moment. It was not that Uchiha Dan did not trust Tsukumo. It was merely that the surveillance by Orochimaru over Team F4 was best kept under wraps. Tsukumo's expression darkened in disbelief. But why? Uchiha Dan spoke with exasperation. Because you are not of the Hokage lineage, because you do not heed his words, and because you possess great strength. Is that reason enough? Once you regain your notoriety and demonstrate that Hiruzen Sarutobi cannot suppress you by any means, jeopardizing his position, do you truly believe he will let you off the hook? Humph. I refuse to believe he would dare attack me without cause. After all, I am Tsukumo Hatake, not someone to be trifled with. Huh. Uchiha Dan chuckled lightly. To kill you, why would he need a blade? If it were me, I would orchestrate a mission destined for failure specifically for you. With an insider among your ranks ready to leak information, this would be quite simple, would it not? And when you, Tsukumo Hatake, find the mission unachievable, and your comrades unwittingly fall into a trap designed in advance, facing imminent death, what would you do? Without hesitation, Tsukumo replied, I would abandon the mission and rush to their aid. Uchiha Dan nodded gravely. But once you do that, there will be an uproar in Konoha, claiming you. Tsukumo Hatake disregarded the mission, unworthy of being a ninja. At that moment, the Hokage's office would deliberately reduce the number of missions, making it known that it was your selfishness that led to a significant decline in Konoha's commissions, resulting in a tremendous loss for the village. Your teammate would then publicly denounce you, embellishing your past actions to portray you as disloyal to Konoha. They would claim they wished for your rescue to fail, for it would bring them eternal shame, breeding a deep-seated loathing for you. At that point, Hiruzen Sarutobi would incite others to spread the word that you, Tsukumo Hatake, are the true disgrace to the Hatake clan, unworthy of bearing the Hatake name in your generation. Soon, the entire village of Konoha would despise you, condemn you, believing you ought to pay with your life. How would you respond? As Tsukumo listened, he felt his body tremble uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. With every word Uchiha Dan uttered, Tsukumo's heart sank deeper. By the time Uchiha Dan finished speaking, he was engulfed in overwhelming panic. How could he respond? If such a scenario were to unfold, he might truly consider ending it all. With the mask on, he was an entirely different person than when it was off. Behind the mask, he felt somewhat audacious, yet without it, he reverted to his true self. As the sole scion of the Hatake clan, he held his reputation and that of his family in the highest regard. If his name and that of his family were to be tarnished in Konoha, he would be utterly desolate. What? Are you contemplating death before anything has even occurred? Uchiha Dan struck his head lightly. Can you not aspire to greater things? Dan, could such a thing really happen? Tsukumo asked, his voice trembling. He feared not for his life, but he dreaded the thought of his family's honor being sullied because of him. His father had always urged him to restore the Hatake clan to its former glory. It is not a matter of possibility. Once your reputation reaches an uncontainable level, such events are inevitable. The seed of discord has already been sown, and the fuse is in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands. When he chooses to ignite it is entirely up to him. How could Hiruzen treat me this way? Tsukumo felt himself losing his mind. How could he? This was a blatant conspiracy, a scheme to drive him to despair. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss for how to respond. Dan, do you have a way to avert this calamity? Tsukumo inquired with hope. Of course. Otherwise, why would I share so much with you today? Uchiha Dan replied confidently. You need only follow my guidance. As Uchiha Dan elaborated, Tsukumo's eyes sparkled with renewed clarity. In doing so, this matter will not affect you. Having spoken extensively, Uchiha Dan took a sip of his drink to soothe his throat. Thank you, truly. Tsukumo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without Uchiha Dan's foresight, his life would have been irrevocably ruined, and not just his. His ancestors would also bear the shame, leaving his wife and children unable to hold their heads high. Hold your thanks for now. Uchiha Dan waved his hand dismissively. Do you really think this ends here? You have unraveled this trap, and Hiruzen will be even more vigilant against you. He will devise another scheme, and once you solve that, there will be yet another. But I cannot monitor you at all times, so you must listen closely. Uchiha Dan's expression turned exceedingly serious. You, Tsukumo Hatake, no matter what transpires in the future, remember, you must never seek death. Chapter 63. The mysterious disappearance of ninjas and the peeping Jiraiya even if you fall into a new trap, leading to the same dismal outcome and a tarnished reputation, as long as you do not seek your own demise. Within 2 years, it will be Sarutobi Hiruzen and his ilk who are vilified like pariahs. Your reputation, conversely, will witness a remarkable turnaround. Should you meet your end at the hands of another, I shall avenge you and ensure your affairs are settled. However, if you choose to end your own life, I shall not concern myself with your legacy, for such a person is unworthy of my efforts. It is then that you will truly be nailed to the pillar of historical shame, condemned for generations to come. Your wife, your son, if you have one, will carry the burden of your disgrace, unable to hold their heads high wherever they go, subjected to scorn. Why are you suddenly saying all this to me? Kakashi Shikamaru protested, feeling wronged. I'm not contemplating death right now, because you are precisely that kind of person. I felt it necessary to offer you a warning, a preventative measure, Uchiha Dan replied. Rest assured, now that hope has emerged, how could I possibly despair? Kakashi Shikamaru assured. Knowing it's a trap, I cannot allow certain individuals to succeed. Hearing Shikamaru's words, Uchiha Dan let out a sigh of relief, yet felt an overwhelming weariness. How arduous it is. Who would have thought that the two who were supposed to be watching each other would form such a profound bond? Of course, Uchiha Dan sought a powerful and trustworthy ally for Tsunade, and none could be more fitting than the somewhat naive yet remarkably strong Kakashi Shikamaru. Even if he hoped for Tsunade to become Hokage, the greatest in Konoha's history, he did not wish for her to bear such burdens alone. Otherwise, what would become of his own happiness? All right, I've said all that needs to be said. It's time for me to take my leave. Uchiha Dan stood up, adjusting his attire. At any time, you can regard me as your most reliable friend. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. If you cannot find me, you may have your sister-in-law look for Tsunade. With that, Uchiha Dan vanished in an instant, leaving Kakashi Shikamaru in deep contemplation for a considerable time. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was notably oppressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat silently behind his desk, puffing on his pipe. In front of him, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Gatika remained silent. After a while, the most impatient among them, Tsunade, could no longer contain herself. Hiruzen, you must make a decision regarding this matter immediately. We cannot allow the situation to continue developing unchecked. Mito Gatika sighed. Indeed, over the past 3 months, more than 50 ninjas have inexplicably disappeared while on missions, yet we remain utterly clueless. How can we proceed like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he turned his gaze towards Shimura Danzo. Danzo, what have your investigations yielded? Danzo shook his head. Thus far, there are no leads. However, as disappointment hovered in the air, Danzo continued, the disappearance of ninjas is not limited to Konoha. Other ninja villages have reported similar occurrences. Cough, cough. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly choked on his smoke, hastily urging, Danzo, elaborate. According to my latest intelligence, all 5 great ninja villages, including various smaller ones, have experienced ninjas vanishing after leaving their villages for missions, as if they have evaporated into thin air. Initially, no one paid much attention, as ninjas often encounter unpredictable situations during missions. However, it soon became apparent that the disappearances were peculiar, as they were not entire teams, but rather a few individuals from small squads that went missing. The other 4 ninja villages have also formed investigation teams dedicated to this issue. Yet, they seem to have found nothing. As he pondered the implications, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, frowning deeply. Humph. Tsunade interjected coldly. This individual must have some connection to Konoha and is clearly targeting us. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many missing ninjas from our 4 clans. The others sighed in resignation. They were all too aware of this situation. Yet, without any clues, how could they identify the mastermind? They had indeed suspected Uchiha Dan, not due to motive, but because he possessed the capability. However, this suspicion quickly dissipated, as Orochimaru had been closely monitoring Uchiha Dan, indicating he had no opportunity to act. Especially after Uchiha Dan lost his sight, the number of disappearances continued unabated, further solidifying the notion that he was not involved. I have an idea, Danzo proposed with a chilling gaze. If that individual is targeting us, let us draw them out. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened, and he nodded grimly, immediately formulating a plan in his mind. After conversing with Kakashi Shikamaru, Uchiha Dan did not return to the research facility right away, but instead decided to take a few days off. Over the past 6 months, he had devoted all his energy to research. It seemed unreasonable not to spend time with his wife and younger brother now that he had an opportunity. After giving some guidance to Minato and the others regarding their training, Uchiha Dan went out on a date with Tsunade. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the fine weather, Uchiha Dan and Tsunade arrived at Konoha's most famous hot spring. This outing was Tsunade's suggestion, aimed at allowing Uchiha Dan to unwind completely away from his research. In truth, Tsunade had ulterior motives. She intended to showcase her figure and thoroughly entice him, hoping to elevate their relationship. Since Uchiha Dan was inherently passive in matters of the heart, she resolved to take the initiative. Although the drunken plan proposed by Orochimaru had been thwarted by unforeseen circumstances, it had sparked many new ideas in Tsunade's mind. However, Uchiha Dan had been too dedicated over the past 6 months, leaving her with little opportunity to act on these thoughts. Humph, I refuse to believe I can't capture your attention. In the changing room, as Tsunade readied to change, a sense of unease lingered in her mind. On the day the drunken plan was executed, the outcome had been favorable, establishing their romantic relationship. Yet, the plan itself had utterly failed, leading to numerous complications. With this in mind, Tsunade prepared to investigate further. However, just as she stepped out, she caught sight of Uchiha Dan's dark expression and the palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him. Dan, what's wrong? Tsunade hurried over, concern etched on her face. Jiraiya, sensing the lewd chakra emanating from a figure lurking outside the hot springs wall, Uchiha Dan's overwhelming killing intent erupted forth as he moved swiftly. Jiraiya, who had been poised to act, barely stood up when a foot crashed through the wall toward his face. He instinctively dodged, but was still struck in the chest, sending him sprawling backward. Coughing up blood, Jiraiya struggled to his feet, but before he could make a move, a massive fist collided with his face. The impact was so great that it sent him spinning. Fortunately, he had been training in sage arts alongside the toads of Mount Myaboku, which had significantly enhanced his physique. Otherwise, that punch could have cost him his life. Chapter 64. Killing before Tsunade seems inappropriate. Jiraiya's public disgrace. Uchiha Dato, why are you hitting me? Jiraiya, having been sent flying several meters and finally managing to stabilize himself, urgently inquired. At that moment, another figure appeared beside him, delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending him crashing once more. Tsunade, is that you? Jiraiya was taken aback upon recognizing her presence. What are you doing here? However, what awaited him was a relentless onslaught from both Tsunade and Uchiha Dato. Tsunade was particularly aggressive, seizing every opportunity to strike, seemingly intent on not letting Jiraiya escape unscathed. Observing from the sidelines, Uchiha Dato merely watched the unfolding scene. Indeed, Tsunade's heart remained soft. It appeared as though Tsunade was bent on taking Jiraiya's life, mercilessly beating him. Yet, in truth, she was employing this method to protect him, having sensed the murderous intent radiating from Uchiha Dato. Filled with fury, Tsunade deemed Dato's actions utterly reprehensible, believing he deserved the worst fate for such vile behavior. Her anger intensified as her efforts were once again disrupted, and the fact that Jiraiya had attempted to spy on her in Dato's presence only heightened her disgust. and resentment towards him to unprecedented levels. However, having grown up together and shared many years as comrades, Tsunade found it difficult to go too far. Minutes later, after Jiraiya lay on the ground, his body a grotesque mass of broken bones and profuse bleeding, Tsunade finally ceased her assault. Noticing Uchiha Dato's unyielding intent to kill, she rushed to him, embracing him tightly while gently shaking her head and whispering, "Please, don't." At her words, Dato's body stiffened. It was indeed inappropriate to kill in Tsunade's presence. Death may be avoided, but punishment remains inevitable, Dato replied coldly, his expression still filled with contempt. Tsunade sighed in relief, showing no inclination to oppose him. Having known Jiraiya for many years, Tsunade undoubtedly felt a bond of camaraderie towards him. If events had followed their natural course, those she cared for would perish one by one, leaving her utterly alone. For someone so emotionally invested, the devastation would be immense. Which is why Tsunade had ultimately lost hope, leaving Konoha to wander aimlessly. Decades later, Jiraiya would become the sole connection Tsunade had to her past. Thus, the prospect of Jiraiya's death, especially given his advancing age, filled her with profound sorrow. However, this sorrow stemmed not from any romantic feelings, but rather from her guilt over her own cursed fate and the pain of losing all her old friends. In truth, Tsunade had never harbored any romantic feelings for Jiraiya. Rather, she found him repulsive. It is only natural. What woman would be enamored with a lecherous, grotesque voyeur? For Jiraiya's so-called affection, Tsunade would flee at every opportunity, fearful of being repulsed. Moreover, Jiraiya had been brainwashed by the toads of Myobokuzen, rendering him incapable of genuine love. His obsession with Tsunade over the years was solely driven by the allure of the unattainable. After Tsunade's departure from Konoha, what did Jiraiya do? Nothing at all. He did not seek her out. Instead, he continued his quest for the prophesied child, spying wherever he went, and even writing forbidden novels based on those he had spied upon. This behavior was akin to installing surveillance cameras in someone's home and broadcasting the footage online, an act deserving of severe punishment. Furthermore, Jiraiya fancied himself a noble soul, believing he possessed great love, and he would never waver in his mission for the sake of romantic entanglements. Yet, to Uchiha Dato, such a mindset appeared utterly deranged. The commotion outside the bathroom naturally drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived personally with a contingent of Umbu ninjas. Having received reports of Uchiha Dato and Tsunade bathing in the hot springs while Jiraiya attempted to spy on them, leading to a fierce confrontation, he was utterly stunned. To spy on one's fiancée in front of another man. What kind of person does that? Hiruzen thought to himself, exasperated. Seeing Jiraiya in such a pitiful state, Hiruzen's brow furrowed with concern. Tsunade, Dato, let us proceed to the office. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory explanation today. He spoke gently. No need. Uchiha Dato flatly rejected the offer, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Are we to sweep this under the rug, allowing Jiraiya to continue such abhorrent behavior? It seems this is a habit you've fostered, Hiruzen. Dato was determined to rectify this disgraceful behavior and ensure Jiraiya faced the consequences, leaving him with a lifelong psychological scar. If correction was impossible, then death would be the only solution. Lord Hokage, one must take responsibility for their actions. If he dares to commit such shameful and disgusting acts, he should not fear exposure. Dato's voice was icy. At that moment, a crowd had gathered, drawn by Dato's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the pressure mounting. After all, Jiraiya was his student, and a public execution would bring shame upon him as Hokage. Yet, with Dato's declaration, suppressing it could lead to even greater rumors and complications. It seemed a public accounting was unavoidable. Wake him, Hiruzen thought, frustrated, as he could not reprimand Dato or Tsunade. His ire was directed solely at Jiraiya. An Umbu ninja approached, and, with a skillful maneuver, roused the severely injured Jiraiya from his stupor. Upon seeing the circle of onlookers, Jiraiya instinctively wanted to flee, only to realize he was utterly immobilized. At Hiruzen's silent command, two Umbu ninjas hoisted Jiraiya up, causing him to wince in pain. Jiraiya, Hiruzen's voice was cold. You must provide an explanation, not just to me, but to Tsunade and Uchiha Dato as well. Sensei, silence. Hiruzen thundered as the crowd continued to swell. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have no student like you. Speak. What transpired today? I truly had no idea Tsunade and Uchiha Dato were inside. Jiraiya pleaded, his voice trembling. Was he truly destined for complete social ruin? Is it acceptable for you to spy on others without a second thought? Dato and Apos. S voice was laced with fury. Spying? The crowd's gaze shifted to Jiraiya, their expressions transformed with distaste. The women present instinctively recoiled, filled with revulsion. At that moment, Jiraiya wished for nothing more than to vanish from existence. Chapter 65. Driving Jiraiya mad. Come on, let us hurt each other. At this moment, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming desire to vanish, wishing desperately to find a place to hide. However, it was evident that such an opportunity was no longer available to him. Thus, he mustered the courage to speak. Tsunade, Uchiha Dan, I apologize sincerely. I promise it will never happen again. I truly did not know it was you. I swear I will not do this again. And what if it happens again? Uchiha Dan responded relentlessly. Do you think we should trust the words of a habitual peeper? What do you want from me? Jiraiya implored, on the verge of tears. It's quite simple. Uchiha Dan declared. I challenge you to swear in the name of the sage of Mount Myaboku that if you ever engage in such despicable behavior again, you shall never find the child of prophecy, and you will also remain impotent for life. Jiraiya was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Uchiha Dan. How did he know about Jiraiya's quest for the child of prophecy? But he quickly deduced that it must have been Tsunade or Orochimaru who informed him. After all, some of the non-confidential words spoken by the sage of Mount Myaboku had been reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen for the sake of convenience in future endeavors. It was not impossible that Sarutobi had shared such information with others. Trash. Seeing Jiraiya's silence, Uchiha Dan continued vehemently. You cannot even muster the courage to swear. How can we trust that you won't repeat your actions? Since you refuse to take an oath, I, Uchiha Dan, guarantee that if the esteemed Jiraiya engages in voyeurism again and I find out, I will immediately resurrect your mother through Edo Tensei and make her perform stripteases on the streets of Konoha every day. You bastard. Jiraiya trembled with rage, retorting. I will not allow you to insult my mother in such a manner. Ha ha. Uchiha Dan laughed heartily. What about the mothers of those you have spied on? Even if they are not mothers now, they may become one in the future. You enjoy peeking, so why not offer your family for the whole village to see? Are you angry? What right do you have to be angry? How many women have you spied on over the years? Isn't it true that half the women in the village have been your victims? Don't you fear retribution? Uchiha Dan's words resonated deeply, igniting fury and outrage among the crowd. The thought that their own female relatives might have been subjected to Jiraiya's prying eyes filled everyone with rage, pushing many to the brink of violence. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of discomfort with every word spoken by Uchiha Dan, as if they were directed at him too. Yet, he dared not voice any objections, choosing instead to join the crowd in glaring at Jiraiya. He didn't truly believe Uchiha Dan would go through with his threats. It was merely an attempt to force Jiraiya into an oath. Typically, Hiruzen would intervene to diffuse such escalating tensions, but the current situation left him feeling guilty. What if the villagers discovered his own voyeuristic habits through the use of his telescope technique? Was voyeurism truly such an abhorrent act? Hiruzen pondered. No, I am not a peeper. I merely use my technique to monitor the village's activities. He rationalized to himself, wishing for Jiraiya to quickly take the oath so they could put an end to this farce. I have not spied on that many. Upon hearing Uchiha Dan's scathing remarks, Jiraiya finally cracked, exclaiming in a moment of weakness. He intended to quell the crowd's anger, but instead incited even more fury. Hiruzen was exasperated by Jiraiya's foolishness, thinking, at this juncture, you're still fixating on the numbers? You've practically admitted to your frequent voyeurism. Indeed, you are despicable to the core. Uchiha Dan remarked coldly. It seems you have no intention of changing. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stepped forward, his voice commanding, will you swear or not? Is it so difficult for you to rid yourself of this vile habit? Jiraiya, in disbelief, turned to Hiruzen. Didn't I learn this from you? Every time you caught me peeking, you merely pretended to reprimand me while actually condoning my behavior. Now you wish to play the saint? Just shy of 18. Filled with youthful vigor, Jiraiya nearly shouted, Arin and Amp. Oppos, tu, as Hokage, using your telescope technique to spy daily? Yet, under Sarutobi and Amp, Oppos' warning gaze, he managed to restrain himself. I am willing to swear. Suddenly, as if making a momentous decision, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and declared, I, Jiraiya, in the name of the sage of Mount Myaboku, swear that should I ever engage in such disgusting and vile acts again, I shall never find the child of prophecy and shall remain impotent for life. Anyone in this village who exhibits voyeuristic tendencies will meet a tragic end, forever despised by the people of Konoha. Come on, let us hurt each other, Jiraiya thought, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, screaming internally. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly lost his composure, furious at Jiraiya's last biting words. You made a mistake and got caught. And now I have to suffer the consequences? Jiraiya, you are something else. He seethed internally. Without a proper rebuttal, he felt compelled to deliver a speech about the strict punishment for such behavior before sending everyone home. Uchiha Dan and Tsunade lost all interest in relaxing in the hot springs, exchanging goodbyes with Hiruzen before departing. At home, Tsunade sensed that Uchiha Dan's anger had not subsided much, and she hesitated before speaking. After a long pause, she finally said, Dan, that bastard has already learned his lesson today. Why not let him off for now? I assure you that every time I see him in the near future, I will hit him 10 times in total, and if he repeats such behavior, I will not hold you back from doing whatever you wish. Uchiha Dan, initially furious, found himself amused by her words. You said 10 times, and no holding back. Absolutely no holding back. Every time will be just like today, Tsunade affirmed resolutely. All right, as long as he changes completely in the future, I have no desire to waste any more time on him. While Uchiha Dan felt at ease, Tsunade's anger remained unresolved. Why was it that every time she hoped for a sweet moment, it was always interrupted? The last time it happened, and now again. What sins had she committed to deserve this? Chapter 66. What should I do? I feel a bit anxious. I fear that Uchiha Duan might misunderstand. The mere thought of this caused Tsunade to feel increasingly frustrated. Sensing her thoughts, Uchiha Duan feigned exhaustion and spoke. Tsunade, I am rather tired and wish to return to my room to rest. Instantly, Tsunade felt a profound sense of disappointment, yet she suppressed her emotions and replied, Very well. Then go rest. Wait. Uchiha Duan approached her with a hint of playfulness and embraced her, whispering softly in her ear, I want you to accompany me. The warm breath against her ear rendered Tsunade flustered, her face turning crimson, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Indeed, my plan has been seen through by this fellow. However, Uchiha Duan paid no heed to her turmoil and directly lifted Tsunade, using a flying thunder god technique to arrive at his room. Inside the room, he inquired, What should I do? I feel a bit nervous. Aren't you tired? She retorted. How can you still be so energetic? No. It's daytime. Please be gentle. As the candlelight flickered, illuminating the scene with a soft glow, the ambience was filled with the intoxicating essence of love. In such moments, happiness often feels overwhelmingly captivating and irresistible, much like the unspoken words that linger in the air. 3 days later, in the Hokage building's conference room, a meeting regarding various reforms within Konoha was about to commence. Attendees included the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the head of the medical department, Tsunade, along with clan leaders, elite ninjas who had recently emerged, and key figures from the medical department. The agenda was extensive. After an hour of discussions, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. The next item pertains to reforms in the medical department. This proposal, put forth by Tsunade, primarily encompassed 2 points. The first was to enhance the training of medical ninjas, and the second was to assign medical ninjas to teams undertaking significant missions. Detailed plans had already been distributed for everyone to review. As all attendees prepared to peruse the materials, a piercing gaze filled with anger swept across the room. Confused, the participants looked up to meet the fierce glare of Tsunade, which sent a chill down their spines. Their immediate thoughts were, is she planning to create trouble again? And have I offended her recently? Everyone was well aware of Tsunade's volatile nature, and unless absolutely necessary, no one wished to provoke her. Not only was she a powerful elder with a high status, but she also had the temperament of a rabid dog. Once she targeted someone, she would relentlessly pursue them, causing daily disturbances. Moreover, being the sister-in-law of the Hokage, she wielded considerable influence among the higher-ups, who often indulged her whims. Soon, however, it became clear that Tsunade was not targeting them, but rather Tsunade. Her glare communicated a clear warning. Anyone who dared to support Tsunade would face her wrath. As the attendees distractedly turned over their documents, the 5 minutes elapsed. Does anyone have anything to say regarding Tsunade's proposal? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. The room fell silent, with no one daring to speak. Just as Tsunade appeared pleased with the silence, a voice broke through. Tsunade's proposal is excellent and would benefit both the village and the ninjas immensely. Therefore, I believe it should be strongly supported. Everyone's attention shifted to a rising ninja, Kato Duan. Tsunade furrowed her brow upon hearing Kato Duan's words. Since entering the meeting, his gaze had wandered her way intermittently, causing her discomfort. Now, as everyone else remained silent, he chose to support her. What was his intention? Uchiha Duan had already discussed the likelihood of the proposal being rejected with Tsunade, and she did not feel disheartened by Tsunade's hostility or the silence of the others. This was all part of their long-term strategy. Kato Duan's public support, fully aware that the proposal would not pass, seemed absurd. His gaze, filled with feigned encouragement, was truly laughable. Support? What do you know about support? A sharp voice interrupted Tsunade's thoughts. Tsunade scowled. Do you understand the current financial situation of the village? Each of the proposals Tsunade put forward requires significant funding. The village's finances are already strained. Who will bear the cost? Will you? But these proposals are beneficial for the village, Kato Duan argued. I'm unaware of their benefits. Tsunade retorted. There are many beneficial ideas, but the execution must consider practical circumstances. It's easy to propose ideas, yet reckless decisions made without regard for reality will only harm the village. Implementing these policies without sufficient funds will stagnate the village's development. Therefore, I suggest postponing Tsunade's 2 proposals until the village's finances improve. Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on his hands, deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Since this is a matter of benefit to the village, if everyone agrees, I will find a way to address the financial aspect. Upon hearing this, Tsunade realized Uchiha Duan had indeed been correct. That old man subtly hinted for Tsunade to oppose her while outwardly supporting her. He truly enjoyed playing both sides. Let us vote on this matter. Those in favor of Tsunade's 2 proposals, please raise your hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. As his words fell, Kato Duan's hand shot up high, as if afraid others wouldn't see it. The rest, sensing the futility, buried their heads in the sand like ostriches. Witnessing this, Tsunade and Appo's contempt grew stronger, and she felt increasingly certain that Kato Duan harbored ulterior motives. Yet, the only person I would willingly allow to use me is Uchiha Duan. What is Kato Duan to me? After another hour, the meeting finally concluded, and everyone began to rise and leave. Lady Tsunade, just as she was about to exit the Hokage building, a voice called out. Turning, she saw Kato Duan approaching, causing her brow to furrow. Lady Tsunade, I apologize for not being able to assist you earlier. Kato Duan expressed regret. Please keep your distance from me in the future, Tsunade replied coldly, stepping back. I fear Uchiha Duan might misunderstand. With that, she turned and strode away, leaving Kato Duan standing there, dumbfounded and dejected. Chapter 67. The fraying sanity of the incessantly tormented Kokushin. Time passes swiftly, and yet another half-year has elapsed. During this period, the shinobi world has witnessed 2 significant events. The first concerns the continuous and mysterious disappearances of individuals, an issue that has prompted all ninja villages to undertake earnest investigations, albeit with no conclusive results thus far. The second event is the intensifying clamor for the subjugation of the land of water, which has given rise to numerous new discourses. For instance, it has been suggested that an exceedingly malevolent force exists within the land of water, and should this darkness be unleashed, it would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the shinobi realm. Following this revelation, rumors have circulated that the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are actively harnessing these sinister powers for their own nefarious purposes. The 4 major ninja villages, excluding Konoha, have begun to exhibit a concerted effort to assault the land of water, demonstrating an unwavering resolve to eradicate what they perceive as a looming calamity. Within the confines of the laboratory, a conversation ensues. Duan-kun, are you truly intent on using yourself as a subject for experimentation? Orochimaru inquires with evident concern. Hasn't this been decided long ago? Besides, is there any alternative if I wish for my eyes to regain their brilliance? Uchiha Duan retorts nonchalantly. Our research on Senju Hashirama cells and sage particles has yielded commendable success, with theories tested multiple times, so there should be no issues. Perhaps we should wait a little longer? Orochimaru, the scientific madman, hesitates, contemplating the potential repercussions should something go awry in their research. Upon hearing Orochimaru's candid admission, Uchiha Duan finds amusement in the situation. It becomes clear that Orochimaru's concern lies not with Duan's well-being, but rather with the disruption of their research should Duan meet an unfortunate fate. Let us wait 3 more days, Uchiha Duan declares, insisting upon one final theoretical verification, after which they shall commence the experiment immediately if results remain consistent. As Orochimaru re-evaluates the experimental outcomes, Uchiha Duan proceeds to the Soul Enhancement Research Chamber. Over the past year, Uchiha Duan has made groundbreaking advancements in various fields of study. Yet progress concerning the soul has been notably sluggish in the initial half of the year. However, 6 months prior, he undertook a significant action. He confronted Cat Duan, utilizing the pretext of teasing Tsunade and employing a spirit transformation technique to track her movements, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Tsunade intervened, and together they orchestrated a ruse, successfully acquiring Cat Duan's spirit transformation technique. Consequently, Uchiha Duan's research into the soul began to accelerate dramatically. 5 months ago, he mastered the spirit transformation technique, enabling him to separate his consciousness from his physical form, thus allowing his spirit to manifest as a living soul. This ethereal essence could traverse vast distances and eliminate adversaries, while also infiltrating others' mental realms to exert control. The spirit transformation technique unveiled a new frontier in Uchiha Duan and Appo's exploration of the soul. Most notably, in this spectral state, Uchiha Duan regained the ability to perceive his surroundings. Although he could not wield the powers of the Sharingan, this newfound capability significantly aided his research. The distinction between visibility and invisibility proved to be substantial. Approaching an experimental platform housing a sealed corpse, Uchiha Duan activated the detection apparatus, enveloping the cadaver in an energy barrier. As he executed the forbidden technique of soul extraction, a spirit abruptly materialized above the sealed body, hovering in midair. Uchiha Duan, the spirit screeched, "How long do you intend to torment me? Moreover, it was Kokushin Rin who offended you, so why direct your wrath towards me?" "Huh?" Uchiha Duan scoffed, as Kokushin Rin's confidant. "You are complicit in her many transgressions. Are you truly aggrieved? From the moment you heeded her words and conspired against Tsunade, your fate was sealed. But fret not. Kokushin Rin will soon join you. However, before that occurs, I intend to subject her to a protracted mental torment and ensure her utter disgrace. Simply killing her would be far too lenient." Due to the rapid progress of Uchiha Duan and Orochimaru's preliminary research, their experiments on animals concluded within 3 months, necessitating a transition to a new experimental phase. This new stage required fresh materials, and Tsunade vehemently opposed their reckless endeavors. "This is terrifying. These two have lost their minds." However, Uchiha Duan's persuasive rhetoric convinced her, as he insisted that their targets would only consist of those deserving of death, either on the brink of demise or individuals whose existence posed significant harm to society. They believed their actions to be a form of noble justice, and the shinobi world should be grateful to them, which ultimately swayed Tsunade's stance. Thus, Orochimaru took on the role of gathering intelligence and selecting targets, while Uchiha Duan executed the abductions. In the shinobi world, it was difficult to find someone as virtuous as his brother, Namikazes Minato. Targeting scoundrels was far simpler. Over the past year, numerous individuals have inexplicably vanished across the shinobi realm, with Konoha being no exception. The majority of the missing Konoha ninjas hailed from the F4 families, with the Kokushin clan suffering the most, as nearly all of Kokushin Rin's capable subordinates were eradicated. This unfortunate fate was, in part, due to the overwhelming number of nefarious individuals within her clan. Coupled with Uchiha Duan's additional machinations, Kokushin Rin found herself on the brink of insanity, spiraling into a state of utter desperation. The thought of her enduring sleepless nights, plagued by anguish and ceaseless anxiety, under relentless pressure and torment, brought Uchiha Duan a sense of satisfaction. Once her psyche shatters completely, her demise would not be far behind. "Even if I have erred, is it not enough that you have tormented my soul for 3 entire months after killing me?" The Kokushin ninja continued to wail, observing the energy barrier that enveloped him. The spirit realized its despair. It had believed that death would liberate it, yet it found itself unable to escape this confinement. Wasn't it promised that one would ascend to paradise after death? This is akin to descending into hell. Why can you never comprehend reason? Uchiha Duan expressed his displeasure. "My research upon you is a privilege. How can it be deemed torture? Furthermore, for a being like you, to contribute to the shinobi world after death is, in fact, a magnificent deed." "Magnificent?" The spirit howled. "Then why don't you experiment upon yourself?" "How do you know I haven't?" Uchiha Duan replied while analyzing data. Alas, the energy of the spirit is gradually waning. He sighed. Although this seal can prevent the spirit from escaping, it cannot entirely halt the gradual dissipation of its energy. Improvements are still necessary. Having conceived an idea, Uchiha Duan retrieved a scroll and began inscribing his thoughts on enhancing the soul sealing technique. Ding! The long-awaited system notification caused Uchiha Duan to spring to his feet, his face alight with excitement. Detection reveals that the host's proficiency in sealing techniques has surpassed that of Senju Tobirama, awarding 1,000 research points. Host's accumulated research points have reached 10,000. Would you like to upgrade the Senju Tobirama talent? Upgrade, upgrade. Uchiha Duan exclaimed eagerly. Was there even a need to ask? Ding. The system and Oppo's Senju Tobirama talent has been upgraded. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Senju Tobirama talent, triple version, upgradable. My goodness. The so-called Senju Tobirama talent, triple version, signifies that Uchiha Duan now possesses 3 times the innate ability of Senju Tobirama. Is this truly a gift that one could possess? Uchiha Duan trembled with exhilaration, feeling as though his soul had transcended to new heights. In the past, questions that required extensive contemplation to comprehend have now become instantly clear. Issues that once perplexed me despite my utmost efforts are beginning to reveal their intricacies, and I believe it will not be long before I fully grasp them. After a surge of excitement, Uchiha Obito promptly employed a sealing technique once more, re-encasing the soul of the Zetsu clan's ninja within his lifeless form. Subsequently, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before Orochimaru. Chapter 68. The Most Perfect Sage Body. The experiment begins. Duankoan. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Duan is no longer surprising to Orochimaru, who remarked with a smile, "The experimental data comparison shows no issues. There is a problem." Uchiha Duan shook his head, and it is a significant one. What? Orochimaru's hand trembled, causing the scroll to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. According to our current experiments, success is indeed attainable. Uchiha Duan spoke rapidly, but what we obtain is merely a weakened version of the sage body, and it cannot achieve a perfect compatibility with my Uchiha bloodline. The sage particles within the body also fail to reach a state of perfect balance, resulting in considerable side effects, which are primarily related to potential, thus remaining inconspicuous in the short term. This. Orochimaru was somewhat astounded. How did you detect this before the experiment was even completed? We shall restart the experimental observation of the sage particles. As per the usual protocol, 3 groups will proceed simultaneously, with the control group under my direct supervision. Understood. Orochimaru immediately sprang into action, his execution capabilities astonishing. A significant reason why Uchiha Duan was able to surpass Senju Tobirama in just a year was due in large part to the powers granted by the Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, Senju Tobirama's research primarily focused on ninjutsu, leaving him with limited time for other areas of study after a lifetime of combat. Additionally, having a prodigy like Orochimaru as a partner greatly expedited every phase of Uchiha Duan's research. Thus, their relationship was mutually beneficial. Uchiha Duan elevated Orochimaru, and Orochimaru provided invaluable assistance to Uchiha Duan. Sensing Orochimaru's adept handling of the situation, Uchiha Duan felt a twinge of apprehension. Although he might be able to mitigate the side effects with additional time, if all that resulted was a diminished version of the sage body, what use would it be? What he sought was a sage body that perfectly fused with the Uchiha bloodline, not a subpar replica akin to that of Uchiha Madara. As the preparations for the experiment concluded, Orochimaru retrieved a glass vial from the sealing scroll. Inside was a luminescent, pure white liquid. This liquid, which Uchiha Duan had named Sage Liquid, was derived from the cells of Senju Hashirama, a pure energy fluid. It was termed Sage Liquid because it was extracted from particles akin to mitochondria found in sage cells, serving as the key to becoming a sage body without altering the fundamental genetic structure of humanity. Meanwhile, Uchiha Duan removed the necklace gifted to him by Tsunade, which he had always regarded merely as an ornament. The chakra sealed within it, originating from Hashirama, had never held much significance for him. However, at this moment, with his sensory abilities tripled, Uchiha Duan sensed an extraordinarily unique aura emanating from the necklace. It appeared that the purpose of this necklace was far from merely suppressing the 9 tails. After all, when Senju Hashirama bequeathed the necklace, he never mentioned such a notion nor provided any explanation. The idea that the sealed chakra was meant to subdue the Nine Tails was merely a misguided interpretation by others. If that were indeed the case, why not gift the necklace to his wife? Wasn't Uzumaki Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails, in greater need of it? Why did Hashirama wear it until his death? Furthermore, how many Nine Tails had there been? Did Hashirama truly require the necklace's power for suppression? It seemed a tad disrespectful. As for others, they could not suppress the Nine Tails with this necklace since it only reacted to Hashirama's chakra. Thus, the focus was not on Hashirama's chakra, but rather on the material of the necklace itself. Senju Hashirama was not innately skilled in wood release at that time. His strength was not as formidable. His prowess surged only after mastering wood release. But how did he acquire such mastery? The possibility of suddenly attaining it was non-existent. It was unlikely that he had stumbled upon it by accident. There must have been some medium involved, and that medium was likely this necklace. This is why Hashirama cherished the necklace so dearly, wearing it until his demise. This conclusion was drawn after Uzumaki Kushina, during a casual conversation with Uchiha Duan, had expressed her grievances about the necklace he wore around his neck. She mentioned that she, too, had gifted a necklace to Hashirama, only for him to set it aside while continuing to wear this old one. In her younger days, with a fiery temper and jealousy, Kushina had questioned whether this necklace was a gift from one of Hashirama's old flames. As the tale circulated, it morphed into rumors that Hashirama had an old lover, and that she had borne him a child, a ludicrous allegation. Uchiha Madara could attest to the fact that this was unequivocally a falsehood. If Hashirama had indeed had an old flame, it could only have been Uchiha Madara. With these deductions in mind, Uchiha Duan promptly removed the necklace, ground a minuscule amount of powder from it, and incorporated it into one of the experimental groups. After a week of testing, Uchiha Duan arrived at a startling conclusion. This necklace was not a so-called crystallization of Hashirama's chakra. The ninja world had existed for over 1,000 years, and there was no such thing as chakra crystallization. The occasionally mentioned chakra crystals were merely special gemstones containing high concentrations of chakra, entirely distinct from crystallizations formed solely from chakra. This necklace was likely a fragment of a chakra fruit that had mutated after an accidental drop. Furthermore, the energy contained within each unit volume probably surpassed even that of the chakra fruit itself. A mere trace of powder could cause rapid evolution of white Zetsu cells, a feat that the divine tree itself could not accomplish. Apart from fragments evolved and distilled from chakra fruits, Uchiha Duan could conceive of nothing else. Yet, he was puzzled by the nature of the transformation. Though the necklace appeared unremarkable, the energy it concealed was exceedingly volatile and disordered, functioning differently from the chakra fruit itself. This had already been validated through experiments with white Zetsu. After another week of experimentation, Uchiha Duan discovered a method to control the energy of the fragment and made a momentous decision. He resolved to consume the necklace. Duan-kun, have you truly made this decision? Orochimaru inquired, observing Uchiha Duan at the experiment table with a sense of resignation. I have resolved, Uchiha Duan declared, after I ingest the potion mixed with the necklace powder. You must commence the experiment immediately. Are you confident? Orochimaru questioned, somewhat apprehensive. When has an experiment ever succeeded without numerous failures? Who embarks on an experiment with themselves at the outset? Absolutely confident, Uchiha Duan replied, his assurance stemming from the combined prowess of Senju Tobirama and Appo's talents and the extensive experimental data amassed over the past year, coupled with his trust in Orochimaru and Tsunade. Very well, let us begin. Uchiha Duan consumed the potion mixed with the necklace powder in one swift motion, then reclined, losing consciousness within 3 seconds due to the potion's effects. Orochimaru pressed a button, and 18 mechanical arms extended, each equipped with a syringe, commencing the injection of agents designed to suppress the immune system and enhance cellular repair capabilities into Uchiha Duan's body. Chapter 69. The experiment succeeds. Perfect evolution. The War of the Land of Whirlpools is about to begin. Cellular modification is an extensive endeavor. Even though the alteration of clone cells has reached maturity, conducting experiments on the human body remains fraught with considerable risk. The most significant threat arises from the immune system's deactivation of the modified cells and the mutual rejection among cells. However, Orochimaru chose to disregard these concerns and proceeded with the original plan to modify Uchiha Dan's brain. In the next step, hundreds of specially designed needles, containing a small amount of sage liquid, pierced Uchiha Dan's skull and began a slow injection. As he watched the screen displaying the fluctuating neuronal activity, Orochimaru felt a knot tighten in his throat. He was unwilling to lose such a valuable colleague. It was only after several fundamental data points stabilized that Orochimaru exhaled slowly, positioned himself in front of Uchiha Dan, and placed his hands on either side of Dan's brain. In the next moment, a vast amount of chakra neural lines, produced by the rebirth technique, surged into Uchiha Dan's brain. These chakra neural lines not only meticulously organized the neurons within Uchiha's brain but also supplied abundant vitality. The rebirth technique, although an extraordinarily powerful healing ninjutsu with life-restoring capabilities, transcends the mere domain of medical ninjutsu. This technique resembles the application of chakra in the realm of neuroscience. Over the past year, Orochimaru had mastered it thoroughly, even collaborating with Uchiha Dan to make enhancements that astonished Dan himself. At that moment, the neuronal activity within Uchiha Dan and Appo's brain was far from what one would expect from a human. Countless disjointed neural signals surged chaotically, indicating that the experiment had entered its most perilous phase. Without the rebirth technique to stabilize the neural conduction of the brain, Uchiha Dan would soon face brain death. 3 hours later, as Orochimaru approached exhaustion, the chakra-storing rings on his hands began to replenish his chakra, allowing him to maintain the treatment. By the 5th hour, he finally ceased the rebirth technique, dragging his weary body to the control panel to press a button. The next moment, 2 curved glass doors at the bottom of the testing platform slowly rose, forming an enclosed chamber, while countless green transparent liquids began to flow in, quickly filling the space. The life force contained within the liquid was continuously absorbed by Uchiha Dan's body, aiding in his evolution. After completing this arduous task, Orochimaru slumped wearily into a chair, his eyes fixed on the screen, monitoring Uchiha Dan's condition. Fortunately, everything appeared stable thus far. Another 24 hours passed before Uchiha Dan gradually awakened, only to find himself utterly immobilized. However, after conducting a mental scan of his body, he felt considerably reassured. The potency of the medicine had been intense, leaving him unable to adapt due to the slow evolution of his cells, but it was nothing to be overly concerned about. The success of the experiment was paramount. Gradually channeling chakra, Uchiha Dan began to expel the effects of the medication from his body. 10 minutes later, the hatch opened, and Uchiha Dan struggled to prop himself up. "Dan-kun, how do you feel?" Orochimaru inquired with a smile, having fully recovered during the wait. His gaze towards Uchiha Dan was now markedly different, akin to that of an artist admiring a finely crafted masterpiece. Although 80% of the success belonged to Uchiha Dan himself, it was Orochimaru who had operated the entire process. How could he not feel a sense of satisfaction, as Uchiha Dan meticulously perceived every inch of his body? An expression of sheer ecstasy suddenly illuminated his face. "Ha ha ha," he exclaimed, clutching his forehead and bursting into uncontrollable laughter, startling Orochimaru. This was the first time Orochimaru had witnessed Uchiha Dan in such a state of abandon, yet Dan's manic laughter seemed unceasing. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Uchiha Dan gradually composed himself, though the exhilaration on his face was impossible to conceal. "Dan-kun." Orochimaru waved his hand in front of Uchiha Dan's eyes and said, "Answer my question. Can you see? How do you feel?" "I feel," Uchiha Dan replied, glancing at his hands before turning to Orochimaru. Activating his Manjiki Sharingan, he grinned and declared, like never before. This was a scenario anticipated by both Uchiha Dan and Orochimaru prior to the experiment. Thus, it was not unexpected. Orochimaru's face lit up with another smile, his gaze toward Uchiha Dan burning with fervor, and he instinctively licked his lips. Remembering something, Orochimaru earnestly cautioned, "Dan-kun, while the experiment was successful, please review your medical report. Although all the data is perfect, your body is still in the stage of fusion and evolution. I advise you to refrain from exerting your physical strength for the time being. Rest assured, I am well aware." Although Uchiha Dan could not yet harness much power, he sensed a rapid growth of strength within him. The completion of his evolution might take time. Yet regaining his previous prowess would require no more than 2 months at most. Once he had fully calmed down, Uchiha Dan smirked, rewrapping the ribbon around his eyes. For the following week, he indulged in a complete break, accompanying Tsunade everywhere she went, oblivious to the strange glances from others and Tsunade's mixed signals of resistance. His decision to experiment on himself was ultimately his own fault, and now that the first phase of his evolutionary research had concluded, he needed to relax and seek inspiration before embarking on the second phase. The previous night, Uchiha Dan had endured a fierce scolding from Tsunade, soothing her ire with much effort. Tsunade could not help but harbor resentment for being used as a subject in his experiments. Consequently, he sought to comfort her through his actions. Upon learning that the key to Uchiha Dan's experiment was the necklace she had given him, Tsunade was left astounded. It was her first encounter with the concept of the mutated fragments of chakra fruits. Perhaps even Hashirama Senju himself was unaware of the necklace's material. However, Uchiha Dan refrained from divulging too much, wishing to spare Tsunade undue concern about the future. After all, worrying was futile and would only detract from the present joy. As Uchiha Dan and Tsunade basked in their blissful oblivion, the situation in the land of whirlpools had escalated to a tense standoff. Many nations had united, preparing to launch an assault on the land of whirlpools, news of which had spread throughout the ninja world. The people of Konoha felt this the most acutely, for the frequency of Whirlpool clan ninjas visiting Konoha had increased, and they appeared increasingly anxious. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly focus on smoking his pipe. He supported his forehead with his hands, visibly conflicted. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, Tkk Rin, Mito Gate Un, and Akimichi Torif entered together. Have the ninjas from Kumogakure departed? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his brow furrowed. Just left. Mito Gate In replied. As of today, all 4 major ninja villages have sent warnings to us in Konoha, forbidding any interference in the attack on the land of whirlpools. Although other smaller villages have not dared to come, they have made it clear that they will join forces to advance on the land of whirlpools. What do you all think? The land of whirlpools has always been our most steadfast ally. Akimichi Torif, who usually refrained from speaking, was the first to voice his opinion. We absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. At this moment, Akimichi Torif had not yet experienced complete disillusionment with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He still felt no need to seclude himself at home, immersed in culinary studies, and thus found the courage to speak up. Since the Warring States period, the Uzumaki clan has fostered a profound bond of friendship with the Senju clan, characterized by intermarriage and an unbreakable connection. Lady Uzumaki Mito was, in fact, the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, the land of the whirlpool has consistently supported our decisions in the Hidden Leaf Village over the years. Should we choose to remain indifferent in the face of peril, it would severely tarnish the reputation of our village. Who would dare to place their trust in us thereafter? Who would be willing to ally with us? Moreover, it is outrageous that other ninja villages, in their assault on the land of the whirlpool, have the audacity to demand passage through our fire country. To attack our ally and simultaneously expect us to clear a path is nothing short of a blatant provocation and humiliation. Chapter 70. Yet, how can I muster any sympathy? The ambition to seize the wealth of the land of the whirlpools Akiyato Torif, typically a mere shadow among the upper echelons of Konoha, found himself unable to restrain his voice today. He remarked on the long-standing camaraderie between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and questioned why the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans would not stand by. Observing the indifference of others, who seemed willing to let their allies perish, he felt compelled to speak out. How easy it is to speak. Tsunade Koha sneered, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Hisashi is the Hokage of Konoha, not the leader of the land of the whirlpools. Is it worth it to antagonize the entire ninja world for the sake of so-called allies? Since her family had been beset by calamities and her clan members had gone missing, Tsunade's demeanor had grown increasingly harsh, her words often laced with rudeness. What do you consider allies? Akiyato Torif retorted angrily. To abandon them at will is no different from fleeing the battlefield alone when comrades are in peril. And what do you mean by the entire ninja world? Tsunade, do not resort to alarmist rhetoric. For the sake of the day's meeting, he had deliberated extensively with Narashikaku, his mind already filled with strategies. The 4 great ninja villages appeared to have formed a temporary alliance, yet in reality, they were but a disjointed assembly, incapable of unity. Their inability to come to terms over mutual interests had led to countless disputes, which was precisely why this matter had dragged on unresolved. Given the past grievances between these villages, tensions had nearly erupted into violence. Their so-called alliance was merely verbal. You have all seen the intelligence reports. The 4 great ninja villages are not prepared for a full-scale war against us in Konoha. While they have mobilized ninjas, their numbers are hardly substantial, seeking only to reap the greatest benefits at the least cost. If we take a firmer stance, they will not dare to act recklessly. Do you have such unwavering confidence? Tsunade Koha continued her sarcastic tirade. What if things go awry? Are you, Akiato Torif, willing to take responsibility for that. Akiato was momentarily rendered speechless by her words. This was not something Nara Shikaku had prepared him for. How was he to respond? This woman had no sense of honor. Who would dare take responsibility for such monumental affairs? Was this not a time for collective strength and unity? To single him out for such accountability was an audacious remark. Indeed, it was no wonder her family faced continuous misfortune. Today one perished, tomorrow another, their deaths ever more bizarre. Surely, her disagreeable nature had offended many, bringing about her own retribution. Yet, how could he muster any sympathy for her plight? Did she not comprehend human language? Had she truly absorbed none of his previous arguments? This incessant quarreling was beyond his capacity to manage. Seeing Akiato's resolve falter, Tsunade pressed on. Since you cannot shoulder the responsibility, it would be prudent to refrain from such talk. Konoha cannot afford to gamble. It is fortunate enough to ensure its own survival in these times. Such capitulation was utterly disgraceful. Akiato finally interjected. We have not even seen a single soldier from the other villages, yet we are already frightened into abandoning our allies. What will happen if the other 4 villages issue joint verbal warnings in the future? Should we continue to compromise until Konoha is utterly devoured? You, Tsunade Koha, are usually so brazen. Why the sudden timidity? Enough. Sarutobi Hizashi intervened sternly. Torif, Koha is correct. As the Hokage of Konoha, I cannot gamble the entire village's safety. We cannot allow the land of the whirlpools to perish without assistance. Of course we must assist, but we must be strategic about it. Sarutobi concluded decisively. The typically reserved Shimura Danzo, who had remained unusually subdued, could not suppress a smirk at Sarutobi and Appo's words. From his understanding of Sarutobi, the so-called and Appo's strategic approach and Appo's simply meant withholding aid, all while cloaking it in eloquent language. Yet, refraining from aiding the land of the whirlpools aligned with Danzo's own interests, prompting him to voice his support for Hizashi's decision. I endorse Hizashi's proposal. We will amass forces at the borders, ready for action should the moment arise. Understanding passed between Hizashi and Danzo in a fleeting glance, suggesting they were of one mind. It seemed they were intent on pursuing this course together. Over the past 2 years, Hizashi's opposition to Danzo's formation of the route had waned significantly, with Tsunade Koha and Mito Kaze also lending their voices in agreement. Hizashi was on the verge of acquiescing. During their last discussion, Hizashi had rebuffed Danzo's reasoning, which rested on the village's financial constraints. However, with money as an excuse, the path to agreement was unobstructed. After all, matters easily resolved by wealth were trivial. Danzo's eyes were set on the wealth of the land of the whirlpools. From Hizashi's earlier expression, it was clear he shared this ambition. The strength of the land of the whirlpools was no trivial matter. It stood as the mightiest among the 5 great ninja villages. Coupled with its unique geography, any conflict would stretch supply lines thin and prove arduous for other villages. Without inflicting severe damage, they would not succeed in their endeavors. If Konoha chose its moment wisely and acted discreetly, it could secure the rewards of this conflict. The ultimate beneficiary of this war would be Konoha alone. The other villages might find themselves with nothing to show for their efforts. As for whether the other villages would take offense, what concern was that of Konoha and Appo's? Did they truly believe Konoha feared them? As long as they operated covertly, concealing their identities, how could they be implicated? Moreover, by the time the 4 great ninja villages suffered substantial losses, they would lack the capability to wage war against Konoha. Akiato Torif spoke rightly. The alliance among the 4 villages was tenuous at best. Should war erupt, they would inevitably fight for their own survival, perhaps even turning against one another. Sarutobi Hizashi would not be intimidated into retreat by mere verbal warnings from the 4 great ninja villages. For what future could he envision if he yielded now? However, the Konoha F4 had long coveted the wealth of the land of the whirlpools, and their silent understanding was palpable. After all, fortune favors the bold, and the dead do not concern themselves with the living. A day later, at the Tsunade household, Uzumaki Mito appeared somewhat despondent. She could hardly fathom that Sarutobi Hizashi and the others would truly abandon the land of the whirlpools in its hour of need, even planning to seize its accumulated wealth in a moment of weakness. Was this truly the extent of human depravity? Was the position of Hokage so corrupting that it could transform Sarutobi Hizashi into something unrecognizable? Allies, To Sarutobi Hizashi, allies were merely pawns on a chessboard. Uchiha Dan had been right. If this continued, Konoha would inevitably fall under Sarutobi Hizashi's rule. Previously, she had assumed Uchiha Dan's remarks stemmed from personal enmity. But now she realized they were prophetic. In this moment, Uzumaki Mito wished for nothing more than to turn back time 30 years, to fight alongside her peak strength. Yet, alas, she was now a mere shadow of her former self, powerless in the face of such circumstances. Lady Mito, do you have any plans? Akiato Torif, observing Mito's despondency, felt a surge of urgency and inquired. Sighing, Uzumaki Mito replied, Torif, summon my sister back immediately. And Dan, what time is it to be on a date? Akiato Torif winced at the thought of interrupting her sister during a romantic rendezvous. He knew well how fierce she could be, especially when it came to her love life. To disturb her at such a moment would surely lead to days of misery. Lady Mito, allow me to go instead. Beside him, the esteemed Hokage, Minato Namikazes, imparted his wisdom on the art of rope tree training. Instantly, the young shinobi cast a grateful glance towards Minato, realizing that he had once again been saved from peril. Truly, he was worthy of the title of my elder brother, Minato. Chapter 71. But I am here. Who says defeat is inevitable? In stark contrast to the somber expressions of others in the courtyard, Uchiha Dato, who had just returned, couldn't he help but smile after listening to Akidu Takakazi's account. Just as I suspected. Dato, did you foresee this situation? Akidu Takakazi inquired, astonished. Indeed. Before Dato could respond, Tsunade nodded first. In the past few days, Dato and I have analyzed the circumstances and concluded that Sarutobi Hiruzen is unlikely to support the land of whirlpools. He may even covertly seize the fruits of war. Tsunade's frustration bubbled over, dropping the honorific and addressing Hiruzen directly by name. Dato, do you have a plan? Uzumaki Mito's eyes brightened as she turned towards Uchiha Dato. She was well aware of her grandson-in-law's remarkable intellect. If he had made such a judgment, he surely possessed a solution. Yes, Dato affirmed without hesitation. Is there truly a way? Takakazi was taken aback. Can you persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to join the fray? Not at all. Dato shook his head. Hiruzen and Appo's stance represents not just himself, but the views of 3 others. Unless those 3 are struck by a sudden revelation or have their minds changed together, he will not alter his decision. Then what do you propose? Takakazi pressed, skeptical of Dato's assurances. You cannot mobilize the ninja forces without Hiruzen's knowledge, can you? Absolutely not. Dato emphatically denied. Hiruzen would never permit even a single soldier to enter the land of whirlpools, except perhaps at the moment of harvesting the fruits of war. What then? Is your proposed method? Takakazi questioned, having never interacted with Dato before, and thus doubting his claims. While others cannot participate in battle, there is someone who can. Who? Dato pointed to Tsunade. Tsunade can. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and Mito-sama, and she is also the sister of Kushina. Their familial ties to the Uzumaki clan are undeniable. If she were to represent her grandparents in battle, who would dare to contest that? That is feasible. But can just Tsunade alone? But I am here too. Dato interjected, cutting off Takakazi. Do you truly believe that the 2 of you can alter the outcome? We are up against a coalition of multiple nations. Even with the addition of you both, defeat is certain. Takakazi's irritation surfaced at Dato's seemingly frivolous attitude. Dato remained unfazed. Retorting, Uncle Takakazi, how about a wager? If I succeed, what will you do? If you can indeed achieve it, then Takakazi faltered, struggling to articulate a response. I don't know, just state your terms. If you can accomplish it, I will not hold back. Takakazi's mother-in-law was a ninja from the hidden whirlpool village. Though not of the Uzumaki clan, she had many connections there, which fueled his genuine desire to prevent calamity from befalling the land of whirlpools. This prompted him to advocate for military support at the high-level meeting, a departure from his usual stance. Uncle Takakazi, Dato smiled slightly, as a member of Konoha's upper echelon. You know well the discomfort of being marginalized by others, don't you? What do you mean? Takakazi frowned, perplexed. What I mean is that although you have been sidelined, you still hold a position of influence. You must be more aware than most of Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions over the years, Dato continued. I prefer straightforwardness. Takakazi expressed his confusion regarding Dato's indirectness. Then I shall be direct. Konoha requires transformation, a comprehensive overhaul from top to bottom. Therefore, should I succeed, I will need you to fully support Tsunade in her bid to become Hokage when the time comes. What? Takakazi exclaimed, his voice rising in astonishment. However, upon glancing at Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito, he reconsidered. It seemed somewhat acceptable after all. Tsunade, being the princess of Konoha, endorsed by the first Hokage and Mito, held an unparalleled status within the village. If anyone were to ascend to the position of Hokage without opposition, it would undoubtedly be her. It is worth noting that when Naruto sought Tsunade to return after 2 decades away from the village to assume the role of Hokage, he received overwhelming support from the majority. Such an event was almost unimaginable. Had it been anyone else, abandoning the village for 20 years, indifferent to its plight, and ruthlessly dismissing anyone who sought her, they would have been branded a rogue ninja long ago. Yet, to return and assume the mantle of Hokage, it was a fanciful notion. This also illustrated the unique nature of Tsunade's standing. Although her current prestige was not yet sufficient, if she were to truly shine in the land of whirlpools, even lead them to victory, her renown would soar to unprecedented heights. The path ahead would become increasingly logical. With Tsunade's rising stature, the reputations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies, who had neglected their closest allies in times of need, could suffer greatly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's public justification that he feared Konoha would be besieged by numerous adversaries and thus acted out of self-preservation would initially be understandable, even garnering support from the villagers. However, if the land of whirlpools were to triumph solely under Tsunade's leadership, without Konoha offering any support, then Hiruzen's pretext would become a laughingstock. The hidden whirlpool village, with capabilities far beneath Konoha's, would stand victorious against the ninja coalition, while Konoha, having contributed no soldiers, would appear cowardly. What else could it be but a farce? With a bit of manipulation, it would solidify the narrative of Sarutobi Hiruzen betraying his allies and revealing his inherent weakness. Although this single incident would not lead to his downfall, it could still chip away at his reputation, as even the grandest of fortresses can be breached by a mere ant-hole. As Uchiha Dato had articulated, Takakaze had grown increasingly intolerant of Hiruzen's actions over the years, and this time, he felt utterly disillusioned. I agree. Takakaze pondered for a moment before conceding. However, I hold no expectations. Merely adding the two of you to the mix will not suffice to defeat the coalition of multiple nations. It is sheer folly to think so. Uncle Takakaze, have you forgotten your own words? Dato reminded him. There is no formidable coalition. It is merely a disjointed assembly, fighting for their own interests. Even a trifling incentive could lead them to turn against one another. Moreover, you mentioned that their mobilized forces are not substantial. Given the strength of the land of whirlpools, as long as we can divide them and concentrate our superior forces, we can create scenarios where we outnumber them locally and overpower them. Who says defeat is inevitable? Furthermore, I possess a secret weapon at my disposal. Chapter 72, The Advantage is Mine, Striving for Research Funding for the Next Hour. Uchiha Duan elaborated in detail on his analysis of the war and strategies for combat to the group. He concluded that the most critical factor for victory in this battle lay in the complete disparity of intelligence. The strength of the Uzumaki clan is undeniably formidable. As long as they can consistently acquire accurate intelligence on the enemy in a timely manner, combined with effective coordination, the ninja armies of various nations, dispersed, disorganized, overconfident, and hampered by significant logistical issues, are not nearly as fearsome as rumored or imagined. Moreover, ninjas excel in small team operations, rarely engaging in large-scale simultaneous actions. If they can consistently encircle a squad with 2 smaller teams, while setting up ambushes in advance, the advantage will be theirs. Over the years, Uchiha Duan has conducted extensive research on the battles of the ninja world, discovering that the tactical philosophies of his instructors are universally admirable. Particularly, the concept of guerrilla warfare is exceptionally well suited to the ninja realm. After listening to Uchiha Duan's exposition, Uzumaki Mito experienced a moment of enlightenment, while Tsunade nodded frequently in agreement. Akimichi Choza was left speechless, utterly astonished by Uchiha Duan and Appo's brilliance. Thus, Uchiha Duan turned to Uzumaki Mito and inquired, "Grandmother, what weight do your words carry within the Uzumaki clan today? If we are to join the battle, they must unreservedly trust us from the very stage of war planning. Otherwise, should we hinder one another and lose the initiative, victory will become impossible." Although I have not returned to the Uzumaki clan for many years, I have maintained contact. Kushina was brought over at my suggestion, Uzumaki Mito replied. So I still have some influence, but to earn their complete trust, you may need to present something tangible. That is quite simple, Uchiha Duan asserted confidently. I have not idly spent this past year. It is time to present some of my lesser achievements. However, Tsunade appeared troubled. Duan, your current condition, the chakra you can mobilize, is limited, and I worry for your safety. Do not fret. I will not be on the battlefield or at the front lines. My role will be solely to gather intelligence and devise strategies. Uchiha Duan offered Tsunade a reassuring smile, gesturing toward his wristband. As long as I have sufficient chakra reserves, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique will not pose much of a problem. Besides, the land of whirlpools is not vast, so consumption will not be excessive. If my chakra runs low, I can simply request assistance from the Uzumaki ninjas. Uchiha Duan and Appo's extensive discourse was aimed at informing Uzumaki Mito on how to communicate with the Uzumaki clan, as well as demonstrating something substantial. Otherwise, Uzumaki Mito would never allow Tsunade to partake in the conflict. While she was indeed concerned about the land of whirlpools, she was equally apprehensive for Tsunade and Appo's safety. If it were a matter of certain death, she would rather fight with her own frail body than consent to Tsunade's involvement in this war. However, with a decision made, the outward maneuvering could be entrusted to Uzumaki Mito. Although she held no real power, her presence commanded respect. Even if it were merely for appearances, no one would dare disregard her. Uchiha Duan and Tsunade could then focus entirely on confronting the war. Once their discussions concluded, Uzumaki Mito promptly conveyed messages to the higher-ups of the land of whirlpools, intending to engage in thorough communication. Uchiha Duan and Tsunade proceeded to the underground research facility. The research area consisted of 2 levels, divided into 8 zones. However, there was an additional underground level, equal in size to the upper 2 floors, which served solely as a storage space. Duan, did you foresee that the land of whirlpools would face such calamity? Orochimaru inquired, astonished, as he surveyed the strategic reserve warehouse occupying a quarter of the area. I am not that prophetic, Uchiha Duan replied, shaking his head in denial. Though he had indeed anticipated this turn of events, he would never admit it. As he sorted through military rations, healing ointments, antidotes, and various equipment, he continued, originally, I intended to present these resources to help Tsunade once she became Hokage. Is this not a fortuitous moment? I plan to test my strategies in the land of whirlpools and validate many tactical possibilities in my mind. Should war arise in Konoha in the future, these experiences will prove invaluable. This is our year and Appo's worth of supplies. Orochimaru lamented, clearly reluctant to see them depleted. Since when did you become so miserly? Uchiha Duan remarked incredulously. I never noticed this side of you before. Are you really in a position to comment? Orochimaru retorted. Realizing that since these supplies were not his creation, Uchiha Duan was unconcerned about their loss. Did we not establish a small automated production line? You only labored for 4 months. Is this truly how you speak? Orochimaru was left speechless, realizing that these were the fruits of his labor. And do not fret over these jars. Trust me, as long as we assist the land of whirlpools in achieving victory, the benefits we will reap will far exceed this. Weren't you recently lamenting that your research funding was insufficient? I will repay you 2-fold, 3-fold. Orochimaru interjected, raising 3 fingers decisively. Agreed. Uchiha Duan readily acquiesced. While he claimed to repay Orochimaru, the resources were still his. He merely provided Orochimaru with a measure of comfort. Orochimaru understood that he was merely venting his frustrations while seeking reassurance for his efforts. However, Tsunade soon voiced her concerns. But how do we transport all of this? Storage scrolls are of low technological complexity, Orochimaru boasted, licking his lips. Through our research, the production cost of storage scrolls has been significantly reduced. Thus, we can produce as many as needed without concern for shortages. Over the past year, Orochimaru had become notably more active, primarily due to Uchiha Duan's relentless demands. Yet, Uchiha Duan's superior research capabilities compelled Orochimaru to acquiesce. Consequently, he had grown accustomed to sparring verbally with Uchiha Duan, finding that expressing his emotions and engaging in debate only enhanced his creativity. Having previously been so withdrawn due to a lack of understanding from others, he now found himself supported and guided by a colleague who comprehended his thoughts. This newfound sense of fulfillment left him utterly astounded. For the next hour, Uchiha Duan emptied the entire warehouse of supplies, leaving behind a collection of spacious storage scrolls on the shelves. However, he initially intended to transport only a quarter of the resources as the first batch of support supplies. As this initial batch was depleted, he would retrieve another, and so forth. The rationale behind this strategy was that if he transported all the resources at once, he would receive little gratitude in return and might raise suspicions regarding his intentions. To elicit genuine appreciation and secure substantial future funding, he needed to employ a strategic approach. In pursuit of research funding for the long term, Uchiha Duan was resolute. In any case, he possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, and the Land of Waves is not distant. He can return to retrieve it at any moment. Chapter 73, The Gathering Storm. The fastest man in the ninja world. 3 days later, Vortex Mito had completed discussions with the clan leader of the Vortex clan, Vortex Amina. Upon learning that Konoha did not intend to intervene in the war in the Land of Whirlpools, Vortex Amina felt a tumult of sorrow and indignation. For many years, he had made considerable contributions to Konoha. The protective formation of Konoha was established with his assistance, and he had even imparted the method of setting up formations to them. Whenever there was a need for sealing, he had always rushed over at Konoha's call, eager to assist and teach, fearing that his efforts might not suffice and thus disappoint his allies. Consequently, he had gained considerable fame in Konoha, revered as the founder of Konoha's sealing techniques. Yet now, while Konoha remained unperturbed, his heart felt the chill of betrayal. At a time when the ninja world united to assault the Land of Whirlpools, Konoha had chosen to abandon them. Was this a sign that the heavens sought to doom the Land of Whirlpools? How could such a small border nation like theirs warrant the collective assault of the entire ninja world? Was the establishment of a ninja nation truly so intolerable? However, upon learning that Vortex Mito would personally send his granddaughter Tsunade, accompanied by a substantial supply of strategic materials, Vortex Amina sincerely expressed his gratitude. After all, his cousin was far more reliable than the infamous Sarutobi Hiruzen. 2 days later, Tsunade and Uchiha Dan arrived at the hidden village of Uzumaki in the Land of Whirlpools. Unlike typical nations, the Land of Whirlpools had not submitted to the rule of a feudal lord. Rather, the hidden village of Uzumaki governed itself, marking a pioneering moment in ninja nationhood. In other words, the leader of the hidden village, Vortex Amina, was also the leader of the Land of Whirlpools. Unlike other countries where the village leader was the Hokage and the national administrator was the feudal lord, this distinction might explain why so many sought to attack the Land of Whirlpools without a voice to speak on their behalf. If everyone emulated the Land of Whirlpools, what place would the feudal lords have? Such behavior was deemed rebellious in the eyes of the feudal lords, who not only failed to intervene but also covertly encouraged and supported the attacks. This was one of the reasons why the various ninja villages were so eager to participate. Upon meeting Tsunade, Vortex Amina rarely displayed a gentle smile, while the other high-ranking members of the hidden village of Uzumaki were exceedingly warm. Tsunade had garnered a resounding reputation over the past year, hailed as Konoha's foremost medical ninja and unparalleled healer. Countless individuals traveled great distances to seek her medical expertise. The role of a medical ninja on the battlefield could not be overstated. Tsunade alone could significantly enhance the survival rates of the entire Uzumaki village's ninjas. Furthermore, Vortex Mito had mentioned that Tsunade brought with her a wealth of strategic supplies. "Uncle, this is not the place for conversation," Tsunade said after the pleasantries were exchanged. "Please find a private chamber so we may discuss matters in detail." Of course, Vortex Amina promptly led the way. Accompanying him were 2 elders from the Uzumaki village, one named Vortex Yuichi and the other Vortex Yen. Despite their warm demeanor, the masked Uchiha Dan could sense the deep-seated worries within them. To their minds, no matter how skilled Tsunade was, she was but one person. Even with abundant supplies, it could only prolong their struggle. It would not decisively alter the course of the war. Their enthusiasm stemmed from their gratitude, yet they all harbored a pessimistic outlook regarding the war's outcome. Although the conflict had yet to officially commence, its result was all but predictable. Nevertheless, the ninjas of the hidden village, particularly those of the Uzumaki clan, displayed no signs of fear. Instead, they exhibited a resolute determination, unyielding in the face of death. The Uzumaki clan, akin to the Uchiha clan, possessed an inherent pride and would rather die than submit in times of crisis. "Tsunade, who is this?" Vortex Amina inquired, noticing Uchiha Dan following them into the private chamber. He was somewhat troubled, as Vortex Mito had not mentioned anyone else would accompany Tsunade. Furthermore, Uchiha Dan's concealed identity and mysterious demeanor caused Vortex Amina's anxiety to flare. "Allow me to introduce him," Tsunade smiled. "This is my fiancé Uchiha Dan, and he is the main force behind this support. He is here to lead the Land of Whirlpools to victory in this war." Uchiha Dan removed his mask and nodded in greeting to the group. However, His sensing ability lingered on Vortex Yuichi. And upon perceiving the awkwardness that washed over Vortex Yuichi upon seeing his face, Uchiha Dan suddenly chuckled. Elder Yuichi, what is this? Don't you recognize me? From a distance, Uchiha Dan had sensed a familiar aura from Vortex Yuichi, certain that they had met before. However, as a doctor who had encountered numerous patients over the past 7 years, it was impossible to remember each one. Thus, he had not immediately recognized Vortex Yuichi. Yet, as soon as Vortex Yuichi exhibited embarrassment, Uchiha Dan recalled their encounter. This was the very individual who had sought him out 5 years ago in Konoha for a rather delicate issue, presenting himself as Vortex Makoto. After all, the striking red hair of the Uzumaki clan was hard to forget, especially considering the age of the man who sought assistance for his sensitive condition. Indeed, men only behave themselves when they find themselves hanging on the wall, Uchiha Dan mused. Didon the doctor? Vortex Yuichi gulped, forcing a smile. It's been so long. Indeed, it has been quite a while. It feels like just yesterday. Cough. Vortex Yuichi quickly interrupted Uchiha Dan, hastily inquiring, how did you recognize me? Dr. Dan? In saying this, Vortex Yuichi waved his hand in front of Uchiha Dan's ribbon, astonished. How could a blind man recognize him? Was it his voice? No. How could Dan have gone blind? Wasn't he fine 5 years ago? Have you two met? Vortex Amina asked, observing their peculiar exchange. A brief encounter. Vortex Yuichi quickly clarified. Actually, it's nothing too secretive. Uchiha Dan chuckled. Elder Yuichi consulted me for medical advice. I see. Vortex Amina understood the situation but did not probe further. Instead, he inquired, Dr. Dan, Tsunade mentioned you are here to lead us to victory in this war. Could you elaborate? Allow me to reintroduce myself. Uchiha Dan proclaimed with utmost confidence. I am Uchiha Dan, the foremost sensing ninja in the ninja world. The foremost sensing ninja? At the same time, I am also the leading medical ninja in the entire ninja realm. Uchiha Dan continued his introduction. Upon hearing this, the others turned to Tsunade, seemingly seeking her confirmation. Tsunade nodded with a smile, adding, half of my medical ninjutsu was taught to me by Dan. The three of them collectively gasped in astonishment. What a talent! Of course, I am also the fastest man in the ninja world. Uchiha Dan declared once more. Chapter 74 3 Gifts Uchiha Dan declared. I am indeed the fastest man in the entire ninja world. He continued, but suddenly recalled something. I mean in terms of speed, so please do not misunderstand. Tsunade couldn't help but stifle a laugh in this otherwise serious setting. Uchiha Dan regretted not being blind, then displayed his Byakugan at Tsunade. Don't you know how fast I am? Who is it that begs for mercy so readily? Little one, you won't escape my wrath when we return. Dr. Dan, you. The trio from the Uzumaki clan gazed at Uchiha Dan as if he were a monster. If all of this were true, then Uchiha Dan was indeed formidable. Everyone, don't just stand there, please take a seat. Uchiha Dan urged as he pulled Tsunade to sit down first. What I said about leading the land of Whirlpool to victory in war is no mere empty promise. For this purpose, I have prepared 3 gifts. The first gift. Uchiha Dan turned to Tsunade and nodded at her. Understanding his cue, Tsunade retrieved 10 large storage scrolls and opened one, instantly filling half the room with various supplies. These are the military pills, a new type of medication I have developed, Uchiha Dan explained as he handed her a bottle of pills. These pills are currently unavailable on the market. Even in Konoha they are classified. The military pills not only stave off hunger but also rapidly restore physical strength and chakra. With a recovery rate approximately 3 times that of the standard soldier's rations, and they have no side effects. I have even tailored the flavor. Consuming them long-term poses no issue, and they may even gradually enhance physical fitness. These 2 types are the Konoha white medicine and the Konoha black medicine. The white medicine is for external application, while the black medicine is for internal use. The white medicine can not only stop bleeding and relieve pain, but it also prevents infection and can improve wound recovery speed by at least 30%. For those with compatible physiques, recovery can be enhanced by 50%. The internal black medicine is 3 times more effective than the white medicine, and when used together, their effects are amplified. I will not detail all the various healing drugs and antidotes specifically made for Tsunade. The labels on the bottles provide the necessary explanations for your perusal. Are you satisfied with my first gift? Uzumaki Arena and the 2 elders exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. They had anticipated that the so-called strategic supplies would merely consist of weaponry or food. After all, The supplies were provided under Uzumaki Suebu and Appo's personal name. Given the lack of cooperation from Konoha's high command, they believed that acquiring these was already their limit. However, these items were treasures that could hardly be sought after by other ninja villages. Uzumaki Arena's confidence surged significantly, and this was only the first gift. 2 more awaited. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, Uchiha Duan suddenly interrupted their excitement. But, I must confess, this batch of supplies was provided by my research institute for Konoha, and now, in order to support our allies, I have secretly appropriated them. You must assist me in return. Dr. Duan, what do you require? Uzumaki Arena assured him. We will help in any way we can. This batch of supplies is due to be delivered to Konoha's logistics department for storage at the beginning of next month. Since they are strategic reserve supplies, my appropriation of them could cause significant trouble if not handed over on time. However, the funding and materials provided by the village for the production of these medicines have already been exhausted, leaving me in quite a predicament, so I asked for your assistance. Tsunade, overhearing Uchiha Duan's request, was rendered speechless. The village had no knowledge of these items, suggesting he intended to take advantage of them. However, if Uchiha Duan were aware of her thoughts, he would surely deem her naive, for such trifles were hardly worth his attention. Would this be acceptable? Uzumaki Arena quickly suggested. We currently cannot think of a good solution for the medicinal materials, as the war is about to commence, and gathering them will be quite difficult. You may need to devise a solution yourself. However, we will immediately provide funding for purchasing the medicinal materials, ensuring you can resume production without hardship. That would be splendid. Uchiha Duan replied with a sigh of relief, handing Uzumaki Arena a scroll detailing the prices of each type of medicinal material and pill. Uzumaki Arena accepted the scroll with some trepidation, and the other 2 elders immediately gathered around to look. As they perused the contents, their expressions shifted to one of bewilderment. Initially, they had feared Uchiha Duan would demand exorbitant prices, yet the reality was the complete opposite. The funds he requested were surprisingly modest. For instance, the military pills were priced at merely 3 times that of the standard soldier's rations. The Konoha white medicine was 6 times that of ordinary external healing medicines. And the Konoha black medicine was 2 times that of typical internal healing medicines. However, should these items be sold on the market, they would undoubtedly fetch prices tenfold due to their exceptional efficacy, particularly in life or death situations. Dr. Duan, did you make an error? Uzumaki Arena inquired, perplexed. I am a scientist. How could I possibly make such a basic mistake? Uchiha Duan replied, clearly displeased. No. I mean, are you sure this is the right amount? Uzumaki Arena clarified. Am I asking for too little that you are dissatisfied? Uchiha Duan feigned exasperation. I am Tsunade and Appo's fiancé, and my grandmother specifically instructed me that we are here to assist. We are all practically family. True feelings reveal themselves in times of crisis. Is this not how it should be? Uzumaki Arena's usually composed demeanor was visibly moved, while the other 2 elders were nearly brought to tears. They genuinely believed this was the cost price, as the land of Whirlpool also produced soldiers' rations and understood the costs involved. Typically, soldiers' rations were seldom purchased, serving as a reserve during times of war when supplies ran low. The rations were notoriously unpalatable and could cause adverse effects if consumed excessively. Thus, during peacetime, ninja preferred regular meals when possible, resorting to rations only in dire situations. Due to low sales, there was little incentive to profit from them. Thus, their cost was effectively equivalent to their selling price, garnering only minimal profit. The military pills, being significantly more effective, undoubtedly required more precious materials. So a price of 3 times that of soldiers' rations was indeed the cost price. Seeing Uzumaki Arena's reaction, Uchiha Duan felt a sense of satisfaction. The military pills were merely an improved version of soldiers' rations, designed to appease Konoha's high command. They were simply crafted by removing a few ingredients and adding unexpected ones, enhancing their efficacy while eliminating side effects. The cost remained not just unchanged, but even lower. While claiming it was the cost price, it was not entirely dishonest, as research expenses must be accounted for. Although I did not invest much time, my appearances as Uchiha Duan come at a high cost. Science and technology are the foremost productive forces. Ancient wisdom holds true. After enduring daily demands from Kirin Kashin to develop pharmaceuticals, there have been undeniable benefits. To showcase my value further, it would not be an exaggeration to say my depth of knowledge in pharmacology is unparalleled. You are indeed correct, Uzumaki Arena exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, you have provided us with such substantial help. We must express our gratitude. Dear clan leader, there is no need for such formalities. As I have said, we are practically family. By rights, I should be calling you uncle. It is I who am at fault. It is I who am at fault. The swirling vortex of remorse enveloped Lu Ming as he urgently engaged in self-reflection. Nevertheless, his desire to repay the kindness he received grew ever more fervent. Uchiha Duan, what a noble soul. Chapter 75, a great gift if you do not mind. You may call me uncle from now on, just as Tsunade does. This way, it does not seem so distant, Uzumaki Lumine suggested, skillfully shifting the topic without revisiting the matter of repayment. Uncle, exclaimed Uzumaki Lumine with a radiant smile. Beneath their cordial exchanges, both parties harbored ulterior motives. Uchiha Dan, while feigning selflessness, secretly envisioned that once the war concluded, as an influential figure, it would not be unreasonable to expect a substantial monetary reward from a wealthy nation. Conversely, Uzumaki Lumine believed that by addressing him as uncle, Uchiha Dan would be more inclined to assist her earnestly. Uncle, that was merely the first gift. I have a second gift as well, Uchiha Dan declared, retrieving another scroll from his possession, from which he produced a peculiar contraption resembling a hat and a spherical device the size of a grinding stone. What is this, Dan? Uzumaki Yu inquired with perplexity. This hat is a sensory amplifier, and this large sphere is a sensory receiver. Given my limited personal capabilities, I cannot be present on the front lines. After much consideration, I concluded that the best way to assist you is by gathering intelligence. However, even with my remarkable sensory abilities, I cannot perceive the entirety of the land of whirlpools nor maintain constant awareness. Therefore, I will create numerous clones that can exist for extended periods, equipped with sensory amplifiers, and discreetly place them at designated locations. The signals from the sensory amplifiers can transmit information to one another, allowing all intelligence to be relayed back to the sensory receiver. In this manner, I will be able to sense the entire territory of the land of whirlpools. I will receive the gathered intelligence within this chamber and convey it to you promptly. Uchiha Dan refrained from delving into intricate explanations, sharing only the essential functions, as the complexities would likely be lost on others. Yet, even this singular capability was enough to ignite excitement in anyone. Is that true? Uzumaki Lumine asked, her enthusiasm palpable. Intelligence. The war hinges on intelligence. With timely and accurate information, they could indeed triumph in a seemingly unequal conflict. The land of whirlpools possessed a secret technique known as the Divine Kagura Hard Eye. By activating this technique, a ninja could perceive unusual activities within a radius of several dozen kilometers with closed eyes. If a specific chakra signature was present, they could pinpoint the exact location, movements, and even the number, characteristics, and speed of the enemy. In times of peril, they could conceal their own chakra and detect if others were lying by sensing their chakra. This technique was extraordinarily advantageous on the battlefield. However, to sense the entirety of the land of whirlpools remained a fanciful dream. Thus, the gift brought by Uchiha Dan was of immense value. Without a doubt, Uchiha Dan affirmed with a smile. Uzumaki Lumine and the two elders felt their breaths quicken. A tremendous gift indeed. This was not only a significant present, but also a profound favor. If the Uzumaki clan could survive this dire predicament, they would not hesitate to follow Uchiha Dan's lead in the future. This is the third gift. Uchiha Dan revealed yet another device. A radio equipped with a headset and signal receiver. Uchiha Dan found it rather absurd that the world of ninjas had deviated so far in terms of technological advancement. All technological products seem to exist independently from a cohesive system. Is this a radio? Yes, and it has been modified by me for enhanced stability. It can facilitate real-time communication throughout the land of whirlpools via the sensory amplifiers. Another groundbreaking development. While the ninja world already possesses radios, the technology limits their range. A radio capable of real-time communication across the entire land of whirlpools. If they can obtain intelligence promptly through the sensory amplifiers and receivers, and relay commands through the radio, they truly stand a chance in this war. The so-called Ninja Alliance is nothing more than a disorganized mob. Once they enter the land of whirlpools, they will likely fight amongst themselves over plunder. With proper strategy, victory is attainable. The glances exchanged between Uzumaki Lumine and the others towards Uchiha Dan transformed entirely. He was a man who brought them hope. However, Uncle, I must present a few requests. Feel free to speak, Uzumaki Lumine assured, pounding his chest confidently. Such a generous gift without any stipulations would have made him feel pressured. Having requests would instead provide him with reassurance. As long as they were reasonable, he would certainly comply. My first request is that matters concerning me must remain strictly confidential, both now and in the future. Aside from the three of you, no one else should be informed. This is a golden opportunity for fame in the ninja world, Uzumaki Lumine urged. Uncle, fame is as fleeting as clouds to me. Uchiha Dan replied dismissively. Very well. Each has their own aspirations. Uzumaki Lumine supported Uchiha Dan's decision. My second request is that I wish for Tsunade to gain renown. She will enter the battlefield to assist the wounded and engage in combat. I hope you will grant her the title of battlefield commander. Of course, she will not be responsible for actual command. The true command center will be here, consisting of you, the elders, and myself. However, the credit must be attributed to Tsunade. Moreover, you should tirelessly promote her, even if it means allowing everyone to believe that she alone turned the tide of the battle. That is simple. Uzumaki Lumine agreed without hesitation. Having lived for over 60 years, he had seen through many things. It was merely a matter of superficial fame. What did it matter compared to the survival of the nation? Furthermore, they were wary of drawing too much attention. The title would bring trouble to anyone who bore it. And arguably, only Tsunade could shoulder such a burden. My third request, and the final one, Uchiha Dan began. Konoha will not send aid this time. Instead, they will amass troops at the borders, seeking opportunities to plunder the accumulated resources and wealth of the land of whirlpools over the years. What? Uzumaki Lumine sprang to his feet, incredulity etched across his face as he stared at Uchiha Dan. How dare Sarutobi Hiruzen do such a thing? How could he? The very thought nearly drove Uzumaki Lumine to his demise. Tsunade, is what Dan said true? The absurdity of the statement compelled Uzumaki Lumine to seek confirmation from Tsunade. Uncle, I regret to inform you that it is true, Tsunade sighed. This was not merely speculation from Uchiha Dan, but a revelation made by Akimichi Torifumi during the meeting. Such a good ally. Uzumaki Lumine paced the chamber, his gaze icy, as if he could devour Sarutobi Hiruzen whole. The years of hard work dedicated to Konoha. Even at nearly 70, he was still ready to respond at a moment's notice. Uzumaki Lumine felt as though all his goodwill had been fed to the dogs. A pack of ungrateful wolves. After a long silence, Uzumaki Lumine managed to suppress his fury and asked, Dan, what is your final request? My last request is that after the war concludes, regardless of how Sarutobi Hiruzen attempts to mend relations, you must not comply. Instead, you should continuously defame him publicly, making it impossible for him to shake off the stigma. Furthermore, you must openly state that only when Tsunade becomes Hokage will the land of whirlpools consider reconciling with Konoha. Agreed. I accept. Uzumaki Lumine nodded emphatically. Even without your urging, I intended to do so. Sarutobi Hiruzen deserves it. All three requests were reasonable, even trivial in nature. As for leveraging public opinion to elevate Tsunade, this is precisely what Uzumaki Namikazes hopes to witness. It is undoubtedly a win-win situation. Upon receiving the supplies, Uzumaki Namikazes promptly instructed Uzumaki Yuichi, ensure that all monetary equivalents for the supplies are dispatched immediately. Given this assistance, we must not allow him to face difficulties. He still needs to arrange for the procurement of materials for these supplies and expedite production. The funds must be in place without delay. Understood. During the wait for the funds to arrive, Uchiha Dan inquired, Uncle, what is the current situation in the Land of Waves? What are the movements of the major ninja villages? Chapter 76. The movements of various shinobi villages and war preparations in the Land of Whirlpools. A palpable sense of panic prevails. Uzumaki Akimi lamented the situation, stating that regarding the major shinobi villages, the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village have united their forces and gathered on an island to the east of the Land of Whirlpools, poised to launch an assault at any moment. The total number of ninjas is approximately 3,000. Due to geographical constraints and distance, the ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Stone Village are still some way off from the Land of Whirlpools. However, since Konoha has rejected their request for passage, the Hidden Sand Village has opted for a maritime route and has already reached the Land of Tea, where they are currently preparing. The Hidden Stone Village is traversing through the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, also intending to take the sea route to the Land of Tea to rendezvous with the Hidden Sand Village. The two major shinobi villages are thus set to gather in the Land of Tea before jointly proceeding by sea to the Land of Whirlpools. Their landing point is expected to be the southwestern port of the Land of Whirlpools, though the exact location remains uncertain, with a similar ninja count of around 3,000. What of the other shinobi villages? Uchiha Deitetsu inquired further. A coalition comprising the ninja villages from the Land of Grass, the Land of Rain, the Land of Birds, and the Land of Waterfalls has formed, with a total of about 2,000 ninjas, seeking to take advantage of the chaos. The Land of Rain, leading this coalition, accounts for half of the ninjas involved. However, they do not wish to confront the four major shinobi villages directly. According to intelligence, the four major shinobi villages are not inclined to allow them to profit from this situation, leading to this spontaneous action. Thus, they have chosen a route through the Land of Iron, the Land of Sound, and the Land of Hot Water before heading south by sea, currently resting in the Land of Waves. Upon hearing of the movements of these nations, Uchiha Deitetsu was astonished at their audacity. The allure of profit is indeed compelling. Uzumaki Akimi sighed, reflecting on how well the Land of Whirlpools has developed over the years. Aided by frequent assistance with sealing techniques for various nations and numerous collaborations with Konoha, undoubtedly reaping substantial rewards. With Konoha, our steadfast ally, contemplating the devouring of our very flesh, what can we expect from the other shinobi villages? They seek to enrich themselves while simultaneously undermining Konoha. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Uzumaki Akimi expressed the current state of affairs in one breath, not forgetting to critique Konoha. Uchiha Deitetsu retorted, "Yet the greatest advantage still lies with Konoha. After all, those closest to the water enjoy the moonlight first. Once the conflict intensifies, they will swiftly enter the fray to reap the rewards." Humph, a fool's dream. Uzumaki Akimi's gaze turned cold. "Uncle, are so many nations merely borrowing passage? Especially the Land of Iron, which has always prided itself on its neutrality. Alas, the consensus within the shinobi world has become one of subjugating the Land of Whirlpools, with even the daimyos covertly supporting such endeavors. Those who fail to provide support during this critical time will inevitably become targets of scorn, who would dare provoke ill fate. It is fortunate that these nations, which have granted passage, have not joined the battle." Uchiha Deitetsu scoffed. "They must have soldiers to engage, yet collectively, these nations can scarcely muster a handful of shinobi. Do they truly believe they can opportunistically seize the spoils? If they fail to gain anything, it would indeed be a calamity. They are not so foolish." Indeed, Uzumaki Akimi chuckled. "It appears that everyone views our Land of Whirlpools as a delectable dish, eager to take their bites. They probably never considered that this war could result in defeat. Perhaps no one has thought of that." Uchiha Deitetsu laughed. "After all, they face nearly 3 times our forces. Moreover, given the distance they have traveled, resupplying will be exceedingly challenging. The troops they send will undoubtedly be elite, intent on swift resolution." "Uncle, I have some thoughts regarding this war. Please, share them." For the next several hours, Uchiha Deitetsu, integrating the intelligence provided by Uzumaki Akimi, offered numerous constructive suggestions for the impending conflict. Through repeated discussions, they established the tone of the war and determined the strategic direction. Subsequently, as Uzumaki Akimi issued command after command, the entire Whirlpool village plunged into a state of tense preparation. The preparations for war consist of 3 components. First, a strategy of fortification to deny other nations the opportunity to profit from the conflict. Upon receiving notification, all citizens of the Land of Whirlpools promptly organized their assets. They deposited all their money into banks, which shinobi then transported to the Whirlpool village. All valuable items were consolidated, ready for immediate evacuation, while those that could not be taken were hidden away in secret locations. Once the order for relocation was given, everyone was to carry lightweight possessions and sufficient rations, gathering at the Whirlpool village under the protection of shinobi. Temporary camps have already begun to be erected outside the Whirlpool village to accommodate everyone during wartime. Although the Land of Whirlpools is not large, the migration is a significant undertaking. However, with shinobi escorting, it is certainly feasible. As for the assets that cannot be moved, those that can be destroyed will be destroyed, and all food that cannot be transported will be poisoned and disposed of post-war. Secondly, Uchiha Deitetsu has created many spiritual wood clones equipped with sensory amplifiers, which have arrived at designated locations marked on the map and concealed themselves. Simultaneously, They continue to dispatch operatives abroad to gather intelligence on the movements of other shinobi villages. Thirdly, there is the dispatching of shinobi and the arrangement of traps. Before the war even begins, waves of shinobi have already set out, equipped with marching pills, healing salves, and gear, to establish multiple traps along the essential routes to various shinobi villages. The shinobi are organized in groups of 10, each group carrying a wireless communication device. After setting their traps, they will regroup and await further orders. Once the war commences, these forces will employ every means at their disposal, including traps, to impede the enemy's advance without engaging in direct confrontation. The traps set in advance are prepared for this purpose. The next step involves sowing discord among the coalition of shinobi. The 8,000-strong shinobi coalition, nearly 3 times the number of ninjas in the Whirlpool village, seems daunting at first glance. However, Uchiha Deitetsu perceives it as manageable. Intelligence reveals that the atmosphere for attacking the land of whirlpools has long been cultivated, and public opinion has been rife with speculation for years. Yet, the 4 major shinobi villages have bickered for over a year without reaching any consensus or willingness to compromise. In truth, each of the 4 major villages desires to act independently. Such a substantial prize is best enjoyed alone. However, they cannot proceed without overcoming Konoha. To intimidate Konoha, they must use the shinobi coalition as a fade, with everyone contributing troops. Even if Konoha remains indifferent, no other shinobi village would permit any single village to monopolize such immense benefits. Yet, should they proceed with the coalition, a dilemma arises. After vanquishing the land of whirlpools, how shall they divide the spoils? While many have considered equal distribution, war invariably incurs losses. Some villages will inevitably suffer more than others. If losses are evenly distributed, those who incur lesser losses will be pleased, while those suffering more will resist. Significant losses imply a weakening of one's village, necessitating strategies for recovery. The relationships among the shinobi villages have always been adversarial, with conflict potentially erupting at any moment. Whether due to the weakening of their own village or the strengthening of another, such outcomes are universally undesirable. After all, once the land of whirlpools is obliterated, everyone must continue their existence. Some have suggested that villages with smaller losses should compensate those with larger losses. Yet, this raises another conundrum. How does one determine the magnitude of losses? And once defined, how should compensation be rendered? Post-war, should a certain rogue village conceal half its ninjas and claim devastating casualties, demanding compensation from others, would they be obliged to comply? It could easily be a ruse for extortion. Similarly, aside from losses, there exists the matter of merit. Some villages will accrue more accolades than others. Why should those with significant contributions be treated the same as those with minor ones? If we were to allocate rewards based on merit, how would we even define the magnitude of contributions? It raises numerous questions. Chapter 77. The initial strike on the Hidden Mist village and the whispers of Konoha. Moreover, there was not a single leader among the various ninja villages who could be regarded as an easy adversary. The immensely domineering 3rd Reikage, the exceedingly obstinate 3rd Tsuchikage, the poverty-stricken 3rd Kazekage, and the 3rd Mizukage, who was under the control of Uchiha Madara and had no say in matters. Eventually, unable to contain themselves any longer, they all unified under a singular notion, one that was far from altruistic. That is, anything, be it money, precious metals, resources, sealing technique scrolls, or even populace, would belong to whoever seized it first. This implied that once they entered the land of whirlpools, all ninja villages would be in competition with one another. Not only would collaboration be impossible, but mutual suspicion and vigilance would also reign supreme. Coupled with the historical grievances and enmities among the ninja villages, even a slight glimpse of profit would lead to a swift escalation of tensions. If both sides were led by individuals with a clear mind, negotiations might ensue. However, should tempers flare, direct confrontation was highly probable, since the mantra was whoever seizes it, owns it. The enemies consumed by greed and fighting among themselves were indeed easy to handle. After all, the ninjas of the Hidden Whirlpool village were far from defenseless, particularly those from the Uzumaki clan. There was little to be done. Their racial talents rendered them formidable. Uchiha Daku's only concern was the escalation of war. Should the great ninja villages suffer significant losses and, in their fury, continue to send reinforcements, that would pose a real challenge. The land of whirlpools was not afraid of battle. It was the endless cycle of warfare that was truly daunting. For once war erupted, the land of whirlpools would inevitably suffer grievously. 3 days later, the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village were the first to arrive in the land of whirlpools. However, they landed at different ports, the Hidden Cloud Village on the northern shore and the Hidden Mist Village on the eastern front. The division of forces was due to intelligence reports indicating that the two villages had nearly come to blows at the last moment because they could not come to an agreement. To prevent an escalation of conflict, they opted to separate and pursue their own objectives. Nevertheless, upon their arrival, the ninjas from both villages chose to establish a camp along the coast instead of launching an immediate attack. Daku, what are your thoughts? Uzumaki Rumina. Noticing the change in Uchiha Daku's expression after a long period of perception, inquired quickly. Uchiha Daku took a map and marked 2 locations, stating, "The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village have nearly simultaneously landed, each with about 1,500 ninjas. The Hidden Cloud Village is positioned here in the north, while the Hidden Mist Village is located here in the east." He pointed to the map, providing a clear response. As we anticipated, they did not attack immediately, but chose to camp in place. Uchiha Daku then reiterated the details of their troop strengths. As expected, these ninja villages are all afraid of being the first to take action, each seeking to contribute less while reaping greater rewards. Uzumaki Rumina scoffed. But this is advantageous. Our first phase of the plan can proceed smoothly. Daku, who shall we strike first? It matters not, but the Hidden Cloud Village's temper is explosive. If we decimate this group, they are likely to send reinforcements immediately. Thus, for the first phase, we should focus on instilling fear in them. My suggestion is to strike the Hidden Mist Village first. Understood. Uzumaki Rumina promptly picked up the radio and adjusted the frequency. Connecting to the Eastern Theater. This is the command center. I am Uzumaki Rumina. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village have landed at the White Water Beach on the eastern coast, totaling 1,500 individuals, currently setting up camp. Among them are 22 elite jonin, 52 special jonin, 320 chunin, with the remainder being genin. Relay this information and initiate the planned evacuation of the remaining citizens along the eastern coast. All ninjas in the Eastern Theater, according to the predetermined strategy. Lure the enemy deeper, utilizing geographic advantages, traps, and ambushes to eliminate as many enemy combatants as possible, while also attempting to neutralize their intelligence personnel. Having spent 3 days together, Uzumaki Rumina had also adopted Uchiha Daku's distinctive manner of expression. Yet, it must be said, this method of communication was indeed precise, and he had embraced Daku's suggestions for delineating temporary battle zones for ease of command. After closing the communication, Uzumaki Rumina adjusted the frequency once more, connecting to the Northern Theater. This is the command center. I am Uzumaki Rumina, regarding the Hidden Cloud Village. Subsequently, Uzumaki Rumina issued 3 consecutive orders, then turned to Uzumaki Yu, instructing, "You are to lead the reinforcement troops and advance eastward at full speed. Upon reaching the designated location, await further instructions." In the past 3 days, Uchiha Daku and the higher-ups of the Hidden Whirlpool Village had formulated numerous strategies. The aim was to ensure that they could make immediate adjustments in response to any developments. Once Uzumaki Yu departed, Uzumaki Rumina settled back into his seat, slowly closing his eyes. War was upon them. Meanwhile, as the land of whirlpools actively prepared for battle, Konoha was not at peace either. The atmosphere throughout the village had turned exceedingly strange. Shortly after Tsunade and Uchiha Daku left Konoha, rumors began to circulate within the village. These rumors involved 2 individuals. One pertained to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. For many years, the land of whirlpools and Konoha had maintained an exceptionally close alliance, and Uzumaki Rumina held a significant reputation in Konoha. As the founder of sealing techniques, Rumina and Appo's contributions to Konoha were well known. Over the years, he had visited Konoha annually to help stabilize various seals, imparting various sealing techniques to Konoha's ninjas, thus earning immense respect. Moreover, many recalled the emphasis placed on the significance of their relationship during the times of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, with repeated affirmations of their friendship and eternal alliance. However, now that the entire ninja world was mobilizing against the land of whirlpools, and the threat of annihilation loomed, rumors surfaced that Konoha's higher-ups had no intention of sending troops to aid the land of whirlpools. Many villagers expressed their dissatisfaction with Konoha's leadership for not coming to the aid of their ally. Shouldn't allies watch over one another? What reasoning was there to stand idly by in a time of crisis for an ally? Such actions contradicted the values Konoha had long espoused. In response, Konoha's higher-ups remained silent, effectively validating the rumors. It was not that they did not wish to respond, but rather that they lacked the courage to do so. Their self-deceiving rhetoric could not fool the citizens of Konoha during this critical time. It is important to note that the vast majority of Konoha's ninja populace had lived through the era of the second Hokage's rule, and many had even survived the reign of the first Hokage. If Hiruzen Sarutobi and others dared to treat the citizens of Konoha as fools, the news of their plundering the wealth of the land of whirlpools would surely dishearten everyone. Was it that Hiruzen Sarutobi was not capable of providing support, but simply unwilling to do so? To stab an ally in the back during a time of peril and to feast upon the flesh of that ally was indeed characteristic of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thus, from the outset, Sarutobi had intended to handle the matter with cold indifference. Once the dust settled, he would subtly circulate some justifications for his actions, such as the overwhelming might of the ninja coalition, which was ostensibly targeting the land of whirlpools but was, in fact, aimed at exterminating Konoha. For the sake of Konoha and all its citizens, he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had no choice but to act in this manner, even if it meant bearing the brunt of public outrage. In this way, the situation would undoubtedly shift in his favor. However, before the situation could settle, the anticipated reversal arrived prematurely. Seemingly overnight, numerous informed individuals emerged to speak on behalf of Hiruzen Sarutobi, claiming that his actions were all for the sake of Konoha. The ninja coalition was far too powerful, numbering in the tens of thousands and advancing with great momentum. While they appeared to be targeting the land of whirlpools, their true aim was to attack Konoha. Should Konoha intervene, the coalition would redirect their assault towards Konoha, placing it in grave danger. Chapter 78. Two Discourses. Under currents rising, it was expressed by some that the third Hokage did not wish to abandon his allies. Rather, he was more reluctant to part with Konoha, which led him to make such a painful decision. A small faction of those who uttered such sentiments fervently praised Sarutobi Hiruzen's accomplishments over the years, singing his praises with fervor. Whenever an opportunity arose, they declared that Sarutobi Hiruzen was their idol. In their eyes, he was the most exceptional Hokage in history, surpassing the first and second Hokages in merit, a fact evident to all. His strength was indeed superior to that of the first and second, as he mastered a greater number of jutsu than both combined, earning him the title of the strongest Hokage without exaggeration. Every decision he made was for the benefit of Konoha, devoid of any trace of selfishness. Anyone who questioned or expressed dissatisfaction with the third Hokage was deemed an ungrateful wretch, a treacherous wolf that could not be tamed. Such high-handed accusations stifled many in Konoha, rendering them reluctant to voice their opinions publicly. Several individuals had already faced the wrath of the third Hokage's zealous followers, who, though not resorting to violence, had pointed fingers and unleashed scathing rebukes, leaving them humiliated and retreating home in disgrace. Another rumor circulated regarding Tsunade. The essence of this gossip suggested that she was selfish and reckless, disregarding the village's interests at a crucial moment to assist the land of whirlpools. An act deemed utterly disgraceful. What? You say Lady Tsunade is related to Uzumaki Mito? Humph. Even if they were parents, what of it? The interests of the village surpass all else. Should Tsunade provoke the ninjas of other villages, leading to a coalition assault on Konoha, she would be branded a traitor to the village. What? You claim they merely seek a pretext for war? If they are truly intent on conflict, they would find another excuse regardless of Tsunade's involvement. They must not be allowed to find any justification. Such behavior of providing excuses is profoundly irresponsible. What? You assert that one person cannot wield decisive influence on the battlefield? Lady Tsunade is merely representing the stance of Konoha, while one individual may not determine the outcome. If Tsunade were to slay too many foes, it could incite discontent among other villages, ultimately detrimental to Konoha. Moreover, the Hokage has already declared non-support for the land of whirlpools. Tsunade's actions constitute a betrayal of the Hokage. What? You say the Hokage has not publicly spoken out, suggesting he might secretly support her? Fool. If the Hokage harbored such sentiments, why would he send only one person? It is clearly Tsunade and Appo's personal endeavor, and the Hokage merely refrains from exposing her to preserve her dignity. What? You say the land of whirlpools has assisted us greatly over the years. They are a close ally of Konoha. We ought to help them. If your good friend asked you to die for him, would you comply? Would you? Besides, With so many patients in need of care in Konohagakure, what becomes of them if Tsunade abandons her post? What? You assert that in such circumstances, Lady Tsunade would be unable to focus on treating patients even if she remained in Konohagakure? Indeed, Tsunade is an irresponsible individual, even if her heart aches. She should not neglect her duties. The third Hokage would never use such an excuse to abandon his work. What? You claim these patients express understanding towards Lady Tsunade? They even hope she remains safe on the battlefield? Truly a group of individuals who disregard the interests of Konohagakure, even now. They lack a steadfast stance in support of the third Hokage. Infuriating. No wonder they fall ill. With the emergence of these two rumors, coupled with a small group fervently fanning the flames and vehemently disparaging those who opposed them, Konohagakure became exceedingly peculiar. On the streets, people dared not greet one another, opting instead for nods of acknowledgement, fearful that a misstep in speech would lead to relentless persecution, leaving them feeling repulsed. Yet, during this time, even the most oblivious could sense the underlying discord. Such fervent adulation for the third Hokage and disparagement of Tsunade, what was their intent? During Sarutobi Hiruzen's 8-year tenure, the absence of the root organization rendered him cautious, treading lightly lest he tarnish his legacy as Hokage. Thus, he had not yet engaged in a prolonged, subtle indoctrination of the citizens of Konohagakure. While the populace recognized Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, the first Hokage had only passed 13 years prior, and the second Hokage had been gone for merely 8. Aside from the children born in these 8 years, who had not grown up hearing tales of the first 2 Hokages, although the third Hokage was regarded favorably by many, what merit did he possess to be compared with the first and second? The more individuals extolled and elevated Sarutobi Hiruzen, the greater the dissatisfaction grew among others. As for the few who vehemently denounced Tsunade, many believed them to be orchestrated by the third Hokage himself. The aim was to extricate himself from the ensuing controversy, casting the blame upon Tsunade, rendering her the target of public scorn. This behavior was unbecoming, bordering on the farcical, even at the expense of deceiving the populace. Some speculated that there must be some hidden motives at play, believing the third Hokage would not act in such a manner. Yet, emotions sway individuals. Even the most rational among them, when confronted with such rampant rumors, inevitably harbored some discontent towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Would anyone align themselves with these detractors and express dissatisfaction with Tsunade? Frankly, almost none. What status did Lady Tsunade hold? She was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the closest kin of the second Hokage, recognized by the feudal lord, the undeniable princess of Konohagakure. Her employment at the hospital was already a monumental contribution. Even if she were to suddenly resign, who would dare criticize her? Moreover, the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, was still alive. With the imminent downfall of the land of whirlpools, how could she not be heartbroken? In such circumstances, how could Tsunade remain detached? She had taken up her position in the hospital for the sake of the citizens of Konohagakure, yet was deemed unworthy of gratitude. It was only natural to extend assistance to the land of whirlpools, yet she was met with scorn and unjust accusations. Thus, beneath the facade of tranquility in Konohagakure, turbulent currents swirled. Many, afraid to speak outside, returned home to vent their frustrations, cursing those who fervently praised Sarutobi Hiruzen while belittling Lady Tsunade. When they directed their ire at this group, their emotions inevitably pointed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, as the Hokage, he remained largely insulated from direct reproach. Yet the seeds of discontent had already taken root. Yet, it was not only the villagers of Konohagakure who were troubled. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was in disarray. In the Hokage and Appo's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's head was pounding. What on earth was happening? He yearned for a group of people to emerge, extolling him as the finest Hokage in the history of Konohagakure, with all the villagers echoing their acclaim. That was the vision he dreamed of. But it could not be at this moment, amidst this turmoil. If the villagers had gradually come to accept him, genuinely respecting and admiring him, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been all smiles. Yet now, those who lauded him appeared to harbor ulterior motives, seeking to elevate him while simultaneously disparaging Tsunade. Was this madness? Was it not chaotic enough? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from openly humiliating Tsunade or casting aspersions upon her. How could these individuals dare to do so? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the knock, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly responded. A ninja from the Yamashiro clan entered and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, we have clarified the situation. Speak quickly. Saratobi Hiruzen eagerly urged. Chapter 79. Could it be Shimura Danzo? The explosion at the hidden mist village camp behind the chaotic instigation of events were a total of 12 individuals, 7 of whom had already been identified as spies sent from other villages to Konoha, while the identities of the remaining 5 were still under investigation. Spies. Saratobi Hiruzen felt a slight alleviation of his mood. If they were indeed spies, it would render the situation more comprehensible, providing some semblance of an explanation to the citizens of Konoha. From which countries do these spies hail? Saratobi Hiruzen inquired further. They come from all 4 great ninja villages. And notably, one is from the Rain Village. What are their intentions? Saratobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed. Do they truly intend to take action against us in Konoha? Lord Hokage, that is not the case. A ninja from the Yamashiro clan explained. We have probed their memories, and their orders did not originate from the ninja villages behind them. Humph. I suspected it would not be so straightforward. Speak. Who is the mastermind behind this? We are uncertain. Did you not investigate their memories? How can you be unaware? Forgive me, Lord Hokage. The Yamashiro ninja replied, frowning. These spies all returned home that evening to find a mysterious letter on their tables. The letter explicitly stated their identities as spies and included corresponding evidence. It also demanded that they perform a task for the sender, lest their identities be revealed to the senior officials of Konoha, including yourself. The task required them to publicly extol your virtues, while simultaneously disparaging Lady Tsunade to incite chaos in Konoha. Saratobi Hiruzen fell into a lengthy silence. His immediate thought was of Uchiha Danzo. Among those he knew, Danzo was undoubtedly the most adept at covertly delivering letters to spies' homes. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Although Danzo could easily orchestrate such a scheme, it did not mean others were incapable. Furthermore, Danzo had no connections or resources in Konoha. How could he accurately identify these 12 spies? This did not seem like something Danzo could accomplish. But who could it possibly be? After fruitless contemplation, Saratobi Hiruzen continued. Did these spies agree to the demands? Lord Hokage, some among them were merely hopeful, while others had initially come to Konoha intending to sow discord at a critical juncture. With their identities now revealed, they realized they could not escape this predicament. And since it coincided with their original motives, they acquiesced. Lord Hokage, should we disclose this matter to the citizens of Konoha? Let it be public. Saratobi Hiruzen ordered. In the case of spies, every village's methods of handling them were invariably extreme. Even if their actions were made public, it would not incite their wrath. If any village dared to interfere at this juncture, it would indicate they had long been prepared, with the espionage merely serving as a pretext. Saratobi Hiruzen also sought to gauge the attitudes of the various ninja villages. Though this matter seemed to reach a temporary conclusion, Saratobi Hiruzen's spirits remained low. The primary instigators had indeed been identified. Yet, these individuals lacked the capacity to disseminate the news throughout Konoha overnight. There were still those who continued to stir the pot, albeit in more subtle and inconspicuous ways, making detection all the more difficult. The crux of the matter lay with the mastermind. Who were they? What were their true intentions? Through a process of elimination, Saratobi Hiruzen ultimately focused his suspicions on Shimura Danzo. Sometimes, when a situation is clouded by insufficient intelligence, one must discern who stands to gain the most. As the individual most familiar with Danzo's aspirations, Saratobi Hiruzen knew that Danzo's ambition to become Hokage had not waned with time. Rather, it had intensified. This situation was detrimental to him, and also posed a negative impact on Tsunade, yet Danzo appeared unaffected. Nevertheless, the current approach was somewhat tempered, unlike Danzo's usual ruthless demeanor. Had he matured? Or was this merely a test? Once the seed of doubt is sown, it is destined to take root and flourish. Meanwhile, the true mastermind, successfully excluded from suspicion by Saratobi Hiruzen, was currently briefing Tsunade in the land of whirlpools. Remember, your safety is of utmost importance, Uchiha Danzo stated solemnly. On the battlefield, do not act recklessly. If danger arises, immediately activate the Flying Thunder God technique. I will arrive without delay. You must not encounter any mishap. Understood, Tsunade replied. Her voice elongated in feigned impatience. How many times have you said that? My ears are growing calluses. Then allow me to reiterate one last time. Should anything happen to you, I will ensure that the entire ninja world pays for it. Danzo's menacing words startled Tsunade. Yet her heart swelled with sweetness, for it indicated that in Danzo's eyes, her position surpassed all else. All right, I promise I won't be in any danger, Tsunade assured. She genuinely feared that if anything were to befall her, Danzo would unleash chaos upon the ninja world. Although Danzo's body was still gradually evolving and he could not wield much power, if he were resolute in wreaking havoc, it would undoubtedly lead to widespread devastation. At the eastern port, the Hidden Mist Village ninja camp. What? The citizens of the Whirlpool Village are orderly retreating under the escort of ninjas? And they are carrying supplies? Elder Jinji of the Hidden Mist Village furrowed his brow upon receiving this intelligence. One of their original plans was to enter the land of whirlpools and sustain their campaign through plunder. Although the Hidden Mist Village's ninja forces had already arrived, the long journey had taken a toll, and the first batch of provisions they brought would only last for 5 days. The ships carrying additional supplies were scheduled to arrive a day later, which was tomorrow. Thus, a choice lay before Jinji. Should he pursue this group of citizens to seize their supplies, or should he wait in place? If he chose to chase, there was no guarantee they would not encounter an ambush along the way. Yet, if he refrained from pursuit and allowed all the citizens to escape with their possessions, it would significantly increase the cost of their war. The Hidden Mist Village had come to the land of whirlpools to reap benefits. If the citizens fled, how could they profit? Even if the supplies would not vanish, where they would ultimately end up remained uncertain. Jinji, what shall we do? Inquired Suigetsu, a towering figure shouldering the great sword, Samahata. Jinji did not respond immediately, but instead began pacing back and forth in the command room, contemplating a strategy. He had never encountered a scenario where ordinary citizens had retreated in an orderly fashion before the war had even commenced. However, this was not entirely his fault. The major ninja villages had not been established for long, and the only large-scale conflict they had experienced was the First Shinobi World War. In the earlier Warring States period, battles were primarily fought between individual ninja clans, rarely involving civilians directly. Thus, the Hidden Mist Village found itself caught off guard. Immediately send someone to investigate the situation, to see if there are any traps or ambushes along the way, and boom, boom, boom. Just as Jinji issued his orders, a series of violent explosions erupted. Chapter 80. Do the people of the land of Whirlpool consider us fools? What is happening? Master Yuan and the pufferfish demon from Watermelon Mountain rushed out of the tent, alarmed by the continuous explosions at the forefront of the camp. Before they could reach the scene, a ninja suddenly appeared before them, reporting, Master Yuan. The ninjas from Whirlpool Hidden Village conducted an attack on our camp. However, they did not approach. They merely threw shuriken and scribes with explosive tags from a distance and then retreated. Do the people of the land of Whirlpool think us fools? The pufferfish demon scoffed. This is clearly a ploy to lure us in. Yet, Master Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Would the ninjas from the land of Whirlpool truly resort to such a simplistic tactic? Or were they deliberately putting on a show to mislead others into believing they were luring them, while in fact, it was a strategic delay? Immediately dispatch scouts to investigate for any traps or ambushes ahead. The cautious Master Yuan deemed it too risky to proceed without verifying the intelligence first. An hour passed, and Master Yuan grew anxious as none of the scouts sent to gather information returned. It was evident that those dispatched had likely been annihilated. To continue sending scouts would likely yield the same grim outcome. Meanwhile, within a small creek along the retreating path of the citizens of the land of Whirlpool, the water surface slightly bulged, resembling a stone being nudged from beneath. This natural occurrence raised no suspicion among onlookers. However, at the center of this bulge was an eye, peering through the aquatic foliage, intently observing the moving crowd nearby. Beneath the water lay a ninja from the Mist Village, a member of the Kirigakure clan, skilled in the art of water transformation and breath concealment, perfectly hidden within the creek without detection. Yet, 20 meters away from this hidden ninja, a spectral entity was engaged in a similar endeavor. However, its focus was not on the retreating citizens of the land of Whirlpool, but rather on the ninja of the Kirigakure clan. After an extensive search, the spectral entity had finally located an appropriate target. Once the crowd had moved on, and after a full half-hour elapsed, the water in the creek suddenly erupted, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form, a man of about 30 years. That was close. The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, reflecting on his near escape. The comrades who had accompanied him on this perilous mission had all been eradicated. He was the sole survivor. Why must I, Kirigakure Suidan, undertake such a hazardous task? Cursed Master Yuan, cursed Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon, cursed Kankuro. As Kirigakure Suidan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, he continued to vent his grievances. Suddenly, He detected something amiss and turned sharply, only to be horrified by a spectral figure hurtling towards him. He recoiled, drawing his blade to strike at the spirit, but upon contact, he found his weapon passed through the specter as though it merely sliced through air. The spirit ignored his assault and surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily paralyzed as if ensnared by a binding technique. 3 minutes later, Kirigakure's swait unsnapped back to reality, but his expression had transformed, no longer filled with terror. A sly grin now adorned his face. Not bad, he mused, clenching his fists. From this moment, I am Kirigakure Suedon, having gathered sufficient intelligence. It was time to return and report to Master Yuan. Dear Master Yuan, I have arrived, he declared, immediately hastening towards the Mist Village encampment. Unbeknownst to him, the soul of the middle-aged man had been replaced, the replacement being Uchiha Dayton. The technique he employed was the soul transformation technique he had deceitfully acquired from Kata Dayton. As for his original body, it remained in a subterranean space he had created, 100 miles away from Whirlpool Hidden Village, safeguarded by a wooden clone. Simultaneously, a wooden clone of Uchiha Dayton occupied the command room beneath Whirlpool Hidden Village. The wooden clone technique was a new ninjutsu developed by Uchiha Dayton after successful self-experimentation, using the cells of the white zetsu as a medium, based on the principles of the wooden clone technique. It must be said, the white zetsu cells proved extraordinarily effective. They served as optimal materials for the reanimation jutsu, allowing the resurrected individuals to unleash their full potential. The power of the wooden clone, however, was relatively weak, at best on par with a low-ranking shinobi, far from achieving full capacity. Yet, it retained a fraction of the user's abilities. For instance, the wooden clone in the command room had inherited 30 of Uchiha Dayton's sensory capabilities, with the aid of amplifiers and receivers. Combined with the chakra provided by the ninjas of Whirlpool Hidden Village, the clone was more than capable of monitoring the entire land of Whirlpool. Moreover, unlike shadow clones, the wooden clone, requiring processed white zetsu cells as a medium, possessed a physical form and could exist for extended periods. However, this technique was relatively new and still required numerous refinements. In the Eastern Theater camp of Whirlpool Hidden Village, within the command room, a heated discussion ensued. This is preposterous. Such a tactic to lure the enemy. Only a fool would fall for it. An elite shinobi from the Uzumaki clan fumed. Hey, Blackstone, why are you glaring at me? Retorted the Uzumaki Ryo, who had successfully completed the baiting mission. I was merely following orders. Who issued such a foolish command? Uzumaki Blackstone scanned the room, demanding answers. It was I who issued this foolish command. Do you have a problem with that? The leader, Tsunade, propped her chin on her fist, regarding him coolly. Lady Tsunade, please don't misunderstand. Uzumaki Blackstone responded, his tone lacking any hint of remorse. I had no idea this was your command. Had I known, it would have made perfect sense. With those words, an awkward silence enveloped the command room. Did Uzumaki Blackstone truly not realize the orders came from Tsunade? After all, who else could command Uzumaki Ryo? His earlier remarks had been a thinly veiled jab at Tsunade's leadership. This was not the first instance of such contention in recent days. Many ninjas from the Uzumaki clan harbored resentment towards this newly appointed commander. The key issue was that she was not merely the commander of the Eastern Theater, but the supreme commander of the entire land of Whirlpool's operations. Uzumaki Asuka had specifically mandated that everyone must unconditionally follow Tsunade's directives. Had Uzumaki Asuka taken charge, there would have been no dissent. Yet, Tsunade was merely an outsider. Though she exhibited formidable medical ninjutsu, that was entirely distinct from the art of commanding in battle. To their knowledge, Tsunade had never set foot on a battlefield and had undertaken limited missions. Her notoriety stemmed solely from her medical prowess. For anyone, entrusting their fate to an untested outsider was an arduous task. This was especially true for the proud Uzumaki clan. They were unafraid of death but loathed the prospect of dying in vain. Tsunade, aware of the disdain directed towards her by many in the Uzumaki clan, refrained from lashing out. She had anticipated such reactions, or more accurately, Uchiha Dayton had foreseen them. If the roles were reversed, and a stranger who had never seen combat sought to lead Konoha into war, she too would undoubtedly oppose it. Wasn't that madness? Did they not value their lives? Thus, what she needed now was not debate, but results. As for how to achieve those results, Uchiha Dayton had already devised a plan. She was merely a puppet in this grand design. Chapter 81. The Undercover Agent. The timid ghost lantern Lady Tsunade, please do not take offense. Vortex Ryufu, noticing the continued silence among the group, hastily attempted to mediate. However, Tsunade shook her head, interrupting, "The truth will reveal itself in due time. The meeting is adjourned. We shall await further intelligence." Not wishing to linger in fruitless discussions, Tsunade issued her command decisively. Though she understood the doubts harbored by the ninjas of the Vortex Hidden Village, she could not suppress the frustration swelling within her. Ultimately, this was not Konoha. In their eyes, she was merely an inexperienced outsider. Once the meeting concluded, Tsunade promptly contacted the shadow clone of Uchiha Dan, relaying the situation at hand. Uchiha Dan assured her that within a day, the circumstances would reverse. Moreover, Vortex Amano would directly assist her on the front lines, eliminating any hindrances and skepticism that had arisen. In the far eastern territory of the Land of Water, at the temporary camp of Kirigakure, a dark-clad ninja approached. "Lord Yuan, the ghost lantern has returned," he reported, kneeling on one knee. "Huh, excellent," exclaimed Yuan, his spirits lifted at the news. "I knew it. Even if everyone else perished, he would survive. Bring him to me at once." The ghost lantern, however, was not part of the recent reconnaissance team sent by Yuan. He belonged to an earlier group that had departed the previous day. His extended absence suggested he had gathered a wealth of intelligence, and Yuan was confident that he would bring back the information he sought. "Can you believe the ghost lantern actually survived?" remarked a tall, elegantly featured female ninja with a cold sneer. "Such a person is unworthy of being a ninja." Yuan frowned in discontent. "Yumi, I care not for your personal grievances with the ghost lantern. This is a time of war. It is high time you set aside your airs." "Humph," Yagura huffed. Yet she refrained from further comment. Yuan sighed with relief. The offspring of noble clans were indeed a handful. Despite being an elder of Kirigakure, he was compelled to show them respect. This applied equally to Yagura as it did to the ghost lantern. In truth, the ghost lantern had not been included among the original participants of this conflict. Yuan had borrowed him from the ghost lantern clan as a precaution, though lacking in strength. The ghost lantern possessed unparalleled reconnaissance abilities, even among his kin. Coupled with his excessively cautious nature, he was unlikely to meet an untimely demise. His assistance would significantly ease the task of gathering intelligence. Initially, the ghost lantern had vehemently refused, claiming his inadequacy in strength and his need for further training. However, Yuan presented terms the ghost lantern clan could not decline, assuring the safety of the ghost lantern himself. Thus, he found himself reluctantly conscripted into the war. As anticipated by Yuan, the ghost lantern navigated through the chaos, remaining sprightly while others perished. Had he not drawn the attention of Uchiha Dan, he likely would have survived until the war's conclusion, for his cautious demeanor kept him from placing himself in perilous situations. His unique status, directly under Yuan's command, granted him prompt access to critical intelligence. Thus, Uchiha Dan had swiftly identified him among the throng. Now, Uchiha Dan not only assumed the role of the ghost lantern, but also utilized a soul-reading technique inspired by Nagato to extract all of his memories. After acquiring a wealth of unexpected insights, Uchiha Dan was elated, knowing that his subsequent plans would unfold with greater ease. After an hour of swift travel, Uchiha Dan, now posing as the ghost lantern, finally arrived outside Yuan's tent. Yuan, noticing the ghost lantern's sullen expression, overlooked it and exclaimed, "Water lantern, you are indeed unharmed. I told you, please refrain from sending me on such tasks in the future. I nearly perished." The ghost lantern complained. Yuan merely smiled, dismissing the comment. For nearly perished was the ghost lantern's habitual refrain. Additionally, Uchiha Dan, an accomplished actor, convincingly portrayed the ghost lantern without arousing suspicion. "Where are your teammates?" Yagura inquired, her brow furrowing. "What do you mean by that, Yumi?" The ghost lantern retorted, displeased. "Do you imply that I abandoned them? Is it not true?" Yagura countered coolly. "What do you know?" The ghost lantern shot back, agitated. "I prioritized the mission. Do you understand the significance of the mission? I warned them of the danger and urged them to retreat, yet not a soul heeded my warning. To fulfill the mission effectively, I had no choice but to separate from them. As it turns out, my judgment was correct. I alone completed the task." The ghost lantern wore a smug expression, inciting Yagura's ire. "You had the audacity to abandon your teammates and feel justified?" She pressed. "How did I abandon them?" The ghost lantern countered sharply. "When I parted ways, I had no knowledge of their impending danger. We merely split up to act independently. Their foolishness led them into the enemy's trap, resulting in their demise." How do you know they have perished? Yagura challenged. I witnessed it with mine own eyes, the ghost lantern declared unapologetically. Did you not consider rescuing them? Yagura asked incredulously. By the time I contemplated rescue, it was already too late. Besides, the mission takes precedence. The ghost lantern reiterated emphatically. I too felt a heavy heart. But if I had perished, who would have returned with the intelligence? So, Yagura, cease your reproach. I am not only without fault, but have also rendered service. Is this how you speak to someone who has contributed? Enough, Yuan interjected, unable to endure the bickering any longer. Time was of the essence, and they were squabbling. 3 minutes had already slipped by as they argued. Had both individuals not been borrowed from their respective clans, Yuan would have lost his temper long ago. He had granted them ample leeway, yet neither showed signs of halting. I, the ghost lantern, do not engage in disputes with women. With that, the ghost lantern turned his head aside, adopting an air of indifference, nearly provoking Yagura to explode with frustration. Enough, water lantern, you should refrain from speaking so much. Yuan admonished again, though his tone lacked severity. He was already weary of the current predicament. Were it not for the ghost lantern's invaluable reconnaissance abilities, he would have never consented to bring such a self-centered coward into the fold. Now, tell me, what did you observe during your journey? Yuan implored, his eyes warning Yagura to remain silent as he sought all the intelligence the ghost lantern had gathered. Chapter 82, Sudden Windfall. The heart of the master stirred yesterday. I received a task to delve deep within the borders of the land of Whirlpool to gather intelligence. Upon embarking on my mission, I traversed the Yafing Mountain Gorge and swiftly covered 100 miles. Eventually, I arrived at a town called Yunyan, where I witnessed approximately 200 ninjas arriving from the western direction. Upon their arrival, they immediately issued a retreat order to the townsfolk. It was as if the citizens had anticipated this situation, as they promptly gathered their belongings. They utilized unicycles, flatbed carts, and horse-drawn carriages to transport their pre-packed provisions, beginning their retreat towards the hidden village of Whirlpool. As I retreated alongside them, upon entering the next town, I discovered it was already deserted, and the signs indicated that the residents had only departed recently. Confounded, I captured a citizen of the land of Whirlpool who had momentarily strayed from the group to relieve himself and conducted a discreet interrogation. According to his account, the entire populace of the land of Whirlpool had received a retreat order 4 days prior, instructing them to secure their possessions and prepare their provisions for an imminent evacuation. What struck me as peculiar was the sequence of their retreat, which was from the interior to the exterior rather than the conventional method of retreating from the periphery inward. These ninjas expanded outward from the hidden village of Whirlpool, issuing notifications at each location, prompting the inhabitants to commence their evacuation. The ninjas would then proceed to the next locale to relay the same message. Ultimately, once they reached the farthest town, they would retreat alongside those who had been informed. Master, what is their objective in executing such a strategy? Inquired the nearby pufferfish spirit, Suigetsu, with a hint of confusion. Isn't a typical retreat conducted from the outside in? Aren't they concerned that some may not escape in time? On the contrary, it is quite astute. Master Yuan remarked thoughtfully. The timing of warfare is unpredictable. At that moment, the allied ninja forces had yet to land. If they had ordered the citizens to evacuate prematurely, we could have arrived 10 or 15 days later. And without needing to engage, the land of Whirlpool would descend into chaos on its own. Therefore, for days ago, their notification merely instructed readiness for evacuation, allowing time for the citizens to prepare while simultaneously monitoring our movements. Once they detected the arrival of allied ninjas, they would issue an immediate evacuation order. But no one can foresee when we shall strike. They may have speculated, yet they would not dare wager the fate of an entire nation. If these ninjas were to notify the farthest locations first, the subsequent return journey would inevitably lead to an unwieldy exodus, progressing at a lethargic pace. Should conflict erupt during this time, all those citizens could be easily ensnared. Conversely, by retreating from the inside out, they can ensure the maximum orderly evacuation of the populace, irrespective of when hostilities commence. Even if we were to launch a sudden attack, the outer citizens would impede our advance, and with their plundered provisions in tow, pursuing them would be nearly impossible, allowing them to preserve a significant portion of their wealth and population. This method serves to meticulously control the rhythm of their retreat while facilitating the expeditious exodus of a greater number of individuals. However, Suigetsu, you mentioned that these citizens were carrying nearly all their movable wealth and substantial rations? Indeed, without exception, Suigetsu affirmed confidently. Master Yuan's heart raced. This was an unexpected fortune. What were they doing in the land of Whirlpool, if not for profit? If we could seize these provisions, the hidden mist village would undoubtedly thrive in an instant. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively and continued to inquire. What was the marching speed of the citizens? How swift could they be? Especially burdened with so much food. Their pace was akin to that of walking. The nearest group to us, by my estimation, would require at least 5 days to reach the hidden village of Whirlpool. 5 days? You mentioned that when you arrived at the next town, these people had only just departed? Indeed. By the way, Suigetsu, were you able to sense any ambushing ninjas along the way? Certainly. Suigetsu replied with certainty. There are ambushes set at intervals, with 10 individuals at each point, totaling over 100. Wait. Master Yuan interrupted. How many did you say? Over 100. Is there a problem? Suigetsu asked, puzzled. Are you certain you meant over 100 and not over 1,000? Master Yuan reiterated. Master, please. As a sensing ninja, how could I not discern the number of ambushers along the route? Furthermore, with so many routes in the land of Whirlpool, how could the ninjas of the hidden village conjure up such a multitude of forces? It is merely 100 ninjas, approximately 120. 120. 120. Master Yuan murmured, deep in thought. So the previous attack was indeed a delaying tactic from the hidden village of Whirlpool. How cunning. They lured us using the most suspicious and paranoid methods to buy time. The location of our landing was a hastily made decision, and they could not have known in advance. Thus, the reinforcements from the hidden village of Whirlpool had not yet arrived. Upon hearing Master Yuan's conviction, Suigetsu suddenly recalled something and warned, Master Yuan, perhaps the ambushers were beyond my sensing range. There could very well be a large number of enemies concealed outside of it, and we must proceed with caution. Moreover, the ninjas of the hidden village of Whirlpool have set numerous traps along the route. Had I not mastered the technique of water transformation, I would have surely fallen victim. Master Yuan, however, disregarded Suigetsu's caution. After all, this individual was notoriously timid, often diminishing his own prestige with such remarks. In truth, Master Yuan had already made a resolution. Before him lay 2 choices, to pursue and plunder or to remain inactive. Initially, Master Yuan had inclined toward the latter, given the uncertainties, fearing a hasty move might lead to a trap. Now, however, he clearly favored the former. The temptation of this bounty was simply too great. He truly yearned for it. In recent years, due to the incompetence of the third Mizukage, the hidden mist village had not prospered, necessitating external resources to invigorate their fortunes. Otherwise, they would not have mobilized such a force to the land of Whirlpool. Should the hidden village of Whirlpool manage to evacuate all citizens, while their wealth may consolidate, whether that wealth would ultimately reside in their hands remained uncertain. What troubled Master Yuan most was the fear of investing heavily only to receive an inadequate return, exacerbating the internal conflicts and crises within the hidden mist village. Moreover, now was the opportune moment to strike. From the time the ninjas of the hidden village of Whirlpool had detected their presence and executed their feigned ambush, only 2 hours had elapsed. Even if the hidden village of Whirlpool received intelligence immediately and dispatched reinforcements, theoretically, they could not arrive more swiftly, as their proximity was significantly closer. However, prolonging the wait could yield different results. If an offensive were to be launched, a prompt decision was imperative. In matters of war, swiftness is of the essence. Each second of delay equates to an increase in risk. Should the ninjas of the hidden village of Whirlpool arrive, the outcome could very well turn into an ambush against them.